Please select a world. A mechanical voice echoed through the air, and within the pristine white space stood a young boy. Before him lay an enormous crystal ball, adorned with enigmatic dark patterns that swirled within its depths. The boy stared at the crystal ball, momentarily frozen in place, until a wave of ecstasy washed over him had succeeded. The virtual world that had captivated his imagination could finally be experienced firsthand. Select the legend of. The boy's lips moved slightly, his mind already conjuring visions of the exhilarating adventures that awaited him, his excitement beyond words. Selection successful. Please create an identity. Xian Kong. Identity creation successful. Initiating consciousness transfer. As the consciousness transfer commenced, the boy felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The already chaotic white space seemed to spin endlessly, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Consciousness transfer failed. Consciousness transfer failed. Consciousness transfer success. In an instant, the boy thought he heard disconcerting news, but was soon swept away by a torrent of unfamiliar memories, blurring the lines of reality until he found himself in the world he had long yearned for. Xian Kong, what's wrong? A boy beside him inquired. At the sound of his voice, Xian Kong seemed to awaken from a dream, turning to the boy with a smile. It's nothing. Oh, Xian Kong, have you been mesmerized? Even if the instructor is handsome, you can't just stare at him. The boy chuckled, seemingly enlightened, with a playful demeanor. Shut up, you're the one who's dazed. Xian Kong retorted, dismissing the boy's antics. Xian Kong, we'll be selecting weapons soon. Are you still planning to choose a scythe? The boy asked, draping his arm over Xian Kong's shoulder. Of course. Scythes are so cool. The way they swoosh is just so stylish. You should have seen Xian Kong exclaimed animatedly. All right, but remember, once you choose a weapon, you can't change it later. Don't regret it down the line, the boy cautioned. Regret? Why would I? Xian Kong replied dreamily, oblivious to the boy's warning. You're hopeless, the boy muttered under his breath. After the instructor finished outlining the rules, the boys were allowed to enter the armory to select their weapons. The orderly line quickly dissolved into a frenzied rush towards the armory. Upon entering, Xian Kong made a beeline for the scythe section. As he progressed, the crowd thinned, and by the time he reached the scythe area, he found himself alone. Scythes were indeed a niche weapon, demanding a grandiose style of wielding, and they posed a risk of self-injury. Without extraordinary diligence, one could easily expose their weaknesses in combat. But Xian Kong paid no heed. He adored scythes, believing them to be the finest weapons in existence. Gazing at the neatly arranged scythes, he found himself entranced. Just as he was lost in thought, Xian Kong inadvertently stepped on a concealed mechanism, and a whirring sound echoed as a wall at the far end began to rotate. A pitch-black scythe immediately caught his eye, its shape and size feeling perfectly attuned to him, and above all, it exuded a striking aura, as if it had been crafted solely for him. In the next moment, the scythe emitted a soft chime and flew directly towards Xian Kong. Overwhelmed with delight, he reached out to grasp the scythe as it approached, feeling a chilling sensation upon contact. Xian Kong's dark eyes deepened in hue, and a fleeting expression of coldness crossed his face, but it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Bearer of the cycle, your consciousness remains. Very well, I shall begrudgingly acknowledge you. The black scythe chimed once more, though none were there to comprehend its words. Xian Kong, you really chose a scythe? The boy exclaimed with a sigh. Yeah, I think it suits me quite well, Xian Kong replied. What did you choose, a broadsword? Of course. I am to be a king of heroes, so a practical weapon like a broadsword is a must. Let me tell you, the one I chose is engraved with magical runes, making spellcasting much easier, the boy boasted, momentarily forgetting to criticize Xian Kong. All right, I'm leaving. See you later, Xian Kong said, appearing somewhat disinterested, and eventually departed when he could no longer bear the conversation. Ah, Xian Kong, do take care. While scythes are formidable with lethal potential, few can wield them effectively, the boy lamented with a sigh. During their training sessions, Xian Kong often found himself injured. Yet curiously, these wounds healed swiftly, leaving no scars behind. Throughout his training, he came to realize the challenges of mastering a scythe, but such obstacles only fueled his determination. After each training session, he dedicated extra time to practice, which the boy observed, leading him to feel slightly reassured. Time flew, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The boy who had once been just over 10 years old was now 15. Throughout this time, he had participated in numerous competitions, and due to his choice of weapon, few wanted to team up with him except for that boy, who never turned his back on him. Thanks to the boy's unwavering commitment to their goals and his considerable strength, he far surpassed his peers. In competitions, he even discovered his own unique skill, leaving the instructors astounded. In contrast, Xian Kong often found himself holding back one opponent while the boy defeated another, allowing them to strike together. Their partnership was mockingly dubbed the God and his novice, but the boy did not share this sentiment. He recognized Xian Kong's steady progress, which accelerated as time passed. Recently, Xian Kong even began to unconsciously demonstrate the early signs of a domain, a level of mastery surpassing mere skills. Although one typically had to master skills before delving into domains, what if Xian Kong was an exception? Xian Kong, congratulations, the boy genuinely praised. Thanks, Xian Kong replied, his voice tinged with an elusive emotion. Xian Kong, what is it? What's wrong with you? I'm fine, Xian Kong responded. It was only upon the boy's inquiry that he realized something was amiss. She found it increasingly difficult to experience emotional fluctuations. Xian Kong, the boy, now angry, yanked at Xian Kong's collar. He couldn't comprehend why Xian Kong, having grasped the concept of a domain, wasn't overjoyed. Xian Kong averted his gaze, tilting his head slightly to the side. I'm sorry. Look at me, the boy commanded. When Xian Kong turned his head, the boy continued, now, tell me honestly what's going on with you. I seem to have changed. Xian Kong stammered hesitantly. Oh, you think I'm foolish? Of course. I can see you've changed. You've not only changed, but you've become unrecognizable. You feel like a stranger to me. Do you understand, Xian Kong? The boy insisted. His hands clenched and then slowly relaxed, finally falling to his sides. Xian Kong was at a loss for words. He too felt as though he was no longer himself. A consciousness seemed to be awakening within his mind. But who was it? Xian Kong didn't know, nor did he wish to find out. Xian Kong, let's end things here. You've grown strong and no longer require my protection. Let's go our separate ways from now on. The boy turned his back and walked away without a glance back. At those words, Xian Kong felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly by something unyielding. As the boy disappeared around the corner, an invisible crack suddenly appeared. Crack something shattered. Xian Kong's consciousness descended into a hazy abyss, surrounded by an eerie silence and coldness. Crash, everything fragmented, leaving nothing behind but darkness. Consciousness connection successful. We wish you an enjoyable experience, the mechanical voice announced. Xian Kong's body stiffened momentarily before he surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, a smile of pure joy illuminating his face. Oh right, the initial panel, Xian Kong murmured, his finger tracing through the void, summoning a panel visible only to him. Wow, no way. The initial panel is this powerful, he exclaimed in astonishment. And what's this time preservation? Is this something that should be in the initial version? Xian Kong wondered, gazing at the dimming icon on the panel before reaching out to click on it. Time preservation activated. Please select a viewing mode. Brief. Detailed. Xian Kong clicked on the brief option, as the detailed one would surely be tedious. In an instant, a torrent of immense memories surged into Xian Kong's mind. You call this brief? He thought as he was overwhelmed by the flood of memories, two consciousnesses clashing within his mind. Eventually, a crystal ball materialized, stabilizing the positions of the two consciousnesses, and dominant and the other subordinate. Xian Kong slowly opened his eyes to find a boy resting beside him. Etion, he instinctively murmured, his voice barely audible. The boy seemed to hear Xian Kong's call, stirring from his slumber and gazing up at him with drowsy eyes. Xian Kong, you're awake, Etion said. I fainted, Xian Kong stated, unsure if it was a question or confirmation. Yeah, I was venting in the training room, and on my way back, I saw you sprawled on the ground, completely motionless. I nearly thought you were dead. Etion chuckled. You're the one who's dead. Imperfectly fine, Xian Kong retorted, a hint of annoyance in his laughter. Hearing this, Etion stared at him in a daze, his expression unexpectedly adorable. Is there something on my face? Xian Kong asked, touching his cheeks. Nope, Etion replied with a gentle smile. Etion, what kind of races do you think we'll be able to recruit as partners after graduation next year? Xian Kong wondered aloud, his thoughts drifting as he gazed dreamily at the ceiling. An incongruous image suddenly flashed through his mind, one of a girl with red hair. Incredibly cute. Mom? What did you say? Etienne inquired, leaning in closer. Step back. Do not come so near, Xian Kong retorted, pushing Yishin's face away with a palpable sense of disdain. Etienne chuckled again, a foolish, endearing laugh. This was the Xian Kong he knew, he thought to himself. What are you laughing at? Xian Kong asked. Nothing. Just seeing you happy, Etienne replied. Ugh, don't disgust me. Xian Kong feigned exaggeration, and soon both erupted into laughter. In the blink of an eye. A year had passed, and the once youthful boys faced their second pivotal choice in life, to remain or to venture forth into the world. Those who had grasped the concept of skill were eager to explore beyond, while the most troubled were those caught in limbo. They stood on the precipice of understanding, yet the outside world was fraught with peril. Even though most races were amicable, what if they stumbled upon a treacherous region inhabited by vicious beings? Xian Kong, shall we team up or go our separate ways? Etienne asked earnestly, for the human race had explored merely about 20% of the territory, leaving the rest shrouded in mystery. Let us part ways, I have a destination in mind, Xian Kong stated, recalling the fleeting image of that red-haired girl, undeniably charming. Where do you intend to go? Etienne questioned. Red Lotus Sanctuary, Xian Kong blurted out involuntarily. Red Lotus Sanctuary? Where is that? You cannot possibly mean to venture into unknown territories. Those maps are likely fabrications, untrustworthy, Etienne exclaimed. Etienne presumed that Xian Kong had obtained a map of uncharted lands from that merchant, thus his desire to explore. However, Xian Kong merely shook her head. Rest assured, you are well aware of my abilities. I am now stronger than you. Xian Kong grinned broadly. Very well, Etienne conceded, feeling deflated. He indeed could not compete with Xian Kong. Her scythe, wielded with grace, combined with her mastery of domain, placed them in entirely different leagues. Until we meet again, Xian Kong said. As they exited the human city-state, a vibrant assembly of 16-year-olds began to disperse, each a paragon of the human race, having mastered their respective skills. There were also those who believed their formidable strength would suffice for survival in essence. They were the future of humanity. Few, thank goodness, Etienne didn't follow. Who knows how long I would have had to keep up the charade. But when we meet next time, Xian Kong mused as she sprinted away. Next stop, Red Lotus Sanctuary, Momo. Here I come. Xian Kong cheered herself on, her spirits soaring high. Chapter 2. The encounter. The Red Lotus Sacred Land, situated in the northwestern expanse of the continent, serves as the dwelling place of the Red Lotus clan. Surrounding it are various other races, all congregating around a singular village. Thus, Xian Kong's destination lies with that village, rather than the sacred land itself, which is the very cradle of the Red Lotus clan's heritage. Entering it would be utterly impossible given his current capabilities. After a year of traversing through mountains and rivers, Xian Kong finally arrived at the outermost edge of a forest. During this journey, he encountered numerous minions of the Dark Knight Emperor, all of whom he dispatched with ease. However, he was puzzled. Were not these minions supposed to be kept at bay by their own forces? How could they manage to infiltrate this realm? Throughout this time, Xian Kong had elevated his domain to a consummate level and gained considerable combat experience. Could it be that I've lost my way? Xian Kong gazed at the endless forest, then glanced at the projected map of the continent, his head filled with dark clouds of frustration. For heaven's sake, could you be any less detailed? This wretched system must think little of me. Determined, he resolved to find his own way out. The sun arched overhead, beginning its intimate descent toward the mountains, yet Xian Kong continued to meander through the woods. System Master, I apologize. I beg of you. Just as he was about to plead for mercy from the system, a small stone struck his forehead with uncanny precision, prompting him to exclaim in irritation. What a nuisance! Unbeknownst to him, a girl who had run away from home was grumbling to herself. Humph, they won't let me venture out, claiming I'm too young, that I'm 20, for goodness sake, a bunch of scoundrels. I shall go out regardless. As she walked, she kicked a small stone in frustration, which, through a twist of fate, struck Xian Kong. Alarmed, she quickly concealed herself, peering out to observe. Who is there? Come out if you dare. I swear I'll give you a slap that LL send you flying, Xian Kong shouted, but silence ensued. Come out. I promise I won't harm you. Just a few words, please. I've been stuck here for days. With no other option, he resorted to this. Hearing this, the girl cautiously stepped into view. Upon seeing her, Xian Kong's eyes lit up. Momo, he exclaimed, unable to restrain his joy. You know me? Momo queried, intrigued as to how the stranger of an unknown race recognized her. Shin Kong laughed heartily, overwhelmed with happiness. After a moment, he rushed over, crouching to meet her gaze. Her fiery red hair was tied in a ponytail, her pupils glimmering like rubies. Although her cute face showed signs of nervousness due to his proximity, there was also a hint of curiosity. Momo, Shin Kong said with a smile, but his sudden address startled her. What do you want? Momo replied, her tone tinged with annoyance, for she was certain she did not know him. The only reason she hadn't left was that she had accidentally hit him with the stone, and her curiosity about how he recognized her held her back. However, Shin Kong was oblivious to her thoughts. He was solely focused on making her his partner. Here, take this. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved a peculiar fruit from his backpack and handed it to Momo. What is this? She inquired, eyeing the fruit suspiciously. A million experience fruit, perfect for rapid leveling up, Shin Kong explained, completely disregarding the fact that they were not in a game world. As for the fruit's origin, it was a gift from the system, unfortunately ineffective for humans but capable of enhancing physical attributes to an unlimited extent. No way. You can't fool me that easily. Momo crossed her arms defiantly. Let us have a duel. If I win, you become my partner. If you win, you can do as you please, Shin Kong proposed, recalling that capturing a spirit required a duel. However, in the game, it involved sending another spirit to battle a wild one. He was now alone and figured he could take the initiative himself. Momo, already irritable from being restricted by her elders, impulsively accepted the challenge, though she soon regretted it. Her opponent appeared to be far more advanced. Undoubtedly in their second form, while she was still in her first, the odds were not in her favor. Shin Kong distanced himself, gripping the air as a swirl of black flames ignited, revealing a pitch-black scythe. Black flames extinguished, the ghostly scythe emerges, he declared, its edge sharp despite lacking a silver hue. Seeing this, Momo concentrated, conjuring reddish-brown flames that coalesced into her palms, with a powerful thrust of her legs. She launched two fiery lines toward Shin Kong. He sidestepped, allowing her attack to miss. Unwilling to accept defeat, she charged at him again, unleashing a flurry of attacks, all of which he deftly evaded. The minions of the Dark Knight were far swifter than this. Frustrated by his ease, Momo felt her ears flush slightly, making her all the more adorable. If you have the guts, don't dodge, she challenged, oblivious to the fact that this was a duel. Come on then, this time I want to evade, Shin Kong beckoned. Momentarily taken aback by his straightforwardness, she had merely spoken in anger, never anticipating he would accept so readily. Yet, with a light chuckle, she conjured 3 fireballs from her palms, which shot toward Shin Kong like cannonballs at her command, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air. Shin Kong tightened his grip on the scythe, quietly activating his domain. In an instant, it seemed as if malevolent spirits were soaring. As the fireballs approached, he swung the ghostly scythe with a flourish, a motion that appeared defensive yet was equally offensive. Upon contact, black flames surged forth, neutralizing the incoming projectiles. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure concealed within the fireballs had already reached him. Just as he intended to continue wielding his scythe, he hesitated for a brief moment, which resulted in him taking a direct hit from Momo. He was sent sprawling backward, only coming to a stop when he collided with a large tree. Seeing this, Momo rushed over, only to find Shin Kong with his eyes tightly shut, his expression contorted in pain. A wave of guilt washed over her, realizing that his moment of hesitation had been to spare her from harm. Yet she had struck him without mercy. At the same time, she was curious. If he was truly in his second form, why was his physique so fragile? Could he possibly belong to the Titan race, towering in his first form? No, she quickly dismissed that notion, for the Titans were renowned for their strength and defense. He could not be one of them. Are you all right? I didn't mean to, Momo said, her tone softening as she looked at Shin Kong. Such is the nature of sparring. Injuries are inevitable. That experience fruit, feed me one, Shin Kong replied weakly, genuinely not trying to take advantage but rather unable to move. Upon hearing this, Momo rummaged through Shin Kong's backpack and retrieved a fruit. Gently prying open his mouth, Shin Kong cooperated as best as he could, striving to open his mouth wide. In the next moment, a cool, refreshing fruit entered his mouth, transforming into a soothing liquid that flowed down his throat, invigorating every fiber of his being. The pain gradually subsided as the energy from the fruit coursed through his veins, bringing him a sense of relief. I take back what I said. This million experience fruit is indeed quite useful, he mused, lamenting the scarcity of such fruits, having only 6 to his name. 3 of which were gifts from the beginner's package. He reflected on the fragility of his own physique. Oh no, rather the frailty of the human form. After a while, Xian Kong stood up, steadied himself, and declared, "Come on, let us continue. At this." Momo felt a surge of indignation. She had just won, after all. Yet, her retort transformed into an accusation of him being a sore loser. Xian Kong chuckled lightly. "Aren't you being a sore loser yourself? That was because you didn't dodge." Momo retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, bemused by his audacity. "I have reasons that compel me to win." "So let us continue," Xian Kong insisted, completely sidestepping her comment. With that, he resumed his stance, the ghostly scythe reappearing, accompanied by swirling black flames. He reached behind his head, grasping at the air, and a black cloak materialized, enveloping him entirely in darkness, rendering his face invisible. Momo was taken aback. What manner of race was he? This defied all logic, and the appearance of that black cloak instilled a primal fear within her. As if she were facing death itself. Did he harbor murderous intent? Surely, he couldn't be so petty as to retaliate for a mere punch. "I concede," she shouted hastily, for the aura of menace was palpable and sincere fear gripped her heart. Upon hearing this, the cloak dissipated into black flames, and the scythe vanished, revealing Xian Kong's radiant smile. "Let us have a great partnership." Momo, he extended his hand with palpable excitement, reluctantly. Momo placed her hand in his. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night began to fall. Chapter 3. The Outsider. "Hey, Xian Kong, how do you know me?" Momo inquired, now perched upon Xian Kong's shoulders, a triumphant expression adorning her face. The turn of events stemmed from her desire not to follow him as a loser. She had pondered long and hard, deeming this the only way to stand above him, resulting in the current circumstance. "Guess," Xian Kong replied with a smile, a hint of mischief in his tone. This incited another bout of anger in Momo, leading her to ruffle his hair in frustration. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Momo, I'm sorry," Xian Kong pleaded. "Humph, I'm ignoring you now," Momo declared, halting her antics with a huffed, "It wasn't that Xian Kong didn't wish to answer. He simply hadn't thought of a reason." Surely, he couldn't say he recognized her from the spirit compendium, especially since a detailed one was not available at present. The time until the exploration by the human race is still quite distant. "Momo, do you think different races can intermarry?" After a moment of silence, Xian Kong inquired. Upon hearing this, Momo leaped off Xian Kong's neck, standing at a distance with a tense expression, exclaiming, "What's the matter? Your reason for needing to win wouldn't be this, would it?" Witnessing this, Xian Kong nearly burst into laughter, remarking, "With your little arms and legs, the only thing cute about you is your face. Do you really think I could be tempted by you?" "Really?" Momo asked, slowly approaching Xian Kong step by step. "Indeed," Xian Kong replied, "there's nothing tempting right now, but that may not hold true in the future." Hearing Xian Kong's affirmative response, Momo felt a pang of discomfort. How dare he comment on her small limbs? What a rascal he was. Consequently, Momo once again climbed onto Xian Kong's neck, playfully scratching him. After a while, they found themselves in an endless expanse of forest, leaving Xian Kong utterly dumbfounded, for this path was chosen by Momo. Had the native led him astray? "Momo, you..." Xian Kong began. "What? It's my first time out too. Getting lost is perfectly normal," Momo replied with a sense of entitlement. "Is that so? Should I consider myself lucky or unfortunate?" Xian Kong pondered, utterly speechless, though he chose not to elaborate further. "Momo, why don't we take a break and continue when dawn breaks?" Xian Kong suggested. Fine," Momo consented, and Xian Kong proceeded to gather some stones and branches, forming a makeshift campfire. "Momo, the fire," Xian Kong called out. Upon hearing this, Momo felt a mix of exasperation. So this was the purpose of finding a companion, to improve his living conditions. Nevertheless, she ignited the fire. "Wait here for a moment. I recall there being a river not far from here. Call me if anything arises," Xian Kong instructed, swiftly disappearing into the night. Momo sat on a log, gazing at the flames, her pupils reflecting the flickering fire, yet her thoughts wandered far away. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly through the woods, accompanied by a faint sound. Instantly alert, Momo tensed up, and moments later, the shadow passed again, moving with the swiftness of a specter, entirely cloaked in darkness, rendering its form indistinguishable. "Xian Kong, come back quickly," Momo exclaimed in fear, her mind racing to the recently acquainted Xian Kong. The fear stemmed from her belief that it was a ghost. Her brother had often frightened her with tales of spirits, painting vivid images, much like just like now. In the next instant, a figure draped in a black cloak emerged from the woods, wielding a sickle with several fish dangling from it. Curiously emitting a soft chime, "Da-da. What an affront. To think I would be reduced to fishing. This is unforgivable." Unfortunately, no one understood. "Momo, what's the matter?" Shin Kong asked, removing the hood of his cloak, though it still enveloped him. "There's a ghost." Momo seemed utterly terrified, tears welling in her eyes. "A ghost?" Shin Kong was puzzled. What ghost? Moreover, how could Momo be afraid of ghosts? He wanted to laugh, desperately, but refrained. Just now, something zipped past in the forest. Momo exclaimed, accompanying her words with animated gestures. All right, I will protect you. This cloak is specifically designed to ward off ghosts. Do you want to hide under it?" Shin Kong reassured her, though he was not lying. The cloak indeed repelled spirits, as it was paired with the ghostly sickle, and its aura could surely frighten away most malevolent entities. "Really?" Momo inquired. "Really," Shin Kong affirmed, then plopped down on the log. Momo hurried over, nestling into Shin Kong's embrace, wrapping herself tightly in the cloak. Shin Kong's heart raced unexpectedly, but he quickly calmed it down. Subsequently, he busied himself cooking the fish he had just caught, while his other hand firmly gripped the ghostly sickle, expanding his domain to its maximum range. The shadow Momo had glimpsed earlier was certainly not a ghost, but highly likely a dark night servant. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward Shin Kong from behind. Yet upon entering the domain, it was pierced by a sharp sickle, dissipating into black smoke. They truly are relentless, Shin Kong thought, realizing that now was not the time for him to engage in hunting. He had no leisure for such pursuits. "If you know what's good for you, keep your distance," he mentally declared, his aura surging, scaring off the lurking dark night servants. "Shin Kong, what is that delightful aroma?" Momo asked as Shin Kong sprinkled some seasoning and continued cooking the fish, the rich scent wafting through the air. With sleepy eyes, Momo poked her head out, drawn by the tantalizing fragrance. "Grilled fish. Would you like to try some?" Shin Kong teased, holding up a piece enticingly. "Yes," Momo exclaimed with excitement, then eagerly snatched it from him, devouring it ravenously. It must be said, the seasoned fish was indeed far more delectable than ordinary fare. Momo recalled that back in the village, they would use a specific material to create smoke while grilling fish, which also imparted a delightful flavor, yet it paled in comparison to this. Shin Kong, "What did you add to the grilled fish?" Momo asked, her words somewhat muffled. "A secret," Shin Kong replied with a mischievous smile. "In any case, if you wish to savor such delicious grilled fish in the future, just stick with me." "Humph, stingy," Momo mumbled as she continued to eat. Suddenly, while lost in thought, Shin Kong felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking down, he saw Momo. "What is it?" he asked. Momo pointed silently to her throat, her expression indicating something amiss. Realizing her predicament, Shin Kong quickly understood that a fishbone was lodged in her throat. He instructed her to open her mouth, and using the firelight, he located the bone and carefully extracted it. However, during the process, his finger inadvertently brushed against her tongue, soft and smooth, which sent a shiver through Shin Kong, a peculiar emotion washing over him. After the fishbone was removed, Momo coughed violently, then turned to glare at Shin Kong. Her cheeks and ears flushed from the earlier incident. Shin Kong awkwardly chuckled, only to see Momo huff and then return to eating, albeit less ravenously than before. "Honestly, why did you have to reach so deep?" "I almost choked," Momo thought, casting a furtive glance at Shin Kong, who seemed to be enjoying his meal. Another huff escaped her lips. How baffling, Shin Kong mused, unable to comprehend why it had to be such a big deal just because he accidentally touched her tongue. Nonetheless, he apologized, and Momo forgave him. The night passed without sleep, and at the moment light graced the world, darkness receded, though some areas remained untouched by light, becoming even darker with its arrival. "Momo, can you guide the way?" Shin Kong asked. "I want tea. You should just rely on your instincts," Momo replied helplessly, leading to another day of wandering through the forest for the two directionally challenged individuals. As night fell once more, they kindled a fire and roasted fish, and perhaps due to the previous night's events, Momo now ate at a leisurely pace. That night was remarkably calm. It seemed the dark night servants had truly been frightened away. On the third night, they again kindled the flames. With Momo nestled in Shin Kong's embrace while he grilled fish, they expected another peaceful evening, but suddenly, an irate figure burst forth from the woods. "You, let go of my sister." The figure charged directly at Shin Kong, fury evident in his stance, for he had witnessed Momo slip into this man's cloak. Upon hearing this, Momo poked her head out from the cloak. "Brother?" Seeing her sibling, Momo stepped out from the cloak but hesitated to approach, feeling a touch guilty for sneaking away. Xian Kong, at this moment, scrutinized the little imp before him, whose red hair was interspersed with shimmering golden strands, and whose violet eyes glared at Xian Kong with hostility. Xiaoyan, do you know the way back to the village? Xian Kong inquired, having consulted the spirit encyclopedia for information about the little imp before him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan was taken aback. He knows me. I don't remember him. Who are you? Why did you take my sister? He questioned Xian Kong in a tone laden with suspicion, as if Xian Kong were an unrepentant villain. Xian Kong began to explain, but a faint rustling from the woods interrupted him. Your companion? Xian Kong asked Xiaoyan skeptically. No. I'm alone, Xiaoyan replied, his anxiety palpable as two flames enveloped his fists. Xian Kong summoned the ghostly sickle, expanding his domain, always prepared for any sudden developments, while Momo, terrified of ghosts, huddled behind them. In the next moment, a shadow darted out, charging directly at Xian Kong. It was indeed a dark night servant. Once he identified the creature, Xian Kong mercilessly pierced it, causing Xiaoyan to jump in fright, believing Xian Kong to be a merciless demon. Only when he saw the shadow dissipate into smoke did he realize it was merely a dark night servant. How did you know about them? Xiaoyan inquired. I've dealt with them a few times, Xian Kong responded succinctly, as he sensed more lurking in the woods. Their aura is strong enough to warrant caution. Suddenly, a black dart was towards him, and narrowly avoiding it, Xian Kong watched as the dart transformed into a wisp of smoke and returned to the forest. Not bad, quite formidable, he mused as a figure slowly emerged from the woods. A Dark Knight servant? No. Wait. Dark Knight servants lack intelligence and cannot speak. This was vexing. The Spirit Encyclopedia had no relevant records, indicating that this was beyond the game's scope. In an instant, Xian Kong's mind raced. I remember now, Xiao Tian. Yes, I still owe Xiao Tian a promise to AT that moment. His secondary consciousness emerged and I wondered why this place felt so familiar. Hey, outsider, relinquish control of the body to me. You cannot defeat him. The subordinate consciousness spoke up. Why should I? Xian Kong replied, because I am stronger than you, or at least I believe I am. The subordinate consciousness vaguely recalled its own strength. Humph. Xian Kong scoffed. I will facilitate this union for you. And afterward, I shall return control of the body to you. I swear by my soul, declared the subordinate consciousness. Soul contract established, parties involved. Xian Kong. Suddenly, a panel appeared, floating before Xian Kong. Fine, it's yours, Xian Kong gritted through clenched teeth, acquiescing to the subordinate consciousness, only to immediately lose control of the body as the subordinate consciousness took over. Insect, let's have some fun, the subordinate consciousness commanded. Xian Kong opened his eyes, his face a mask of indifference. Upon hearing this, 037 found it amusing, despite the sudden shift in the other's aura, which felt somewhat familiar. How could a flower nurtured in a greenhouse withstand the ravages of a storm? Interesting, I am indeed the Great Dark. Before he could finish, a hand descended, forcibly pressing his head into the ground. Dark Knight Attendant, designated 037. Is that correct? Xian Kong inquired. This. 037's pupils dilated in shock. He knows me. In an instant, 037 erupted, a powerful aura forming around him, propelling Xian Kong away. Subsequently, a flurry of darts coalesced into dark smoke, enveloping 037's form. As the smoke dissipated, he donned a suit of black armor, each vulnerable point adorned with sharp spikes. Witnessing this, Xian Kong donned his cloak, his demeanor shifting dramatically. The fear of death momentarily stilled 037's heart. The battlefield was ever-changing, and the next moment, a whistling scythe swung toward 037's face, trailing black flames in its wake. With a single strike, it sent 037 flying back several meters. Before 037 could regain his composure, Xian Kong surged forward again, delivering a forceful blow that caught 037 unprepared, resulting in a fatal separation of head and body. Just as Xian Kong was about to deliver a finishing blow, he saw 037 transform into a cloud of black smoke and vanish. Truly remarkable, this insect. With my current strength, I cannot fully extinguish you. I shall spare your life for now, Xian Kong murmured, then returned to the fire pit. Glancing at Xiaoyan, he asked, do you know Xiao Tian? Take me to him, now. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, but seeing the cold expression on the other's face, he dared not refuse, begrudgingly leading the way. Who are you? Where's Xian Kong? Mo suddenly inquired, flames flickering in her palm. seemingly on the verge of exploding. Momo, Xiao Yin softly replied. He had never seen her this furious. Not even when he repeatedly prevented her from going out earlier. That would be me, Xian Kong responded. I have regained my strength after a period of dormancy. I expended too much energy earlier and lost control. He truly wished to keep his existence a secret from as many as possible. Yet he had not considered that everything would be revealed upon meeting Xiao Tian. Momo gritted her teeth, unable to articulate her thoughts. He is certainly not Xian Kong, at least not the one I know. Let us go, Xian Kong said with a cold tone. The main consciousness had already expressed considerable dissatisfaction, and it was best to find Xiao Tian quickly and conclude matters upon returning to the village. Xian Kong could not help but lament that everything remained unchanged, all so familiar. Throughout the journey, Momo was seething with anger, her aura causing the surrounding flora to wither. Xiao Yin wished to offer counsel, but was at a loss for words seeing Momo's furious demeanor. Thus remaining silent. Chapter 4. Proposal. Xiao Tian, someone is looking for you, Xiao Yin called out at a treehouse, raising his voice. Shortly after, a small figure with blue hair emerged. Who is looking for me? Xiao Tian peeked out, his large eyes scanning the area before he leaned closer to Xiao Yin. Is Momo angry? Not him, Xian Kong interjected, summoning his ghostly scythe toward the treehouse. Xiao Tian, I have come to fulfill our agreement. Will you not come out to meet me? A moment of silence followed, as Xiao Yin hurriedly ushered Xiao Tian to hide away, unwilling to stand before the treehouse. Xiao Tian, if you do not show yourself, I shall destroy this place today. As his words fell, a scythe swung forth, propelled by an immense gust toward the treehouse, only to be halted by an invisible force. At that moment, a voice emanated from within the treehouse. Xian Kong. You are late. Reluctantly, Xian Kong smiled, retracting his scythe. Does he know Uncle Di Tian? Xiao Yin nudged Xiao Tian, but the latter merely shook his head. Just then, a figure stepped out from the treehouse, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Tian, yet with an added air of authority and a stature taller than Xiao Tian. Third form. Quite the improvement, Xian Kong succinctly remarked. Where have you been, and what is your current state? Di Tian inquired, turning his gaze upon Xian Kong. I died, was fortunate enough to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and have returned, albeit with fragmented memories, Xian Kong explained. It is not that simple, Di Tian asserted with conviction. All right. Burdened with a curse, Xian Kong conceded, revealing the truth when he realized he could not conceal it. This is for you. Xian Kong suddenly produced a fruit and tossed it to Di Tian. What? Di Tian asked. Taste it, Xian Kong replied. With suspicion, Di Tian brought the fruit to his mouth. The moment it entered, it transformed into liquid, sliding down his throat, followed by a warm sensation flooding his limbs. Simultaneously, he felt his strength rapidly increasing. A million experience fruit, meant for swift leveling up, correct, Xian Kong stated, the first part directed at Di Tian, the latter at the main consciousness. Indeed, the main consciousness gritted its teeth. I wouldn't dream of using it so liberally. Yet you are quite generous. For this marriage proposal, one must showcase some benefits, right? The subordinate consciousness replied. Xiao Tian, I have come not only to fulfill our agreement, but also for another matter, Xian Kong declared. What matter? Di Tian asked, intrigued at a proposal. To Momo, Xian Kong stated decisively, and the room fell silent in shock. How old are you? Di Tian frowned. If we disregard the time spent in soul slumber, I should be over 500 years old, Xian Kong answered. Oh, you know how old Momo is? Di Tian pressed further. Hearing this, Xian Kong glanced at Momo, only to see her head bowed low, obscuring her expression. She is 18. Xian Kong indicated himself. Who is he? Di Tian inquired. The soul of another Xian Kong, from a different origin than mine, Xian Kong explained, adding that the proposal was indeed for him. You must ask Momo. I cannot decide. Di Tian remarked. So this is for someone else. I thought he was attempting to engage in a relationship with someone so much younger. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Di Tian silently sighed in relief. After a moment of hesitation, Xian Kong approached Momo and asked, do you agree? Let her come out and tell me herself, Momo said, her voice tinged with anger. He cannot come out until you agree. That is the content of the contract, Xian Kong elucidated, then produced 4 fruits, offering them to Momo as a bride price. Momo, however, ignored him, her body beginning to tremble slightly, prompting concern from Xiao Yin and the others. Fine, I agree, let him out. Momo gritted her teeth. After a while, Xian Kong said, He is afraid to come out. Damn it. Didn't I tell you to say I am temporarily dormant? What a mess you've made. The main consciousness screamed in frustration. Then let me ask you. You can ask him, Momo stated. Why? He said. Although you are now small and slender, that may not be the case in the future. Xian Kong immediately replied. Did I say that? Don't be reckless. I finally worked hard to improve my favorability, the main consciousness lamented. What does he mean? Momo inquired. He indeed thought so when we first met. Xian Kong confessed. Damn it. A real man of steel. From now on, whatever you say, you cannot come out. This is what you call facilitating this marriage proposal. I truly feel like I've been deceived. The main consciousness lamented in despair. I do not agree. Let him remain inside forever. Momo declared angrily. You just agreed. I am tired. Let him out. Xian Kong stated, and the subordinate consciousness ceased functioning, forcing the main consciousness to take control. Momo Xian Kong looked at her, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Why? Momo asked, her voice muffled. For a moment, Xian Kong was at a loss for words. Only upon truly confronting her did he realize he was no better than the subordinate consciousness. Both being men of steel. Speak, Momo urged, raising her head to meet Xian Kong's gaze, her crimson eyes glistening with unshed tears. At this sight, Xian Kong's heart jolted, as if all his strength had been drained. Even breathing feeling like a luxury. Like Momo, Xian Kong stammered, seemingly pouring all his courage into that one declaration. Come here. Momo turned and walked toward the edge of the village, prompting Xian Kong to snap back to reality after a few seconds and hastily follow her. Xiaoyan, we. Xiao Tian looked at Xiaoyan. What? If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not going. Xiaoyan quickly replied. Momo walked for a considerable distance until the village was no longer visible. Finally stopping, with Xian Kong cautiously trailing behind, not daring to make a sound. In that moment, he no longer cared to complain about the actions of the subordinate consciousness, for this was indeed what he desired. Yet, the situation unfolding was difficult for him to accept. What do you like about me? Momo asked, gazing at Xian Kong. Everything, Xian Kong replied, his awkwardness in dealing with emotions evident. We have only known each other for 3 days. Do you truly know me? Momo said, somewhat exasperated, though she had found her impression of Xian Kong quite favorable over those 3 days. I will come to know you, Xian Kong declared. But what if we never see each other again? Momo pressed further. I will not give up, Xian Kong asserted, his gaze fixed firmly on Momo. Say it again. Momo insisted. That I will not give up, Xian Kong repeated, the previous statement. That I will come to know you. The one before that. Everything. What does everything mean? It means that everything about Momo, Xian Kong stammered. And then, Momo replied, speechless. Are you willing? Xian Kong's heart raced. Not willing. Momo rejected. We've only known each other for 3 days. Let's talk again when you understand me better. Momo Xian Kong's gaze was intense. What are you doing? Momo retorted irritably. I like you. Xian Kong murmured softly. Just now Momo seemed to have agreed. I suppose so. Humph. Momo snorted, then turned and walked away without looking back. Observing this, Xian Kong understood that Momo's anger had not yet subsided, but it was a positive sign nonetheless. So, he merely followed silently behind her. Not uttering a word, Momo after walking for a while, Xian Kong suddenly spoke. It seems like that we've gotten lost again, Xian Kong said with a wry smile. Impossible. We walked this way to get out. There's no way we could be lost. Momo replied defiantly, though internally she was quite uncertain. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong ceased speaking and silently called for the system, requesting a detailed map. Only then did they realize that they were in the maze forest. No wonder they had gotten lost. It appeared that the situation was not entirely their fault, but rather due to the forest's peculiarities. After some time, the two finally reached an exit, but upon stepping out, they realized something was amiss. This was not a village. Seeing this, Momo wanted to turn back, but Xian Kong grabbed her ARM. Momo shot him an irritated glare. Momo, we have emerged. This is the outside world. While speaking, Xian Kong glanced back at the depths of the forest, pondering whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate act. Emerged. Hearing this, Momo also looked back at the forest depths, then gathered energy in her palm to conjure a fireball. Tossing it high into the sky, the fireball exploded, bursting forth in a splendid display akin to reddish-brown fireworks. Let's go. After completing this, Momo turned and walked towards the outside world, while Xian Kong stood there for a few seconds before jogging to catch up. In XX Village, Xiaoyan. Look, isn't that the signal Momo sent? Xiao Tian pointed at the fireball that had exploded in the sky. Yes, Xiaoyan glanced at it, confirming their exit. Afterward, Xiaoyan stared blankly at the 4 fruits, which were the betrothal gifts left by Xian Kong before he departed. It seemed there had been a premeditated plan. Next time we meet, I'll make sure to give you a piece of my mind. Xiaoyan thought indignantly. Chapter 5, Star Secrets MOMO. What are your plans for the next leg of our journey? After leaving the maze forest for a while, Xian Kong suddenly inquired that I don't know. MOMO replied irritably, her tone revealing her lingering annoyance. Well, that I in that case. How about we visit my hometown? It is filled with beautiful scenery and delicious food, Xian Kong suggested enticingly. Hearing this, MOMO's eyes brightened. Fine, lead the way. Xian Kong chuckled lightly and quickly caught up with MOMO, walking side by side with her. MOMO did not resist, merely looking straight ahead, completely ignoring Xian Kong. After a while, MOMO seemed to tire and stole a glance at Xian Kong. Sensing her gaze, Xian Kong turned to look at her too. In that fleeting moment, MOMO quickly averted her eyes and continued walking. MOMO, are you tired? Xian Kong asked with concern. Not tired, MOMO replied, her words contradicting her feelings, her voice laced with indignation. Let me carry you, Xian Kong boldly offered. In no way. MOMO deliberately turned her head aside, crossing her arms. Yet, the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground, quite unintentionally placed on Xian Kong's shoulders. MOMO was initially taken aback, then quickly erupted in anger, scolding, You bad egg, big bad egg. MOMO's voice gradually softened, her body trembling slightly, as if she might see or wide. MOMO, are you all right? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Xian Kong asked with concern, but received no response. Xian Kong slowed his pace, walking quietly for a long time until he sensed the absence of movement on his shoulders. MOMO, Xian Kong softly called out, but all was silent above him. It seemed MOMO had fallen asleep. Xian Kong chuckled lightly and, wanting to ensure MOMO's comfort, made an effort to walk more gently. In the dark domain, a cloud of black smoke approached from afar, revealing its true form as 037 upon landing. However, at this moment, 037 appeared smaller than before, its expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. It could not comprehend why someone would know of the knight's followers, especially those from that continent. They were merely sheep meticulously protected. Had it not been for someone holding the line on the outer battlefield, they would have long been reduced to fodder. Yet, someone from that continent emerged who was aware of the knight's followers. 037 could not grasp the reason, but it understood that this individual must not be allowed to remain, for it would jeopardize the plans of the Dark Knight Emperor. No, it should be said that the plans were already compromised. With this thought, 037 transformed back into a cloud of black smoke, slipping deeper into the dark domain, which was desolate and permeated with an endless aura of death. Only when it reached a statue did 037 pause. Then, reverently, it bowed before the statue and approached to take a seat, emitting black energy from the statue's hand, casually tossing it onto the continent. Now, it merely awaited the germination, and as 037 gazed at the continent below the dark domain, it couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. In the next moment, the dark domain vanished from above the continent, returning to its rightful place. Whoosh! A burst of flame erupted under Xian Kong's command, awakening MOMO from her slumber. The sky had already darkened, and as MOMO gazed at the flickering flames before her, it took her a moment to regain her composure before asking, Xian Kong, where are we? Her voice was soft and sweet. The stone-marked wasteland, Xian Kong replied, as indicated by the detailed map provided by the system. The stone-marked wasteland. MOMO murmured, What is the stone-marked wasteland? In response, Xian Kong could only shake his head, as he too was unaware. Suddenly, MOMO felt Xian Kong lurch downward, nearly tossing her off. Just as she was about to explode with anger, an idea struck her. Was Xian Kong tired? With this thought, MOMO jumped down from Xian Kong's shoulders and approached him. Indeed, she noticed that Xian Kong's eyes were slightly squinted, as if he wished to sleep but dared not. Xian Kong had not slept for 2 days. No matter how formidable one might be, exhaustion would inevitably set in, for he was merely human. Xian Kong, why don't you take a nap? I'll keep watch for you, MOMO offered with concern. Hearing this, Xian Kong smiled and did not refuse, ruffling MOMO's hair. Thank you. He was indeed utterly exhausted. And as soon as the words left his lips, he leaned against the giant rock and closed his eyes, falling fast asleep within minutes. MOMO quietly approached, observing the sleeping Xian Kong. under the firelight. Xian Kong leaned against the giant rock, draped in a black cloak, his dark hair cascading carelessly. 2 ears, a pair of eyes, a nose, a mouth. What kind of race is he? Momo pondered. His physical form appeared fragile. Yet his combat prowess was formidable. That Xian Kong mentioned he was only 18. Momo scratched her head in confusion. And what about that million experience fruit, the black scythe, and the black cloak? It was all so strange, she mused, but ultimately, she could not comprehend it and resigned herself to the mystery. Sighing, she thought, it doesn't really matter. Most races are like this when they reach the third form. So she decided to stop thinking about it, and simply sat beside Xian Kong, staring at the fire in a daze. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was already the latter half of the night. The fire, unable to withstand the passage of time, extinguished, and at that moment, the stars in the sky appeared exceptionally bright. Momo climbed onto the giant rock and lay on top, gazing at the sky. 2 moons, one large and one small, hung in the air, the moon craters especially pronounced, particularly the dreamlike lavender-pink large moon, which exuded a unique beauty. As Momo looked at the night sky, she felt an inexplicable excitement. This was the first time she had noticed how beautiful the starry sky above was, and it was all because of him, because of Xian Kong. Had she not fortuitously encountered Xian Kong, she might have already returned to the village, continuing to dream of the outside world. After a while, Momo sensed a faint starlight being drawn in, ultimately merging into the giant rock beneath her. Curiosity piqued. Momo pressed her ear against the surface of the rock. Thump. Thump. A series of extremely faint sounds reached her ears, resembling muffled drumbeats but more akin to a steady heartbeat. Momo leaped down from the rock, hesitating whether to wake Xian Kong. However, upon seeing him sleeping soundly, she decided against it, thinking that she could protect him in case of danger, even if he was sometimes quite annoying. The moon gradually faded, and the horizon began to lighten. When the first rays of sunlight broke through, the giant rock suddenly trembled, waking Xian Kong. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xian Kong looked at Momo and gently greeted her with a good morning. Then patted the giant rock behind him, saying, "I'm leaving now, big guy." The rock seemed to comprehend, shaking once more. Xian Kong smiled and signaled Momo to prepare for their journey. Just then, the rock trembled several times in succession, and the next moment, it unexpectedly spat out something that landed squarely on Xian Kong's head. He reached out to catch it, examining it closely. It was a smooth stone, feeling icy to the touch. As he looked closer, he noticed swirling galaxies within the stone. Is this for me? Xian Kong asked the giant rock, which trembled once again, seemingly affirming his question. Thank you, big guy. Seeing this, Xian Kong sincerely expressed his gratitude. The rock remained silent, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary boulder, but Xian Kong knew it possessed intelligence, merely constrained by its form and unable to express itself more. No, I don't have it. I just wanted you to hold onto it temporarily. The rock sighed inwardly, but alas, it could not speak. Only feeling anxious. Momo watched the exchange between Xian Kong and the stone, her heart filled with immense curiosity and astonishment. In the next moment, Xian Kong was rummaging through his backpack, and moments later, a petite cube appeared in his hand. With a press of a protruding button, the cube instantly unlocked, and a yellow sphere the size of a human head flew out of it. This is for you, Xian Kong said, pushing the glowing orb towards the boulder. At the moment of contact, the orb gradually merged into the stone, causing golden patterns to flicker across its surface intermittently. Once the orb completely disappeared, the boulder trembled again, and the golden patterns brightened in response. Observing this, Xian Kong smiled and beckoned Momo to depart. On the way, Momo, filled with curiosity about the earlier spectacle, expressed her fascination with the novelty of it all, having never encountered such things before. Xian Kong, what was that large stone? And what was the little stone he gave you? Momo finally couldn't contain her curiosity and bombarded him with questions. Xian Kong glanced at Momo and explained that large stone is a star rock, which cultivates by absorbing the power of the stars. The small stone he gave me should be a star secret. I am not quite sure of its specific function. The glowing orb I gave him is called a superstar essence, which can be simply understood as a purified and compressed form of stellar energy. Also, I belong to the human race. As for humans, well, we don't have what one might call evolutionary forms. Our lifespans are quite short, but our strength can progress rapidly, as you can see with me. Xian Kong elaborated, though he chose to gloss over some questions he was uncertain about. As his words faded, silence enveloped them, evidently indicating that Momo was deep in thought about what she had just heard. Xian Kong, where did you acquire those peculiar items, and how does your backpack appear and disappear at will? Momo inquired, her curiosity piqued once more. The backpack is merely decorative. The real items are stored within my alternate dimension. As for how it came to be, that's a secret, Xian Kong playfully replied. What is an alternate dimension? Momo pressed on, undeterred by his secrecy. You don't know. Isn't your Uncle D Shirtiana master of time and space? Did he never mention it to you? Xian Kong asked, somewhat puzzled. Momo shook her head. No, he didn't. Well, an alternate dimension is quite simple. One only needs to master spatial power to create a hidden, stable mini-space. Generally, a medium is utilized to secure the mini-space location to prevent it from drifting about, Xian Kong explained, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Momo seemed to grasp the concept and then curled up, resting her chin on Xian Kong's head. How much longer until we reach your hometown? It took me nearly 2 years to get here. What do you think? Xian Kong couldn't help but chuckle. After all, it had only been a few days. Nearly 2 years. Did you get lost? Momo perked up, leaning forward eagerly. I did not get lost. The misty forest was just peculiar, Xian Kong defended himself. Oh, Momo elongated her tone. If you hadn't encountered me, would you still be going forward? Probably not. I was initially heading northwest to find you. If I hadn't met you, I would have stayed in the village for some time before returning, Xian Kong replied. Then how did you come to know me? Momo asked with wide, curious eyes, a question that had weighed on her mind for some time. Xian Kong was momentarily speechless, wondering how their conversation had veered to this topic. It was because of what he told me. He pointed at his head, indicating a sudden realization. Then we are even. You tricked me, Xian Kong thought to himself, smirking inwardly. His subconscious, however, was left speechless, having been inexplicably dragged out as a scapegoat, and chose to retreat back into a state of semi-consciousness, dismissing the trivialities of an 18-year-old's antics. I knew it, Momo exclaimed indignantly. So proposing to me was also his idea, right? How should I put it? Xian Kong felt a headache coming on. The proposal was indeed his notion, yet it was also his desire. Although the process had been somewhat unsatisfactory, the outcome was ultimately what he wished for. After all, the betrothal gift was with Xiao Yin, who happened to be Momo's brother. Considering all this, the proposal seemed to have succeeded. Seeing Xian Kong stammering without a coherent response, Momo quickly grasped the situation, huffing and turning away to ignore him. Momo. Actually, Xian Kong began. Shut up, I don't want to hear it, you big bad guy. Momo interrupted, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Fine, if you don't want to hear it. I want to force it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Xian Kong thought happily, concealing his delight. The fact that Momo was still perched on his neck suggested that she was truly upset. Reflecting on how their initial conversation had begun with the simple question of interspecies marriage, which had caused her to jump off in a panic, he noted how much had changed since then. Chapter 6. Devouring the Heavens and Consuming the Moon. After 3 days of travel, Xian Kong and Momo finally emerged from the Stone Trace Wasteland. In truth, Xian Kong had taken 5 days to arrive initially. Yet this time they had managed to cut it short by 2 days. Momo's feelings of boredom played a part, but Xian Kong's eagerness was equally influential. He couldn't quite comprehend what he was so anxious about. Perhaps it was the desire to bring Momo home sooner. Sensing his thoughts, his subconscious withdrew from its reverie, lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately saying nothing and slipping back into a state of relaxed vigilance. Upon exiting the Stone Trace Wasteland, Xian Kong retrieved a grand world map and traced a route closest to the human city-state. The map indicated that 3 races bordered the Stone Trace Wasteland. But unfortunately, none were along the path he had drawn. Xian Kong felt no regret. Given the current circumstances, this was, in fact, a fortunate outcome, especially since he had no significant ties with those races. Momo. Do you wish to reach my hometown quickly, or would you prefer to explore and venture along the way? Xian Kong inquired, though he already had a sense of her preference. Still, he hesitated to gamble on it. I'll leave it to you. Momo pondered for a moment before responding. Then shall we head directly to my hometown? Xian Kong asked, although Momo had indicated she was open to his plans. He still instinctively sought her approval, perhaps a habit from before. Yes, that's fine. Momo replied. At her words, a wave of joy surged within Xian Kong, accompanied by a hint of confusion. Logically, he shouldn't feel this way. Such an inclination to forego the roadside scenery felt uncharacteristic of him. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He shook his head, dismissing the stray thoughts, and continued on his way towards the human city-state, with Momo in tow. Xian Kong, don't move around so much. Momo, riding on Xian Kong's neck, complained. Xian Kong felt a surge of happiness and strode forward confidently. 2 months later, the silhouette of a village gradually came into view. And Mo's eyes lit up instantly. These 2 months had been quite stifling for her, with the desolation along the way, had it not been for Xian Kong's inventive culinary skills. She would have long since abandoned the journey. Upon entering the village, Mo jumped down from Xian Kong's neck, eyes wide with curiosity, taking in everything around her. The villagers displayed their hospitality, especially towards Xian Kong. But he simply smiled and waved, not wanting to linger too long. A persistent voice in his heart urged him to hurry. As he walked into the village, he finally spotted a small, dark purple figure playing by the door. A small purple sphere spun between its hands, emanating waves of energy that caused the surrounding air to retreat. "Mommy, Xian Kong brother is back," the dark purple figure exclaimed upon noticing Xian Kong. Momentarily frozen before joyfully dashing inside, while calling out. Moments later, the little figure returned with its mother. "It's been a long time." Xian Kong greeted the little figure's mother with a smile. She smiled back at him and promptly invited him inside, bustling to prepare some food. Despite Xian Kong's attempts to decline, insisting he was just there for a brief visit, she insisted on serving him some snacks. Seeing the snacks presented before him, Xian Kong felt a twinge of resistance. Though he knew they would taste good, their appearance was hard for him to overlook. Reluctantly, he picked up a few and began to taste them. Delicious, but they could look a bit better, he mused inwardly. Mo, watching intently and longing for the snacks yet hesitant to ask, caught the attention of the mother. "My dear, if you want to eat, please don't hold back. I have plenty more," she said, pushing the snacks closer to Mo. Mo glanced at the snacks, then at the woman, confirming with a look before happily indulging. Following the invitation, she accompanied the woman into the house. Once her mother left, the little dark purple figure could no longer contain its excitement and swiftly ran over to Xian Kong. "Xian Kong brother, you're finally here. Mingyu has missed you these days," the little figure exclaimed joyfully. Xian Kong replied, reaching out to gently ruffle Mingyu's head, his eyes filled with warmth. "Xian Kong, dear brother, I have recently devised some new techniques. Would you care to give them a try?" Mingyu gazed at Xian Kong with eager anticipation. "Certainly. Mingyu, you are truly remarkable to have developed new moves in such a short span of time." Xian Kong was equally excited. In terms of innovation, Mingyu was undoubtedly a prodigy. Mingyu chuckled joyfully. She then assumed a stance, dark purple orbs coalescing between her hands. Initially, Xian Kong had not paid much heed from a distance. But upon closer inspection, he discerned an unusual phenomenon. The surrounding air was not retreating, but was instead being consumed by the dark purple sphere. "Xian Kong, are you ready?" A glimmer of excitement danced in Mingyu's eyes. The next moment, under her control, the dark purple orb rapidly expanded, its gravitational pull becoming increasingly evident. "Behold, swallowing the heavens and devouring the moon." As her voice echoed, the dark purple sphere hurtled towards Xian Kong. In that instant, he felt an intense tugging sensation, which grew stronger as the orb drew nearer. In the blink of an eye, Xian Kong discreetly unleashed his domain to counteract the pull. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, he fell victim to an unforeseen ambush. Although he managed to resist the gravitational force, he overlooked the presence of other objects around him. A stone behind him, caught in the dark purple orb's pull, hurtled towards Xian Kong with alarming speed. Thud, the stone struck him solidly, catching him off guard, and he lost his footing, the balance he had maintained shattering in an instant. The dark purple orb and Xian Kong rushed towards each other, the orb closing in rapidly. From Xian Kong's palm, a black flame materialized, tracing a fiery trajectory as a pitch-black scythe gradually emerged. With a swift swing, the dark purple sphere split in two, its gravitational pull dissipating in the blink of an eye, transforming into pure energy that scattered into the cosmos. "Phew, that was close. I almost embarrassed myself," Xian Kong mused inwardly. "Xian Kong, how was that?" Mingyu looked at him expectantly, her face alight with enthusiasm. "Wasn't he that impressive?" "Indeed, quite impressive. You have outdone yourself, Mingyu. Even I was nearly caught off guard," Xian Kong exclaimed in admiration. I knew it." Mingyu beamed with pride. "Xian Kong, this is just the beginning. Once I refine it further, it will surely become even more formidable." "Yes," Xian Kong replied. Subsequently, Mingyu shared her insights on swallowing the heavens and devouring the moon, while Xian Kong occasionally contributed his thoughts. Before long, Mo and Mingyu's mother emerged from the house. One following the other, Mo clutched an assortment of colorful snacks, her face radiant with joy. In contrast, Mingyu's mother wore a serious expression. After a few moments of hesitation, she approached Xian Kong, signaling that she wished to speak. The two then stepped aside, and in a hushed tone, Mingyu's mother asked, "Do you have feelings for that young girl?" Xian Kong fell silent. It was evident that she had gleaned this information from Mo, who was quite the little chatterbox. She is still so young. How could you even consider such a thing? Upon seeing Xian Kong's silence, Mingyu's mother immediately grasped the situation and chastised him. "Actually, I am quite young as well." Xian Kong felt a bit embarrassed. Yet it was the truth. If he were to be compared with elves, he was indeed quite young for his age. You, at your height, even with exceptional talent, you must have lived nearly 100 years. Mingyu's mother regarded him skeptically. "I'm not even 20 yet." Xian Kong replied with an awkward smile. "Whom are you trying to deceive? You are not of the Titan race. How could you possibly be this tall in your first form?" Mingyu's mother retorted with conviction, clearly unconvinced by Xian Kong's words. Xian Kong appeared bewildered. Why did everyone react this way? Could it be that I am not allowed to grow naturally? However, upon further reflection, it seemed that humanity indeed was an anomaly, which might explain their disbelief. So I forget it. If you wish to pursue a young maiden, so be it. That I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Mingyu's mother sighed, recognizing that, after all, they were not related, and what others chose to do was not her concern. Xian Kong intended to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to remain silent. After a few more pleasantries, Xian Kong finally departed with Momo. At the moment of leaving the village, though Momo felt a twinge of reluctance, she followed Xian Kong without hesitation. Once they had exited the village, Xian Kong stored the snacks Momo had been holding into his dimensional space. With her hands freed, Momo climbed back onto Xian Kong's shoulders. Chapter 7. The Human City-State after parting ways with Mingyu. The journey continued with much toil. Although they passed through numerous villages of different races, they did not stop to rest. Upon catching sight of the familiar grand edifices, Xian Kong realized they had arrived at the human city-state. "Wow, Xian Kong, is this your homeland? It's so beautiful." Momo was awestruck by the architecture before her. It was unlike anything they had seen along the way. In comparison, the previous villages appeared rudimentary, merely structures crafted for basic shelter. "Humph, this is just the beginning. The interior is far more stunning," Xian Kong remarked, pride swelling within him at Momo's reaction. "Really? Then let us hurry inside," Momo exclaimed with excitement, her eagerness palpable. "All right, let us go," Xian Kong responded, quickening his pace. Routine inspection. Please stand in line. 2 armored knights stood guard at the city gate, where a small door was also ajar. All individuals entering or exiting the city were required to register here. After approximately 10 minutes, it was finally Xian Kong's turn. Name? Xian Kong. As each question was posed, their information was swiftly recorded on a piece of parchment. Once the registration was complete, the clerk made a copy of the parchment's contents, sealing both with a wax imprint. 1 copy was handed to Xian Kong, while the other was sealed within a document. "This is your proof. With this, you may collect your subsidy at the administration building," the clerk instructed. Upon entering the city-state, Xian Kong examined the parchment in his hand, which detailed his information. Name: Xian Kong. Age: 19. Realm: mortal weapon. Scythe partner: Momo, first form. The realm of humanity is categorized as follows: mortal, newly advanced demigod, peak demigod, and the elusive divine realm. Though the classifications may seem few, the journey from mortal to newly advanced demigod is an arduous path that only a scant few can traverse, with the majority languishing in the mortal realm, seeing no hope of ascension throughout their lives. Transitioning from newly advanced demigod to peak demigod is relatively easier, achievable through persistent accumulation. As for ascending from peak demigod to divine realm, that is a tale of legend. First, there is the fact that humans have no clear path to advancement, and considering humanity's inherent limitations, brief lifespans, no one has ever set foot in the divine realm. While the mortal realm is merely the first level, its breadth is extensive. According to human research, beings at the pinnacle of the mortal realm can overpower second-form elves and contend with third-form elves. Therefore, in human records, the fourth form of elves is equated to a demigod. Xian Kong, what is a realm? Momo inquired curiously. The realm is akin to your first and second forms. Breaking through to the next realm signifies a transformation, Xian Kong explained. Momo understood. Are you certain? In an office, The clerk at the city gate stood respectfully before a middle-aged man, who, upon hearing the report, was taken aback and slammed his hand on the desk. Absolutely, the clerk responded with unwavering certainty. Very well, you may return to your duties. The middle-aged man, realizing his lapse in composure, sat back down. Understood. The clerk bowed slightly and exited the room, with the officials in the administration building reacting this way. It seemed the knowledge base regarding the world among humanity was due for a significant overhaul, the middle-aged man murmured softly. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man gradually rose, having contemplated many things during the time. He ultimately resolved to convene a council. Shin Kong, I want to eat this, that, and those. Upon entering a department store, Momo was immediately captivated by the array of snacks perched on Shin Kong's shoulders. She pointed excitedly at various items. After collecting their subsidies from the administration building, they made their way here. The high level of attention from passers-by made Shin Kong somewhat uncomfortable. It was not that he felt embarrassed, but rather that the surrounding individuals seemed to misunderstand the nature of his relationship with Momo. They were partners, yet many believed he and Momo were father and daughter. What a comical situation. It was hardly his fault. After all, a sprite resembling a human so closely had never appeared in the annals of human history. Thus, it was only natural for them to assume Momo was human. Just as Shin Kong endeavored to diminish his presence, a hand suddenly clapped silently on his back, and a figure sprang before him. Shin Kong, you're back. A girl beamed at him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Is this your daughter? She glanced up at Momo, who was adorably perched on Shin Kong's shoulders, but not actually. Shin Kong began to explain, but the girl did not give him a chance to finish. Shin Kong, where is Etienne? Did he not accompany you? The girl asked. No, I ventured out alone. Shin Kong clarified. Oh, what a pity. I thought I might make a friend among the greats, the girl lamented momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. Shin Kong, where have you been adventuring all these years? How come you brought back a daughter? The girl inquired. No, this is Momo, not my daughter. Shin Kong seized the opportunity to explain hastily. Momo? The girl turned to Momo, her face lighting up with a smile. Oh, your name is Momo. As she spoke, she reached out to pat Momo's head. Noticing this, Momo quickly dodged, leaving the girl's hand grasping at air. While glaring at her with evident displeasure, Shin Kong, let's go. Ignore her, Momo insisted. Hearing her words, Shin Kong hesitated for a moment, awkwardly greeted the girl, and then departed with Momo. Hee, how childish, the girl chuckled, watching the retreating figure of Momo perched on Shin Kong's neck. Well then, the content of the meeting is thus finalized, declared the middle-aged man at the round table. Let us proceed with the competition immediately, as it is of great significance, suggested another. That is inappropriate. It does not adhere to the rules that we must wait until the children return, the middle-aged man decisively countered. But did I understand your concerns? Initiate the emergency recall, he commanded. Understood, the other replied with elation, promptly setting the orders in motion. Shin Kong, what is the matter with that woman? Momo questioned. She was a companion from the training camp, but we didn't share much of a bond, Shin Kong truthfully replied. And Etienne, who is he? Momo pressed further. He is my good brother. When I was still inexperienced, he always had my back. Shin Kong recounted from his memories of sealed time. Oh, well that is fine then, Momo said, leaping back onto Shin Kong's shoulders. Let us go home, Shin Kong declared. Chapter 8. Return to the city. Notification. Beep beep. Please return to the city immediately, ensuring your safety first. Beep beep. Please return to the city immediately, ensuring your safety first. Beep beep. Please return to the city immediately, ensuring your safety first. On this day, the human youth adventurers scattered across the land received an urgent message. Huh? What is going on? I thought this wristband was merely decorative. I never expected to receive a message one day, one mused. Indeed, didn't the elders say this wristband had never sounded before? What is happening today? Another pondered. Who cares? Let us head back and check it out. Since it's the first time being activated, there must be something urgent. They exchanged glances and promptly made their way towards the human city-state. Oh, this little gadget is truly remarkable. I have studied it for so long without understanding it. Yet today it's suddenly activated. I wonder which race created it. I must seek them out for answers in the future. As he spoke, the towering figure casually tossed the wristband aside and stepped into a dark chamber. Emergency recall. Etienne felt the message from the wristband and couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He then turned to his side, where a blue and white four-legged dragon blinked at him. Little saint, would you care to accompany me back to my hometown? Etienne asked with a smile. The four-legged dragon nodded eagerly. All right, I'm coming. Etienne gathered his momentum, and as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into a blur, racing towards the human city-state. Shin Kong, we'll meet soon. Don't let me down, Etienne thought with anticipation as a figure streaked through the sky, swiftly catching up to Etienne, closely following him from above. In no time, human beings scattered across the world rushed towards the city-state, either alone, with companions, or alongside their partners. However, some humans would never return. They lay resting in distant lands, their fates unknown. Time flew by. And soon a month had passed. The scattered humans gradually returned, yet Etienne was still en route, exploring regions far from the city-state. Momo, are you ready? I have a feeling the competition is about to commence. Shin Kong said solemnly one day. What? Momo asked, intrigued. The competition that will test the future of humanity. Shin Kong explained that in other words, it involves us and our partners battling against others to determine the strongest. Are there rewards? Momo inquired, her interest piqued. Indeed. However, correspondingly, one would lose a great deal of freedom. Shin Kong replied that I don't want to lose my freedom. So, I understand. Just leave it to me. Momo stated with a hint of pride. No, I mean we should strive to place higher, but not aim for first. The best position would be third, Shin Kong clarified. Why should we push for a higher rank? Momo asked, puzzled, because the closer we are to the top, the more substantial the rewards will be. I desire those rewards. Shin Kong grinned. I will do my utmost to assist you. Momo nodded earnestly. Yes, Shin Kong replied, ruffling Momo's hair. Hee. Momo laughed. In the following days, Momo transformed from her usual carefree demeanor to a serious focus on training. In truth, Momo could rely solely on her bloodline power to progress slowly, but now that she was earnest, her advancement was astonishing. Meanwhile, Shin Kong was also busy honing his skills in the training grounds, gradually perfecting his domain. As time passed, most of the human adventurers returned, and news of the competition spread like wildfire. Soon, the competition commenced, with the venue overflowing with spectators, including notable figures and citizens of the city-state. Wait, where is Etienne? Why haven't I seen him yet? Shin Kong scanned the crowd, searching for the familiar figure. Just then, a voice rang from above. Wow, little saint. Over there, head in that direction. Etienne surveyed the arena and pinpointed Shin Kong's location, instructing little saint to fly towards him. As they approached, Etienne called out, and Shin Kong, sensing the familiar presence drawing near, immediately understood. Etienne released his hold and soared directly towards Shin Kong. Then, there was silence. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Hee. Shin Kong, long time no see. Did you miss me? Etienne stood up nonchalantly, grinning. Etienne, doesn't that hurt? Shin Kong replied, somewhat speechless. Not at all. Just then, Little Saint landed beside Etienne. Shin Kong, let me introduce you to a new friend. Little Saint. Shin Kong discreetly opened the Pokemon encyclopedia to check the information. Race, Holy Light Dragon. First form. Ability, Void Break. Ignores all natural resistance while flying. Skills, Holy Dragon Execution. Annihilation Cross/passive ability. Holy Sword. Upon receiving a fatal blow, transforms into a Holy Sword, maximizing attack enhancement. This Pokemon is quite impressive. Shin Kong exclaimed in astonishment. Hello, I am Shin Kong, he said, looking at Little Saint. Hearing this, Little Saint nodded in response. Shin Kong, aren't you going to introduce us? Etienne nudged, glancing at Momo beside Shin Kong. This is Momo, my partner, Shin Kong replied. Partner? Is this little girl a Pokemon? Etienne inquired. What do you think? Shin Kong shot Etienne a glance. Etienne scratched the back of his head. I thought those rumors were true. Once everyone had gathered, the competition officially commenced. The prominent figures seated on the high platform delivered speeches to inspire the 19-year-olds. Round 1. A free-for-all battle of 100. Elimination of 110. Human division. As the rules were established, several platforms accommodating 100 participants began to materialize. Shin Kong and Etienne found themselves in the same group. Upon the arrival of the 100 individuals, an invisible energy shield rose around the platforms. Shin Kong, let us team up, Etienne proposed, although he could secure his place among the advancing competitors on his own. He yearned to relive the experience of battling alongside Shin Kong. All right, Shin Kong agreed without hesitation. In the early stages, numerous challengers aimed to confront the legendary Etienne, gravitating towards him. However, aside from a handful of overly eager souls. Most remained cautious. Etienne, how about a one-on-one match? A young man cracked his knuckles, eager for a fight, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. This is a free-for-all. Are you not worried about others taking advantage? Etienne kindly cautioned. What is there to fear? If I can defeat a once great figure, losing would be no shame. After all, this is merely the human division, the young man replied. Who? Etienne took a deep breath. Come on. With that, he became a blur, his fists poised to strike directly at the young man. The young man, clearly unafraid, swung his fist to meet Etienne's assault. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding echoed, sending Etienne reeling backward. Quick as a flash, Xian Kong caught Etienne as he flew back. Etienne, my primary weapon is brass knuckles. You're at a disadvantage if you fight like that, the young man remarked. Not taking advantage of the situation, but rather feeling displeased by Etienne's actions, Etienne said nothing further, springing back into action with even greater speed as he approached the young man. A sword hilt emerged from the void. Etienne grasped it and swung towards the young man. Clang! The young man reacted swiftly, summoning his iron knuckles in an instant, channeling power through his fingers to halt the sword mid-air. Then, with renewed force, he sent Etienne soaring into the air, before leaping beside him, fists raised, preparing to strike down. Etienne, if you don't take this seriously, you won't get another chance, the young man gritted his teeth. Feeling offended, he had approached sincerely seeking to learn, yet he was met with disdain time and again, stirring his ire. Etienne also came to an understanding, promptly channeling the energy within his body and resonating it with the heavy sword in his hand. In the next moment, his figure began to flicker like a ghost, and if one possessed sufficient strength, they would discern that these were mere phantoms. The location of his true self remained a mystery. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and as consciousness returned, the blade of the heavy sword had struck heavily against the man's back. Boom! The man crashed onto the platform, causing the ground to crack, after a considerable pause. He staggered to his feet, vigorously shaking his head to regain clarity. Thank you for your guidance, he said, bowing slightly before descending from the platform. Observing this, the onlookers tacitly refrained from challenging Etienne any further. It was no jest. Witnessing someone so formidable being struck senseless, they knew their own frail bodies would likely not withstand such a blow. In the ensuing time, Etienne remained at ease, and even Xian Kong, who was nearest to Etienne, relished the tranquility. Nearly an hour passed, and the platforms had determined the remaining 10 contenders, totaling 53 individuals. Do not inquire why it was not an integer. Simply note that some platforms had engaged in such fierce battles that the number of remaining participants slipped their minds. Congratulations to the 53, you have successfully advanced, proclaimed the middle-aged man seated on the high platform, extending his blessings. The next human competition will be held tomorrow morning. I urge all to arrive punctually. Let us witness the future of humankind together. Additionally, the 53 on the stage were instructed to collect their advancement rewards from the governing building after the event concluded, once all matters were settled. The crowd in the competition area gradually dispersed, lingering warmth still present. Xian Kong, what is going on with the higher-ups this time? I recall previously the rewards were allocated based on overall scores. Etienne pondered. I am uncertain. Xian Kong replied. Perhaps what? Xian Kong, why have you suddenly stopped speaking? Etienne inquired, growing impatient after waiting in vain for a response. Perhaps this time is rather unique. Think about it. This return was orchestrated by the higher-ups summoning those who ventured outside using wristbands. Their actions undoubtedly carry significance, which I believe is the reason, Xian Kong elucidated. That makes sense. Etienne concurred wholeheartedly. Apologies, Etienne, I have kept something to myself. Xian Kong silently apologized to Etienne in his heart. In truth, Xian Kong could roughly surmise the reason. The higher-ups had encountered beings like Momo, who possessed high intelligence, and thus wished to conduct various assessments. Holding a competition was the simplest, yet also the most challenging, method. Ultimately, it depended on whether Momo was willing to reveal her true strength. Xian Kong mused that the higher-ups would not get their wish, as he had stated a preference for third place, not first. As for who would claim first, that would undoubtedly be Etienne. For the title of first place represented the future Hero King, a dream that had long been Etienne's aspiration. The second place, on the other hand, signified the candidate for the future Hero King, a precaution against the potential downfall of the Hero King. Originally, third place served a similar purpose, but Xian Kong did not believe that both first and second could falter, which is why he insisted on aiming for third. It was not due to a lack of confidence in Etion. On the contrary, he held great faith in him. But second place would attract the higher-up's attention far more than third, offering greater freedom. With a sigh, Xian Kong reflected. If he knew that his plan was ultimately unnecessary, what would he think? Yet, such matters lay in the future. Time would reveal all, and when the time came, the results would naturally become clear. Chapter 9. How about we stay together? Xian Kong and Etion proceeded to the governing building to collect their advancement rewards, after which the two parted ways. Xian Kong, Etion is incredibly strong. Mo expressed her astonishment at Etion's prowess, though she quickly dismissed any surprise. Indeed, Xian Kong replied, fully agreeing. Even as an onlooker during the competition, he had been unable to discern the intricacies of Etion's technique. He contemplated what would have transpired had he faced that move himself. He believed he could barely withstand it as they conversed. Xian Kong and Mo returned home. Upon entering, Xian Kong's parents greeted them warmly. Although they had not attended the event, they had been following their son through live broadcasts. Xiao Kong, you must be hungry. Dinner is ready, all your favorites, his mother exclaimed eagerly. I'll wash my hands first. Xian Kong replied. Soon, the dining table was filled with 4 individuals, Xian Kong, Mo, and Xian Kong's parents. If one overlooked Mo's hair color, it appeared as if they had been a family for quite some time. The elder couple had grown accustomed to Mo's presence and genuinely cherished her, akin to how they would regard a daughter. Initially, they had been somewhat apprehensive about Mo's arrival, fearing that a highly intelligent being might harbor anti-human sentiments. But now, what anti-human thoughts? She was simply a little girl. After dinner, Xian Kong volunteered to wash the dishes, and the family enjoyed a harmonious evening, chatting until sunset. The topics were largely the same. They inquired about Xian Kong's confidence regarding the upcoming competition while reassuring him not to worry excessively, to maintain a calm demeanor, and to perform to the best of his abilities. These reassurances had been repeated numerous times in the days leading up to the competition. However, parents everywhere seemed to share an endless concern for their children. They hoped for their well-being while fearing they might overexert themselves. It seems that no matter the world, parents are quite similar. Xian Kong mused inwardly as darkness descended. The human city-state fell silent, enveloped in tranquility. Xian Kong lay in bed, with another bed nearby where Mo was sleeping. Xian Kong, are you asleep? Mo quietly asked. Not yet. What is the matter? Xian Kong replied in a similarly hushed tone. Nothing, I was just asking, Mo said, resting her hands behind her head, gazing at the ceiling, her expression neutral. Xian Kong, what do you think my brother is doing right now? Mo suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong realized that Mo was feeling homesick. It was understandable. When one wanders alone, it might not be too difficult, but once they settle down, the longing for home inevitably arises. Mo, after the competition. How about we stay together? Xian Kong proposed. Mo seemed puzzled. Together to explore the world. Do you not wish to? Xian Kong clarified. Mo appeared to comprehend, her willingness evident. Well then, get some rest. Good night. Xian Kong said, turning away, his back to Mo, good night. Mo whispered softly. Xian Kong felt a pang of melancholy. He had intentionally posed the question to gauge Mo's reaction, although he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing it confirmed left him with an unsettled feeling, as if something were lodged in his throat, causing discomfort. Let it be. I shall go with the flow, he thought, attempting to shake off the unease. But his mind remained unruly. Unsurprisingly, Xian Kong struggled to sleep. Xian Kong, what is the matter? You seem listless, Mo inquired curiously at the dining table. Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night and feel a bit drowsy. Xian Kong replied, his eyelids drooping as if they might close at any moment. Really, you brought this upon yourself, speaking thoughtlessly. Now look where you are. Xian Kong mentally chastised himself, wishing he could slap his own face. Finally, after a brief breakfast, Xian Kong collapsed onto the bed, sleeping soundly until the sun was high in the sky, only to be awakened by Etion's arrival. Xian Kong, you're going to be late. Why are you still sleeping? Etion exclaimed, hastily pulling Xian Kong along as they rushed out the door. Mo, hearing the commotion, joined them, and the trio was swiftly transported to the competition venue by a blue and white four-legged dragon. Phew, thank goodness, Etion sighed in relief upon landing, grateful not to be late. Xian Kong, you should thank me, he declared with a smug expression. Thank you, Etion, Xian Kong replied with a roll of his eyes. What's with that attitude? If I hadn't noticed you were missing and rushed to fetch you, I'd be relaxing right now, Tian retorted, his tone tinged with impatience. But Xian Kong, understanding their friendship, recognized that Tian was merely putting on a show. All right, no need to be upset. Thank you, you truly are my benefactor, Xian Kong said, pretending to bow in gratitude. No, I can't handle that, Tian exclaimed, waving his hands in denial. At 9:30, the officials seated on the high platform announced the rules for today's competition. The format would involve a lottery for paired battles, ultimately determining the top 7. Xian Kong calculated that if this was the case, one person would be given a bye in the first 2 rounds, allowing them to advance directly to the next round. The higher-ups had certainly considered these scenarios. But as the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. Furthermore, it was unlikely that the same individual would receive a bye in both rounds. If luck were the only factor, that person would be eliminated in the next round. Once the lottery commenced and the matchups were established, 13 small platforms gradually rose in the competition arena. This meant that only 2 matches were required in the first round to proceed directly to the second round. As Xian Kong stepped onto the platform, he gazed at his opponent, slowly exhaling. He reminded himself to hold back, resisting the instinct to unleash his combat prowess. Xian Kong silently cautioned himself that this was indeed his first time officially engaging in a one-on-one duel. Should he unconsciously aim to eliminate his opponent, the consequences could be dire. In the next moment, black flames manifested in his palm, but they did not linger for long. As the flames extinguished, a colossal scythe silently took shape, glimmering with a chilling light. This was the child wielding a scythe as a weapon. Let us observe his prowess. The high-ranking officials on the platform immediately took notice of this development. This is not good. It seems I have attracted attention. Xian Kong sensed the gaze descending from the platform, and his heart tightened instantly. Consequently, in this battle, Xian Kong fought with considerable difficulty, feigning an even match with his opponent, ultimately securing a narrow victory by a mere move. As expected, Xian Kong was the last to descend from the platform. Xian Kong, you truly excel, Wing Tian remarked cheerfully as they brushed past each other. Following a brief maintenance period, the second match of the first round commenced. Wing Tian ascended the stage and, in less than a quarter of an hour, decisively defeated his opponent. Such overwhelming strength evidently captured the attention of those on the platform. When Wing Tian stepped down, Xian Kong cast him a grateful glance. Wing Tian met his gaze and smiled, saying nothing. He understood that Xian Kong's actions were surely justified, and as a brother, he would support him wholeheartedly. After the conclusion of the first round's second match, the remaining 27 contestants would participate in the second round draw that afternoon. Chapter 10, The Void Step After a Midday Respite. The remaining 27 competitors were once again brimming with vigor. Yet their expressions were notably grave, including Xian Kong, the actor among them. However, to Xian Kong's astonishment, he found himself with a bye in this round. What extraordinary luck is this? Xian Kong incredulously rubbed his eyes and glanced once more at the wooden stick in his hand. Bye. No way. This is real. Xian Kong was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. After all, he had previously been plagued by misfortune. Finally, his luck was turning around. How could he not be elated? Yet, Xian Kong knew he must not reveal his true feelings at this moment. Even if he could not feign deep sorrow, he at least had to maintain a facade of neutrality. Xian Kong, what number are you? At that moment, Wing Tian seemed to notice Xian Kong's unusual demeanor and approached him with a question. I have a bye, Xian Kong replied, his voice barely above a whisper, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, Wing Tian heard the slight tremor in Xian Kong's voice, unmistakably a sign of excitement. Given his understanding of Xian Kong, he was quite certain. Wing Tian patted Xian Kong's shoulder, casting a knowing glance. I'm up next, Wing Tian declared. Xian Kong gestured for him to give it his all. Wing Tian turned and leaped onto the platform, swiftly drawing a heavy sword from the void, holding it horizontally in his hand, an imposing aura emanating from him. His opponent also wielded a heavy sword, which was brazenly strapped to his back. Upon noticing Wing Tian's readiness, the opponent unsheathed his heavy sword, positioning it in front of him. The sword was entirely crimson, but upon closer inspection, the tip bore a hint of silvery sheen. Wing Tian, seeing that his adversary was prepared, immediately summoned the energy within him to resonate with the heavy sword. The runes inscribed on the sword glowed, and a silvery hue tinged Wing Tian's eyes. In the next moment, he became a blur, a flash of sword light illuminating the air. Clang! The two heavy swords collided, producing a metallic clash. Having failed to land a hit, Wing Tian swiftly retreated. Even a great being is merely this. His opponent chuckled as a surge of energy began to swell within him. The violent fire element erupted from the silver point atop his heavy sword, expanding exponentially in the blink of an eye. Wing Tian's expression grew serious, his nerves taut in anticipation. However, the fireball did not launch as expected. Instead, it surged toward the sword's body, then crawled up the sword's hilt and enveloped the wielder, before swelling again into a 3-meter-high fiery cocoon. As the cocoon dissipated, a towering fire giant sat cross-legged, lifting its head to reveal eyes radiating with golden light, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping the platform. Wing Tian felt as though a small mountain weighed upon him. Yet in the face of such an unknown force, he dared not act recklessly. Standing ready for combat, the fire giant rose to its feet, towering at 5 meters, and with a grip of its right hand. A massive fiery sword materialized. "Come, let me witness your true abilities," the fire giant proclaimed, its voice unmistakably that of the original wielder. With that, the fire giant lunged forward, and as the distance closed, a wave of heat washed over, causing a burning sensation on Wing Tian's skin. Wing Tian tightened his grip on the massive sword, his form moving with ghostly agility. "Here it comes." That move again. Xian Kong's eyes lit up. He had long wished for Wing Tian to employ it once more. But time had not permitted. Now, the moment was fortuitously at hand. Xian Kong earnestly attuned himself to the energy fluctuations, seeking to discern something on the platform. The two were once again engaged in battle. Silver-white brilliance breaking through the roaring flames, hinting at a mysterious dark hue. The void? Xian Kong sensed something but was not quite certain. Alas, he would have to wait for Wing Tian to descend before he could inquire further. The battle raged on for some time, and as the 5-meter-tall fire giant gradually diminished in size, the overwhelming pressure lessened. Wing Tian felt a rush of energy fill him, enhancing his strength significantly. Just as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike, his opponent suddenly raised both hands. "I concede." With that declaration, the opponent leaped off the platform without a backward glance. A spectacular battle concluded rather abruptly. Xian Kong felt a twinge of regret. He had not seen enough. Both the fire giant and Wing Tian's unique technique were truly remarkable treasures. Indeed, it is quite apt to refer to them as treasures. Xian Kong remarked, adjusting his expression, fingers stroking his chin as he meticulously recalled the details of the earlier encounter, hoping to glean further insights. After several seconds, Xian Kong ultimately surrendered. Alas, one cannot be greedy. He sighed, shaking his head. He then redirected his focus to another matter. The energy barrier enveloping the platform. It could contain the overflow of energy yet did not restrict the entry and exit of living beings. Indeed, it was also a valuable asset. However, after further contemplation, he abandoned the idea, realizing he did not understand the principles behind it, nor was he clear on the formation process. Merely speculating would yield little. After the second round, only 14 contestants remained, and following the third round of matches, the top 7 would be determined. Another round of repairs ensued, restoring the platform to its original state. Yet the third round had yet to commence. And as confusion spread among the crowd, the high-ranking officials on the platform announced, "The final round of the competition will begin at 7 o'clock this evening. During this interval, please ensure you recover swiftly and present your full strength." As for rankings, they will be determined based on the performance during the matches. Xian Kong, "I'm hungry." Mo tugged at Xian Kong's sleeve. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong deftly reached into the dimensional space, retrieving some of Mo's favorite snacks. Mo eagerly accepted them, diving into her meal, while Xian Kong instinctively ruffled her hair, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Just then, Xian Kong's movement suddenly halted. He seemed to have grasped the essence of Wing Tian's technique. His form flickered through the void, evading his opponent's attacks while being able to traverse short distances through the void, launching strikes from any angle. Yes, it must be just like that. Xian Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall name it the Void Step, or perhaps the Fractured Void Step would suffice. With the principle deciphered, the next step was to establish the conditions. First, the void is exceedingly unstable. Its lethal forces would deter the vast majority. This indicates that Wing Tian's physical constitution is remarkably resilient, capable of momentarily withstanding the void's lethal forces. Considering this, Xian Kong couldn't help but cast a more admiring glance at Wing Tian. Secondly, one must possess the ability to tear open fissures in the void, and the simplest method is through spatial power, utilizing it to rend the void. This bears resemblance to the dimensional space, which forms a stable microcosm within the void, effectively neutralizing its lethal forces and stabilizing them. Upon reflection, It seemed relatively straightforward to tear open a rift in the void. No, wait, not at all simple. My dimensional space is system bestowed that I have no idea how to tear the void. Xian Kong felt a bit overwhelmed. Yet to avoid disrupting Wing Tian's state, he decided to postpone this matter indefinitely. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the competition commenced as scheduled. Chapter 11. Second place, celebration feast. After the evening's battles concluded, the top 7 of the human faction were successfully selected, and the following morning, the rankings were published. First place, Wing Tian. Second place, Xian Kong. At the moment the rankings were announced, the square was already teeming with people, a sea of heads densely packed together, a veritable boon for those with a fear of crowds. In truth, the rankings could also be directly transmitted to the public via electronic devices, but the purpose of the competition was clear: to assess the future of humanity and bolster the spirits of the human race. This way, everyone could experience the thrill of the announcement firsthand, naturally heightening morale. From afar, Xian Kong gazed at the leaderboard, and upon seeing the name at the top, his heart remained unmoved. Wing Tian's first-place ranking was entirely expected. However, when Xian Kong's gaze shifted downward, he was immediately taken aback. What the heck? Why am I in second place? Xian Kong was left in a state of disbelief, staring intently at the 2 characters of his name, which stood resolutely upon the list. Confounded, he pondered. I hardly shone in my performance. How did I end up in second place? Could it be that the Black Scythe has awarded me additional points? After much contemplation, Xian Kong could only arrive at this conclusion. After all, the scythe is a rather obscure weapon, so gaining points for it seems quite reasonable. What a load of nonsense. Xian Kong could no longer contain himself. An unnamed flame igniting within his chest, causing his thoughts to whirl chaotically. This won't do. The next match is a team battle, and I must ensure my points are reduced. Xian Kong resolved quietly. Ha ha ha, that lad truly can't hold it together. You should have seen the look on his face when he realized he ranked second. It was quite the spectacle, remarked the middle-aged man. I fail to understand why you placed that lad in second. I'm not questioning your judgment, merely observing. In my view, his performance warranted no higher than 5th place, stated a young man, who was none other than the middle-aged man's son and currently ranked 3rd in the human standings. Ah, how shallow your perspective is. Although that lad's performance may not have been particularly remarkable, have you considered the possibility that he was concealing his true capabilities? The middle-aged man gently prodded. Concealing? The young man shook his head. Uncertain. I couldn't discern anything of the sort. You must understand, the rankings on this list are not solely my decree. In other words, even those old-timers concurred in placing that lad at second. Do you grasp the implications of this? The middle-aged man inquired. The young man fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. The wisdom of age is not to be underestimated. They must have perceived something. The middle-aged man remarked. Let's leave it at that. Discussing this with you now serves little purpose. Just know that this lad is not as simple as he appears. Indeed, father, the young man replied. Should I attempt to cultivate a friendship with him? Do as you wish. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. The middle-aged man mused within himself. That lad is indeed concealing his talents, clearly reluctant to attain anything too grand, unwilling to be the future hero king candidate. The dilemma. Should I support him or go against the grain and forcefully designate him as second? Well, let us observe his future performance. If he remains unwilling, I shall not impose, for a hero king candidate without loyalty is of little use. Regarding Xian Kong's second-place ranking, his parents were elated, and thus, they decided to treat the entire family to a restaurant that evening. That moment, the Xian family was en route to the dining establishment. Regardless of Xian Kong's ranking, his parents would have taken the whole family out for dinner that night. A high ranking would mean a celebratory feast. A lower ranking would call for a welcoming banquet. After a brief journey, a resplendent building came into view. Xian Kong initially thought their destination was merely in the vicinity. However, when his parents stepped through the grand entrance, Xian Kong halted in his tracks. Xiao Kong, hurry up and come inside. Why are you standing there in a daze? Xian Kong's mother smiled. Her lips pursed. Dad, Mom, are you sure this is the place? Xian Kong still found it hard to believe. He had thought the outing was merely symbolic. Yet here they were at Tianjing. If memory served correctly, reservations for Tianjing were typically made well in advance, and even the seating fees were exorbitantly priced. What? Can't believe it. Xian Kong's father chuckled. Mom, noticing Xian Kong lingering at the entrance, seemed to grasp the situation. This restaurant, that was quite lavish. Hearing his father's words, Xian Kong ceased his hesitation and stepped inside. Following his parents to a private room, Shin Kong was even more astonished. There was a private room. Had the family struck it rich? After waiting for a while, a procession of exquisite dishes was brought forth. Shin Kong gazed at the visually stunning and aromatic cuisine before him, yet his chopsticks remained stubbornly unmoved. Dad, Mom, I need to step out for a moment, Shin Kong announced, rising to leave, and made his way to the restroom, where he splashed cold water on his face. The chill of the water jolted his senses, gradually bringing him back to calmness and clarity. My heavens, for the first time in my life, I find myself in such an upscale establishment. Forget this place. Even in the real world, I've never dined somewhere so extravagant. Shin Kong felt a surge of excitement. As he exited the restroom, he brushed past a young man. Once they were out of sight of each other, Shin Kong glanced back, sensing something was amiss with the other, that he shrugged it off. One must not squander such a splendid occasion. Time to enjoy this feast. Upon returning to the private room, he noticed his family had yet to touch their chopsticks. Shao Kong, just now, someone came to our room asking for you. His mother informed him. We told him you were stepping out, and he could wait, but he insisted on finding you. Did you see him when you came back? Shin Kong pondered for a moment. Could it have been that earlier individual? No wonder it felt a bit off. Yes, I saw him, Shin Kong replied. What did he want? His mother inquired. Oh, nothing much, just to extend his congratulations. Shin Kong replied. I see. I told you so. Your father didn't believe me, insisting. The young man seemed flustered. There must be something unusual about him. His mother chuckled. All right, let's dig in. I can hardly wait, Shin Kong said. After the meal, Shin Kong's mother was quite chatty. Shao Kong, in 2 days, we have the team battle. Remember to take good care of Momo, of course. Shin Kong glanced at Momo. Recalling the events from the previous evening, his expression dimming slightly. Shao Kong, when did you become so formidable? Your father and I can hardly see it, Shin Kong's mother remarked. I've always been this capable. Shin Kong replied. Nonsense. With your prior track record, it was always you being carried by Etion. I've heard that your pairing with Etion is dubbed a god leading a novice, his mother retorted. That was then. This is now. You must understand that my adventures over these years were no mere triviality. If you don't believe me, ask Momo, Shin Kong asserted. Upon hearing this, Shin Kong's mother looked at Momo, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shin Kong is truly remarkable. Shin Kong's mother withdrew her gaze. All right, I know Shao Kong has always been impressive. It's just that the scythe is rather difficult to master in the early stages. Otherwise, how could you have possibly ranked second? It's better not to mention it. Just thinking of the ranking gives Shin Kong a headache. Do you think the higher-ups made a mistake? How could someone like me, who always struggles for victory, possibly be second? Shin Kong wanted to refute this notion, yet felt utterly powerless. Regardless of whether the higher-ups erred, once the rankings shift, those who experience a change in position will undoubtedly attract more attention. Yes, that's good enough. Shin Kong exhibited a sense of pride. Even if he felt discontent within, the smiles on his parents' faces were undeniably genuine. What child wouldn't wish to see their parents filled with happiness? Chapter 12. System Rewards. During these days of recuperation, Momo spent her time training diligently, aside from the usual eating and sleeping. Shin Kong, too, did not slack off, either training at the camp or traveling to and from it. Thus, time passed in a rather monotonous manner until the team battle commenced. Shin Kong stood at the competition venue, where the stands were packed with spectators, yet those actually on the field were few. Upon rough estimation, there were barely 100, somewhat unexpected. But then again, perhaps it was odd for there to be a large crowd, as a partnership is formed only when both parties consent. Upon reflection, if one day an unfamiliar race arrived in your hometown and, after some time, invited you to be their partner, would you accept? If it were a race familiar with humanity, perhaps one might consider it. However, if entirely unknown, the answer would be a resounding no. Who could tell if they were merely feigning friendliness while harboring ulterior motives? As for Momo, Shin Kong mused, it was likely that Di Shirtian allowed her to participate out of respect for the subconscious. For otherwise, it couldn't possibly be according to her wishes. After all, Momo had more than once expressed a desire to see the outside world, only to be thwarted by Di Shirtian. It can only be said that Shin Kong was exceptionally fortunate, as the subconscious just happened to know Di Shirtian, making everything fall into place seamlessly. Within the competition arena, there were creatures soaring through the skies, racing across the ground, and swimming in the water. Wait, swimming in the water? No way, brother, You truly have a bold heart. I just want to ask. One tea it drowned. Xian Kong squinted and noticed that the creatures swimming in the water were enveloped in a faint layer of moisture. Oh, then it's no issue. Successfully recorded 500 types of spirits in the Spirit Encyclopedia. Reward: 1 million experience fruits stream. A reward? Xian Kong felt somewhat baffled. Was the system that issuing a hidden task? No, that couldn't be right. The system had never released a task before. What is going on today, system? Are you there? Xian Kong inquired within his mind, but time ticked by without a response. Well, I knew the system would not suddenly change its nature. Xian Kong thought to himself. Please step forward to draw lots. A voice called from the high platform. The crowd orderly approached the drawing cylinder, each pulling out a stick indicating their match number. Once the drawing concluded, 10 platforms rose, significantly larger than the previous 13. That second match. Number 4, Xian Kong murmured as he glanced at the stick in his hand. It appears I have nothing to do with the first match. Xian Kong intended to relax, yet his body suddenly froze. No, I must observe closely to see whom I shall face later. The first match concluded with 10 participants eliminated, and Xian Kong gleaned much from it. Identifying 3 exceptionally strong partnerships, he quickly noted them down in his little notebook, then waited for half an hour while the platforms underwent maintenance. Xian Kong ascended the platform, with Momo following closely beside him. The adversary's companion is a humanoid fire figure, with hands ablaze in 2 distinct hues, one a deep purple-black, the other a radiant blue-gold. Its body is a conventional fiery red, adorned at the chest with a blue gem. Xian Kong couldn't help but recall an extraordinary individual who had a diamond embedded in his own head. What had happened to him in the end? It seemed he had it pried out by someone else or something of that sort. Xian Kong typically paid little mind to the bizarre, yet this particular individual was so peculiar that his curiosity regarding the fate of that precious diamond compelled him to investigate further. Time had elapsed, and if not for the sight of the blue gem on the fire figure's chest, he would have entirely forgotten the matter. Bu Pa, show them your might, the opponent suddenly exclaimed. Xian Kong cast a few glances at the one commanding the fire figure, but despite straining to recall, nothing came to mind. Indeed, it was not noted in his little notebook. A swift resolution was in order. He mused. Black flames materialized, transforming in an instant into a massive black scythe. Momo, employ what I taught you. Let us coordinate for a swift victory. With this declaration, Xian Kong darted forward, dragging the black scythe as he charged at the 2 adversaries. While a barrage of small fireballs surged past him in a blink, hurtling straight toward Bu Pa. Upon witnessing this, Bu Pa's right hand, engulfed in blue-gold flames, flared up dramatically. He then swung forward, conjuring a fiery crescent that devoured Momo's fireballs. Advancing relentlessly toward Xian Kong, the golden-blue flame crescent loomed larger in Xian Kong's eyes. He did not flinch or evade, excitement blooming on his face. With a surge of power, he directed the massive scythe toward the blue-gold flames. And upon contact, black flames ignited, countering the blue-gold onslaught. As the black flames intensified, the blue-gold flames were surprisingly ignited, transforming into fuel for the black fire. This is intriguing. Xian Kong mused quietly. In truth, this black scythe was originally named the Demon Scythe. And the black flames were likewise known as demon flames, which exclusively consumed living beings. While inanimate objects could also be incinerated, it would be but slightly more effective than ordinary flames. Thus, Xian Kong deduced that the blue-gold flames were indeed life itself. Even if not alive, they at least harbored a semblance of vitality. Bu Pa, upon realizing his flames had morphed into black fire, grasped the situation in an instant. He then diminished the intensity of the blue-gold flames in his left hand, which blazed with purple-black fire, and waved forward again. Yet, the aura emanating from this purple-black flame crescent was entirely different. It exuded unparalleled destructive power. Sensing this, Xian Kong dared not confront it head-on, leaping away from its trajectory. In the next moment, dozens of rapidly spinning fireballs hurtled toward the purple-black flame crescent. Bu Pa merely smirked disdainfully. If his blue-gold flames represented the essence of life, then the purple-black flames epitomized annihilation, embodying absolute destruction. This was also the origin of his name, Bu Pa, meaning unbreakable. However, the ensuing scene left Bu Pa's smile frozen in disbelief, as the rapidly spinning fireballs managed to bore several small holes into the purple-black flame crescent, which then collapsed in an instant. How could this be? Bu Pa was incredulous, striking out once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. His astonishment was palpable. This was meant to be flames of ultimate destruction. How could they be so easily vanquished by mere fireballs? If Shin Kong were privy to Bu Po's thoughts, he would surely scoff. Consider this. What clan does Momo belong to? She is of the Red Lotus clan. Now think about what her flames are. Bu Po, you must employ that technique now. At this moment, the opponent recognized the dire situation and urgently urged. Yet, Bu Po hesitated. There is no room for hesitation. If you do not act, we shall face defeat. Do not forget your promise. His companion insisted. Bu Po shook his head slightly, but ultimately appeared to resolve himself. The flames of morning. He murmured softly. In the next moment, the blue-gold flames intertwined with the purple-black flames, instantaneously enveloping the entire platform. With nowhere to evade, Shin Kong reluctantly summoned a black cloak and activated his domain with all his might, striving to withstand the onslaught of flames. Yet, this peculiar technique was exceedingly bizarre. Shin Kong felt the black cloak ignite with black flames, only to be devoured in the blink of an eye, while the encompassing flames surged even higher. After a moment's contemplation, Shin Kong seemed to grasp the mechanics. The purple-black flames consumed, thereby converting into the life force required by the blue-gold flames, ultimately feeding back into the entire domain. Indeed, Bu Po's technique had reached the level of a domain, although not a true domain. It was certainly beyond what an ordinary domain could withstand. Immersed within this domain, Shin Kong could discern nothing of his surroundings. As the flames pressed closer, threatening to breach his defenses, crack, the defense shattered. And in an instant, Shin Kong was engulfed by the terrifying flames. Life and death blurred together. His mind was engulfed in chaos, as the purple-black flames incessantly consumed him while the blue-gold flames continually mended him. The agony contained within this experience could drive anyone to madness. Shin Kong. Amidst the haze of consciousness, a voice faintly reached his mind. Shin Kong, are you all right? Another voice followed, and Shin Kong believed he was on the brink of collapse. Well then, let me indulge in this fleeting tenderness, he mused inwardly. Shin Kong, hold on. You must hold on. Mo, perceiving Shin Kong's peril through the domain, felt a surge of fiery determination. With each breath, the flames around her roiled. And from beneath her feet, a red magical array began to inscribe itself. Centered around a red lotus motif, intricate runes adorned the perimeter. With the final stroke complete, the fire-red lotus blossomed, the flames of morning dissipating, and the domain vanished. You shall pay dearly. At this moment, Mo had transformed from a child of 8 or 9 into a young girl of 15 or 16. That a single petal of a red lotus adorned her forehead. Exuding an enchanting allure as her words fell, torrents of red lotus flames cascaded down, swiftly engulfing Bu Po. Celestial rite. Funeral of blossoms. Blossoms of fiery red lotuses erupted around the flames, followed by a series of explosions. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion reverberated against the energy shield, causing it to tremble violently. The residual force lingered for many seconds, before the onlookers finally beheld the scene within the energy shield. Bu Po stood protectively before his partner, the blue gem on his chest now marred by cracks. Despite this, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Lying motionless, Mo reverted to her 8 or 9-year-old visage, collapsing to the ground without a stir. Only Shin Kong retained a semblance of awareness. His eyes dimmed as though he had endured unspeakable torment. The victors are Shin Kong and Mo. The judge, momentarily stunned, stammered as he struggled to articulate what he had witnessed. As the energy shield dissipated, Bu Po laboriously opened his eyes, a fleeting vision of a red lotus flickering in his gaze. This was the mark of the red lotus, a binding contract between master and servant. Those who defied it would be consumed by karmic flames. Bu Po propped himself up and approached, the blue-gold flames igniting anew. Yet they did not dissipate. Instead, specks of blue-gold energy flowed into Shin Kong's body, mending his very being. I apologize, Bu Po murmured, then returned to his partner, channeling a portion of blue-gold energy to awaken her before ceasing the energy supply. Long Hua, the debt of gratitude has been repaid. From this moment forth, we have no further ties. Bu Po stated. How is this possible? How can you repay me? I saved your life, Long Hua implored, distraught, as he had anticipated leveraging Bu Po's strength to secure a top position for his team, only to find himself facing a formidable opponent in the first round. He was unwilling to resign to a life of mediocrity. Bu Po was so powerful, yet why had it come to this? Long Hua was utterly perplexed. Go now. But remember, it was I who chose to release you, not you who abandoned me. Moments later, Long Hua managed a hollow laugh, resigned to his fate, accepting that he could not change his circumstances. At least he had once struggled. The match concluded, leaving only 43 pairs of partners on the field. Shin Kong cradled the unconscious Momo in his arms, and as the crowd dispersed, he made his way home. Upon seeing the comatose Momo, Shin Kong's parents felt a pang of worry. "Do not fret. Momo will be fine," Shin Kong reassured, his spirit heavy as he stepped into his room. "Momo. What I heard amidst the sea of flames. It couldn't have been mere illusion, could it? You were not concerned for me, weren't you?" Shin Kong spoke, his gaze unwavering upon Momo. "I am truly happy." A weary smile forced its way onto Shin Kong's haggard face. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved 4 million experience fruits from the alternate dimension, arranging them in a line before him, his entire fortune. "System, tell me, can Momo recover if she consumes these?" Shin Kong inquired. "Silence. Tell me," he exclaimed, his voice low yet imbued with immense force. "It is possible." The system finally relented. "Momo, I am sorry." With the confirmation, Shin Kong consumed the million experience fruits, transferring their pure energy to Momo, nourishing her meridians and facilitating her recovery point one by one. The million experience fruits vanished. Yet Shin Kong paid no heed, persistently repeating the process. "Enough. Do you wish to burst her apart? Cease this, and I assure you, by tomorrow she shall awaken." Shin Kong gazed at the system panel, took a moment to collect himself, and finally halted. After a sleepless night, dawn broke, and Momo slowly opened her eyes, her fiery red gaze fixed on Shin Kong, reminiscent of the rising sun. "Momo, you are awake. I am so tired. Please allow me to rest for a while." Shin Kong smiled before collapsing beside her, sinking into a deep slumber. Momo gently ruffled Shin Kong's hair, whispering, "Sleep now. I shall keep vigil by your side." Propping her head with her hands, Momo gazed at Shin Kong's serene sleeping face, her eyes brimming with delight. "Shin Kong is fine. What a relief." Momo sat up, beginning her cultivation, and was astonished to discover that the foundational damage caused by her forced breakthrough to the second form had miraculously healed. She glanced once more at Shin Kong, realizing why he was so exhausted. It must be from taking care of her. Shin Kong remained as gentle as ever. Chapter 13. "Farewell, you must have all witnessed the formidable power of that humanoid elf," remarked a middle-aged man at the round table of the conference. "Should we not? No, we cannot proceed in such a manner. Our human race is currently in a precarious position, if the other party belongs to a thriving race. With the strength demonstrated by that humanoid elf, they could easily obliterate us. What do you propose we do then? Should we extend a gesture of goodwill towards her, to instill a sense of belonging? But how do we do that? We know so little about her circumstances. If our goodwill backfires, it would be a grave miscalculation. Perhaps we should observe for a few more days. The partnership round has not concluded yet. If she can display that level of strength again, we can show our goodwill then. Let us proceed with that plan. Currently, we have no better options. The second round of the partnership elimination matches commenced. Shin Kong drew number 1 for the third match. At first, he felt indifferent, but upon counting on his fingers, he realized there seemed to be only one number 1 in the third match. He looked up at the high-ranking officials seated on the platform, then shook his head. No, this was a lottery. Surely, there could be no manipulation. Eliminating that possibility, there remained only one conclusion. Once again, Shin Kong had become the unluckiest of the bunch. Or perhaps he had always been the unluckiest, and the previous round's absence had drained all his recent luck, resulting in him being the sole representative for the third match. Shin Kong surveyed his surroundings, attempting to identify who the other solitary contender was, but the expressions on the faces of the others revealed little, leaving him momentarily perplexed. "Oh well, if I can't find out, I can't find out. I can't go asking each one individually," he lamented. After a lengthy wait, the first 2 matches concluded, successfully eliminating 20 pairs of partners. The lone contestant of the third match, Shin Kong, approached platform number 1. His opponent also ascended slowly, though their fighting spirit seemed rather lackluster. The moment the match began, the opponent made a decision that left everyone astounded. "That I forfeit and request to battle the one who has drawn a bye." The opponent turned to the referee, enunciating every word. The referee had not anticipated such a start, but the rules indeed permitted this. If a bye exists in the match, one participant may forfeit and choose to challenge the bye. The referee glanced up at the high platform, receiving confirmation from the higher-ups before approving the request. What an incredible maneuver! Shin Kong was taken aback. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stepped down from the platform, his mind still reeling. Subsequently, The Bai contestant took the stage, initiating a rather frustrating match. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" the Bai contestant exclaimed, feeling quite aggrieved that I also wished to place higher. The strength displayed the day before was evident. "And I might very well lose," so the individual explained nonchalantly. "How infuriating. Let me show you a thing or two." The Bai contestant was deeply dissatisfied. Thus, the Bai contestant was eliminated, and their opponent advanced successfully. Etienne was astonished, both at Xian Kong's remarkable luck and at the audacity of the other individual. Yet, deep down, Etienne felt a sense of happiness for Xian Kong. Following the previous match, it was uncertain whether Xian Kong had fully recovered. And this turn of events granted him a moment to catch his breath. The damage from the previous match was not as severe, and the next day, the third round of the partnership matches began. "Let me see what number I drew this time." Xian Kong held a wooden stick in one hand, covering the inscription with the other, slowly revealing the characters one by one. "First match. Phew, that's good. At least it isn't the second match." Xian Kong removed his hand, unveiling the full inscription. "First match, number 3. Determined." Xian Kong led Momo onto the platform, resolved to win this match by any means necessary, then lose in the next round. This way, he would at most claim 7th place, and with the second place points from the Human League, he should secure a commendable ranking. The thought of the rewards made his heart race. Xian Kong scanned the crowd below. Where's my opponent?" He looked around the platform again, still finding no one. No need to search. "I'm right here." A voice called from behind Xian Kong, and two figures gradually materialized. Xian Kong immediately unleashed his domain, attempting to capture their forms, but what unfolded next left him in a state of shock. The two individuals were clearly before him, yet within his perception, they seemed to be non-existent. "Domain?" one of them expressed in surprise. "So the rumors are true. I thought they were exaggerating your abilities. However, you are not the only one with a domain. I possess one as well, and it aligns perfectly with my partner." Upon hearing this, Xian Kong turned to the shadowy figure beside that individual, a peculiar sensation enveloping his heart. "What race is your partner?" Xian Kong inquired. "Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall graciously inform you. My partner is of the Shadow Spirit race." The individual replied with an air of superiority. "Wait a moment. I have a system. Why am I even asking him?" Xian Kong suddenly became alert. Logically, he should not have forgotten about the system, yet in that moment, he had unconsciously followed the other's lead. Something felt off. They had quietly begun to influence him. Xian Kong scrutinized them warily, summoning the Spirit Encyclopedia. Race: Shadow Spirit. First form: Ability: Void. Passive invisibility when in an unconscious state. Can also be activated at will. Skills: Shadow Slash. Mental Assault. Passive skill. Host: if the energy core is damaged, it selects a nearby spiritual entity to inhabit until the energy core is restored. Is that ability a bit too overpowered? Xian Kong thought to himself, randomly clicking to see detailed ability description. In a void state, immune to all physical attacks and all elemental attacks. Note: cannot conceal presence. Cannot conceal presence? That seems off. In my domain, I can't sense their existence at all. Xian Kong pondered. Could it be due to his domain? In any case, they are quite formidable. Even Xian Kong felt a bit challenged. Though merely a bit. Of course, he had his own tricks. After all, one should not underestimate Xian Kong's ghostly scythe and black cloaked. He chuckled softly to himself. This is quite the confrontation, no matter how elusive you are. As long as you exist in this world, there is no scythe that cannot reach you. Momo. This time you need not intervene. Just watch my performance. Xian Kong summoned his black scythe, planting it firmly into the ground. Standing silently. "Tisich. What are you pretending for? You'll regret it later." The individual scoffed, feeling dissatisfied with Xian Kong's demeanor. "Lin, let us go," the person commanded, and the two vanished once again, their presence entirely concealed. "Be cautious, Yin Feng. His weapon can harm us." Lin tugged at the hem of the man's garment. "What are you afraid of? He neither sees nor senses us. Even if he can harm us, he won't be able to lock onto us. So he shall only stare helplessly." Yin Feng scoffed derisively. "Yin Feng, if I strike, the void state will dissipate," Lin urged. "Then let us deal with the little girl first." Yin Feng conceded that it wasn't that he was cowardly. Without the assistance of the void state, he feared he wouldn't even be able to approach Xian Kong. After all, Xian Kong wielded a massive scythe, while his own weapon was merely a shadow dagger. Just as they prepared to move, they noticed that Xian Kong had mysteriously donned a cloak, obscuring his face from view. "Guess what? I can see you." The darkened hood of the cloak faced Yin Feng and Lin, sending chills down their spines. Yet, they ultimately steeled their resolve and charged at Momo with great speed, their daggers flashing with a chilling gleam. Clang! The scythe met the dagger, producing a crisp sound. With one failed strike, Yin Feng was sent reeling backwards. I told you, Momo need not lift a finger. Direct your attacks at me. Xian Kong enunciated each word with clarity. Oh no. Yin Feng's heart sank. If their earlier conversation had merely been coincidence, then the precise interception of that strike could not be mere luck. You can see us, Lin exclaimed, dispelling her void state and staring incredulously at Xian Kong. Huh, so you really are here, Xian Kong remarked as he observed the two figures materializing before him. Upon hearing this, Lin appeared stunned. It seemed unlikely that he was feigning ignorance, yet the previous exchanges compelled her to question. Xian Kong, let's cut to the chase. Can you or can you not see us? Yin Feng's impatience was palpable. Heh, I genuinely cannot see you, but I can sense your presence faintly, Xian Kong replied with a grin. Impossible. My domain can perfectly conceal presence. Yin Feng was unconvinced. Exactly, which is why I'm not relying on presence to gauge your location. I'm using your domain to estimate your general position. Xian Kong explained that I possess my own domain as well. But do you know what mine does? Upon hearing this, Yin Feng fell silent. The previously infallible strategy he had employed was rendered ineffective, leaving him bewildered as to how the previously inexperienced Xian Kong had grown so remarkably powerful. Hiss! Yin Feng inhaled sharply, and realizing this, I shall not allow Ling to intervene. Let us engage in a battle without the use of domains. How does that sound? Regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it. What is the necessity of this? I have already stated that it is merely a matter of general location. In truth, as long as your speed is sufficiently swift, I will be unable to lock in on you. Xian Kong sighed in wistful contemplation. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, Yin Feng is undeniably strong, yet he is tragically countered by his own fate. Xian Kong mused inwardly. Just say whether you agree or not. Yin Feng refrained from further prattling. Very well, Xian Kong acquiesced, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a figure lunged toward Xian Kong, offering no time for preparation. Wait, just a moment, Xian Kong exclaimed in haste, but his opponent paid no heed. In a state of helplessness, Xian Kong began to retreat while summoning his cloak, black flames igniting in waves, consuming the cloak as it passed. Ding! Xian Kong spun around to strike, intending to catch Yin Feng off guard. But his attack was thwarted. In the next instant, a tremendous force surged from the scythe into his hands, leaving Xian Kong vulnerable. Yin Feng seized the opportunity, closing in without hesitation, preparing to launch another assault. At such a close range, Xian Kong's scythe had no room to maneuver. Witnessing the dagger thrusting toward him, he had no choice but to summon his cloak once more. Success! Yin Feng's face lit up with excitement. Yet in the next moment, the soft cloak thwarted the dagger's advance. Oh no, Yin Feng thought, realizing the predicament as he intended to press forward. But Xian Kong reacted even more swiftly, retreating with haste. In the ensuing moments, Xian Kong capitalized on the advantages of his scythe, pressing Yin Feng relentlessly, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate, yet he did not succumb, defending against Xian Kong's tempestuous onslaught. Exhaling sharply, Xian Kong noted the stalemate, and a surge of black flames erupted forth. Due to the unexpected nature of the situation, Yin Feng instinctively defended, inadvertently revealing an opening. It was precisely this opening that led to Yin Feng's defeat. Yet he appeared undeterred, expressing profound admiration for Xian Kong. The victor, Xian Kong, and Momo the referee promptly announced the results of the match. With ample time remaining, the other 11 participants were soon arranged for a draw after the platform was repaired. Xian Kong, adhering to the plan, allowed himself to be defeated, leaving only 6 individuals in the arena as the ultimate victors. That night, Xian Kong lay in bed, unable to find slumber for a long while. After the final tally, he planned to depart this place with Momo, embarking on a new journey. The following morning, Xian Kong did not immediately check the rankings of his partner's bureau but instead shared his thoughts with Momo. Xian Kong, will you feel reluctant? Momo hesitated before asking. Indeed, I shall feel a sense of reluctance, yet I yearn more to witness the grandeur of the world alongside you, Xian Kong replied with a smile. Yes, I feel the same. Momo beamed, raising her small fist above her head, pointing directly at Xian Kong. Xian Kong reciprocated, gently bumping his fist against hers, both smiling brightly. Upon learning of Xian Kong's intentions, his parents nodded in understanding and offered no objections. As the saying goes, a good man aspires to the 4 corners of the world. though Xian Kong's parents felt a pang of reluctance. It was not a final farewell. They should feel joy that their child harbored such aspirations. Unsurprisingly, Xian Kong and Mo ranked 6th. What? 6th place? Xian Kong was momentarily speechless. Surely, higher-ups. Are you aware of the previous 6th place? Or do you consider rankings to be of little consequence? Fortunately, the overall score placed him 4th, which he could accept. The remaining time was spent waiting for the rewards to be distributed a week later. The top 50 in total scores were gathered at the governing hall, where the current prime minister presented the awards. The top 3 formed one tier, the 4th to 10th another, 11th to 20th another, and the 21st to 50th yet another. After receiving their rewards, Xian Kong and the others returned to their respective homes. As Xian Kong stood at his doorstep, about to enter, he noticed a middle-aged man engaged in conversation with his parents. Little Kong has returned. This gentleman is our prime minister. You should be acquainted, Xian Kong's mother said with a smile. Greetings, Prime Minister Uncle. I am Xian Kong. He introduced himself. Little Kong, may we have a chat? The middle-aged man inquired. Xian Kong glanced at his parents, who wore smiles, indicating his consent and no need to guess. The middle-aged man must have spoken to his parents about something. Very well, Xian Kong nodded in agreement. Little Kong, you should understand why I sought you out, correct? The middle-aged man asked. What? Xian Kong feigned ignorance, his expression full of questions. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Very well, I shall speak plainly that I have some rewards to give you. I know you wish to avoid too many constraints. These rewards are not intended to bind you to stay, but merely to express our gratitude for helping us realize that the world is vast, and much awaits us. Therefore, please be sure to accept them. The middle-aged man stated firmly. Xian Kong regarded the materials before him, hesitating for a few seconds before opening his dimensional space to receive them. The middle-aged man observed, a smile breaking across his face, and then produced several more items. One was a fire attribute fruit, another a piece of metal made from the same material as the black scythe, and the last was a blood-red orb. Though few in number, these are my personal collection. I believe they resonate with you, so consider them gifts as you embark on your journey, the middle-aged man remarked. Xian Kong, I have great faith in you. Even if you cannot remain here for long, I believe you will surely protect your homeland. Xian Kong, no longer hesitant, stored the 3 items in his dimensional space. Well then, let us end our conversation here, child. Best of luck. Xian Kong nodded. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, Xian Kong parted ways with his friends and left the human city-state. Chapter 14. The Game World? At last, it has emerged once more. Xian Kong took a deep breath, a look of relief washing over his face. As he spoke, he retrieved a map to chart the course ahead. To be honest, Xian Kong enjoyed wandering aimlessly, for it brought a sense of surprise akin to unboxing a mystery. Each step was filled with delight. Simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation arose within, reminiscent of life itself, where one could never predict what would transpire next. Brimming with uncertainty and randomness. Once he had established a goal, Xian Kong and Mo braved the elements and finally arrived at their first destination, Lin Fengchuan. The ground was carpeted with verdant grass, dotted with countless rolling hills, some a mere 10 meters high, others soaring to several dozen. The slopes varied in steepness, while a gentle breeze danced through the valleys, caressing their faces and causing their hair to sway softly. An experience both gentle and soothing. Lying there, Xian Kong and Mo relished the breeze, their spirits easing, minds gradually emptying, and before long, Xian Kong drifted into slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the cheerful sound of rushing water. Under a sky filled with twinkling stars, momentarily disoriented, Xian Kong turned his head, relieved to find Mo still by his side. He reached out to gently brush a strand of hair from Mo's face. Gazing at her adorable visage, warmth flooding his expression, the soft moonlight illuminated their surroundings, casting an ethereal glow over the dark world. The water murmured joyfully, singing as it flowed through the valley. Xian Kong listened closely, initially sensing nothing amiss, but suddenly recalled that there had been no sound of water during the day. Rising to his feet, he hesitated, contemplating whether to awaken Mo. Just then, the sound of rushing water intensified, and as he looked around, he noticed a torrent of water hurtling toward them. Without a second thought, Xian Kong reached out to lift Mo, but as his hand made contact, her figure transformed into a puddle, merging with the swift current. In that moment of confusion, Xian Kong was consumed by the water, dissolving into mere bubbles within the flow. Xian Kong, I like you. A voice lingered in his ears, and he slowly succumbed. his consciousness plummeting into an abyss of darkness, the light before him fading gradually. Xian Kong, awaken. A voice shattered the tranquility, bringing Xian Kong's awareness back. Upon opening his eyes, a charming figure appeared before him. Enveloped in nostalgic familiarity, yet somewhat blurred. Who are you? Xian Kong inquired softly. Xian Kong, that what has happened to you? Mo's expression darkened at his question, worry etched across her face. That I am not. Just as Xian Kong was about to clarify that he was not Xian Kong. Memory surged back. Momo. I was merely joking. Xian Kong chuckled. Momo stared at him, her fiery red eyes seeming to peer into his very soul. After a moment, she stated firmly, no more jokes like that in the future. Of course, I promise. Xian Kong laughed. You still dare to laugh? Momo's irritation flared. I shall not laugh anymore. Xian Kong replied with a serious demeanor. Did we not agree that he must not be touched? This cannot be blamed on me. Linfeng Chuan is a splendid place, closest to the world's essence. How could an outsider dare to venture there? Is he seeking death? Forget it. I shan't hold it against you this time. Teach me how to activate the star secret. That's a good question. But I truly do not know. How could you not know? Were you not? Do not say that. In truth, I am no longer in control. Thus, how could I be aware of its derivatives? Speechless, utterly speechless. How can you, a person of such stature, be unaware of this? By the way, did you not come to rescue me? Why do you not urge him? At this rate, I shall fall into slumber. Urge him? He still perceives this world as merely a game. Do you not fear it may backfire? That cannot be right. I sense he has already developed feelings for Mo. In any case, just watch how I handle this. You expect me to watch you? All these years, you have accomplished nothing tangible. TSK, goodbye. Urgent mission. Immediately leave Linfeng Chuan. Reward, 10 superstar crystals. Huh? The system has issued a task? This is the first time. Xian Kong felt puzzled. Xian Kong, look at them. Let's join in the fun too. Momo, observing the sprites gliding gracefully through the air on large leaves, turned to Xian Kong with excitement. All right. Xian Kong agreed, running over to Momo's side. System, although this is your first time actively issuing a task, please allow me to indulge myself just this once. Walking side by side with Momo, they approached a large leaf. Just as Xian Kong was about to reach for it, a voice emerged from the leaf. Hey, what are you doing? Pay first. 1 energy core each, and only one person can ride at a time. As Xian Kong contemplated what an energy core was, the large leaf spoke again. Is this your first time here? Then I'll give you a free ride this once. With that, the leaf ceased its commotion and obediently floated into Xian Kong's hand, while also summoning a companion that landed in Momo's grasp. Just as Xian Kong was still in a daze, Momo had already dashed up the hill and leaped down, gliding through the air with joy. Seeing this, Xian Kong cast aside his reservations and followed suit, running up the hill and jumping off. The sensation of gliding through the air was exhilarating, with no need to consciously steer, as a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a sense of joy and tranquility. When his toes finally touched the ground, Xian Kong snapped back to reality, feeling an irresistible urge to do it all over again. Emergency teleportation initiated. Number of teleported individuals, 2. Suddenly, Xian Kong's vision blurred, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as he found himself in a strange new location. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was startled to discover he was suspended in midair, steadily descending. Damn it. System, thank you very much, Xian Kong exclaimed in frustration. With a thud, he landed heavily on the ground, just as another figure came crashing down on top of him. Their lips brushed past each other, and in an instant, Xian Kong's mind exploded with confusion. This that actually, System. You seem quite nice after all. Momo, having climbed to her feet, realized she was sprawled across Xian Kong and recalled the fleeting softness they had just shared. Her cheeks instantly flushed as she averted her gaze. Observing Momo's reaction, Xian Kong felt a hint of redness creep onto his face, yet his lips curled up in a smile that was hard to contain. The System, witnessing this, confirmed a crucial piece of information. It was evident that its host had indeed developed feelings for Momo. All its adjustments had proved to be well worth the effort. Reward, Superstar Crystals 10, elated. The System promptly distributed the rewards. The sudden appearance of the System panel brought Xian Kong back to his senses, but at that moment, he was far more interested in Momo than the panel's contents. He lowered his gaze and feigned innocence, asking, Momo, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Momo abruptly lifted her head, her eyes fixed on Xian Kong with a look of grievance, her still flushed cheeks making her appear even more enchanting. Momo. Xian Kong's gaze wandered, unable to meet Momo's, and he instinctively scratched the back of his head. Humph. Bad guy, Momo retorted, promptly dismounting from Shin Kong and, regardless of their surroundings, began to walk away. Shin Kong quickly stood up and followed her. Sigh, being randomly teleported to an unfamiliar place, it seems we can only wander aimlessly now. Life truly is filled with uncertainty and randomness, Shin Kong thought to himself, sighing deeply. Chapter 15. The Grim Scythe. Momo walked quietly, with Shin Kong trailing behind her. After a long silence, Momo turned to face Shin Kong, her gaze unwavering. Momo. I didn't mean to. Shin Kong spoke weakly. You did it on purpose. You must have known. Momo's previously softened mood flared up again. Momo, Shin Kong wished to break this stalemate. I know. And I will definitely take responsibility. Who needs you to take responsibility? I couldn't care less. Momo replied haughtily. In truth, Shin Kong wanted to tell Momo that this was not their first kiss. But fearing it would only infuriate her further, he kept it to himself, especially since the previous instances had been initiated without Momo's knowledge. Of course, those actions had reasons behind them. Shin Kong was not merely a pervert seeking to take advantage. The two continued in silence along the desolate path, the only company being each other. The surrounding temperature was stifling, and the air was dry, as if all moisture had been extracted. Soon, an endless expanse of yellow sand lay before them, with undulating dunes shaped by the wind, and the relentless sun beating down upon the barren desert, intensifying the heat. Shin Kong pulled out a map, searching for areas marked as desert. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the desert. As Shin Kong folded the map away, he instinctively entered a state of alert. Grabbing Momo's hand, he expanded his domain to its maximum range. Momo felt Shin Kong's grip and scrunched her nose, not resisting but allowing him to lead her. The rustling grew louder, and through his domain's perception, a shadow appeared beneath Shin Kong's feet. Without hesitation, he fled the spot, and just as he moved, a massive figure burst from the sand, its jagged teeth sending chills down his spine. Failing to catch them, the enormous creature dove back into the sand, the rustling fading into the distance, yet Shin Kong dared not relax. Indeed, mere seconds later, an even more intense rustling erupted nearby, and multiple colossal shadows surged forth from the sand, encircling Shin Kong and Momo. With mouths full of sharp teeth, they dove down from above. Shin Kong summoned the black scythe and swung it upward with all his might, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that sliced through the air, causing one of the massive figures to veer off its descent path in pain. Seizing the moment, Shin Kong took Momo and fled the encirclement, sprinting away with urgency. Yet the rustling persisted, and looking back, he saw the formidable figures relentlessly pursuing them. Shin Kong could only run forward, feeling increasingly powerless. His means of attack were woefully inadequate, and coupled with his frail physique, if he could not overpower his adversaries, escape was his only option. Not daring to pause, he ran far beyond the sandy expanse before finally glancing back. Phew, saved. Shin Kong exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. Shin Kong, actually, they stopped chasing us the moment we stepped out of the desert. Momo spoke softly at this moment. Upon hearing this, Shin Kong was taken aback. After running so far, it turned out they had not even been worth the chase. However, it was also possible that their pursuers were confined to the desert. After resting for a while, Shin Kong began to rummage through his otherworldly space, retrieving the 3 items the Prime Minister had given him before leaving. While he understood the fruits and metal pieces, he was puzzled by the blood-red orb. Detected suitable material. Would you like to upgrade the Grim Scythe? Yes. No. The suitable material for upgrading the Grim Scythe must refer to this metal piece. Shin Kong decisively clicked. Yes. The black scythe appeared as the blood-red orb and metal piece gradually melted and fused, forming a dark red metallic liquid sphere. This then flew directly towards the black scythe. And after a period of fusion and shaping, the upgrade was successful. Grim Scythe upgrade successful. Would you like to purify it? Purification materials. 1 million experience fruit 1. Superstar crystals 3. Shin Kong glanced at the system panel, then silently looked at his otherworldly space, wondering if the system had somehow orchestrated this perfectly. As he had precisely 1 million experience fruit left at AS for the superstar crystals, the system could refine 1 each month. And Shin Kong had no idea how to use them. Apart from gifting a few to Xing Yin, the rest had been gathering dust in his otherworldly space. Of course, there was no actual dust in the otherworldly space. Purify. Shin Kong commanded. As soon as he spoke, 1 million experience fruit and 3 superstar crystals flew out from his otherworldly space, striking the black scythe and transforming into twinkling starlight that merged into the weapon. During this process, the scythe emitted a soft chime, which gradually diminished as more starlight infused. The moment the starlight dissipated, the chime ceased completely, and the system panel promptly appeared. Purification of the Grim Scythe successful. Would you like to establish a soul contract? Establish a soul contract? Xian Kong murmured softly. Establishing soul contract. Damn it, system. You. Xian Kong began, but before he could finish, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he vaguely heard the sound of chains. Soul contract established successfully. Wishing you a pleasant experience. Xian Kong suddenly felt his body lighten, and shortly thereafter, he fell into a deep slumber. Momo, watching Xian Kong collapse after his flurry of actions, understood that he was merely exhausted and would recover after a short nap. A few minutes later, Xian Kong's breathing began to even out. Momo leaned closer, gazing at his face, and reached out to touch his lips with her fingertip. Feeling the softness at her fingertips, she recalled their earlier moment, and her ears involuntarily turned red, withdrawing her hand. Momo quietly watched over Xian Kong, a smile surfacing in her eyes, her lips curling up slightly. A gentle breeze caressed her face, her hair dancing lightly, as she savored a moment of tranquility. What a sin. What a sin. Indeed, it is a sin. How could you harm the beings of this realm? It was unavoidable. In order to grow stronger swiftly, I had no choice. Besides, I did not kill it. Sealing memories. What difference does that make from death? There is a difference. Once your crisis is averted, I will unseal it. Thus, it remains as it is. Let us hope so. Xian Kong slowly awakens, opening his eyes to a boundless sky devoid of clouds. In the corner of his vision, a figure clad in fiery red sits quietly. Xian Kong turns his head, placing that fiery figure at the center of his world. Upon sensing Xian Kong's gaze, Imo turns towards him. In that moment when their eyes meet, Xian Kong's heart races, and he hastily averts his gaze to the heavens. Xian Kong, you are awake. Imo smiles. Momo, how long have I been asleep? Xian Kong inquires. I don't know. It shouldn't be long. Momo ponders. Momo, this is for you. Xian Kong produces a fruit imbued with fire attributes, extending his hand to present it to Momo. She accepts it, feeling the pure fire elements within, and after a glance at Xian Kong, receiving his affirmation, she consumes the fruit. As the fruit descends, the fire elements explode within Momo, rampaging through her meridians. When it merges with her energy core, an ethereal red lotus erupts with a powerful pull, swiftly converting the pure fire elements into the flame of the red lotus. During this period, Xian Kong summons the black scythe, which undergoes minimal change, only acquiring a hint of dark red. Upon closer inspection, he senses an unbreakable bond tying them together. There's something within the ghost scythe. Xian Kong perceives a faint yet discernible life force emanating from it. Chapter 16. Momo, I like you. After Momo absorbs the pure fire elements from the fruit, she and Xian Kong embark on their journey once more. Uncertain of their whereabouts, they can only steer clear of the desert. Wandering aimlessly, throughout the journey, Xian Kong attempts to sense any anomalies with the ghost scythe, but perhaps due to his limited strength, he can barely detect the life force emanating from it. As night falls, Xian Kong kindles a fire as usual. The flickering flames cast alternating shadows upon his face. Xian Kong, when will this adventure come to an end? Momo's voice is light, clearly weary of this aimless existence. From observations over the past few days, they deduce that the desert is a place of death, situated in the northern part of the continent, with scarcely any race inhabiting it. Escaping will require considerable time. Xian Kong narrates. Xian Kong, can't we just teleport like before? Momo suddenly recalls their previous teleportation, her eyes lighting up. We cannot. That is beyond my control. Xian Kong shakes his head, feeling quite helpless. How did the system transport them to this desolate desert? Or does the system wish for him to accomplish some task? Unable to fathom it, Xian Kong finds the system's cryptic nature frustrating. Other systems seem far better. That task, Cuckoo, goes out, and the reward is also given by Cuckoo. Despite the complaints, Xian Kong has never truly resented the system's ineffectiveness, as they find themselves in a world akin to a game. Without the system's guidance at the onset, he likely would have exposed himself on the very first day. Upon hearing Xian Kong's response, Momo falls silent for a moment, opening her mouth as if to say something, only to ultimately remain quiet, lowering her head in silence. How could Xian Kong not notice? Yet he feels powerless, hastening his pace towards the horizon. Days pass, the desolation recedes, and a lush expanse of grass emerges, the boundary between the two appearing as if meticulously crafted by human hands. Upon witnessing this transformation, Momo's eyes brighten, and she excitedly dashes onto the grass. In the days prior, the relentless desolation had rendered her increasingly bored. Although she was with Xian Kong, their days were filled with either travel or brief respites. and their conversations were few, contributing significantly to her ennui. Shin Kong, are there any races inhabiting this place? Mo inquires with a smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation, yet Shin Kong merely shakes his head. And at this, Mo's expression dims considerably, her previously cheerful countenance turning glum. Shin Kong approaches her, ruffling her hair gently, whispering comforting words. It's all right. We will soon be out of this. As he speaks, Shin Kong cannot help but reminisce about the myriad of things he once wished to accomplish upon arriving in this world, only to realize he has achieved very few. This world seems far less than he imagined. Fixed rules, defined characters, and an unchanging environment. Now, Shin Kong finds it difficult to easily believe that this world is crafted from data. The inhabitants here possess flesh and blood, their emotions entirely genuine. But there are fixed rules. Those rules are merely the most fundamental, stemming from the world itself, common to nearly all realms. If this can still be called a game, Shin Kong truly does not know what can be deemed reality. Gazing at Mo, a smile involuntarily graces his lips. He can hardly recall what initially compelled him to seek her out. It is evident now that he has genuinely developed feelings for this vivacious girl. Her smile continually influences him, and each time he sees her, his negative emotions dissipate considerably. He sincerely desires to be with Mo forever. However, emotions cannot be forced. Although the feelings Mo evokes in him seem somewhat different than before. What if he is mistaken? What if he has misinterpreted her intentions? Shin Kong dares not gamble, nor does he wish to. The fear of losing everything looms large, leaving him with no choice but to treat Mo with utmost kindness. Hoping that one day he might touch her heart, this not somewhat akin to being a lovesick fool. Upon this realization, Shin Kong feels no shame. He is in pursuit of pursuing his own heart. Moreover, Mo does not entirely disregard him. Thus how could this be labeled as mere infatuation? He is the only male she has interacted with since her emergence. Despite other factors, facts remain as they are. Shin Kong secretly rejoices. Simi Masai. Thereafter, Shin Kong and Mo traverse myriad landscapes, witnessing many sights previously unseen and enduring numerous hardships. As the saying goes, time nurtures affection. Mo begins to develop a peculiar sentiment towards Shin Kong. She does not comprehend what this feeling is, nor has she expressed it to him. One day, amidst a flurry of snow, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washes over Shin Kong. The dormant secondary consciousness awakens at this moment. Sensing the aura of a curse, the secondary consciousness understands that the curse has commenced its activation. By now, Shin Kong has grown significantly stronger, particularly in mental prowess, allowing him to communicate simply with the spirit of the ghost scythe. The awakening of the secondary consciousness is naturally perceived by Shin Kong, who inexplicably begins to question it, feeling that such coincidence is implausible. Secondary consciousness, let us converse. In the pitch-black night, the earth is cloaked in silver, and Shin Kong sits quietly upon a tree stump, speaking in a calm tone. After a considerable silence, only stillness answers him. As though the heavy snow has consumed all sound, I know it was wrong of me to forcibly occupy your body and dominantly suppress your consciousness. Shin Kong explains that I realize you may never forgive me, but I still do not comprehend why you do not resist or strive for dominance, instead choosing to embrace slumber, because that I am benevolent. The secondary consciousness replies, benevolent? Shin Kong chuckles lightly. Indeed, quite benevolent, after all. You had the opportunity to ensure my eternal confinement, yet you refrained from doing so. Therefore, may I kindly implore you to maintain this benevolence and reveal the truth to me. Truth? What truth do you seek? The secondary consciousness inquires, the truth behind the sudden onset of trepidation. I refuse to believe it is without cause. Shin Kong's expression darkens, his tone turning icy. Are you certain you wish to know? The secondary consciousness hesitates. Speak. I can accept it. Do you recall the curse I mentioned? The secondary consciousness states flatly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Shin Kong nods, remembering that the secondary consciousness perished due to the curse. But what does that have to do with him? Indeed, you have likely deduced it. The cause lies within this curse. You have usurped my body, cohabiting within a shared sea of souls. Unfortunately, this curse targets not only my soul but the entirety of this sea. So my soul is also tainted by the curse, correct? Shin Kong retorts. The secondary consciousness falls silent. Shin Kong scoffs. What a coincidence. How much time do I have left? 100 days. The curse has already begun to take effect. The secondary consciousness informs. Shin Kong laughs. Though this laughter is tinged with madness, a kind of desperate insanity. The following morning, Xian Kong's demeanor appears unchanged, showing no trace of the previous night's frenzy. Momo. Do you wish to return? Xian Kong asks. Return where? Momo pauses, perplexed as she gazes at Xian Kong. Toxx village. Xian Kong replies. What for? Momo inquires, puzzled. We have been away for so long. I believe it is time to check in. Xian Kong states. Then let us go see, but just for a visit. You must bring me back afterward. Momo contemplates, finding Xian Kong's reasoning sound. It has been nearly 2 years since their departure, and she is curious about how her brother is faring. After agreeing, Xian Kong leads Momo onward without pause. Days later, Momo senses something amiss. She cannot fathom why Xian Kong is in such a hurry. Xian Kong, can we not slow down? Why the rush? Momo finally voices her concern. Rushed? Xian Kong is taken aback. He merely knows he must hasten to take Momo back, then disappear without a trace. Never considering how to respond, thus, he casually fabricates, Momo, you know, my urgency is, of course, to propose. Upon hearing these words, Momo's ears flushed a deep crimson. Yet the delicate strands of hair framing her face perfectly concealed her embarrassment. Additionally, Xian Kong, consumed by his own anxious thoughts, failed to notice her shyness. What are you proposing? Let us hurry and leave, Momo declared, her tone tinged with impatience. Xian Kong let out a soft laugh, thinking to himself. This little girl, I merely spoke casually, yet she seems genuinely upset. However, a wave of sorrow washed over him. After all this time, could she truly not accept it? He had done his utmost. As they traversed the stony wasteland once more. Passing by the Star Rock, the two sat together, gazing at the stars, watching the 2 bright moons gradually recede until they vanished entirely. When the first rays of sunlight broke through, Xian Kong posed a question that left Momo bewildered. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his gaze fixed intensely upon her, and asked solemnly, Momo, would you be willing to wait for me? Although Xian Kong was uncertain if he would even have a second life, he still felt compelled to ask. What? Momo stammered, flustered and unable to comprehend why Xian Kong had suddenly posed such a question. It's nothing, just a simple inquiry, he replied, lacking a definitive answer. Xian Kong chuckled bitterly to himself, feeling selfish for even asking, especially given his impending demise. How absurd, how laughable. He withdrew several superstar crystals and pushed them towards the Star Rock, feeling a momentary daze as they were completely consumed. When he opened his eyes again, his soul had been drawn into a vast expanse of space. The infinite star sea, the soul of the Star Rock appeared, a being without gender, when it revealed its identity. Xian Kong was clearly taken aback. Yet, the Star Rock seemed disinclined to provide further explanation. It merely opened its arms, harnessing the power of the stars to fortify itself. Soon, luminous points emerged upon the Star Rock's soul, resembling starlight, yet softer and more ethereal. Guided by the Star Rock, those points gradually floated towards Xian Kong, merging with his very essence. In that moment, Xian Kong felt as if he had fallen into a realm of bliss. His soul was utterly at ease, and with the infusion of those luminous points, his essence became markedly more substantial. Xian Kong, this is my gift to you. You bear a curse, and I shall empower you with the strength of the stars to mitigate its severity. However, the situation is dire, and I am powerless to alter it. The Star Rock spoke. Xian Kong's expression reflected a sense of resigned understanding when he heard that the curse could be weakened. A flicker of hope ignited within him. After all, this life was nearing its conclusion. In his final moments, the Star Rock leaned closer and whispered in his ear, beware of the other you. Xian Kong, perplexed, clearly did not grasp its meaning. Just as he prepared to inquire further, a wave of disorientation washed over him once more. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in his own body. At last, the two returned to XX village. For reasons unknown, they did not lose their way in the misty forest this time. Upon entering the village, when Emperor Shurtian sensed their presence, he wore a look of astonishment. Unable to fathom why the misty forest had failed to ensnare them, their arrival stirred quite a commotion within the village. Xiaoyan had intended to discuss returning the 1,000,000 experience fruits to Xian Kong, but his sister persistently thwarted his efforts. Observing this, Xiaoyan realized that his sister had also developed feelings for Xian Kong. What kind of enchantment has that foolish boy cast upon my sister? It has hardly been 2 years. He gritted his teeth, yet ultimately decided not to pursue the matter of returning the 1,000,000 experience fruits. During this time, Momo did not remain by Xian Kong's side constantly. She wished to give him space, allowing him time to prepare for his own affairs. In secret, she harbored hopes. eagerly anticipating the proposal Xian Kong had mentioned. Would she accept? Surely she would, Momo reassured herself. Xian Kong, too, relished this tranquility. He planned to discreetly depart as death approached, focusing instead on helping Momo gradually acclimate to his eventual absence. Although he was uncertain if this was mere self-deception, what if? Even if there was the slightest possibility, Xian Kong wished to avoid it. Life spun in circles, and eventually, the final day arrived. Yet, Xian Kong found himself filled with regret. He did not wish to vanish without a trace. On this day, he invited Momo to a secluded spot beneath the shade of a tree. Momo's face was alight with anticipation, while Xian Kong's heart was torn asunder. Momo, I like you, he confessed. Momo's face lit up with joy, ready to respond. But to her astonishment, Xian Kong transformed into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into the ether. Momo stood in shock, and as reality settled in, tears streamed down her face. Surely, Xian Kong was merely playing hide and seek with her. Right? Momo attempted to comfort herself, yet the tears were an undeniable truth. Deep down, she understood that Xian Kong had indeed departed, but why so suddenly? Why the haste? Heartbroken, she returned home, collapsing onto her bed, cocooning herself in her blanket. What has happened to her? Xiao Nua, chatting with Xiao Yin in the courtyard, caught sight of Momo's despondent state. What's wrong? It must be that rascal Xian Kong's doing. Otherwise, why would he take Momo out only to return her in such a state? Xiao Yin seethed. Haha, in the end, I could not restrain myself. I truly am a selfish wretch, Xian Kong mused, contemplating whether, should there be a next life, Momo would recognize him. This game of life was indeed exasperating. If there truly is a next life, I shall strive to live it more splendidly. Detected the soul in an abnormal state, forcibly entering slumber. Detected soul-binding items. Grim Scythe, Black Cloak. Acquisition in progress. Acquisition successful. In the new game, these will be designated as starting equipment. In a daze, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Xian Kong's ears, followed by an engulfing darkness as his soul fell into chaos. Chapter 17. New Life. Reunion with old friends in the blink of an eye. 50 years had passed. A crystal orb, adorned with enigmatic dark patterns, bore two slumbering souls. Reshaping them into flesh, the newborn quietly emerged within a human city-state. Named Xian Kong. Duration of slumber, 10 years. During slumber, new consciousness has assumed control of the body. 50 years later, the human race had undergone a monumental transformation. By the age of 5, every child could select an initial partner from the Elf Center. Naturally, the Elf Center retained the authority to reclaim initial partners to prevent any mistreatment. As little Xian Kong appeared rather suddenly in the human city-state, he was naturally taken in by an orphanage. Within the orphanage, little Xian Kong found himself isolated, not due to a lack of social skills, but because of his uncontrollable black flames and the occasional manifestation of the black scythe and cloak. This situation persisted until he was 2.5 years old, at which point he had gained mastery over his internal energy, ceasing any accidental harm. The orphanage frequently organized simple competitions, running, endurance, strength, and the like, open to all children, regardless of age. The orphanage explained that in life, one could not afford to consider age. Humanity must learn to face greater challenges. Consequently, little Xian Kong developed a competitive spirit. One day, he squatted alone by an insect burrow, observing the creatures as they busily transported items in and out of two nearby entrances. Xian Ge, what are you watching? A little girl bounced over to his side, peering curiously in the direction of his gaze. Yeah, look at these bugs. They go in through one entrance and come out through another. All we see are their movements, little Xian Kong explained earnestly. So, I wonder, can I do the same as these bugs? Enter here and exit there without being seen in between? Little Xian Kong pondered deeply but eventually decided to shift his focus. He gazed at the black scythe. Sensing the connection he shared with it, and an intriguing idea took shape. Without hesitation, he found an empty space in the orphanage yard, plunged the scythe into the ground, and then ran 100 meters away. His connection with the scythe remained unbroken, even across the distance, not diminishing in the slightest. Little Xian Kong felt a surge of joy. He envisioned himself at one entrance and the scythe at the other, resonating with it, constantly drawing the 2 points closer in his mind until they overlapped. With a mere thought, he anticipated the outcome, remaining stationary while the scythe stood resolutely in place. A sense of failure washed over him. Yet he sensed he was on the brink of success, merely lacking a crucial element. With determination, little Xian Kong hurried to the director's office, knocking before entering upon receiving a response. Grandpa Director, I have a question I would like to ask, he said, leaning over the director's desk with youthful exuberance. What question do you have? The director inquired, his expression warm with the affection of an elder. What is required to instantaneously travel from one point to another? Little Xian Kong considered his words carefully, aiming to articulate his inquiry in the simplest terms. Oh, you wish to learn spatial magic? The director responded, taken aback. Yes, I want to learn spatial magic. Little Xian Kong affirmed with a nod. Wait a moment, let me see what I can find. The director rummaged through his drawer and eventually produced a small blue orb, handing it to Little Xian Kong. This is a beginner's spatial orb. Take your time to contemplate it. Gratefully accepting the spatial orb, Little Xian Kong thanked the director before leaving with enthusiasm. Back in his room, he examined the orb closely, noticing a swirl of white energy intertwining with the blue, continuously circulating within. Little Xian Kong closed his eyes, focusing intently on the orb's flow, a state that persisted intermittently for several weeks. Then, one day, in a moment of clarity, he glimpsed a wondrous world. As a surge of blue-white energy enveloped him, with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on the spatial orb in his hand, and the white energy within surged slightly. Xiao Xiankong panicked, contemplating hiding the orb, yet reason admonished him against such a course of action. For the past few days, every time he encountered the esteemed director, a profound sense of guilt overwhelmed him, compelling him to wish he could bury his head in the ground. After wrestling with his turmoil for several days, Xiao Xiankong could no longer endure the torment and resolved to confide in the director about the truth of the matter. In the spatial orb, the director inquired with a kind smile. It is right here. Xiao Xiankong produced the orb and extended it toward the director, his gaze evasive. No worries. It is merely an entry-level orb, the director reassured him, ruffling Xiao Xiankong's hair while examining the orb closely. Ah, the power within has grown significantly. No wonder it has developed a crack. Xiankong, have you perhaps comprehended the essence of this orb? The director asked, his eyes twinkling with warmth. I suppose so, Xiao Xiankong replied, recalling the otherworldly sensation he experienced that day, nodding slightly. Upon hearing this, the director entrusted the orb back to Xiao Xiankong, suggesting he attempt to explode it. Xiao Xiankong, still bewildered, nodded and concentrated on the feelings from that earlier moment. A surge of blue-white energy manifested, propelled by his deliberate control towards the orb. As he opened his hand again, the orb shattered into several fragments. The director leaned in, his eyes wide with astonishment, resembling a child refusing to accept a startling truth. Ha ha ha, splendid. After a few seconds, the director suddenly exclaimed, our Little Xiankong is truly a genius. Director, you do not hold it against me. Xiao Xiankong scratched his head, stealing glances at the director. How could I? I am delighted. If anything, the director replied. Xiankong, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall take you to a special place. Xiao Xiankong nodded obediently. The following morning, the director led Xiao Xiankong to the residence of the current Hero King. Aiming to persuade him to take Xiao Xiankong as an apprentice, the entry-level spatial orb was, in fact, a masterpiece crafted by the Hero King in his youth, developed specifically for an old friend. Please identify yourself. A mechanical voice resonated as they stood before the grand entrance. The director presented his medal within the scanning range of the mechanical eye. Identity confirmed successfully. Reporting now. Minutes passed before the door swung open. The mechanical voice announcing, esteemed guest, please enter. Let us go, Xiankong, the director said, glancing at Xiao Xiankong before stepping forward. As they crossed the threshold, a weathered figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient pines. Elder, what brings you here today? The figure inquired without turning around. I have discovered a remarkably talented child and wish for you to take him as your disciple. The director stated directly. I do not take apprentices. You may send the child to a training class. They are the professionals, the figure replied. This child is unlike the others. He comprehended the entry-level spatial orb within mere weeks and even managed to explode it. The director patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the figure finally turned around, and in that fleeting moment, the tranquility of years past rippled within his heart. His gaze momentarily dazed. He then strolled leisurely towards Xiao Xiankong and asked, Little one, what is your name? Greetings, Hero King. My name is Xiankong, Xiao Xiankong replied. The figure visibly trembled, and the director, sensing something amiss, quickly inquired, What is the matter? It is nothing. Let us keep this child. Whether or not I take him as an apprentice can wait. Allow me a few days to observe him first. The figure returned to his tranquil demeanor. Very well, I shall take my leave. The orphanage requires my attention, the director said hurriedly, as if fearing the figure would change his mind. The room was left with only the two figures, one large and one small, and after a moment of silence, the figure broke it. Xiankong, is that you? His voice trembled slightly. It is indeed me. Why do you ask? Xiao Xiankong replied, puzzled by the figure's desire to keep him around. Since the director was at ease, he felt that remaining here would pose no danger. It is you. Why did you suddenly disappear all those years ago? Do you remember how you wished to learn my void step? I created the spatial orb with the intention of surprising you upon your return, yet here you are, only now reappearing, the figure mused. Gently caressing Xiao Xuankong's face, tears shimmering in his eyes. Hero King, please do not cry, Xiao Xiankong said hurriedly, attempting to comfort him. Indeed, even if you have returned, you must be as ancient as I am now. Yet how could I be so forgetful? The figure lamented. Little one, I am called Etienne. Would you like to learn my signature technique? Etienne inquired. Not really. I wish to learn spatial teleportation, Xiao Xiankong replied, displaying the innocence of a child who did not yet grasp the art of flattery. Very well. Whatever you wish to learn, I shall teach you, Etienne responded with a smile, ruffling Xiao Xuankong's hair. Xiankong, you remain alive, do you not? I have discovered a child who bears a striking resemblance to you. When you return, it will surely astonish you as much as it does me, Etienne thought, gazing at Xiao Xiankong. Chapter 18. The Scythe in the Sky. Master, look, I have succeeded. Half a year had passed, and Etienne had finally accepted Xiao Xiankong as his apprentice. How many times must I tell you? Do not call me master, Etienne scolded, fixing a stern gaze upon Xiao Xiankong. Oh, understood, my hero king. Etienne, Xiao Xiankong replied, utterly baffled by the notion that anyone would want a junior to address them so directly. Amused, Etienne realized that upon seeing Xiao Xuankong's weapon, he instantly understood that the boy was the reincarnation of Xiankong. For that black scythe was a unique artifact, impossible to replicate. Even if one attempted to do so, it would only resemble it superficially. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Although it was admirable for a brother to have his junior as a disciple, Etienne was not one to relish such a notion. What have you accomplished? Show me. Etienne finally nodded, eager to see my self-created technique, the scythe in the sky. Xiao Xiankong declared proudly, raising his chin in anticipation of praise. Oh, demonstrate it, Etienne replied, internally critiquing Xiao Xuankong's naming skills. Following this, Xiao Xiankong planted the scythe at one end of the courtyard and dashed to the opposite side. He then resonated with it, mentally drawing the two closer until they overlapped. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Xiankong vanished, reappearing beside the scythe in an instant. Not bad. If this technique can be utilized in combat, it would yield unexpected results, Etienne remarked, offering a rare compliment. Thank you, Master, Xiao Xiankong began to respond, but the intensity of Etienne's gaze stifled his words. Let us go out and play, Etienne suggested. Yay, out to play, Xiao Xiankong exclaimed, leaping high with excitement before rushing out. His destination was clear. He headed straight for the outskirts, which marked the boundary of human civilization. Summoning the scythe, he struck a pose, proclaiming, Behold my scythe in the sky. As he spoke, he hurled the scythe skyward, marveling at how high it soared. Wow, it ascended so high. Xiao Xiankong watched in awe as the scythe diminished in size until it vanished from view. Then, with a thought, he grasped the air, reappearing beside the scythe, his clothes billowing in the high-altitude winds. Wow, how exhilarating! Xiao Xiankong exclaimed, his heart racing as he gazed around, the sensation of rapid descent in the distant ground igniting a thrill within him. He spread his limbs, sometimes looking up, other times down, continuously shifting his posture in midair. After several seconds, he once again launched the scythe, this time aimed at the ground. Thus, Xiao Xiankong reveled in the experience of free-falling from great heights, landing safely with an exhilarated smile still on his face. 3 days later, an explosive news report appeared on electronic devices, announcing the discovery of an unprecedented fairy, accompanied by an image. The picture depicted a pink, four-legged fairy, injured and lying on the grass, with a chilling scar visible. Though it had begun to heal, the fairy had already been taken to the fairy center for treatment. Upon seeing the image, Xiao Xuankong's first reaction was, how adorable. His second thought was, who could be so cruel as to harm such a lovely creature? Etienne, I wish to make her my partner. Could you please keep her for me? Xiao Xiankong turned to Etienne, his eyes brimming with hope. Etienne contemplated revealing to Xiao Xiankong that he already had a partner. The first humanoid fairy in human history, named Momo. However, seeing the eager expression on Xiao Xuankong's face, Etienne nodded in agreement. After all, Xiao Xiankong had no recollection of his past life, and whether he would encounter Mo remained uncertain. Rather than leave it to chance, Etienne preferred to fulfill Xiao Xuankong's wish. Very well, Etienne consented. Etienne, why are you being so kind to me? Xiao Xiankong inquired, his innocent gaze causing Etienne to chuckle. Little one. Sometimes kindness requires no justification, Etienne replied though. Xiao Xiankong nodded, accepting the statement as undeniable, for he could not fathom any reason for Etienne's generosity. Xiankong, you have no idea how handsome I was in my youth. Etienne reminisced, his eyes gleaming with nostalgia. You are still quite handsome now. Xiao Xiankong countered that it is not the same. At my age, I merely appear somewhat spirited, not truly handsome. Etienne sighed. Hearing this, Xiao Xiankong fell into silence once more. When Etienne recounted tales of the past, whenever Xiao Xiankong deviated even slightly from his narrative, Etienne would sigh deeply for an extended period. But you are a hero king. I am but a mere child. What insights could I possibly possess? After all, I am only 3 years old. Xiao Xiankong secretly grumbled. Xiankong, do you remember I once told you about someone who bore a striking resemblance to you, back then? I could hardly match him. Had he not shunned the role of hero king, the current hero king might very well not be me, Etienne explained. Yes, you mentioned that he was also named Xiankong and wielded a weapon just like mine. What happened next? Xiao Xiankong inquired eagerly. You never finished the story. Then he simply vanished without a trace. Thus, I remain unaware of the tale's conclusion. Perhaps he has already perished, Etienne concluded. Impossible. He was so strong. He would never die. Xiao Xiankong insisted stubbornly, not understanding why he felt such a connection. The moment he heard of Xuankong's demise, it felt as if he were speaking of himself. Etienne shook his head, unwilling to accept that Xiankong was truly gone. Yet the harsh reality was undeniable. Days passed, and Etienne continued to serve as Xiao Xiankong's sparring partner, holding back just enough but not excessively. Under this rigorous training regimen, Xiao Xiankong unexpectedly awakened a domain, dubbed the Youngling Domain. Its effect was to revert an opponent's age by 20 years, along with restoring all skills to their potency from 2 decades prior, specifically concerning humans. Consequently, Xiao Xiankong found himself enduring even more painful blows. Who could comprehend? Etienne, now at the semi-divine level, was clearly not experiencing the same intensity of pain as he had 2 decades ago. In truth, Etienne felt quite innocent. At his current advanced age, the sudden resurgence of vitality from 20 years prior, coupled with insufficient adaptation, was bound to be painful. Regrettably, after experiencing the sting of defeat, Xiao Xiankong never utilized the Youngling Domain again. As Xiao Xiankong approached his 5th birthday, he became increasingly anxious about whether that adorable pink sprite had been chosen. He questioned Etienne repeatedly about it, receiving only affirmative responses, yet his worries persisted. Chapter 19. The Heart's Affection. The function of the Crimson Lotus Seal today marked Xiao Xiankong's 5th birthday. He awoke at dawn, eager to visit the Sprite Center. Upon entering the grand doors of the Sprite Center and verifying his identity, Xiao Xiankong was guided by the staff to the Sprite living area, where a myriad of sprites roamed, some meandering leisurely, others playfully chasing one another. Scanning the area, Xiao Xiankong immediately spotted the pink sprite. It lay quietly on the ground, basking in the sunlight, seemingly out of place amidst its surroundings. The sunlight cast a gentle golden hue over it, enhancing its tranquility. It appeared to be sorrowful. A sudden feeling surged within Xiao Xiankong's mind. Pointing from a distance at the pink sprite, Xiao Xiankong looked up at the staff and proclaimed, I want that one. The staff member, about to depart, paused at Xiao Xiankong's call, instinctively following his finger. Upon seeing the pink sprite, which had remained unchosen for 2 years, they expressed surprise and inquired, Are you certain? Yes, Xiao Xiankong replied resolutely. Little one, perhaps you should reconsider. Or have your elder accompany you, the staff member suggested. But Grandpa Etienne said I could decide for myself. Xiao Xiankong insisted. I wanted. Very well, please wait here while I communicate with it, the staff member conceded. Especially after hearing Etienne's name, which dispelled any thoughts of persuasion. Minutes later, the staff returned with the pink sprite to the front desk. Out of kindness, they deliberately avoided the sprite while whispering to Xiao Xiankong. It is a healing sprite. If you have any regrets, now is the time to reconsider. The repeated cautions were not without reason. This pink sprite was the first healing sprite at the Sprite Center. It had not been due to a lack of cultivation potential, but rather its rarity that had kept it unselected for so long. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxuan Kong shook his head, declaring, I have no regrets. I want it. His choice was not solely based on the sprite's cuteness. The second reason was its healing abilities. Xiaoxuan Kong possessed a scythe and a black cloak, along with several unique skills in the Youngling domain, making his combat prowess formidable. However, the limitation of the human body prompted him to select a rare healing sprite as a companion. Interestingly, the arrival of the pink sprite was intricately linked to Xiaoxuan Kong. A scythe strike at the age of 3 had sent it tumbling from Dream Island to the mainland, resulting in the Sprite Center's first healing sprite. Its rarity had led it to wait for Xiaoxuan Kong's arrival. A fate that could be deemed karmic.as for Etienne. Had anyone else persisted as Xiaoxuan Kong did, the staff would have been unable to dissuade them. After completing the registration process, Xiaoxuan Kong brought the pink sprite back to Etienne's residence. The moment Etienne laid eyes on the pink sprite, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was evident that Xiaoxuan Kong, like Xian Kong, would steadfastly adhere to his choices, regardless of the opinions of those around him. In the room, Xiaoxuan Kong and the pink sprite locked eyes, his filled with excitement, hers with curiosity. What is your name? Xiaoxuan Kong broke the silence. The pink sprite opened her mouth, producing some charming yet incomprehensible sounds. If they had been intelligible, Xiaoxuan Kong would certainly have understood. Intrigued, Xiaoxuan Kong felt a mischievous grin form and decided to tease her. I know you can speak. You need not hide it from me, he said earnestly. The pink sprite fell silent, perplexed by how this little one could possibly know. Should she speak? She was filled with uncertainty. I am Aixine, the pink sprite finally said, having not spoken for so long that she felt slightly awkward. Aixine, what a peculiar name, Xiaoxuan Kong mused, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while a storm of excitement surged within him. I was merely teasing. I didn't expect you to actually speak. Hello, I am Xian Kong, from this day forth. We shall be partners, Xiaoxuan Kong declared, extending his hand. Observing this, Aixine extended her front paw and gently placed it in Xiaoxuan Kong's hand. With his ruse successful, Xiaoxuan Kong quickly pulled Aixine into his embrace. Aixine, call me master. He held her tenderly, preventing her from escaping. Master. Aixine struggled to comprehend Xiaoxuan Kong's intentions, hesitating but ultimately complying. Aixine, rest assured. I shall treat you well, Xiaoxuan Kong promised with delight. Aixine nodded, her movements appearing quite reserved. Aixine, you are so adorable, Xiaoxuan Kong exclaimed, snuggling against Aixine, relishing the softness in his arms. He simply could not resist the allure of such cuteness. Meanwhile, Aixine felt a sense of distress. The moment Xiaoxuan Kong pressed against her, her body tensed, rendering her immobile. In a distant village, a girl, appearing around 15 or 16, urged, Momo, if you do not proceed to the place of inheritance to complete your transformation, your foundation may suffer. I know. Just a little longer, Momo replied weakly. Having endured the backlash of energy for too long, her body saturated with excess energy that prevented her from moving at all. Wait longer. Momo, do you not understand that the dead cannot return to life? The girl retorted angrily. He told me to wait for him. Momo shook her head, convinced he would not break his promise. Momo, why put yourself through this? The girl's heart ached. After the transformation, he might not even recognize you. I'll be fine. Once he arrives, I will go immediately, Momo assured her. Upon hearing this, the girl ceased her urging. 55 years. Was that truly not enough time to forget someone? Xian Kong, why have you not come yet? I promised you. Momo's voice carried a plea as she reached for the stars above, as if trying to grasp her heart. Yet, when her hand closed, she felt nothing. Why not have you still not come? Her voice brimmed with helplessness, tears cascading down her cheeks, landing upon the grass below, scattering into glistening droplets. Under the starlight, they shimmered like the stars above, twinkling with a radiant glow. I promised you, Momo whispered again, gazing up at the endless night sky, her thoughts traversing time, reliving moments shared with Xian Kong. She understood these were mere illusions, but what of it? If Xian Kong did not return, she would wait indefinitely until that familiar figure reappeared in her sight. Bupa, could you go to the human city and take a look for me? Momo addressed the void. With the greatest pleasure. A voice echoed from the void, my queen. Upon hearing the response, a smile graced Momo's lips, illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. The ability to connect with Bupa from thin air was a discovery Momo had stumbled upon. Had it not been for that fateful incident, She would have never realized she had unwittingly marked Bu Po with the Crimson Lotus seal, although the Crimson Lotus seal could compel the recipient to follow her commands. Momo had never resorted to forced orders, always allowing the other party to make their own choices. Chapter 20. The Nameless Technique AI Exine. Are you in your second form? Xiao Xuankong suddenly wondered about the implications of his youngling domain on sprites. Master, I am somewhat unique. I can be considered both a first and a second form. AI Exine pondered for a moment before responding. The evolution of the heart spirit's form diverges significantly from that of most other spirits. Their initial form is uniform, categorized as a non-attribute spirit, yet upon reaching the second form, differentiation occurs, allowing them to absorb varying types of energy, thus evolving into distinct attributes. Once a spirit acquires an attribute, it is bound to absorb only that specific type of energy henceforth. Generally, non-attribute spirits are not considered a true form, which is why the heart spirit claims to be in its first form. The second form, however, is a consequence of the subsequent transformation. No worries. Let me give it a try. Mischievous Xiao Xiankong grinned, resembling a playful child. If one were not familiar with him, they might genuinely believe he was up to some mischief. All right, master, the heart spirit nodded. Upon receiving permission, Xiao Xiankong unleashed his juvenile domain, a dark gray beam of light erupting from beneath the heart spirit, enveloping its entire form. But the moment the light faded, a pale yellow figure emerged. Heart, what happened to you? Xiao Xiankong inquired, astonished. Typically, the difference between a spirit's form should not be markedly pronounced. It is akin to the natural growth of humans, where the first form resembles a child of 8 or 9 years, and the second form a youth of 15 or 16. Subsequent transformations would see further maturation until reaching a peak, after which appearance ceases to change. Reflecting on this, one might feel envious, never aging. Yet, Xiao Xiankong held a misunderstanding. Spirits do age. When they cease to make progress for an extended period, it often signifies a depletion of their innate gifts. In such states, the exhaustion of internal energy leads to visible aging. And without timely energy replenishment, their forms may stagnate or even perish. Thus, I am both in my first and second forms. The pale yellow spirit rolled its eyes. Wait, heart, you can fly. Xiao Xiankong suddenly noticed the pale yellow spirit hovering in the air. Indeed, this is our innate talent, but after evolution, I will no longer be able to fly. That ability will only return in the next form. The heart spirit explained. Oh, that's incredible. Born to fly, Xiao Xiankong exclaimed. His face radiating envied as he spoke. He silently retracted his domain, causing the pale yellow spirit to instantly revert to the heart spirit's original form, and in a sudden turn of events, it plummeted from midair. Fortunately, it wasn't too high, and Xiao Xiankong was ready to catch it. Got you, he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around the heart spirit and smiling. Ahem, Xiankong, you've been slacking for 5 days. There's no more time for laziness today. Training is a must. Etienne's expression was serious, yet the wavering gaze diminished his intimidating presence entirely. Oh, understood. Xiao Xuankong's face fell, clearly displeased. Heart, watch closely. If I get hurt, come to my aid immediately, he instructed solemnly. This little rascal. Etienne's brow twitched in exasperation. Let's begin. Xiao Xiankong positioned himself opposite Etienne, the ghostly scythe materializing alongside dark flames. As for the black cloak, it had been disabled by Etienne. Observing this, Etienne chuckled lightly, his hand slicing through the air to manifest a heavy sword. With a swift swing, a terrifying wave of force nearly sent the unsuspecting heart spirit flying. In contrast, Xiao Xuankong's clothes merely fluttered, his form remaining steadfast. He hurled the ghostly scythe toward Etienne and quickly altered his approach. Brandishing a dagger as he charged, Etienne held the sword with one hand, effortlessly deflecting the scythe with a flick before pivoting to parry Xiao Xuankong's assault. In the next instant, the scythe reappeared in Xiao Xuankong's grasp. Slicing through the air with a fierce gust, Etienne switched to wielding the sword with both hands, thrusting upward with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the scythe and causing Xiao Xiankong to stagger. This was my first battle in front of Heart. I absolutely cannot afford to lose too badly. Steadying himself, Xiao Xiankong swiftly created distance, tossing the scythe in a fluid motion. Clang, the same outcome ensued. Yet Xiao Xiankong rapidly shifted his position, striving to evade Etienne's detection. In the following moment, Xiao Xiankong vanished, and Etienne, driven by instinct, glanced toward the scythe's trajectory. To his surprise, the scythe lunged at him once more. Without a moment to ponder, he swung his heavy sword to deflect it yet again. But still, Xiao Xuankong's presence eluded him. and by the time he focused again, the scythe was upon him anew. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly, and in mere seconds, Etienne had lost count of how many blows he had parried, while Xiao Xiankong seemed to have vanished entirely, after what felt like an eternity. Xiao Xiankong finally reemerged, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Etienne, no, more fighting, he gasped, one hand resting on his knee, the other raised in a gesture of surrender. Hearing this, Etienne sheathed his sword, and upon seeing Etienne relent, Xiao Xiankong withdrew his scythe. Unlike Etienne, however, Xiao Xuankong's weapon was accompanied by a unique effect. Dark flames enveloped the scythe, vanishing in an instant, as if it had been reduced to transparent vapor. Observing Xiao Xuankong's weapon-sheathing process once more, Etienne's conviction solidified. When Xiankong initially chose the scythe, it was indeed for the sake of flair that I must devise my own stylish weapon-drawing technique. Etienne mused appreciatively. Of course, this is an upgraded version of the flying scythe. As for its name, I have yet to decide. Heart. Does your healing ability restore stamina? Xiao Xiankong scampered over to the heart spirit. The heart spirit nodded and extended its forepaws, wrapping Xiao Xiankong in a pink halo of light. As moments ticked by, Xiao Xuankong's body gradually returned to peak condition. Heart, I'm all better now, he remarked, noticing the heart spirit showed no signs of stopping. I see. The heart spirit's thoughts were pulled back by Xiao Xuankong's voice, prompting an exclamation. What happened to me? It wondered, shaking its head vigorously as if to dispel the previous thoughts. Yet, Master, is everyone out there this strong? After a lengthy pause, the heart spirit timidly asked. I don't know. I only know that Etienne grandfather is at the demigod level, Xiao Xiankong replied, shaking his head. However, Etienne grandfather is a hero among humans, undoubtedly one of their most formidable forces. I can inquire with Etienne grandfather. He has traveled extensively in his youth and should possess a wealth of knowledge. The heart spirit nodded, though skepticism lingered in its eyes. After all, Xiao Xiankong was but 5 years old when it was 5. It had been an innocent, non-attribute spirit, far removed from any notion of combat prowess. Xiao Xiankong was not one to maintain his composure. Having assured the heart spirit, he immediately sought out Etienne. Etienne, where do you rank in terms of strength among the outside world? He inquired without hesitation. Take a guess, Etienne replied with a smile. First, Xiao Xiankong ventured. You have so much faith in me. Etienne chuckled, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Then he shifted the topic, stating, not to exaggerate, my strength ranks among the best across the continent. According to human research, a demigod among humans corresponds to the 4th form of spirits. Without the existence of a heritage site, attaining divinity is entirely impossible. Thus, for most beings on the continent, the pinnacle of their existence is merely demigod. Upon reaching this level, the battle becomes one of skill and personal experience. Although Etienne had recently entered the demigod realm, his expertise surpassed that of the majority in this category, granting him the confidence to speak so boldly. Oh, understood. Thank you, Etienne, Xiao Xiankong replied, then turned to leave. This little rascal truly is unconcerned with decorum, Etienne mused with a chuckle. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Xiankong approached the heart spirit. Heart, Etienne grandfather mentioned that demigods represent the limit for most beings. So not everyone outside can be that strong. He explained thoroughly to him. The heart spirit's eyes brightened at this revelation. That's a relief. It means that Dream Island won't be discovered by idle, overly powerful individuals. Life continued in a simple, repetitive manner, and during this time, the heart spirit seemed to finally let go of its previous concerns, visibly becoming more cheerful. Days turned into weeks, and life unfolded in a cycle. Even noteworthy events only stirred the surface briefly, and over time, they faded like stones sinking into the sea, creating no ripples. Etienne, we have detected an unknown massive energy fluctuation. Please proceed to the city gate immediately. One day, Etienne's dedicated communicator blared to life. As the words fell, a wave of spatial distortion swept through, and Etienne's figure vanished, reappearing above the city gate in an instant. Upon sighting the source of the unknown energy fluctuation, Etienne bellowed, "Who goes there? Please reveal your identity, or depart at once." The unknown figure, upon hearing the sound, paused momentarily before sauntering leisurely towards the human city-state. Observing this, Etienne discerned the absence of hostility, yet remained on high alert. Better to be cautious than to regret later. Etienne, Bupa, have come in search of someone. Bupa halted 100 meters from the city gate, lifting his gaze to meet Etienne's. Bupa, you seek someone here? Etienne inquired. If memory serves, There seems to be no one of our kin with whom you have any connection. I am here on behalf of someone else, seeking Xian Kong on behalf of MOMO. Bupa explained the situation. What is your relationship with MOMO? Etienne asked, his gaze becoming less amiable. That is not convenient to disclose, Bupa replied, a hint of discomfort crossing his features. In that case, I must kindly ask this distant friend to take his leave, Etienne stated without compassion. No. I merely wish to ascertain the presence of a person, not to take anyone away, Bupa retorted, his frustration evident. Then swiftly altered his approach. However, from your tone, Xian Kong must be within the human city-state. No comment. Etienne replied curtly. Must you be so heartless? After all, I have spent some time within the human city-state. Bupa protested, rendered speechless by Etienne's blatant attitude. Your fear is so palpable that you seem to doubt my ability to deduce the truth. Tell me your relationship with MOMO, regardless of the outcome. I shall treat you as an esteemed guest, Etienne declared. Alas, why must it be so? Bupa sighed. MOMO and I share a contract. She is the contractor, and I am the contracted. Follow me, Etienne commanded. Refraining from further inquiries as he led Bupa to his abode, little Xian Kong peeked out from the window, observing Bupa following Etienne, wisely refraining from uttering a sound. Xian Kong, come out and greet a friend. Etienne called out, disregarding all else. With no choice, little Xian Kong descended the stairs, ensuring that AIXN did not accompany him as the door swung open, revealing Xian Kong's figure. Bupa stared at him with incredulity. Is this Xian Kong's offspring? He queried Etienne, internally cursing Xian Kong for his perceived betrayal. No, this is Xian Kong himself, Etienne clarified. That cannot be. I distinctly remember. Bupa began to object, but suddenly recalled the subtle hints in MOMO's words, and leaned closer to Etienne, whispering, could it be the reincarnation of Xian Kong? Indeed, Etienne nodded softly in response. Does he still remember MOMO? Bupa's concern was palpable, for without memories, this Xian Kong would effectively be a new being. Not at present, Etienne replied. What do you mean by not at present? Your words leave me with a daunting responsibility to explain to MOMO, Bupa asked anxiously. What explanation? At that moment, little Xian Kong approached the two. Having caught the tail end of Bupa's inquiry about explanations, Bupa promptly sealed his lips, casting a look towards Etienne, silently urging him to smooth things over. Oh, it's nothing, merely adult matters that do not concern you, Etienne stated. Upon hearing this, Bupa discreetly offered Etienne a thumbs up, marveling at the dismissive excuse. Oh, little Xian Kong nodded in understanding. Is this the friend you wanted me to meet? He glanced at Bupa before returning his gaze to Etienne. Yes, Etienne affirmed, maintaining his composure as he nodded slightly. Tsh, I don't even know him. How can he be a friend? Little Xian Kong thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable aversion, even a tinge of fear. Hello, Xian Kong. Do you remember me? Bupa greeted. I do not know you. Little Xian Kong turned his face away, refusing to acknowledge Bupa. Heh. Bupa awkwardly chuckled, deciding to cease his attempts at conversation. He is Bupa. He also participated in the competition to select the Hero King back in the day. Etienne broke the awkward silence. Tch, so he's your defeated foe, little Xian Kong remarked candidly. It was Xian Kong and MOMO who triumphed over me, Bupa interjected. MOMO? Etienne pondered. Why have you never mentioned her before? Little Xian Kong felt an inexplicable familiarity with the name. She is not an important person, thus there was no need to mention her, Etienne replied, dismissing the significance. Bupa, however, thought it odd that Etienne would shy away from speaking of MOMO. Had he known the potential emotional repercussions for little Xian Kong, he might have refrained from mentioning her at all. Fortunately, little Xian Kong did not seem adversely affected, though Etienne suspected that if MOMO were to learn of this, it would surely cause her heartache. Do you have a picture of MOMO? I would like to see what she looks like, little Xian Kong implored, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Well, actually, there is no such picture, Etienne interjected preemptively. Bupa, who was about to pull out the photograph, halted his actions in surprise. Hey, Bupa, you must have one. I saw it, little Xian Kong exclaimed, bouncing over to Bupa with an expression of anticipation. Bupa cast a pleading glance at Etienne, only to find him averting his gaze, unwilling to involve himself further. I do not have one, Bupa replied sheepishly, attempting to deflect. I saw it. If you show me the picture, I will forgive you, little Xian Kong pressed, employing his charm, believing that with the initial dislike and a hint of fear he felt, Bupa would seriously contemplate his request. Bupa was taken aback. Wasn't little Xian Kong supposed to have no memories of his past life? Why then did he appear so self-assured? Contemplating this, Bupa produced the photograph he had prepared, revealing an adorable little girl with red hair. Little Shin Kong extended his hand, eagerly awaiting Bupa to pass the image to him. Bupa, too, was unhesitant, handing the photograph over without reservation. Silence enveloped the air for a few moments before little Shin Kong exclaimed, "Wow, Etienne, this girl is so cute. Is she truly a sprite?" "Indeed, she is the first humanoid sprite in human history. This is Momo," Etienne replied. Upon hearing this, little Shin Kong's expression instantly fell, a hint of disappointment evident as he murmured, "She really is a sprite." Yet, he quickly regained his spirits, reasoning that becoming friends with such a delightful sprite would not be a bad prospect. "Etienne, do you know where Momo is now?" little Shin Kong inquired. "I do not know, and I will not allow you to leave. You are still too young," Etienne asserted, "but I am quite capable." Little Shin Kong attempted to counter, realizing that if Etienne was resolute in keeping him here, escape would be impossible. "Capable? Can you defeat me?" Etienne challenged sternly. "I doubt you that you are over 70 years old, while I am merely 5. Little Shin Kong's face flushed crimson in frustration. "Facts are facts. Do not seek objective reasons," Etienne insisted. "This is so unreasonable. If I cannot leave, then I simply cannot." Little Shin Kong muttered to himself. May I leave now?" Bupa interjected, having observed the back and forth between the two without being able to contribute to the conversation. "You will stay. We need to discuss this matter," Etienne commanded. "Shin Kong, return to your room. You are not permitted to come out without my permission." Little Shin Kong, sulking, retreated to his room, leaning against the window to watch as Etienne and Bupa made their way to the courtyard pavilion. "Bupa, how do you intend to handle this situation?" Etienne inquired. "That we cannot provide an honest answer. Momo's current state necessitates utmost restraint, as revealing the truth could provoke her," Bupa explained. "What is wrong with Momo?" Etienne asked, puzzled. "Momo, in order to see Shin Kong in her initial form, has refrained from undergoing physical evolution. Her internal energy has become oversaturated, and even a slight exertion could lead to her demise." Bupa spoke with a tone of lament, adding that there was no need for excessive worry. As long as she refrained from using her powers, her life would not be in jeopardy. However, he cautioned against delaying too long, lest Momo's foundation be compromised. Why would Momo go to such lengths for Shin Kong? Etienne pondered, visibly moved, recalling the age-old adage that those who are not of my kind may harbor different intentions. "I suspect that Momo may harbor feelings for Shin Kong. Or perhaps Shin Kong requested her to wait for him until his return." Bupa shared his conjecture. "Impossible. Shin Kong is not that type of person." As for Momo's affections for Shin Kong, they belong to entirely different races, making it even less plausible, Etienne rebutted. "Alas, Etienne, you are being narrow-minded. Who says different races cannot share feelings of affection?" Bupa countered, asserting that such sentiments were indeed possible. This, Etienne found his disbelief hard to conceal. "That if you do not agree, please share your thoughts," Bupa prompted. "I do not know," Etienne admitted, at a loss for words. As he could not conceive a better rationale. "Let it be then." As his words fell, Bupa unleashed a surge of purple-black flames from his left hand, creating a devastating rift in the void, while his right hand ignited with blue-golden flames, powerful and restorative, mending the fissures in the portal. Through their combined efforts, a stable void passage was established, into which Bupa vanished, disappearing into the unknown. "Is it truly so?" Etienne mused, memories of the past flooding back. Details he had deliberately overlooked began to resurface. If one were to assume mutual affection, everything would suddenly make sense. "Shin Kong, you have concealed your truth from me for far too long." Etienne chuckled, a smile of sudden realization gracing his face. "Wow, that person is incredible. He can directly tear apart the void and effortlessly nullify the lethal forces within it." Little Shin Kong marveled, for when the void passage opened, he had not felt the slightest fluctuation of spatial energy. Momo, Shin Kong is currently within the human city-state, albeit still too small and unable to move freely, Bupa conveyed to Momo. "Really? Did Shin Kong mention when he would come to find me?" Momo inquired eagerly. "In 5 years. He will surely arrive then," Bupa replied, initially intending to say 10 years, as such matters were unpredictable and he preferred to delay if possible. Yet there lingers a concern that a decade is an eternity. Momo might not endure the wait and could directly seek out Shin Kong, leading to a state of madness. Indeed, I shall await him. Mo declared, her tone brimming with delight. For at long last, long last. The wait is not endless. 5 years have already elapsed, and soon another 5 will lead to our reunion. How could this not be deemed a fortuitous occurrence? However, the present Mo is more anxious than ever. When a matter seems indefinitely distant, one can convince oneself to endure any length of time. Yet, once a definitive timeline emerges, one yearns for time to accelerate to that very day. Chapter 22. A Reunion with Mo Shin Kong. Listen well. When you turn 7, I shall grant you your freedom. In the ensuing 2 years, you will undergo rigorous training. Etion, rarely serious, saw the young Shin Kong adopt a solemn demeanor. Indeed, I fear not, the young Shin Kong asserted, standing tall with resolute eyes. Thus began the harrowing nightmare for young Shin Kong. Initially believing that exhaustion would signify an end, Etion instead insisted on administering healing spells to rejuvenate him. Compelling the training to persist, in the first few months, young Shin Kong endured unimaginable hardship, yet he pressed on. Eventually, when he managed to sustain the intensity of 3 prior sessions, the focus of training shifted from technique to domain. Fortunately, young Shin Kong possessed only a nascent domain, alleviating some of the burden. It must be said, young Shin Kong is indeed a prodigy. The relentless training not only failed to break him, but instead fostered a steady growth in his prowess. On his 7th birthday, Etion uncorked a bottle of wine and poured a modest cup for young Shin Kong. But Etion, didn't you say children shouldn't drink alcohol? Young Shin Kong asked. Confusion etched upon his face. Just a small cup, and given your constitution, it will be as if you have consumed nothing, Etion replied. Consider this cup a farewell toast. Upon hearing this, young Shin Kong no longer hesitated, downing the contents in one swift motion, followed by a series of coughs. This was his first experience with alcohol, and his haste had clearly led to a minor choking incident. Shin Kong, happy birthday, Etion exclaimed, producing several beads that bore a striking resemblance to those gifted to young Shin Kong by the esteemed director years ago, albeit the white ones were considerably more robust. These are 2nd and 3rd tier spatial beads. Based on your progress, you have nearly grasped the 2nd tier, but remember, haste makes waste. Only proceed to the 3rd tier once you have fully comprehended the 2nd. Etion's words were laden with earnest counsel. Thank you, Etion, young Shin Kong replied, then hesitated before inquiring. May I refer to you as master? Etion paused, clearly taken aback by the question, before smiling and responding. Of course, master, young Shin Kong called out, and as the words left his lips, tears inexplicably streamed down his cheeks. Shin Kong, do not fret. I am here, Etion said softly, embracing the young boy and whispering reassuringly. I will always be here. Young Shin Kong attempted to stifle his tears, but they continued to flow unabated. Etion, with a gentle smile, used his thumb to wipe away the tears. After a considerable time, young Shin Kong finally ceased his sobbing. Etion, may I leave tomorrow morning? Certainly, Etion replied. In the days that followed, young Shin Kong bid farewell to his companions and the director at the orphanage. He then indulged in an uncommon early slumber, sleeping until he awoke naturally. However, despite the natural awakening, his internal clock did not permit him to sleep in too late, and before dawn's light broke, he was already on his way to depart. Farewell, Etion. Farewell, director. Farewell, everyone. Young Shin Kong gazed towards the human city-state, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Etion had mentioned that Mo was located in the northwest at the Holy Land of Red Lotus. So he set his course in that direction. Once he had determined his destination, young Shin Kong utilized his flying sickle to traverse the skies. Along the way, he paused only at places he found intriguing. Spending a few days in each.as for the healing spirit, it was cradled in his arms throughout the journey, allowing it to accompany him in teleportation. Due to his tendency to become engrossed in play and lose track of time, young Shin Kong's pace was rather leisurely. After nearly 2 years, he arrived at the village where Mingyue resided. Are you brother Shin Kong? Mingyue inquired, gazing at the small boy before her, whom she found somewhat familiar. You recognize me? Young Shin Kong asked, puzzled. Although he was uncertain why she referred to him as brother, her knowledge of his name suggested an acquaintance. Is it really you? Mingyue still seemed hesitant. Brother Shin Kong. Why have you become so small? Huh? When did I ever grow large? Young Shin Kong replied, confusion still evident. Brother Shin Kong, Look at this that as she spoke, a small dark purple orb began to coalesce between her hands. Gathering and stabilizing. As the orb settled, its formidable gravitational pull forced young Xian Kong to brace himself to withstand it. Brother Xian Kong, here it comes. With that, the dark purple orb shot forth like a cannonball aimed straight at young Xian Kong. His eyes narrowed, and as black flames ignited, the sickle manifested, slicing downward and cleaving the dark purple orb in two. However, in the next instant, the energy contained within the now-split orb erupted, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent young Xian Kong flying backward. Brother Xian Kong, this is the complete version of swallowing heaven and consuming the moon, enhanced with your suggestions, Mingyue explained. Once steadied, young Xian Kong scrutinized Mingyue, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, her entire being cloaked in dark purple. Her deep-set eyes resembling a vast starry sky. Mingyue, was it not advised that you refrain from casually employing swallowing heaven and consuming the moon? At that moment, Mingyue's mother approached, apologizing to young Xian Kong. Wait, who are you? Mingyue's mother inquired. I am Xian Kong. He replied with childlike innocence. Why have you become so small? Mingyue's mother asked, her expression one of astonishment. Young Xian Kong was utterly bewildered. Why did everyone insist he had shrunk? Had he not always been this size? You have come to find Mo, haven't you? I have some snacks for her. Please take them along, Mingyue's mother said, not dwelling on the matter, as she turned to fetch the so-called snacks. Upon her return, she presented 2 cloth bags, one larger and one smaller, placing them into young Xian Kong's hands. The larger one is for Mo, and the smaller one is yours. Remember, do not consume it all on the journey. Mingyue's mother instructed. The events of the day left young Xian Kong in a state of confusion, yet he grasped one of the bags and continued on his way. As he gazed at the desolate landscape before him, he lost all desire to explore further and simply soared over it with his flying sickle, inexplicably wandering into a forest where he inevitably became lost. For reasons unknown, young Xian Kong felt an odd familiarity with this scenario. Master, take 3 steps back, then proceed forward 15 steps before making an immediate left turn, the healing spirit advised. Following its guidance, young Xian Kong successfully navigated to a village, casually placing the healing spirit around his neck for convenience. Upon entering the village, a fiery red figure caught his eye. It was Mo. As young Xian Kong approached, he noticed Mo sprinting deeper into the village, her face contorted with anger and sorrow. Mo dashed to the holy land of Red Lotus, prepared to accept her inheritance. Due to the abundant energy within her, the initial integration of the inheritance proceeded rapidly. Mo transformed from a child of 8 or 9 into a young lady of 15 or 16. While her attire remained predominantly fire red, it was now accented with touches of opulence in gold. Mo, tall and striking, wore an expression of profound heartache, unable to comprehend why there was another spirit around Xian Kong's neck, especially one of female essence. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Upon leaving the holy land of Red Lotus, she stormed towards young Xian Kong's location, and before he could react, she pushed him to the ground with force. Unleashing a flurry of unadorned punches upon him, as she struck, she berated, Xian Kong, you scoundrel, a terrible scoundrel. You promised to care for me, and yet here you are with another. With her accusations, tears streamed down her face, rendering her heartbreakingly endearing. Young Xian Kong, bewildered by this barrage, lay still, allowing her fists to rain upon him. Moments later, as Mo seemed to tire, she collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Hearing her cries, young Xian Kong panicked momentarily, tenderly stroking her hair and softly murmuring, do not cry, I am here. Yet upon hearing his words, Mo wept all the more fiercely. Young Xian Kong felt helpless, remaining still, one hand gently brushing through her hair. Chapter 23. The Truth, the Heart. After a considerable time, Mo's sobbing subsided, though her nostrils fluttered, and her eyes were slightly reddened as she sniffled, Xian Kong, please tell me, who is she? Young Xian Kong followed the direction of her finger and saw the healing spirit. She is my partner, named Aishin. She is your partner. What about me? Mo's expression was one of indignation, her gaze fixed intently on young Xian Kong. Mo, I came here to make you my partner. Young Xian Kong explained. Why? I arrived first. Why should she take precedence over me? Mo retorted. That young Xian Kong hesitated. Did we know each other before? Xian Kong, you asked me to wait for you, and I have been waiting for a full 59 years. I long to see you as you were upon our first encounter, enduring the backlash of energy all this time that I have done so much. Why am I relegated to the background? Moreover, did you not profess your affection for me? Mo lamented. Mo. I cherish you, Xian Kong replied, as he unfolded his juvenile domain, instantly transforming Mo back to her initial form. Mo. Could you kindly dismount for me? Xian Kong inquired, gazing at the 8 or 9-year-old Mo with a warm smile. No, you must promise me that henceforth, no one else shall ride. I am the sole one. Mo pouted playfully. Very well, Xian Kong acquiesced, acknowledging that this time was indeed for convenience, unlike his usual demeanor. He turned his gaze towards AI Xian. Indeed, that is certainly the case, AI Xian affirmed. Hearing AI Xian's confirmation, Mo calmed her temper. She descended from Xian Kong, her cheeks flushed. What have I done? She exclaimed. Realizing that her earlier rage was merely impulsive, reflecting on it now filled her with embarrassment to know it was clearly Xian Kong's fault. My reaction was that entirely justified. As she came to this realization and met Xian Kong's gaze, she abruptly averted her eyes, her cheeks reddening further. Mo. Would you like to be my partner? Xian Kong extended his hand with a smile. Humph. We are already partners, Mo retorted, slapping Xian Kong's hand playfully. Recognizing the familiarity of the scene, Xian Kong yearned to inquire how Mo knew him, but the timing was not right, so he set the thought aside. Mo, allow me to introduce you. This is AI Xian, a healing spirit and my partner, Xian Kong said, gently patting AI Xian's head with a smile. Upon seeing this, Mo, cheeks puffed in annoyance, marched over and placed Xian Kong's other hand atop her head, shyly demanding, "You should also pet me." Hee. Xian Kong chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit bashful. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved a cloth bag from the alternate space he had created, here referred to as alternate space now, 2, and handed it to Mo. This is a little snack for you. I did not sneak any, he assured. Xian Kong intended to mention who had given it to him, but upon reflection, he realized he did not know the person's name. So he omitted it. Mo accepted the bag, opened it, and instantly recognized its origin, as its appearance was distinctly recognizable. Once settled, Xian Kong seized an opportunity to be alone with Mo, and finally voiced the confusion that had plagued him for so long. Xian Kong, are you joking? Just like last time, Mo said, forcing a smile. I am not jesting, Xian Kong replied earnestly, showing no signs of insincerity. Xian Kong, did we not agree that such jokes are off limits? Mo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mo. While this brings me joy, the truth remains that we have indeed never met before, Xian Kong said, fearing the loss of Mo. Yet if it had to be in such a manner, he would rather not have it at all. No, Xian Kong, this cannot be true. You are deceiving me, are you not? Mo's tears spilled over, her voice choked with emotion. Mo, every word I have spoken is true, including my feelings for you. Should you be of the human race, Xian Kong stated. Though, I apologize. I mistook you for someone else, Mo replied, her tears flowing as her tone turned flat. You may leave. I have a partner, and his name is Xian Kong. Xian Kong stood in stunned silence, retreating quietly, leaving the room in a heavy silence. Mo lay on the bed, her gaze fixated on the ceiling, her pupils devoid of focus. Xian Kong, where are you? Mo's throat tightened, feeling as if she could not breathe, a suffocating sensation overwhelming her. Moments later, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. 5 years later, he must arrive. In her daze, Mo seemed to hear a voice saying, if the one who arrives in the 5th year is indeed Xian Kong, then who is this one now? After a long while, Mo's door creaked open, and Xian Kong peeked in cautiously, stealthily approaching Mo's side to watch over her in silence. That moment, Xian Kong had retracted his juvenile domain, and Mo's appearance had transformed from that of an 8 or 9-year-old to that of a 15 or 16-year-old. Mo, I do not know what sort of Xian Kong you are acquainted with, nor do I wish to deceive you. If I can leave, Xian Kong whispered softly. Time passed, and many visitors came to see Mo. Observing Xian Kong's vigil by her bedside without uttering a word, This only solidified Xian Kong's conviction that the Xian Kong from 60 years ago was indeed identical to himself. Simultaneously, Xian Kong was perplexed by the notion. Could there truly be two identical beings in this world? Perhaps he had previously doubted this possibility, but witnessing the reactions of those around him compelled him to believe. Xian Kong, you are still here, a voice called out, and Xian Kong turned to see a boy of 15 or 16 standing at the door. Wow, another handsome boy. Xian Kong felt somewhat numb, as all the visitors in recent days had been strikingly attractive, yet this was the first to engage him in conversation. Who are you? Xian Kong inquired. I am Mo Mo's brother, Long Yin. You used to call me Xiao Yin. Do you remember? Long Yin replied, assuming his transformation was so significant that Xian Kong could not recognize him. Oh, it seems I am not the Xian Kong you know. Xian Kong admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. You are indeed, Long Yin insisted. But perhaps your memories are incomplete due to the reincarnation. Is that true? Xian Kong asked, intrigued. Indeed, do you recall how, even when meeting someone for the first time, there exists an inexplicable feeling in your heart? Long Yin analyzed seriously. It is true, Xian Kong replied, feeling an odd sense of loss upon learning the truth. If I am merely a continuation of that Xian Kong's life, then the kindness shown to me. Is it for me or for him? Long Yin rose and patted Xian Kong's shoulder, advising, do not dwell on it too much. Perhaps they initially cared for you because of your identity. But eventually, do you not feel their affection for you? Ah, yes. Etian ultimately agreed to let me call him master, and the dean and my companions, they undoubtedly love me, Xian Kong realized. Suddenly, Xian Kong turned back, only to find that Long Yin had already left. After some time, Mo slowly opened her eyes and turned her head, spotting Xian Kong's figure in her line of sight. Mo, you are awake. Xian Kong smiled, though the smile seemed somewhat forced. Xian Kong, is that you? Mo's voice was barely a whisper. Yes, and yet, not entirely, Xian Kong replied, his tone weary and tinged with melancholy. He understood Mo's intent, but felt that confronting her as the reincarnation of Xian Kong would mean losing his own identity. So he claimed, not. Upon hearing this, Mo appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she had anticipated this outcome. Asking further would only reveal a sliver of hope. Mo, Xian Kong's head hung low, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. It is not your fault, Mo replied weakly. Please step outside. I wish to be alone. Xian Kong gradually rose, taking measured steps toward the door. With a soft click, the door closed, severing the light that streamed in. Creating a space of solitude for Mo, she sat silently on the bed, motionless, as the dim light filtered through the window, casting a hazy beam that rendered her features indistinct, resembling a statue. After closing the door, Xian Kong lingered at the threshold for an extended period, reluctant to approach Mo as the reincarnation of Xian Kong. Yet it seemed that only Xian Kong could occupy her heart. Xian Kong hesitated, unable to comprehend how Xian Kong had accomplished such a feat. As he strolled along the path of XX village, Xian appeared in the distance, unhesitatingly rushing over to accompany Xian Kong in silence. Xian Kong, Uncle Di Shirtian is looking for you, Long Yin called out. Xian Kong turned, staring blankly at Long Yin, his eyes devoid of light. Once known for his candid nature, Xian Kong had become mired in a state of melancholy since discovering his identity as Xian Kong's reincarnation. He wished to prove himself through his own abilities, yet no matter his efforts, the first impression people had of him was that of the previous Xian Kong. If he were merely a continuation of that Xian Kong's life, why had he been granted his own consciousness, allowing him to experience the vibrancy of life and witness the splendor of the world? Xian Kong felt a deep sense of unease. Had he not possessed these qualities from the outset, he would not have grown so attached. Perhaps this was the reason Xian Kong, the Xian Kong before being possessed, see Chapter 1. Note, this does not affect future readings, felt a stirring awareness in his mind, yet was reluctant to acknowledge who he was. Unbeknownst to him, Xian Kong, guided by Long Yin, arrived at the treehouse. After announcing their presence, Long Yin departed. The door to the treehouse swung open abruptly, and Xian Kong keenly sensed a profound spatial energy, one far more potent than that wielded by Etian. Xian Kong, come in, a voice beckoned, enveloped in spatial power, urging Xian Kong within. As he entered, Xian Kong felt an immediate disconnection from the outside world. Experiencing this firsthand, He understood that Di Shirtian's mastery of spatial energy far surpassed that of Etian. Xian Kong's expression grew wary as he focused on the man seated at the center of the space. Uncle Di Shirtian, you summoned me? There is no need to be so tense. After all, Xian Kong and I share a long acquaintance. Today, I called you here simply to inquire about certain matters, Di Shirtian said. His tone calm. Long Yin should have relayed some information to you. What was your first impression of me? My first impression was one of wariness, Xian Kong replied, reflecting earnestly, uncertain of his response. The initial impression is that such things are fleeting and not easily grasped. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shirtian concluded that Xiao Xiankong was not the secondary soul of Xiankong, yet he remained uncertain if it was indeed his secondary soul. After all, Emperor Shirtian did not truly understand him. His decision to let Momo leave with him was solely based on trust in Xiankong. Xiankong, if I am not mistaken, at a certain age, you will merge with your original soul, and at that time, the distinction between you and I will cease to exist, Emperor Shirtian stated. Thank you for sharing this with me, Xiao Xiankong replied, visibly disheartened. After the merger, will I still be myself? Emperor Shirtian discerned Xiao Xuankong's apprehension and felt a pang of sympathy. Xiankong, the merging of souls will not obliterate your existence. Consider it positively. It merely signifies that you will awaken memories of your past life, though your personality may undergo slight changes. Thank you. Xiao Xiankong felt the kindness in the other's words and managed a faint smile. This place is a secluded sanctuary, and I now relinquish control to you. When the time for soul merging arrives, I will reclaim it. You wouldn't wish for others to recognize you while you remain unaware of them. Would you? Emperor Shirtian continued, if you agree, I shall announce to the outside world that you have departed, and I will ensure they are restrained from venturing out, but in truth, Emperor Shirtian had always employed such methods. With the bloodlines of the children, as long as they proceeded steadily, becoming divine in the future was inevitable, rendering any excursions unnecessary. All right, Xiao Xiankong nodded, having had enough of the misunderstandings that had repeatedly shaken his faith. Emperor Shirtian chuckled. Are you not even curious about how we discerned your identity? Not particularly that I do not know many people, and the one most likely to divulge it to you would be Bu Pa. Xiao Xiankong analyzed seriously. The little one is quite clever, Emperor Shirtian praised, then produced a brilliant blue tetrahedron, adorned with shimmering star patterns, where the laws of time and space intertwined, subtly hinting at signs of fusion. This is the space scepter. Possessing it equates to holding dominion over this sanctuary, Emperor Shirtian elucidated. However, I will not hand it over entirely. I shall merely allow you to leave your mark upon it, granting you some basic rights of invocation. Thank you, Uncle Emperor Shirtian, Xiao Xiankong said, feeling neither joy nor sorrow, yet forcing a smile. Not rejoice too soon. When the time comes, it will vanish on its own. As this is my life weapon, let me be clear, it is akin to a piece of flesh torn from my being. Emperor Shirtian remarked that a piece of flesh torn from you. Xiao Xiankong did not understand but respected the sentiment. Once all matters were concluded, Emperor Shirtian sealed the spatial entrance, restoring the treehouse to its original simplicity. Yet, in a hidden corner of the abode, a gentle luminescence began to emerge. Xiao Xiankong sat in solitude. The words of Emperor Shirtian echoing in his mind. If the merging of souls truly amounted to merely awakening past life memories, then that would be quite agreeable. But was that the reality? Xiao Xiankong could not deny Emperor Shirtian's words, yet he harbored another interpretation, the awakening of the one sleeping within him, reviewing the early years of this lifetime. Ultimately, Xiao Xiankong was unsure which aspect held dominion. If they were entirely fused, then the dominant position belonged to both him and the other. Clearing his mind, Xiao Xiankong earnestly focused on the azure tetrahedron before him. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered so easily. He would glean whatever insights he could, as it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Xiankong, I await your arrival. Xiao Xuankong's dark eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 25. Xiankong. Welcome. Xiao Xiankong lingered in the space, oblivious to the passage of time in the outside world. Despite not having eaten, he maintained a robust complexion. His strength surged dramatically, having reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, rendering the second-tier spatial pearl utterly useless to him. He harmonized the power of space with his own, creating ripples with every movement. By now, Xiao Xiankong sensed a consciousness awakening in his mind, signaling that his curtain was about to fall. That Xiankong.is approaching. Yet Xiao Xiankong felt no fear. Rather, there was a hint of anticipation. If it were merely a fusion rather than a devouring, then he would remain himself. At the moment of soul merging, a new life would emerge from the cocoon. As time flowed, fragments of past memories began to surface in Xiao Xuankong's mind. Initially, they were memories of this world, but soon, unfamiliar recollections emerged, perplexing him. With the fusion of souls, the memories grew more coherent, and Xiao Xiankong gained profound insights. Upon complete merging, Xiankong awakened. "Xiankong, welcome," a voice echoed in his ears. Imbued with joy yet tinged with a trace of sorrow. Time of slumber. 0. New consciousness has merged. The primary consciousness will inherit all from the new consciousness. Restoration of power and progress. In mere seconds, Xiankong not only regained his previous strength, but Xiao Xuankong's powers were also assimilated into Xiankong, as if enlightened by a sudden revelation. Power restoration successful. May you enjoy your time. To his astonishment, he truly managed to experience a second life, albeit one that differed from his expectations. Xiankong surveyed this space, his gaze eventually settling on the Azure Tetrahedron and AI Xian. Throughout the years, AI Xian had remained by Xiao Xuankong's side, whether watching over MOMO or sitting in this space in silence. Thus, AI Xian distinctly sensed the change in Xiao Xiankong. "You are Xiankong?" AI Xian exclaimed, standing abruptly, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Indeed, I appreciate your companionship over the years. If you wish to part ways, I shall not insist," Xiankong replied. "Do you wish to send me away?" AI Xian inquired, puzzled. "No, that is not my intention," Xiankong spoke slowly. "What I mean is, if you do not wish to accompany me, you are free to leave. I will not compel you. Where could I go if I left you?" AI Xian shook her head. "Besides, I am with Xiankong. No matter the changes, you will always be Xiankong." "Hee," Xiankong chuckled lightly, reaching out to ruffle AI Xian's hair. "Call me mastered." At his words, AI Xian was taken aback. "Yuda, why are you saying that?" "Yes, why am I saying that?" Xiankong pondered, bemused at how his usually kind demeanor had been influenced by Xiao Xiankong. Just as he prepared to clarify, AI Xian seemingly misinterpreted his rhetorical question and weakly called out, "Master Da." Xiankong was left speechless, ultimately acquiescing. "Let us leave this place." Xiankong extended his hand, lightly touching the Azure Tetrahedron. Waves of white rippled across its surface as Xuankong's mark dissipated, and the spatial gateway swung wide open. A surge of spatial energy propelling Xiankong and AI Xian out. Regaining his senses, the two found themselves standing outside the treehouse. "Xiankong, what are you doing here?" a voice called from behind after an indeterminate amount of time. Turning around, Xiankong recognized the newcomer. "Xiao Yan, it has been a while," Xiankong greeted with a smile. "That I have regained my memories, so I came to visit." Understanding Emperor Shirtian's arrangement, Xiankong merely continued the conversation. "Are you here to see MOMO?" Xiao Yan inquired. "Can you lead the way?" Xiankong smiled slightly. "Of course, follow me." "Xiankong, may I ask you a question?" Xiao Yan said as they walked. "Do you think different races can intermarry?" So he still does not believe he is fully recovered. Xiankong thought to himself, suppressing a laugh. "Isn't that a question I posed to MOMO?" Xiankong replied, "I think that it should be possible. After all, you accepted my betrothal gifts." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan confirmed Xuankong's identity and fell silent. Eventually, they arrived at a door. Xiao Yan gently knocked. "MOMO, someone is looking for you." Not seeing anyone, a terse reply came from within. "It's Xiankong." Xiao Yan added. The room fell silent for a few moments before footsteps hurriedly approached, then abruptly ceased at the door. "Password," came MOMO's voice from inside, clearly pressed against the door. "Password? Xiankong, what is the password?" Xiao Yan whispered. Upon hearing MOMO inquire about the password, Xiankong was bewildered. Did he and MOMO have a password? It seemed not. "There is no password," Xiankong stated. To his surprise, Xiao Yan took this as the password and turned to the door, declaring, "The password is, there is no password." Both Xiankong and MOMO were momentarily confused before realizing what Xiao Yan had meant. "No, I meant there truly is no password," Xiankong clarified. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. "How was I to know you would interpret it this way?" Xiankong retorted, exasperated. Would a normal person understand it this way? Probably not. Just as Xiao Yan and Xiankong bickered, the door swung open, and they both turned their gazes toward the figure standing inside. "Xiankong, is that you?" Imo Mo's voice trembled, for she felt an uncanny familiarity, yet could not be certain. Yes, Imo. Are you happy to see me? Xiankong smiled that a fragrant breeze enveloped him as Imo embraced him, and for a moment, he was lost in the sensation. Xiankong opened his arms and returned the embrace. After a long while, they reluctantly parted, and Imo blushed, realizing her actions. Xiankong looked up at Imo Mo's bashful demeanor, feeling a wave of sweetness wash over him to tea that moment. He also realized an important truth. He had to look up to meet Imo Mo's gaze. Xiankong chuckled inwardly, recognizing that Imo had now reached her second form, resembling a human of around 15 or 16 years old, while he was still merely 10, making it perfectly natural for him to be shorter. Xiankong pays little heed to such trivial details that how peculiar. Xiankong quietly unfurls the realm of infancy, and in the blink of an eye, Imo reverts to her first form though. Imo exclaims softly, then comprehends that all of this is the handiwork of Xiankong. Imo, you are utterly adorable. Xiankong remarks with a smile that Imo's ears flush crimson. Xiaoyan, observing from the side, cannot help but facepalm and hastily concocts an excuse to depart. Once Xiaoyan leaves, Imo welcomes Xiankong into the room, and Aixin follows suit. The door closes, enveloping everything in tranquility. Xiankong, welcome back. Imo breaks the silence after a considerable pause. Welcome back, Xiankong echoes for reasons unknown. Chapter 26. Departing the village, Dream Island. Xiankong, you have been back for 60 years. Shouldn't you take me out? Imo inquires. Upon hearing this, Xiankong recalls Imo's words upon his return. Merely to take a look, and that she would have to take him out afterward, he smiles wryly. It was a promise made in haste, yet Imo seems to have remembered it for so long, indicating her genuine concern. However, Xiankong believes he has another promise lingering in his mind. What could it be? Never mind. If it eludes him, it must not be of great significance, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts. He replies, all right, Imo, I will go to Uncle Di Shirtian to explain the situation and secure his approval for our venture. Imo feigns indignation. Can't we sneak out together? Uncle Di Shirtian instructed us to focus on our training and not to seek adventure. Xiankong understands that Di Shirtian's actions are surely in line with an agreement made with Xiao Xiankong. Perhaps he is waiting for Xiankong's revival before allowing him to take Imo on an adventure. If they were to sneak out, Di Shirtian would undoubtedly sense it. Having grasped Di Shirtian's understanding of spatial laws, Xiankong harbors no doubts about this. Trust me, Uncle Di Shirtian will certainly agree. He asserts with unwavering confidence that very well. For reasons unknown, Imo's spirits seem to dampen. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiankong and Imo exit the room hand in hand, disregarding the onlookers as they make their way directly to the treehouse. Gazing at the treehouse before him, Xiankong is struck by a curious thought. Di Shirtian resembles an NPC in a game, governing passage and requiring consent for leaving the village. Uncle Di Shirtian, I wish to take Imo out. I kindly request your approval. Xiankong steps forward and gently knocks on the door. Cited, if you wish to leave, you must first engage me in battle. Di Shirtian sighs. Having anticipated this moment, the outside world is hardly tranquil, and without absolute strength, he would never permit their departure. Very well. Xiankong, taken aback, quickly agrees that it feels akin to the first free exit from the village. Subsequent departures require passing a trial. Yet, the stipulation of engaging in battle remains vague, making it difficult to ascertain the required level of competence to succeed in a gaming context. This trial would likely simplify to defeating a weakened version of Di Shirtian. As the battle commences, Di Shirtian swiftly establishes a spatial domain, isolating the two from the outside world. Xiankong is acutely aware that this encounter with Di Shirtian demands his utmost effort. The moment the battle begins, he unhesitatingly wields his ghostly scythe and black cloak, immediately unleashing the full extent of his infant realm, despite Di Shirtian's power retreating to a previous form due to the infant realm. His spatial domain remains intact. Your domain. Quite intriguing. Di Shirtian genuinely praises Xiankong's realm. This domain can be perceived as a branch of the law of time. Positively, it signifies the convergence of all laws, providing a foundation for further comprehension of the law of time. Negatively, it could be dismissed as a diversion from the true path. Ultimately, Xiankong suffers a devastating defeat. Yet Di Shirtian still acknowledges his strength. This battle profoundly enlightens Xian Kong regarding his shortcomings while solidifying his resolve to continue training. But he understands that only through relentless effort can he grow stronger and truly seize control of his fate. Leaving the village and re-entering the mysterious forest, Xian Kong cannot help but sigh. Everything seems too coincidental, as if an unseen hand is guiding him forward. Xian Kong and Mo are reminded of the sensation of being lost. Enduring an entire week within the mysterious forest, during this time, AI Xian persistently follows them, accompanying them through their misadventures and shared hardships. Upon emerging from the mysterious forest, Xian Kong is eager to avoid wasting unnecessary time and plans to pass through the Star Rock before using his flying scythe to depart directly from the Stone Trace wasteland. Traveling across desolate terrain under the blazing sun, dry winds whip up the sand and stones around them. Apart from a few withered weeds, there is no other sign of life. They walk in silence until they encounter a massive stone, prompting them to halt. This stone is unlike ordinary boulders. Its surface is adorned with intricate golden patterns that seem to pulsate with life, rhythmically glimmering with each breath. The colossal stone stands silently, as if awaiting for millennia. Xian Kong marvels at the transformation of the Star Rock and learns that it has begun crafting a suitable shell. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieves several superstar elements from the dimensional space and offers them to the Star Rock. Watching the superstar elements vanish, Xian Kong feels no regret. Given the current circumstances, they hold no value for him. Additionally, he senses that once the Star Rock completes its metamorphosis, many mysteries will unravel. Emerging from the Stone Trace wasteland, the atmosphere grows increasingly tumultuous. The density of the Knight's servants has evidently increased compared to the previous cycle, and they encounter numerous Knight's servants each night. Fortunately, they are not particularly formidable, and dealing with them only requires a bit of time. However, Xian Kong is puzzled by the fact that after defeating the Knight's servants, the black smoke they transform into seems to gravitate towards a singular direction. This observation is something Xian Kong and his companions only discover during their adventures. The final destination of the black smoke varies depending on the angle from which the Night servants are slain. Time flies swiftly, and before long, several years have elapsed. During this period, Mo and AI Xian gradually grow familiar with one another, sharing numerous unforgettable moments and exchanging their joys and sorrows, becoming inseparable friends. However, AI Xian recently falls into a sudden silence. As if the wheels of time have propelled her into old age, she no longer exudes the vitality she once had, even shying away from slightly vigorous activities. As if the energy within her is being gradually siphoned away, leaving only exhaustion and lethargy. Upon witnessing this, Mo realizes with clarity, this sensation is all too familiar. AI Xian has reached the threshold of evolution. I should discern what ails AI Xian. Mo ponders for a moment before gently voicing her thoughts, subsequently sharing her insights with Xian Kong and AI Xian. Is this true? Xian Kong inquires, bewildered as to why AI Xian has chosen to conceal this matter. Unable to hide any longer, AI Xian nods softly. With AI Xian's confirmation, Xian Kong produces a map and asks her to indicate her homeland, Dream Island. Upon observing the location AI Xian points to, Xian Kong notices it borders the human city-state. Something feels off. In my memory, the elven habitat adjacent to the human city-state does not seem to include Dream Island. Nevertheless, as it was AI Xian who indicated the location, Xian Kong feels compelled to investigate further. Mo. As per our usual practice, Xian Kong summons his ghostly scythe and glances at Mo. Understanding his cue, Mo cradles AI Xian in her arms, and Xian Kong wraps his arm around Mo's waist before casting the scythe into the sky. After months of travel, bolstered by Xian Kong's flying scythe, the trio arrives at the human city-state. The reason for this detour is that Xian Kong believes Dream Island is not far from the human city-state, and thus he can first return to see Etion, his mentor. The thought of Etion's reaction upon seeing him brings a smile to Xian Kong's face. Arriving at the place etched in his memory, Xian Kong hears a familiar mechanical voice. Please state your identity. Oh, how strange. My identity information should already be recorded. Why must I state it again? Xian Kong muses, a thought surging in his mind. Strolling through the bustling streets, he casually approaches someone and asks, "Excuse me, may I inquire who the current Hero King is?" Etion, How long has it been since you last returned that you do not even know this? The individual, somewhat perplexed, scanned Xian Kong from head to toe. Oh, you know where the Hero King's residence is? I have matters to discuss with him. Fearing that the person might leave, Xian Kong hastily inquires again. Do you see the central tower? The Hero King resides at its pinnacle. The individual points toward a towering structure at the heart of the human city-state. However, gaining an audience with the Hero King is no simple task. You must participate in the challenges of the Hero Hall and ascend from the first level to the top. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Xian Kong falls into contemplation, puzzled by the necessity of establishing the Hero Hall. One thing is certain, its establishment has occurred in recent years. Gazing at the towering structure, he hesitates briefly before ultimately deciding against it. The priority is to return Aixian to Dream Island for her transformation. And the tower can wait. According to the map, the trio arrives in the territory belonging to Dream Island. Yet as they look up and survey their surroundings, there is no sign of Dream Island's presence. Master, Dream Island is in the sky. Love seemed somewhat bashful, lowering its head and avoiding eye contact with Xian Kong, that I wondered what the matter was. There was no reason to feel embarrassed. With a grand gesture, Xian Kong summoned the ghost scythe and, following the general direction indicated on the map, tossed it upward. Adhering to their usual practice, he ascended into the air alongside Love and Momo. Wow, this is exhilarating. Xian Kong reveled in the sensation of weightlessness, his heart racing with excitement. This was his first time utilizing the flying scythe in such a manner. Although he had vivid memories of similar experiences, those were merely echoes of his childhood, far inferior to the tangible thrill of the present. Momo, too, bore an expression of delight, while Love remained silent, observing everything with a quiet demeanor. Xian Kong scanned the surroundings and discovered a floating archipelago, consisting of a massive main island connected to 5 smaller isles by a series of floating stones. However, the smaller islands were not interconnected. Access was only possible via the main island. Love, is that the Dream Island? Xian Kong inquired, directing his gaze toward Love while gesturing towards the main island with the ghost scythe. Yes, Master, Love replied mechanically, her spirit seemingly adrift. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong no longer hesitated. He hurled the ghost scythe towards the main island. As the scythe approached, Xian Kong's consciousness surged, causing him to vanish from his original position and reappear beside the scythe in the blink of an eye. Grasping the scythe firmly, he landed steadily on the ground. The moment his feet made contact with the earth, an invisible ripple radiated outward, swiftly enveloping the entire main island, subsequently spreading across the floating stones toward the smaller islands. Love, hurry, we will provide you protection, Momo exclaimed, placing Love down gently, her voice brimming with joy. Love glanced back once before proceeding to ascend a stone staircase leading to one of the smaller islands. With each step she took, the stones illuminated with a soft pink glow. Xian Kong and Momo followed closely behind. Arriving on the small island where a quaint pink cottage stood, Love entered the cottage, and the door closed automatically, sealing off the outside world, including Xian Kong and Momo. They understood that this cottage was likely the site of Love's inheritance. With this thought, Xian Kong and Momo stood quietly, gazing into the distant horizon. Bored, Xian Kong edged to the island's edge, peering down. Wow, he exclaimed, captivated by the swirling sea of clouds below. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the notion of lying atop the cloud sea. Xian Kong and Momo sat together at the island's edge, their minds tranquil as they gazed into the distance. Momo, I've always wondered, why must you wait until our reunion to undergo your transformation? Xian Kong asked. I've heard that energy saturation can lead to backlash, which is quite uncomfortable and could even jeopardize one's foundation. Of course, it's to allow you to witness my growth firsthand, Momo replied softly, resting her head on Xian Kong's shoulder. Both were in a relaxed state, oblivious to the fact that on the other 4 smaller islands, a pair of eyes were observing their every move. Superpower, what do you think we should do? Should we drive away these 2 outsiders? The 4 island lords communicated telepathically, deliberating on how to handle Xian Kong and Momo in a rush. Let's observe the situation first. Superpower replied. That I concur, Shadow added. How unusual. Shadow has spoken. Hot Blood feigned shock. TSK. Shadow clicked his tongue, seemingly displeased with Hot Blood's remark. I will deploy mechanical eyes to monitor their every action. Pay close attention to my signals, Tiangong instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, several blue-green mechanical eyes flew forth from one of the islands. Encircling Love's Island, a humanoid sprite nonchalantly tapped on an electronic screen before him, displaying images of Xiankong and Momo. Unbeknownst to them, the setting sun cast a crimson glow, staining everything on the island with a haunting beauty. Xiankong did not particularly favor this scene, yet with Momo by his side, it was all worthwhile. Darkness crept in from behind, consuming the last vestiges of light. As day yielded to night, the stars hung high in the sky, emitting their faint glow, an indispensable part of the celestial sea. Two bright moons ascended from different horizons, effortlessly claiming their place amidst the twinkling stars. Xiankong retrieved a tent from the dimensional space. Placing it on the ground where it automatically unfolded, the two lay within, extending their heads outside to admire the starry sky. Chapter 27. Love Returns, Dream Staff completed. Above, the stars of the galaxy shifted, gradually fading as the sun began to rise, dispelling the darkness that in stark contrast to the tranquil night. The world now appeared remarkably fresh, with all things reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's embrace. Resembling a vibrant painting, Xiankong sat cross-legged at the island's edge, the gentle breeze tousling his hair, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. As he watched the sunlight gradually spread across the clouds, transforming them from red to orange to white. He couldn't help but recall Etienne's figure in his past life. Etienne had been a dear brother. In this life, he had become his master, and most notably, Xiankong had been the one to request that title. Momo, having approached Xiankong silently, sat beside him without uttering a word, her red hair dancing in the breeze, a faint fragrance wafting towards Xiankong. Finally, Xiankong pulled Momo close, feeling her softness against him, causing his heart to race. Momo rested her head on Xiankong's shoulder, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. After a while, Xiankong slowly stood, folding the tent and storing it back in the dimensional space. He then turned his gaze towards the pink cottage. Everything appearing as usual. It seemed that Love's transformation would require more time. Xiankong redirected his attention to the main island, where numerous pale yellow sprites floated about, all being non-attribute sprites. Upon their arrival the day prior, it was likely due to Love's presence that they had not shunned Xiankong and Momo, merely observing them with curious eyes. "Xiankong, what are you looking at?" Momo's voice interrupted, just inches away from Xiankong's back. When he turned around, he found Momo very close, causing him to swallow hard and quickly avert his gaze. "I was watching those little fellows." Xiankong took a few steps back to stand beside Momo. With nothing pressing to attend to, he suggested, "Why don't we go down and take a look?" Momo nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the pale yellow sprites on the main island. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiankong summoned the ghost scythe, wrapping one arm around Momo's waist, and with a swift pull, he tossed the scythe forward. Swoosh! The ghost scythe embedded itself into the ground, emitting a ghostly glow. With a flick of thought, the two of them found themselves on the main island, their sudden appearance causing the little sprites to scatter in a flurry. "Are you bad people?" A braver sprite ventured forth, asking timidly. Xiankong couldn't help but chuckle at the question. "By asking that, aren't you implying that I should say I'm not a bad person?" The sprite appeared momentarily stunned, as if realizing the absurdity of its own words. "But you definitely can't be a bad person." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Xiankong asked, intrigued by the sprite's reasoning. "Because you came with Sister Love," the sprite replied earnestly. "Sister Love would never bring bad people here. I see." Xiankong waved his hand dismissively. "Go on and play. I'll wander around by myself. This." The sprite scampered away, blending into the crowd of pale yellow sprites, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiankong chuckled softly, finding the sprite's reaction quite genuine. The main island of Dream Island was entirely covered in herbaceous plants, with a statue standing at its center, shaped like an open book. Xiankong was unsure of the statue's significance, so he merely glanced at it briefly before moving on. There was little else of interest. The pale yellow sprites flitted about, seemingly content within the confines of the main island, showing no intention of venturing to the smaller islands. Watching them, Xiankong was struck by a sense of playfulness. Likening the sprites to fixed NPCs in a game, confined to their designated spawn points, shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed the thought. If this were a game, then everything Xiankong had experienced would be a fabrication, making it impossible for this to be merely a game. Perhaps they were simply born here, engaging in their daily lives without any other forms of entertainment, gradually becoming accustomed to such a routine. As the day swiftly passed, Xiankong and Momo returned to Love's Island once more. Unlike the previous day, a soft pink glow surrounded the pink cottage, making it particularly striking against the dark night. If all went as expected, Love's transformation should be nearing completion. Xiankong felt a sense of anticipation regarding Love's form post-transformation. That a four-legged creature evolving into a biped seemed plausible, Xiankong mused, though he had not even considered the possibility of a humanoid form. That would be absurd. A beast form transitioning directly to a humanoid form would surely require an intermediary beastman form. Not that he had anything against beastmen. It was simply that a humanoid form aligned more closely with Xiankong's aesthetic preferences. The following morning, as the sun rose, casting its radiant light, an enigmatic energy wafted in from the continent, flowing directly into the pink cottage. The previously emanating aura swiftly condensed. Soon after, the door of the pink cottage swung open, revealing a figure. Xiankong's eyes widened as he beheld the unmistakable sight of a bipedal creature emerging. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, the figure stepped fully into view. It was indeed a bipedal creature. Xiankong rubbed his eyes in disbelief, reopening them to confirm this couldn't be right. Xiankong was utterly astonished at this moment. The heart had transformed into a humanoid figure, adorned in a predominantly pink outfit, complemented by knee-high socks featuring alternating pink and white stripes. Its appearance exuded a charming cuteness, further accentuated by a cascade of golden locks that added a lively flair. In its hand, the heart wielded a staff, predominantly pink, topped with a heart-shaped gem that, at a mere glance, suggested an extravagant price, or rather, it was simply beautiful. Yes, just beautiful. The heart gracefully approached Xiankong, who remained ensnared in astonishment, and softly called out, "Master," upon hearing this. Xiankong's face flushed crimson. This was a tad unfair, wasn't it? Just then, a sudden pang of pain shot through his waist, causing him to gasp sharply. There stood Momo, glaring discontentedly at Xiankong, her pale fingers pinching the soft flesh at his side. Xiankong turned to meet Momo's gaze, offering an awkward smile. Before he could engage in pleasantries with the heart, the other four island lords had already descended, their demeanor towards the uninvited Xiankong brimming with hostility. One of them even launched an attack with astonishing speed and force, leaving Xiankong astounded. In response, the heart swiftly positioned itself before Xiankong, brandishing its staff. The heart-shaped gem glowed brightly, and a pink energy shield materialized abruptly, intercepting the attacking island lord. "Heart, why?" the figure exclaimed, and only then did Xiankong discern his appearance. Short, light brown hair, clad in attire primarily of red and deep blue, and most notably clad in a skin-tight suit. Xiankong felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was this truly the fashion of another world? Thankfully, there were no undergarments worn outside. "Superpower, he is my master," the heart proclaimed with righteous conviction. Xiankong was left speechless. The name superpower was indeed he struggled to find the right words to critique it. Upon hearing this, three of the island lords were taken aback, having initially thought it was a malfunction of the mechanical eye from Tiangong, only to realize with astonishment that the heart truly referred to that individual as master. "Blood heat, shadow, Tiangong, let us attack together," Superpower bellowed, charging at Xiankong with rapidity. "Wanna fight? I'm more than willing to oblige," Xiankong retorted, unleashing the realm of juvenile life, causing the four island lords to regress into quadrupedal forms, plummeting swiftly towards the ground, just as Xiankong intended to harness the power of space to ensure their safe descent. Several mechanical eyes morphed into small flying vessels, catching the falling island lords. Out of consideration for their connection to the heart, Xiankong refrained from taking advantage of the situation and pursued them once they had safely landed. The heart was torn between intervening and remaining passive, ultimately left anxiously fidgeting. Due to the effects of the juvenile life realm, the island lords, lacking domain support, could not contend with Xiankong as Tiangong did, resorting to desperate measures to counter him. Charging, the mechanical eyes of Tiangong returned, forming a circle in the air, with bluish-green luminescence gradually coalescing, harboring immense energy. Shadow descended into the abyss, transforming into a pitch-black specter, lunging towards Xiankong in an instant, its frigid aura sending chills down one's spine. Superpower and blood heat were also gathering energy, preparing for a fierce assault. Xiankong quickly comprehended Shadow's intention was to delay him until the other three completed their incantation. ultimately leading to his own demise. Unfortunately, such aspirations were merely illusory. Shin Kong extended a finger backward, conjuring a black cloak, accompanied by a ghostly scythe wreathed in dark flames. Fully armed, the island lords were instantly gripped by terror. The fear of death flooding their senses, Shin Kong paid no heed to the advancing shadow, charging directly at one of the remaining three, delivering a swift strike with the ghostly scythe. The mechanical eyes of Tiangong swiftly shifted formation, blocking Xuankong's attack. Subsequently, the mechanical eyes fragmented, launching a barrage of minuscule energy beams, each carrying intense heat and rapidly approaching, disrupting Xuankong's movements from various angles. Suddenly feeling a weight at his feet, Shin Kong caught a glimpse of the shadowy specter climbing up to his ankles. With a sigh, he silently unleashed his domain, and in an instant, it seemed as if malevolent spirits soared, relentlessly tearing at the dark specter beneath him. The ghostly scythe continued to swing, repelling the energy beams. With bursts of dark flames erupting upon impact, as the heaviness beneath him dissipated, Shin Kong swiftly vacated the spot, redirecting his firepower towards blood heat and superpower. However, Tiangong was evidently unwilling to grant Shin Kong any respite. Commencing a ranged assault. Shin Kong exhaled deeply. Having had his fill of games that I've had enough, he murmured, subsequently unleashing his true power, decisively overpowering the four island lords, firmly suppressing them with the force of space. Even in defeat, superpower remained defiant, lying on the ground and loudly challenging Shin Kong to stash away this peculiar object. Though Shin Kong was competitive, an innate trait from his younger self, he was not foolish. If he were to lift the juvenile life realm, he would certainly be unable to withstand a barrage from four third-stage sprites. That it was well known that the pinnacle of the mundane realm could only contend with third-stage sprites equally. Asking Shin Kong to take on four alone would be exceedingly unreasonable. Superpower, you cannot defeat my master. Surrender, the heart interjected, stepping forward to counsel. Heart, I doubt you give me die. Enraged, superpower unexpectedly awakened a new ability, Space Leap, watching superpower vanish in an instant. A flicker of panic crossed Shin Kong's mind, but as the space rippled, he smirked at You've found your calling. Let me show you how to confine you in the void, with a mere thought. Shin Kong expanded the power of space across the entire island, fortifying the spatial barriers with all his strength. The reason for such an exertion was that Shin Kong was uncertain of superpower's limits, thus opting to maximize the barrier's integrity. Moments later, a cacophony of impotent rage echoed from the void. If you have the ability, let me out. In response, Shin Kong wisely retracted the power of space. Thud, a figure shot forth from thin air, landing directly face first. Shin Kong winced in pain as he witnessed this spectacle. Well, it was hard to find words to critique again. The number of flaws in superpower was indeed overwhelming. Practice makes perfect, a thought flitted through Xuankong's mind, and he nearly voiced it, but fortunately caught himself just in time. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom how long superpower would be in a fit of impotent rage. After this battle, superpower was thoroughly subdued, unable to win, and his newly awakened ability was ironically countered, leaving no grounds for defiance. The four island lords, now recognizing reality, calmed down. In truth, Shadow and Tiangong had initially approached with an intent to discern the truth. But superpower had insisted on attacking, compelling his companions to support him. So, it was truly my misunderstanding. Superpower quickly realized his error after hearing the heart's explanation. Of course, you all should return for now. I have matters to discuss with my master privately, the heart stated. With that, the four island lords departed, and the heart returned to Xuankong's side, her head bowed in silence. Heart, feel free to speak. There's no need for hesitation. Shin Kong observed her unease and offered comfort. Master, I actually have a hypothesis regarding why I fell from Dreamland Island to the mainland all those years ago, the heart confessed, her voice tinged with trepidation. Speak freely. Shin Kong sensed something amiss. This conjecture likely pertained to him. It's merely a hypothesis, no other implications, the heart hastily emphasized. I was struck by a shadow back then, which led to upon hearing this. Shin Kong comprehended that this was likely the consequence of an incident from when he was 3 years old. In truth, if one connected the dots, the reality would soon manifest, not just the heart. But even Shin Kong felt this was indeed the case. All right, be confident. There's no need to merely sense it. This is indeed reality. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Shin Kong inquired gently. No, master, you have treated me very well. The heart replied, her tone somewhat anxious. Do not call me master. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Shin Kong, he said, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head. Shin Kong, master. The heart hesitantly tried, but struggled to change her address. This only heightened Shin Kong's embarrassment. It was all the fault of that younger version of him, insisting others call him master. It hadn't bothered him before, but now Shin Kong refrained from mentioning his actions upon awakening, as he believed those were merely the result of his younger self's nature. Shin Kong exhaled deeply, asking, Heart, do you intend to remain here or accompany me on further adventures? I wish to stay. Dreamland Island is incomplete without me. The heart began to no need to explain. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Heart, it has been a pleasure knowing you. Shin Kong waved his hand with a smile. The heart nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Momo, let us depart. Back to the mainland. Shin Kong rose, moving to the edge of Dreamland Island, and summoned his ghostly scythe once more, using it to soar back to the mainland with Momo. After a considerable time, the heart stood at the edge of her island, gazing at the mainland that did not belong to her. Ultimately, she returned to the place of inheritance, completing the fragments of the Dreamland Island scepter. From that day forth, Dreamland Island existed solely for dreams, manifesting once every century to absorb the power of dreams from across the lands. Time elapsed. 20 years. Shin Kong, you are feeling sorrowful, aren't you? Momo inquired. Observing Shin Kong's silence. Not exactly, Shin Kong replied with a smile. All right then, I won't hold it against you this time, Momo said, her tone turning coy. Shin Kong, I am saddened that it's all right. Shin Kong gently ruffled Momo's hair, smiling tenderly. We shall meet again. Trust that our parting now is for a better reunion in the future. Momo nodded softly. Chapter 28. The orphanage. After departing from Dreamland Island, Shin Kong and Momo once more ventured towards the human city-state. As Shin Kong sought to uncover the mysteries of the Hall of Heroes. However, prior to that, Shin Kong intended to visit the orphanage to see Grandpa Director and his little companions, guided by memory. He meandered his way to the familiar Iron Gate, peering through the bars to glimpse the newly added facilities within the orphanage. The innocent laughter of children echoed throughout, and Shin Kong seemed to be infected by their joy. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. As he stood there quietly observing, a figure caught his peripheral vision. A child was tugging at the figure, urging her towards the exit, with the destination clearly aimed at Shin Kong. He understood that the little one had spotted him and likely reported back. When he raised his gaze, his eyes met those of the newcomer, who noticeably paused before sprinting over and weakly inquiring through the gate. Brother Shin Kong. Yeah, how have you been? Shin Kong replied with a smile, waving his hand. It truly is Brother Shin Kong. Yaya appeared somewhat astonished, hurriedly unlocking the gate to welcome Shin Kong inside. Only then did she notice the presence of Mo beside him. Curiously, Yaya scrutinized Mo, her gaze unabashedly sweeping up and down. Sensing Yaya's stare, Mo glanced at the girl before directing her gaze back to Shin Kong. Just then, Shin Kong lightly flicked Yaya's forehead and teased. What are you looking at? Is Grandpa Director in? Oh. Yaya was startled by Shin Kong's playful gesture, instinctively covering her head, her expression adorably foolish. Buffed. Mo couldn't help but laugh at Yaya's antics, bursting into giggles. Upon hearing Mo's laughter, Yaya shyly smiled, dropping her hand and casting a reproachful glance at Shin Kong. Grandpa Director went out to buy supplies for the children, Yaya explained. Did you come back just to see Grandpa Director? Of course. Shin Kong deliberately elongated his response, casting a sidelong glance at Yaya's reaction that Yaya anticipated. Her face fell at the word of course. No. Shin Kong continued, turning to meet Yaya's gaze, caught under Shin Kong's intense stare. Yaya quickly lowered her head, but soon mustered the courage to meet his eyes again, her expression filled with longing. I returned not only to see Grandpa Director, but also to see you. And the little friends. Shin Kong paused for effect. Yaya's face visibly paled for a moment, and upon hearing the latter part of his statement, her expression dropped once more. Shin Kong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In his memory, Yaya had always been this way, unchanged over the years. Brother Shin Kong, you can wait in Grandpa Director's office. If all goes well, he should be back soon, Yaya suggested, adjusting her demeanor to no, I'll wander around the yard instead. It's been so many years, I've almost forgotten. Xian Kong waved his hand in refusal. I can be your guide to AT this. Ye inexplicably lifted her chin, adopting an air of confidence. Then I shall trouble you, little guide. Xian Kong replied. Not a trouble at all. Ye waved her hand dismissively, then led Xian Kong and Mo around the orphanage. Their path was filled with the joyous sounds of laughter from the children, many of whom approached them boldly. Had it not been for Ye's intervention, they might have simply stopped in their tracks. During this time, Xian Kong realized Ye's esteemed status among the children. She was undoubtedly the reigning queen of the playground. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a weathered visage pushed open the orphanage's main door, laden with an abundance of snacks, drawing delighted children towards him. Grandpa Director, you're back. Today, we have a big brother and a big sister visiting. And Ye is showing them around, a child exclaimed, gazing up at the director. Others, upon spotting him, immediately rushed to report to Ye. Yeah, Grandpa Director is back, one child shouted while running toward her. Ye turned, observing the child panting heavily, and quickly approached, bending down to ruffle the child's hair gently. All right, I understand. You can head back now. After giving instructions, Ye turned her attention back to Xian Kong. He nodded and took Mo's hand, saying, Let's go see Grandpa Director. Ye nodded, following behind the child who had yet to depart, with Xian Kong and Mo closely trailing. Upon reaching the front yard, Xian Kong spotted Grandpa Director distributing snacks to the children from a distance. The director's warm smile filled Xian Kong with a wave of emotion. In his life, the orphanage had been his home, and Grandpa Director was his guardian. Despite the numerous children, the director managed to share his love and care evenly among them, which was a significant reason for the harmonious atmosphere within the orphanage. Grandpa Director, I'm back, Xian Kong announced. Approaching the beaming director after all the children had received their treats, the director looked up and met his gaze. Suddenly grasping Xian Kong's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Child, you're safe. That is truly wonderful. The director's voice trembled. That Etienne really, letting you leave at 7. Thankfully, nothing happened. Otherwise, my old bones. Grandpa Director, I'm back, aren't I? Xian Kong replied with a cheerful smile, feeling profoundly touched. Good. Good. The director repeated thrice, as long as you're back. Then, he shifted his gaze to Mo beside Xian Kong, saying, Xian Kong, you rascal that aren't you going to introduce her? At these words, Ye's face flushed as she suddenly realized. How could I forget such a simple matter? Will she think I'm careless? She cast a guilty glance at Mo, but seeing that Mo was not looking at her, she felt reassured. This is Mo my. Xian Kong hesitated, unsure how to define his relationship with Mo fiancé. Mo hesitated, then softly spoke. Fiancé. This declaration struck like a thunderclap in the minds of those present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Seeing everyone in shock, Mo felt at a loss, lowering her head and refraining from further movement. Yes, that's right, fiancé. Xian Kong echoed, bringing everyone back to reality. Mo, what a good child. Grandpa Director stuttered, still reeling from the earlier shock, unsure of what to say, and simply grasped Mo's hand, speaking in fits and starts. Welcome, sister-in-law. Ye also chimed in shyly. Grandpa Director then pulled Xian Kong aside and closed the door to his office. Well, you've become quite the catch, he remarked, pacing back and forth. Now, tell me, how did you manage to win over that young lady? Grandpa Director, you must believe me. It's not like that. Mo's elders have agreed to this match. Xian Kong insisted. Nonsense. You haven't been back for years. How could you have met her relatives? Grandpa Director scolded, his tone stern. In my opinion, you must have tricked that young lady into falling for you. Xian Kong was at a loss for words. Growing old, losing my touch. Grandpa Director sighed. Then, after a moment's thought, spoke slowly. Xian Kong, do you not understand? I understand, Xian Kong said solemnly. Good to hear. This old body is waiting to hold grandchildren. Grandpa Director chuckled. I seem to not understand anymore. Xian Kong responded, bewildered. Grandpa Director, I feel it's necessary to explain the circumstances. An idea struck Xian Kong, and he crafted a perfect narrative, thinking that if any discrepancies arose, well, he could always clarify with Mo later. After a lengthy explanation, Grandpa Director's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. So that young lady developed feelings for you, and once you proved your worth, You parted ways with her elders. Yes, that's exactly it, Xian Kong replied, relieved to have passed the scrutiny. So it was brother Xian Kong who proposed to sister-in-law? Yao exclaimed, now enlightened after Mo's embellishments. Mo nodded, feeling a sense of relief that their story had been accepted without suspicion. The narrative, as embellished by Mo, conveyed that they had traversed the world together, encountering an injured Xian Kong, whom they healed. Subsequently, Xian Kong wished to repay their kindness and chose to stay. Over time, he developed feelings for her and, upon deeming himself capable, confessed his affections after passing the scrutiny of her elders. Sister-in-law, when will you two officially tie the knot? Ye pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. Well, we haven't decided yet, but we will definitely be together in the end. Mo replied, somewhat flustered. That makes sense. Yuri's still young, we can discuss it later, Ye mused to herself. Just then, Xian Kong and Grandpa Director emerged, joining Mo and Ye. Enveloped in an indescribable atmosphere, the director looked at Mo, unable to hide his delight, thinking to himself, oh my, the more I look, the more I like this good child. Meanwhile, Ye was observing Xian Kong, considering his demeanor at the orphanage, and felt compelled to assert herself. Well, Grandpa Director. Yeah, I have something to attend to. We can talk later. Xian Kong felt a sudden wave of suffocation, eager to leave. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already taken Mo's hand and left the orphanage. Hastily making his way away, once they reached a safe distance from the orphanage, Xian Kong wiped away non-existent sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. Xian Kong lifted his gaze towards the towering spire, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Etienne, Xian Kong, have arrived. After a considerable time had passed, Xian Kong and Mo were still en route to the tower. Wait, it doesn't seem that far. So why haven't we arrived yet? Xian Kong lamented, feeling utterly fatigued. This truly affirms the saying, a distant view of mountains tires the horse, that he murmured softly. After yet another lengthy interval, they finally reached the tower. To clarify, do not assume that Xian Kong has forgotten about Philian in the sky. The population density of the human city-state is overwhelming, with an abundance of buildings. Why not give it a try? Upon entering the tower, Xian Kong surveyed his surroundings. His attention immediately captured, oh my, a spatial teleportation array. Excitement surged within him. This meant he wouldn't have to navigate the tower after all. Xian Kong fixed his sights on the spatial teleportation array and, taking Mo by the hand, strode purposefully towards it. As they approached, Xian Kong initially thought that some currency would be required to utilize the array, yet there were no staff to collect any. After waiting a few seconds without anyone appearing, he stepped onto the spatial teleportation array. Several seconds passed, yet there were no signs of activation. Hey, brother, are you functioning? If not, let me have a go. I'm eager to meet the Hero King, remarked a young man who had been waiting behind Xian Kong. Indeed, you are not mistaken. The ground floor of the Hero's Hall, where Xian Kong currently resided, was quite populated. The spatial teleportation array comprised 6 platforms, and one must queue to use them. With a darkened expression, Xian Kong silently stepped off the spatial teleportation array, watching as the young man presented a medal, which triggered the array, engulfing him in a stream of white light as he vanished. Recognizing the key to activating the spatial teleportation array, Xian Kong pulled Mo towards the front desk. That medal, how does one obtain it to activate the spatial teleportation array? Xian Kong inquired. The staff, upon hearing his question, immediately discerned that he was a complete novice. There are 2 methods to acquire the medal. The first is As he spoke, the staff member produced a blank medal and placed it on the counter. See this? Take this blank medal and begin your tower challenge. It will record your progress. The next time you enter the tower, you can use the medal to directly access previously conquered levels. As for the second method, well, don't even think about it. The average person lacks the capability, the staff explained, yet he diligently proceeded to inform Xian Kong, adding, of course, if you believe your strength is sufficient, you may attempt this method. What is the second method? Xian Kong hastily pressed, noticing the staff member's unintentional pause. You wish to pursue the second method? The staff member's attention sharpened as he scrutinized Xian Kong. Yes, please do enlighten me. Xian Kong insisted with unwavering resolve. Sigh. Follow me, though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. It has been ages since anyone dared to try this method, the staff member sighed. Pausing his work to lead Xian Kong to the central hub of the ground floor, Within the central chamber stood a mechanical platform, above which hovered an elemental orb, under Xian Kong's probing gaze. The elemental distribution within the orb appeared chaotic, yet this seemingly impossible amalgamation maintained a perfect equilibrium, devoid of conflict among the elements. Subsequently, the staff member embedded a blank metal into a recess on the side of the mechanical platform. As the blank metal clicked into place, the entire central chamber seemed to awaken, resonating with a deep hum. The sound intertwined with the whirring of mechanical gears, while the elemental orb began to rotate slowly, continuously supplying the energy required for the chamber's operation. Xian Kong was momentarily bewildered. "Young man, best of luck. I have faith in you." With that, the staff member dashed out of the central chamber. Chapter 29. The peculiar crystal ball. Once the staff exited, the central chamber remained in this state, as if the machine had powered on yet was not in operation. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Kong surmised that only one person could occupy the central chamber at a time. "Momo, please wait for me outside," he said, shaking his head in resignation as she departed. With Momo's exit, the chamber doors sealed shut, and several scanning light beams enveloped the entire central chamber. Moments later, identity registration successful. Name, Xian Kong. Realm, Pinnacle of Mortal Realm. Detection countdown, 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, the elemental orb began to whirl rapidly, streams of energy light beams merging into the mechanical platform below. The sounds of gears grinding accelerated abruptly. Following that, the entire chamber began to tremble, as if some force was stirring to awakening. Xian Kong felt an intangible pressure permeating the space as he remained fixated on the elemental orb, which suddenly erupted in a brilliant radiance, illuminating the entire chamber. Commencing detection, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the chamber. At that moment, Xian Kong felt as though he had entered a pure white realm, within which lay a crystal ball adorned with intricate dark patterns, eluding his gaze. Unintentionally, a nearly transparent thread infiltrated the space, slithering towards him. Just then, the crystal ball emitted a faint glow, drawing the thread closer, and subsequently devouring it. The detection process seemed momentarily brief, too swift for Xian Kong to grasp, yet it also felt interminably long as he lost track of time. As the brilliance gradually faded, the elemental orb slowed its descent, ultimately coming to a standstill. The sounds of mechanical gears also subsided, and the chamber ceased its trembling. Detection complete. The voice resounded once more. Physical strength, excellent. Mental fortitude, exceptional. Upon hearing the term exceptional, Xian Kong's heart stirred. He had always possessed an extraordinary confidence in his mental acuity, but the central chamber's assessment still astonished him. Special ability, unknown. Overall evaluation, S rank. Xian Kong raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by the high rating he had received. In his understanding, an S rank indicated absolute elite status, a coveted mark sought by countless individuals. He pondered whether there existed an SS rank, SSS rank, or even higher evaluations. Before entering this world, he had encountered numerous novels featuring various extraordinary rankings, such as 10 S's or 100 S's. Testing concluded. Preparing to exit, the mechanical voice announced, devoid of any emotion. At this juncture, Xian Kong remained utterly perplexed. Was the test truly over? He had anticipated enduring an exhausting series of evaluations, yet it had concluded with a mere flash of light. As the chamber door opened slowly, Momo rushed in immediately, anxiously asking, "How was it? Are you all right?" Xian Kong smiled and shook his head. "I am perfectly fine, and I received an S-rank evaluation." Momo's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? That's wonderful. I knew you could do it." Her tone brimmed with trust and pride in Xian Kong. Though she was unaware of the implications of the S-rank, it was Xian Kong's evaluation, and anything associated with him was undoubtedly exceptional. "Let us go," Xian Kong stated as they exited the central chamber, ready to head toward the front desk when a mechanical voice interrupted. "Beep beep. Please retrieve your identity badge." The warning repeated thrice in succession before a device emerged from the mechanical platform. Soaring towards the chamber entrance, Xian Kong stepped forward, catching the object midair, and upon inspection, discovered it to be the blank metal, now inscribed with peculiar characters. As he examined it closely, he realized he recognized only a single character, S. After Xian Kong's test concluded, the central screen in the ground floor refreshed to display his results, complete with a photograph of him. As he made his way to the front desk, he overheard various murmurs among the crowd. Look, is that the guy? I'll take a look. Wow, it really is him. But he possesses such strength. Such remarks were plentiful, and although they refrained from naming him, Xian Kong felt certain they were discussing him. While curiosity flickered within him, he remained indifferent, not overly concerned. Upon arriving at the front desk, Xian Kong inquired, "Excuse me, what does this identity badge signify?" He held the medal before the staff member. "Let me see." The staff member scrutinized the medal for a moment before displaying a look of astonishment at a comprehensive evaluation of S rank. "With this identity badge, you may ascend directly to the top floor. Can I bring others with me?" Xian Kong questioned. Upon hearing this, the staff member glanced at Momo, squinting his eyes with a smile. "Not permitted." However, as he spoke, the staff member retrieved another blank medal and placed it on the counter. Continuing, "We can attempt a few floors first. If you manage to achieve the speedrun objective, it might be possible for you to ascend together. Ahem, I must emphasize that I do not recommend this lady attempt the second method." Noticing the staff member's hesitation, he further pressed, "Though I am unsure why your test results exhibited failures, the central screen should have displayed far more than what is shown above." Upon hearing this, Xian Kong found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed, and thus turned his gaze towards Mo. "Very well, since you do not advise against it, I am not one to ignore counsel. Let us take on the challenge of a speed." Mo reached for the blank medal, and at the moment of contact, it flickered to life for a brief instant before swiftly dimming. No such person found. After Xian Kong and Mo departed, the staff exchanged glances at the electronic screen, murmuring softly, "Never mind, I shall lend a slight hand." The staff muttered to himself, his fingers dancing across the electronic screen. And after a dozen minutes, he finally ceased his work. "Number 5, your shift has arrived," the staff called out as he approached the employee lounge. "Yes." Manager. A person clad in managerial attire removed their jacket and handed it to the staff. Swiftly donning their employee uniform thereafter. "Something is amiss. It feels profoundly wrong." Xian Kong racked his brain, questioning whether the initial staff member had been the same. "Success, Xian Kong." There is a reaction at that moment. Mo had swiped the medal countless times, and finally, on this occasion, her identity information was successfully recorded. In the next instant, before she could even share her inner delight, the teleportation array for the tower challenge activated, and Mo's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 30. Speed run objective. As Mo disappeared, the electronic screen displayed the data for the tower challenge. The first level is currently in battle. Xian Kong fixed his gaze on the electronic screen, and in no time, the data began to shift. The first level challenge was successful and is currently being settled. First level, 1 minute 21 seconds. The challenger is in the process of teleportation. Teleportation successful, now located on the second level. The second level is currently in battle. Xian Kong observed the screen, and shortly after, the data once again underwent a change. The second level challenge was successful and is currently being settled. Second level, 47 seconds. The challenger is in the process of teleportation. The second level was completed even faster than the first. Xian Kong mused, "Ha. That's how it is." Mo clenched her fist, glancing back at the second level arena, which was utterly vacant save for a robot embedded in the wall, its electronic screen flashing red lights accompanied by an ear-piercing alarm. Whoosh! White light enveloped Mo's form, and as the luminescence faded, Mo's figure vanished from sight. "Congratulations on reaching the third level. The test for this level. Strength." Clank, clanked the mechanical gears whirred to life, and a colossal figure slowly emerged. Standing at the center of the arena, with the appearance of this behemoth, the entire space seemed to tremble. It resembled a gigantic iron fist, its surface armored with thick metal, radiating a chilling glimmer. Its arms were robust, clearly harboring tremendous destructive power. Third level, strength test, commence. The voice on the electronic screen announced the upcoming challenge with a dispassionate tone. "Come now, let me witness the extent of your strength." A spark of battle intent flickered in Mo's eyes. She was undaunted by this seemingly formidable opponent. Thunderous footsteps, the behemoth began to move, slowly advancing toward Mo, each step resonating like a colossal stone crashing to the ground, subtly causing the entire space to quiver, showcasing its immense weight and power. Mo took a deep breath, her muscles tensing, preparing to face this challenge. She understood that only through genuine strength could she surmount this trial. "Ha!" Mo let out a fierce roar, her figure darting toward the behemoth like lightning. her fist cutting through the air, striking the behemoth's chest with tremendous force. However, the sturdy armor merely dented slightly, failing to inflict significant damage upon the behemoth. Although the behemoth's reactions were sluggish, its counterattack was remarkably fierce. With a single punch, it unleashed a gust of wind. If struck, even someone of Mo's kind would not withstand it. Whoosh! In a split second, Mo sidestepped, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Her gaze sharpened with newfound resolve. She realized that identifying the opponent's weakness was essential to overcoming this terrifyingly powerful adversary. Throughout the ensuing battle, Mo relentlessly sought opportunities to breach the behemoth's armor, while the behemoth relied on its overwhelming strength and defense to launch continuous assaults on Mo. The conflict reached a stalemate. It seems I require greater strength, Mo murmured to herself, as a glimmering key materialized in her hand. This was a mysterious key capable of temporarily enhancing the wielder's strength, a precious item acquired by Mo and Xian Kong during their adventures. Whoosh! Mo tossed the key into the air, and it transformed into a beam of light that merged with her body. In an instant, she felt a surge of formidable power coursing through her, flowing through her limbs and bones. Mo roared, her body becoming a blur as she charged toward the behemoth. This time, her fist bore an even more terrifying force, striking the slightly dented area of the behemoth. Crack! Empowered by the surge of strength, Mo's fist finally penetrated the behemoth's armor, embedding deeply within it. Damage level, moderate, entering berserk mode, duration, 1 minute. Buzz! The mechanical core within the behemoth activated to its fullest capacity, and a powerful shockwave sent Mo flying. When the power peaked, the behemoth's iron fist transformed into a gleaming blade. The rear panel opened, revealing a steel nozzle. Whoosh! Fierce flames ignited in an instant, the behemoth's form rapidly accelerating, its chilling blade raised high, aiming once more at Mo. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Mo had no time to evade and was compelled to resort to something beyond sheer strength. Boom! A red lotus silently blossomed, and when the blade collided with it, an explosion erupted, propelling Mo backward. The surrounding red lotuses reappeared, fiercely guarding her position. The recoil also caused the blade to retract slightly, but it was not fatal. In but an instant, the behemoth charged at Mo once again. Several red lotuses shielded against the descending blades, and a fiery short sword appeared in Mo's hand, aimed directly at the breach in the behemoth's armor. Warning! Danger! The impassive mechanical voice echoed, and the behemoth abruptly retreated, causing Mo's attack to miss its mark as the behemoth hesitated to approach. This is not right, Mo mumbled. Although she was uncertain of what a robot should be, this massive entity before her bore a striking resemblance to a sentient being. Hey, big fellow, how about you let me pass? And we call it a day? Mo spoke with a firm tone, showing no concern for whether the behemoth would be angered. Of course, if the behemoth possessed sentience, berserk mode deactivated, the mechanical voice resonated, and the behemoth reverted to its previous cumbersome form. Third level challenge successful, currently being settled. The prompt echoed throughout the arena, and the behemoth remained motionless. Mo slowly approached the teleportation array, her gaze never leaving the behemoth. Third level, 5 minutes 38 seconds. The challenger is in the process of teleportation. The subsequent levels became relatively effortless, allowing her to advance smoothly to the 10th level. 3 levels constituted a minor hurdle, while the 10th represented a major challenge. Mo fought valiantly in this encounter, ultimately completing it in 14 minutes 05 seconds. Mo stood upon the teleportation array. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she opened her eyes to see Xian Kong's figure rushing into view. Oh, what a surprise! It's Xian Kong. Mo closed her eyes, then opened them again. Xian Kong? Mo called out uncertainly. Mo. What has happened to you? Xian Kong inquired, puzzled. Xian Kong, why are you on the 11th level? Could it be? Mo approached, reaching out to pinch Xian Kong's cheek. So real. Mu. Mo. Speak clearly. Xian Kong's voice was somewhat unclear as Mo pinched his face. With Xian Kong's reminder, Mo glanced around her surroundings, releasing Xian Kong's cheek with an awkward smile. Clap, clap, clap. Congratulations on completing the speed run objective. A person clad in managerial attire approached, clapping their hands with a cheerful expression. Was it the front desk that sent you here? Xian Kong scrutinized the manager, sensing something amiss, as if he had seen this person before. The manager's lips twitched slightly. Could this fellow possibly be face-blind? One could assume so. I am here to inform you that Xian Kong may take this lady with him to the highest level. The tone, the phrasing, it feels familiar. Xian Kong strained to recall, and after a few seconds, a revelation struck him. You are that staff member. No. Aren't we on the same wavelength? The manager frowned slightly, but the expression was fleeting. Chapter 31. The Well of Souls. Xian Kong and Momo stood before the teleportation array, retrieving their respective medals under the manager's watchful gaze, and then stepped onto the teleportation array. Please select the number of the layer to which you wish to be transported. The mechanical voice spoke emotionlessly, and a projection panel appeared. Xian Kong directly scrolled to the top layer, his finger poised, and white light illuminated the area. Once Xian Kong and Momo vanished, the manager slowly returned to his office. You shouldn't hold this against me, right? The manager muttered to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. The teleportation array transported Xian Kong and Momo to a location resembling a park, expansive and devoid of any presence. Standing at the park center, Xian Kong and Momo surveyed their surroundings, discovering a uniquely designed space filled with futuristic amenities. Not far away, a massive white sculpture towered amidst the grass, resembling a bird in flight. Surrounded by a gentle glow, both beautiful and enigmatic. What is this place? Momo inquired, her curiosity piqued as she scanned the area and then turned to Xian Kong. What shall we do next? Xian Kong furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. That he lifted his head, his gaze directed towards a distant hill where a magnificent edifice radiated a dazzling light. Let us venture there, he suggested. Xian Kong pointed to the structure atop the hill and then led the way in that direction. Momo followed closely behind. As the two traversed the park, admiring the array of peculiar flora and architecture along their path, they discovered that this park resembled a miniature world, featuring landscapes of diverse styles. From ancient garden designs to modern high-tech buildings, everything imaginable was present. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, a colossal gate of light appeared before them. The gate emanated a soft white glow, intricately adorned with mysterious patterns and runes. Xian Kong and Momo exchanged a glance, then stepped through together. Crossing the luminous threshold, they found themselves in an entirely new realm. It was a vibrant city, teeming with towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, alive with movement. Yet, the sky above exhibited a strange, dark red hue, invoking a sense of unease. What place is this? Momo inquired again, feeling the atmosphere weigh heavily upon her. Xian Kong remained silent, his focus locked onto an enormous building ahead. It was a uniquely shaped tower, entirely black, its surface covered in dense red patterns. The apex of the tower emitted a dim red glow, resembling a vast eye watching over them. We must tread carefully, Xian Kong whispered. This place gives me an unsettling feeling. Momo nodded, understanding the truth in his words. She gripped her fiery red short sword tightly, prepared to confront any potential danger. The two proceeded cautiously into the city. Commencing their exploration of this enigmatic locale. As they delved deeper, they noted that, despite the throngs of people, the inhabitants moved like marionettes, devoid of independent thought. This is peculiar. Xian Kong muttered. Wasn't Etienne supposed to be here? His absence adds to my discomfort. The city center, a vast square, drew their attention. In the midst of the square stood a colossal statue, its features obscured, seemingly erased by some unseen force. Yet its posture conveyed a vivid vitality, as if it were silently screaming towards the heavens. Look over there. Momo suddenly pointed to a corner of the square, where a group of seemingly ordinary individuals congregated. However, their interactions appeared remarkably stiff, as though manipulated by some hidden power. Xian Kong nodded, and they cautiously approached the cluster of people. They soon realized the individuals bore hollow gazes and moved mechanically, as if their souls had been siphoned away. Xian Kong attempted to engage one of them in conversation, but the individual remained unresponsive, merely repeating the same actions. This place feels profoundly wrong, Momo whispered, a chill creeping up from her feet. Xian Kong scanned the surroundings, sensing an ominous atmosphere enveloping the entire square. A wave of intense unease washed over him, as if they were stepping into a vast trap. We must locate Etienne. He may hold the key to this mystery, Xian Kong declared resolutely. They decided to split up in their search for Etienne. Navigating through the crowded streets, they scoured every corner of the city, yet Etienne's presence eluded them. The city's denizens seemed to deliberately avoid them. As though fearful of any interaction, just as they were on the verge of despair, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber within an abandoned building. The room was suffused with a bizarre glow. At its center lay an ancient machine, inscribed with mysterious runes. "This is," Momo gasped, feeling a powerful energy emanating from the device. Suddenly, the light intensified, and a figure slowly materialized before them, clad in a black cloak. The figure's face was shrouded in shadow, revealing only a pair of gleaming eyes. "Welcome to the Well of Souls," the mysterious voice intoned, low and gravelly. "You have uncovered the truth of this world. Who are you?" Xian Kong demanded, his expression grave, hostility brewing in his gaze. "Xian Kong, your inquiry wounds me deeply," the enigmatic figure lamented, placing a hand over its heart in a theatrical display of sorrow. Ha! Xian Kong, seeing the figure's reluctance to divulge, ignited a ball of black flame in his hand, summoning the grim scythe, which swiftly hovered at the figure's throat. "Hush," the figure said, unperturbed. "Put away your weapon. You wouldn't want to taint the exquisite souls here." With a snap of its fingers, a clear sound reverberated through the somewhat vacant chamber. An invisible ripple spread outwards, penetrating the bodies of Xian Kong and Momo, leaving them suddenly weak. The grim scythe fell from Xuan Kong's grasp. Crashing to the floor before dissipating into black flames, he attempted to summon it again, but to no avail. Just then, Momo collapsed. As Xian Kong reached to assist her, the mysterious figure made its move. "An elf," it exclaimed, teleporting to Momo's side, its eyes fixed intently upon her. "There has yet to be a precedent for placing an elf into the Well of Souls. How about I be the first to do so?" With a swift motion, Xian Kong surged forward, throwing a punch at the figure, which easily caught his fist with one hand. "Your strength is rather peculiar," the figure remarked, narrowing its eyes with an inquisitive gaze. "Curse you, peculiar." Xian Kong gritted his teeth, straining against the figure's grip, yet still unable to break free. "Do not struggle. You are merely lambs awaiting slaughter," the figure said nonchalantly, as if everything lay within its control. "You shall not harm her," Xian Kong roared, though his body remained immobilized, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. "It seems you share a strong bond," the figure smirked, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. "However, this will not alter your fate. Release her. I will come with you." Xian Kong suddenly composed himself, proposing a trade while locking eyes with the figure. "You would willingly accompany me?" A flicker of interest sparkled in the figure's gaze. "Are you not afraid of what I might do to you? I trust you will not kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be engaging in this lengthy dialogue." Xian Kong maintained a calm demeanor. "Ha ha ha." The figure laughed heartily, then nodded. "Very well, I accept your offer. However, I must first ascertain your sincerity." With that, the figure released its grip on Xian Kong and slowly approached Momo. No. Xian Kong attempted to intervene, but he lacked the strength even to rise. The figure placed a hand upon Momo's forehead, a faint glow transferring from its hand into her body. "This is," Momo shivered, her body trembling as if sensing something. "Fear not. It is merely a small mark," the figure said, retracting its hand and smiling at Xian Kong. "Now, it is your turn." Chapter 32. Etienne, the mysterious figure, advanced towards Xian Kong, and the eerie sensation intensified. Xian Kong fixed his gaze on the figure, pondering his next move. He understood that both he and Momo were in grave danger. "You would do well not to attempt any tricks," Xian Kong warned coldly. Despite his immobility, his eyes betraying an indomitable spirit, the figure nodded slightly, then drew closer to Xian Kong, extending its hand as if to mark his forehead as well. In that critical moment, the air within the room suddenly froze, a powerful force erupting from the void, interrupting the figure's motion. "Who?" the figure exclaimed in shock, quickly turning to locate the source of the power. A silhouette emerged from the void. A person clad in a white robe, their face obscured by a hood, revealing only a pair of luminous white eyes. "Who are you?" the figure demanded, its voice laced with caution and hostility. The robed figure offered no reply, merely gesturing with a hand, a beam of light enveloping Momo and Xian Kong. They immediately felt their strength returning. "Run," the white-robed figure urged in a low voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. Without hesitation, Momo and Xian Kong rose to their feet, aware that this was their sole opportunity for escape. They dashed towards the room's exit, while the white-robed figure positioned itself before them, standing against the mysterious figure. "Planning to flee? It won't be that easy," the figure bellowed, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that caused the entire room to tremble. The white-robed figure merely smiled, emanating a similar power, and as their energies collided in the air, a deafening roar filled the space. Seizing the moment, Momo and Xian Kong burst from the room, racing down the corridor without a second's pause. Finally, they arrived in a spacious hall, allowing them a moment to breathe. Who was that? Why did they help us? Momo panted, confusion etched on her face. Etienne, Xiankong replied slowly. We must hurry. We cannot impede Etienne's actions. Understood, Momo nodded, and the pair retraced their steps back into the city. Yet after a prolonged search, they could not locate the luminous gate through which they had entered. Reluctantly, Xiankong and Momo found refuge in a more concealed chamber. Xiankong, do you think that white-robed figure was truly Etienne? Momo questioned, skepticism in her tone. I am uncertain. Despite the distinct aura, I have a strong intuition that he is indeed Etienne. Xiankong nodded gravely, his expression laden with concern. As for the enigmatic figure, I suspect his emergence is inextricably linked to Etienne. Xiankong reflected on the duel between Etienne and the mysterious individual. The energies they both unleashed were nearly indistinguishable. Yet, something felt amiss. I recall that this mysterious person seemed unaware of Etienne. Momo could not fathom why Xiankong held such a belief. I surmised there must be some object on Etienne that can alter his aura. If one does not possess sufficient familiarity with Etienne, it would be impossible to discern that it is he, Xiankong remarked. Suddenly, a white figure leaped through the window, possibly due to exhaustion, and collapsed onto the ground. Xiankong, what brings you here? The figure in a white robe strained to rise, removing its hood to reveal a familiar face. I came to find you, Xiankong replied. Oh, Etienne acknowledged, turning to Momo and slowly continuing, do not worry about the mark on Momo. I have already suppressed it. Can it not be eradicated? Xiankong asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. Upon hearing this, Etienne gently shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his lips. It cannot be eliminated. The only way is to kill him. I apologize for my tardiness. Etienne added that it's quite all right. I am indifferent. Momo waved a hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant. Sigh. Xiankong understood that Etienne was likely speaking the truth. Etienne, what is the situation here? Also, what is your connection to that mysterious individual? Hee, it seems you have already deduced the truth. Etienne chuckled. Indeed, that mysterious person is also me, and this space is one I created to confine him. Xiankong's expression indicated that he had suspected as much. While Momo was left speechless and shocked. I know this is hard to believe, but it is the reality. Etienne continued. That mysterious individual is but a fragment of my malevolent thoughts, and I must confine him because he is far too dangerous. Should he be allowed to roam free, the consequences would be dire. What do you plan to do now? Xiankong inquired. I intend to eradicate him completely. Only in doing so can I ensure safety, Etienne responded. But you mentioned he is a part of you. Does that not pose a risk to you? Momo asked with concern. Not at all. On the contrary, I can devour his essence, striving to reach that realm, Etienne replied. Xiankong understood that the realm Etienne referred to as none other than the divine realm. Yet, there was one thing he did not comprehend. How could a fragment of Etienne's malevolent thoughts manifest in such a manner? Contemplating this, Xiankong boldly posed the question. Etienne was taken aback, not anticipating such an inquiry from Xiankong. Well, that I am uncertain, Etienne hesitated before confessing. Initially, in pursuit of a higher level, I exerted all my efforts to wield space power, inadvertently breaking through a barrier where dark energy pervaded, capable of influencing one's psyche. Upon my return, I could suppress it at first, but eventually, I began to lose control intermittently. Ultimately, I discovered a method of stripping away true essence in a book, attempting to force the encroaching dark energy to a corner of my true spirit, which led to the current predicament. In essence, he is indeed a part of me. As for the notion of malevolence, it is not entirely accurate. He harbors an extreme obsession with achieving divinity, resorting to any means necessary to fulfill that goal. Very well, then. I shall follow your lead. What do you require of me? Xiankong declared. No, killing him is not an overnight task, and currently, his strength is on par with mine. Your abilities. Are insufficient, Etienne observed, glancing at the two of them and shaking his head gently. I will do my utmost to assist you in exiting. Do not return henceforth. Etienne appeared somewhat lost, his eyes reflecting a galaxy that had long since dimmed. Etienne, are we not good brothers? Xiankong placed a hand on Etienne's shoulder, grinning broadly. You are Xiankong. Upon hearing this, Etienne suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xiankong. You have always thought I was little Xiankong. Seeing this, Xiankong was immediately engulfed in a wave of embarrassment. Etienne chuckled, a foolish grin spreading across his face. All right, Let us devise a strategy. Xian Kong instinctively reached out to pat Tian's head, but hesitated upon noticing Tian's aged demeanor. Feeling it inappropriate, Tian, too, was taken aback to see a familiar Xian Kong at this moment, his eyes brightening slightly. Chapter 33. The True and False. Tian shared his plan with Xian Kong, aiming to eliminate the mysterious figure, with only a single lead at present. In Tian's understanding, the mysterious individual was a fusion of that unknown dark energy and a small fragment of his true essence. Given this, the solution lay in purging the unknown dark energy while preserving the pure true essence. While this notion was easy to articulate, the execution proved challenging. Tian recognized the need to strive in this direction. Yet he was entirely uncertain of how to accomplish it. Furthermore, as the mysterious individual continued to consume souls, his power grew steadily, and it was only a matter of time before Tian would no longer be his equal. At that point, he might very well seek to seize Tian's remaining true essence in pursuit of divinity, for a true divine being represents a genuine transcendence, encompassing both soul and body. Hence, the integrity of the true essence must be maintained. Presently, Tian was unaware of the origin of the dark energy and what substance it comprised. All he knew was that it could influence one's psyche, provoking the deepest-seated malevolence within, gradually merging with the soul. Though it remained unclear whether one could retain their consciousness post-fusion, it was evident that a being driven by extreme malevolence could no longer be considered a true human. As Xian Kong contemplated Tian's plan, he sensed some misgivings, yet he could not conceive a superior alternative. After several days of preparation, the three were on edge with anticipation. During this period, guided by the intelligence Tian had provided, Xian Kong formulated several plausible hypotheses. Hypothesis 1. The purpose of the mysterious individual's soul consumption. 1. To restore fragmented true essence. 2. To forge a path to divinity. Hypothesis 2. The so-called soul well. 1. That the soul well likely serves as a device to gather lost souls. As Tian mentioned that this place was originally desolate, only gradually populated by these individuals. 2. The soul well may also possess the ability to convert souls into pure soul energy. Those wandering in the city evidently retain a semblance of self-awareness. If consumed directly, the vast stream of consciousness would be sufficient for the mysterious individual. Hypothesis 3. The essence of dark energy. The essence of dark energy is a form of pollution, akin to the demonic energy found in cultivation novels. It gradually infiltrates the soul until it transforms the host into a complete denizen of the demonic realm. If this is indeed the case, then the method to dispel dark energy might involve identifying an opposing energy and gradually eroding it until it disappears entirely. Armed with these three hypotheses, the original plan underwent slight modifications. Initially, Tian was to act as bait, leveraging the mysterious individual's obsession with divinity to lure him away, allowing Xian Kong and Mo to sabotage the soul well. However, the revised plan entailed manipulating the souls wandering in the city to observe which energy system could diminish the presence of dark energy. Regardless, Xian Kong possessed several energy systems at his disposal, such as the power of the stars, the magical energy of the human race, and Mo's elven energy, among others. The three resolved to first observe the wandering souls to determine their receptiveness to other energy types. If they proved amenable, it would be essential to identify an energy system capable of dispelling dark energy. After a period of experimentation, it became evident that the souls exhibited limited acceptance of various energy systems. Exceeding a certain threshold would cause them to transform into another type of spirit. Fortunately, they could accept the energies without surpassing the threshold, rendering the soul's abnormalities undetectable. They first attempted the power of the stars, but found it ineffective against the dark energy. Next, they tried the magical energy of the human race, yet it yielded no results. Finally, they experimented with Mo's elven energy and discovered it had a remarkably significant effect on the dark energy. As a result, the following period was the most arduous for Mo, as she would exhaust her elven energy daily. However, the progress was undeniably evident. For reasons unknown, the mysterious individual remained oblivious to any anomalies, with the dark energy within him steadily diminishing. Though Xian Kong and Mo could not perceive the dark energy's presence, the eerie sensation emanating from the mysterious individual was undoubtedly waning. Coupled with Tian's corroboration, Xian Kong and Mo had no reason to doubt. Xian Kong, I feel so heartbroken, so distressed. One day, a voice suddenly echoed in Momo's ear. Momo sprang to her feet, glancing around but finding no one in sight. Yet, this voice was familiar. It belonged to the mysterious individual. Seeing no one around, Momo glanced back at the now sleeping Xian Kong and Etienne, quietly standing up and stepping outside into the empty city streets. Momo, thank you for believing in me. A figure in a black robe appeared. He could not directly tear through the fabric of space, so he had awaited her arrival here. Only when Momo emerged did he reveal himself, removing his hood to unveil a visage strikingly similar to Etienne's. Speak, what is truly happening? Momo inquired calmly. I am not the real Etienne, but he is not either. The mysterious figure's tone remained steady yet brooked no contradiction. Moreover, I have demonstrated sufficient sincerity. My power has regressed to that of a newly ascended demigod, far from being a match for that Etienne. Where is the true Etienne? Momo pressed, aware that if neither of them was the genuine Etienne, they must know where he was. At this, the mysterious individual's gaze fixated intently on a colossal structure. It is a tower of distinctive design, entirely enveloped in black, adorned with a myriad of intricate red patterns. At its pinnacle, a dark crimson glow emanates, reminiscent of a colossal eye surveying them. Oh, you believe me? The mysterious figure turned once more, fixing his gaze upon Momo. Since I have chosen to emerge, what do you think? Momo responded. Etienne resides at the summit of that tower, but only his physical form. I possess half of his soul, while the other half remains with him. The mysterious figure spoke slowly, his tone resolute. I am quite curious. When we first encountered you, why did you appear as you did? Momo observed the mysterious figure's expression with keen interest, yet could glean nothing. This is a long story. Indeed, part of what he stated is accurate. I was indeed formed from that unknown dark essence combined with a fragment of Etienne's true spirit. The mysterious figure was utterly candid, revealing no hint of ambiguity. The role of the dark essence is to incite the malevolent thoughts buried deep within the heart, while my words and actions at that time fulfilled their purpose. The process was somewhat excessive. Now that the dark essence has dissipated somewhat, I am able to speak normally. To put it differently, does our current method seem viable? Momo pondered for a moment before inquiring tentatively. Yes, the dark essence must indeed be eradicated. Otherwise, it would adversely affect the Etienne after the fusion. The mysterious figure nodded slightly, affirming Momo's thoughts. However, he continued, shifting the conversation, my strength must not regress as a result. It appears he seeks to usurp the true Etienne. And you? Do you not desire that? Momo asked me. My obsession lies in achieving divinity. I have no interest in replacing Etienne. The mysterious figure scoffed. Very well. I hope you will not disappoint me. Momo paused, then added, what must I do? Reduce the output of spiritual energy and increase the supply of the soul. The mysterious figure instructed. Understood. Momo agreed. Subsequently, the mysterious figure withdrew, and Momo quietly returned to her original position. Chapter 34. The enigmatic truth in the time that followed. Momo adhered to the mysterious figure's guidance, diminishing the output of her spiritual energy while amplifying the supply of her soul. During this period, the mysterious figure met with Momo privately on multiple occasions, and she could distinctly sense the changes within him. The strange aura surrounding him grew increasingly faint, yet his strength did not wane as before. Rather, it seemed to advance. The mysterious figure sought Momo not only to have her supervise, but also occasionally to provide her with information. One day, Momo appeared somewhat distracted, and Xian Kong noticed her unusual demeanor. Momo, what troubles you? Xian Kong inquired. It's nothing. Momo gently shook her head, though she still bore an absent-minded expression. Xian Kong, do you truly believe this will succeed? Momo suddenly asked. Absolutely. Etienne has already stated that the dark essence within that mysterious figure is steadily diminishing. Xian Kong replied matter-of-factly. Once the dark essence has completely vanished, we shall capture him and allow Etienne to consume his essence. Though Momo regarded Xian Kong's demeanor, fully understanding that he had completely placed his trust in the words of this Etienne. Xian Kong, let us venture to that tower and investigate, Momo suggested, pointing toward the black tower, which was entwined in red patterns. Momo did not wholly trust the mysterious figure's words, in her view, regardless of what the two Yishins claimed. The true circumstances required personal exploration. As Xian Kong was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly recalled Etienne. Etienne, will you join us? Xian Kong asked Etienne. I shall not go. That place is fraught with uncertainty and could harbor danger. Etienne slowly shook his head. Momo and Xiankong exchanged glances, and then Momo nodded. Very well, we shall proceed alone. The two then rose and made their way toward the towering black structure. The tower loomed high, exuding an eerie chill that sent shivers down their spines. After Momo and Xiankong departed, Etienne gazed at their retreating figures, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Momo and Xiankong cautiously approached, finally arriving at the base of the tower. How do we enter? Momo frowned at the tightly shut door. I have a solution. Xiankong smiled slightly, retrieving a key from his pocket and handing it to Momo. That I found this from the mysterious figure earlier. It should unlock this door. Momo was taken aback, not expecting the mysterious figure to have planned so extensively. After hesitating briefly, she took the key and inserted it into the lock. The door creaked open, releasing a wave of chilling air. Momo and Xiankong exchanged glances before stepping inside the tower. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only faint light seeping through the cracks of the stones. Momo and Xiankong ascended the stone steps with great caution, encountering no danger along the way. At last, they reached the summit of the tower. The apex was a spacious chamber, dominated by a massive stone sarcophagus at its center. The sarcophagus was inscribed with mysterious runes, emitting a soft glow. What is this? Momo asked curiously. I do not know. Xiankong shook his head, but it appears this sarcophagus is quite significant. We must investigate it thoroughly. The two began to examine the sarcophagus meticulously, seeking any clues. Suddenly, the runes on the sarcophagus began to glow, and a formidable surge of energy radiated from within. As the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, the sarcophagus remained unchanged weight. No, two barely discernible indentations had appeared on its surface. Momo stared at the two indentations, lost in thought. The true spirit of Etienne had been divided in two. Could this be a contingency left by Etienne? Of course, Momo was merely speculating, and the true purpose of these indentations remained to be uncovered. Seeing the black sarcophagus remained unopened, Xiankong and Momo began to search for clues around it. After a considerable time, they indeed discovered some hints. Inscriptions etched into the base of the sarcophagus, though they bore evident scratch marks, as if deliberately defaced. My name is Etienne. I seek to find a glimmer of hope for humanity. Exploring the void, I unfortunately became tainted by the malevolent energy from beyond the realm. Unable to suppress it, I sought another method and severed part of my true spirit. I opened a space and sealed myself within the black sarcophagus. Waiting for the right moment, the inscription abruptly ceased, and Xiankong appeared to discern something, narrowing his eyes in silence. Momo, of course, comprehended the implications of these words. There currently existed only one Etienne in the world, which indicated that one of the two Yishins must be a falsehood. However, due to the destruction of the subsequent content, Momo refrained from drawing hasty conclusions, fearing that a turning point might lie within the remaining text. Momo, it seems we may have been deceived. After a pause, Xiankong spoke, somewhat disheartened. He was unwilling to accept this reality, reluctant to believe that this Etienne would mislead him. Indeed, Momo merely nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Xiankong's countenance, eager to discern whether his perspective on that Etienne had shifted. Momo, did you know all along? Xiankong asked, noting Momo's lack of surprise, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. Yes, Momo did not deny it, nodding again. Hearing Momo's confirmation, Xiankong inexplicably exhaled a long breath, a bright smile spreading across his face. Then let us reset everything. Momo, can you share the information you possess with me? Xiankong appeared to have genuinely let go. Yet anyone could see the internal struggle he faced. Certainly. Momo nodded earnestly. This undoubtedly provided Xiankong with a much-needed boost of confidence. The moment Momo agreed, Xiankong was indeed prepared to dismantle everything. Subsequently, Momo recounted all that she knew to Xiankong, who nodded frequently. When Momo revealed her clandestine meetings with the mysterious figure, Xiankong's face grew tense, only relaxing upon learning that the mysterious figure bore no ill intent. Observing the shifts in Xiankong's expression, Momo could not help but chuckle inwardly, prompting her to entertain playful thoughts. As Momo shared her knowledge, she occasionally paused ever so slightly, embellishing her descriptions, leading Xiankong through a roller coaster of emotions. Upon reaching the end, Momo abruptly halted, the air falling silent for a few seconds. Xiankong blinked his curious eyes, staring at Momo for a prolonged moment. That's it? Xiankong asked, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. That's all. Momo replied somewhat exasperatedly. Do you truly think you are listening to a story? Ahem. Xiankong cleared his throat awkwardly, then shifted to a serious tone of analysis. So, what you're saying is neither the words of the mysterious figure nor those of the white-robed individual should be taken at face value. Xiankong had directly altered the designation from Etienne to the white-robed individual, believing that since it was not the true Etienne, he should not be referred to as such. Indeed, that appears to be the case for now. Momo concurred with Xiankong's assertion, yet this also represented the challenge of the current ordeal in this realm shrouded in enigma. The blurred lines between truth and falsehood were akin to phantoms in the fog. Elusive and difficult to grasp, the deliberately obscured inscriptions resembled torn fragments, leaving behind a disjointed truth. All of this compounded to render the already indistinct reality even more perplexing. Chapter 35. The Black Sarcophagus. Tian Shu gazing at the mysterious runes inscribed upon the black sarcophagus. Momo fell into contemplation. Earlier, in her fervent quest for overt clues, she had overlooked the significance of the runes. Now that she had regained her composure, she found these runes to be somewhat familiar. Xiankong, do you recognize these runes? Momo turned to Xiankong upon Momo's prompting. Xiankong suddenly realized. He had previously assumed these runes were merely decorative, but now they seemed quite reminiscent that we seemed to have encountered something similar during our adventures in the world. Xiankong nodded slightly, yet he truly could not discern the inscriptions above. He then gently shook his head. When Momo witnessed Xiankong's reaction, she sighed, realizing that deciphering the runes on the black coffin was beyond their reach. Ancient script discovered. Decryption in progress. Just as Xiankong found himself at a loss, the system panel suddenly appeared, displaying words that filled him with elation. Truly, I am your system. How could you overlook me in times of trouble? Forcing me to reveal myself? The system internally grumbled. It was not one to meddle unnecessarily, yet it seemed its host had completely forgotten about it. Had Xiankong not occasionally retrieved items from the alternate space bestowed by the system? The system might have had reason to suspect that he had indeed forgotten it. Decryption successful. Would you like to view it? Yes, yes, yes. Without waiting for the system to present options, Xiankong hastily responded. Xiankong, what is this? Momo, puzzled by Xiankong's sudden utterances, found herself at a loss. Xiankong awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten to unmute. It's nothing, he laughed heartily. I believe I may have deciphered the meaning of these runes. Really? Momo clearly did not believe him, especially since Xiankong's gaze was wandering, his demeanor far from convincing. Indeed, Xiankong nodded firmly, though he wished his gaze were steadier. It was the system's merit. After all, and he felt it inappropriate to claim it as his OW and as he spoke. Xiankong turned to feign examination of the inscriptions on the coffin. That a closer look would reveal that his focus was not on the coffin itself, but rather on a point 30 centimeters in front of him. Gazing at the text decrypted by the system, Xiankong was taken aback by the information conveyed by the runes. This black coffin is named Tian Shu, a burial site of a formidable being from ancient times. Xiankong explained, feeling a deep gratitude for the system's assistance. Otherwise, such information would have eluded him. Tian Shu? Momo's eyes widened with surprise. Isn't that a name from legend? How can it be the name of a black coffin? I cannot say for certain. Xiankong shook his head. His knowledge of ancient times was limited, and he had only learned this through the system. However, the coffin bears more than just a name. There is also a piece of information, Xiankong continued, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What information? Momo inquired, increasingly intrigued by the coffin. Within the Tian Shu coffin lies the core of the stars, possessing the power to reverse yin and yang, merging true spirits. Xiankong spoke slowly, internally reeling from this revelation. The core of the stars, what is that? Momo asked in bewilderment, having never heard of such a thing. I cannot say. Xiankong replied with a wry smile, but the term core of the stars sounds remarkably formidable, and its powers align perfectly with Etienne's current predicament. So, does this mean our previous conjectures were indeed true? Momo remarked that this. Xiankong fell silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Let us depart. There is nothing more to see here. Xiankong raised his gaze to survey the empty room once more before turning to leave. Momo glanced back at the Tian Shu coffin before following him out. As the grand doors of the top floor closed, tranquility returned, traversing the path they had taken to exit the tower. A voice emanated from behind. reminiscent of Etion. Ahem, it seems you truly found your way here. The mysterious figure cleared his throat, prompting Xian Kong and Mo to turn in unison. What are you doing here? Xian Kong's demeanor shifted, tension rising as he regarded the mysterious individual warily. Do not be so anxious. The mysterious figure removed his hood, revealing a benevolent smile. Xian Kong, your demeanor pains me. Upon seeing the figure bearing an identical visage to Etion, Xian Kong felt disoriented, the last shred of hope dissipating. You. Xian Kong's gaze lost focus, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. Hey! The mysterious individual instinctively moved to assist Xian Kong, only to find Mo had already stepped in to support him. Interrupting his reflexive action, not that I am saying, but must you react this way? I am the false one. He is not real, so why the disparity in your treatment? Xian Kong steadied himself, fixing a piercing gaze on the mysterious figure, enunciating deliberately. What is your objective? To become a god. This is both my obsession and Etion's. The mysterious figure's expression turned grave. To achieve this aim, I will stop at nothing, including sacrifice. Huh, you are quite the strategist. Yet you are correct. Even if it means sacrifice, the mysterious figure chuckled. Prepare to heed the call. When you and the white-cloaked man reach the threshold to challenge the divine realm, relinquish your selfhood and fulfill Etion's destiny. Xian Kong stated. Huh. The mysterious figure appeared taken aback by Xian Kong's plan, prompting a question. You and he are fundamentally one. Moreover, humanity lacks a path to divinity, hence this gamble. You do not believe that mere well of souls can break such shackles. Do you? It seems that indeed so. No, what I meant was, you are correct. The mysterious figure, realizing Xian Kong's misunderstanding, hastened to clarify. Oh, I see. Xian Kong finally grasped it. The white-cloaked man was indeed right. The mysterious figure possessed an extreme obsession with becoming a god. Given this, can you erase the mark on Mo? Xian Kong inquired. This is not feasible for now. I needed to ascertain your locations. The mysterious figure gently shook his head that I am currently weaker than him. If I were to perish, he could completely usurp Etion's place. You do not wish for Etion to be supplanted, do you? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong sensed a hint of menace in the mysterious figure's words. Yet, despite his discontent, it seemed his very life was indeed at the mercy of the mysterious individual. I am compelled by circumstance. If I were truly to die. Stop, 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 Xian Kong interrupted, turning to Mo. And upon receiving her affirmation, reluctantly acquiesced to the mysterious figure's terms. Heh, now that's more like it. Until we meet again, Xian Kong. The mysterious figure smiled and promptly withdrew. Xian Kong and Mo returned to their earlier stronghold. Finding the white-cloaked man deep in meditation, they were unperturbed by the possibility of the mysterious figure discovering them. Even if he did, it was of little concern compared to the immediate importance of the one before them. You have returned. Did you discover anything? The white-cloaked man noted the unusual demeanor of Xian Kong and decided to drop the pretense. Xian Kong, are you intending to trust the black coffin in him? Or do you believe in me? Upon hearing this, Xian Kong was taken aback. The white-cloaked man seemed to know everything. Fear not. I am merely speculating. Mo's peculiar behavior has already spoken volumes. The white-cloaked man appeared to possess an uncanny insight into human emotions. Why do you possess any genuine intelligence? Xian Kong queried. Genuine? What is genuine, Xian Kong? Surely, you can discern. The white-cloaked man spoke with a teasing tone, yet his expression remained amiable. Chapter 36. Black and white. Genuine? What is genuine? How could Xian Kong be unable to distinguish? He simply chose not to believe. The room fell into silence, the white-cloaked man continuing his meditation while Xian Kong pondered deeply, leaving Mo with nothing to do. In the ensuing time, the white-cloaked man maintained his previous state, but an invisible chasm grew between them. No matter what the other did, it felt as if there was a deliberate intent behind it. Xian Kong felt similarly, striving to uphold his previous demeanor, yet now only his form remained, devoid of spirit. The white-cloaked man did not tear the facade, while Xian Kong foolishly pretended to remain oblivious. Mo gradually reduced her output of elven energy while increasing the supply of her soul, to which the white-cloaked man offered no objection. The powers of the white-cloaked man grew steadily, while the mysterious figure pursued closely behind, as if everything were so serene, as if everything were the best possible arrangement. That thin veil separating them remained untouched, yet none tended to it with care. They all understood that, eventually, that thin veil would be pierced, either by the natural winds or human hands. One day, the tranquility of this realm was shattered as two beams of light erupted from thin air. Striking against the barriers of the world, the sky seemed to tremble on the brink of collapse. Countless tiny fissures radiated from the beams of light, swiftly spreading outward, revealing an abyss of profound darkness brimming with a lethal force. Xian Kong, what lies beyond? Mo inquired. It is the void, Xian Kong replied. Before the lethal force from the void could breach the world's barrier, the two beams of light surged into the fissures, sealing the heavens of this realm. As the beams poured in, the original dark red began to shift, splitting into halves of black red and white-red. At the junction of the two, an eerie grayish hue emerged, tinged with a hint of red. The two beams of light appeared simultaneously, then vanished in unison, as the sky tore open two rifts through which two figures emerged, the mysterious figure and the white-cloaked man. No, to be precise, they were the benevolent Etion and the malevolent Etion. Good and evil are not absolute. The benevolent Etion's goodness is directed towards the masses, yet he also yearns to replace the true Etion. The malevolent Etion's evil is directed inward, willing to extinguish his own selfhood for the sake of becoming a god. The battle between the two intensified, their powers clashing in a cacophony of energy storms. This world appeared incapable of sustaining such force. The recently stabilized barriers began to show signs of collapse. Mo observed the unfolding chaos, her heart laden with dread. She understood that if the world were to collapse, they would all be drawn into the void, erased by the lethal force. Thus, she resolved to find a way to halt this conflict. She began to scrutinize the battle between the benevolent Etion and the malevolent Etion, seeking to uncover their vulnerabilities. However, Mo discovered that the strength of the two individuals was remarkably balanced. No matter how diligently she searched, she could not uncover their weaknesses. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the words that Xian Kong had once imparted to her. True power emanates from within. Thus, she began to delve into the inner workings of Shan Etienne and Etienne. Through contemplation of the information at hand, she realized that although Shan Etienne appeared to be righteous, his heart was rife with greed and desire. Conversely, Etienne, who seemed malevolent, was consumed by pain and turmoil. Armed with this understanding, Mo resolved to leverage this revelation to halt the conflict. Upon learning of Mo's intentions, Xian Kong wholeheartedly agreed and promptly took action. Just as Shan Etienne and Etienne were locked in an intense struggle, a pitch-black scythe suddenly intruded upon the battlefield, forcing the two to a halt. Enough, cease this fighting, Xian Kong declared, standing resolutely between them, gripping the ghostly scythe. Upon witnessing this, both Shan Etienne and Etienne paused their actions, their gazes shifting toward Xian Kong. Recognizing that his aim had been achieved, Xian Kong spoke with conviction, "I am aware of the voices within your hearts. Shan Etienne, your greed and desire have led you astray. Etienne, your suffering and struggle have driven you to madness." At these words, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed the faces of Shan Etienne and Etienne, and the fervor of battle began to wane. "You are both parts of Etienne, and your conflict will only plunge this world into greater chaos," Xian Kong continued. "Only by relinquishing your strife can you truly attain inner harmony." The two remained silent, seemingly pondering Xian Kong's words. That Mo, witnessing this moment, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She understood that her plan had already succeeded to a degree. Xian Kong quietly observed them, refraining from further speech. After a prolonged silence, Shan Etienne and Etienne exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. They realized that Xian Kong's words rang true. Only by setting aside their conflict could they achieve genuine inner harmony. Though they both clung to their desires, one aspiring to become a deity, the other yearning for humanity, they also comprehended that those who were incomplete in spirit could neither ascend to divinity nor truly be considered human. Observing this scene, a smile of contentment graced Mo's face, for she knew that the crisis had finally been averted. Moreover, she recognized that true power indeed stems from within. The three descended gradually. Due to Shan Etienne and Etienne's superior comprehension of spatial laws, they naturally surpassed Xian Kong in their aerial capabilities. Just as Shan Etienne and Etienne advanced together, the pitch-black scythe swept between them. Reaching the ground first, in the next moment, Xian Kong appeared, a victorious smile adorning his face. For reasons unknown, Shan Etienne and Etienne hastened to the ground, standing alongside Xian Kong. Their relationship seemed unchanged. They stood on either side of him, ignoring one another. Now, it is time to attend to business, Xian Kong said with a slight smile, his gaze fixed upon the black tower adorned with crimson patterns. Shan Etienne and Etienne did not object. They merely exchanged glances, seeing reflections of themselves, or perhaps not themselves, but of Etienne, in one another. The four of them journeyed together and soon arrived at the foot of the tower. The moment they pushed open the door, the tension was palpable, especially for Shan Etienne and Etienne. Inside the vast tower, the echo of their footsteps rang out sharply, the chaotic rhythm of their movements stirring unease within their hearts. Yet they pressed on, for the path ahead was one they must traverse. As time slipped away, the four reached the empty chamber at the tower's summit, where a black coffin came into view. The two scarcely perceptible indentations upon the Tianshu coffin remained, perhaps always present, only previously discovered by Xian Kong and Momo when the runes illuminated. Shan Etienne and Etienne placed their hands upon the respective indentations, and in an instant, the runes blazed with brilliance, blinding Xian Kong and Momo as the light gradually faded. It seemed that Shan Etienne and Etienne were absorbed by the radiance, vanishing from sight. The sole change was that the indentations on the Tianshu coffin had disappeared, and waves of energy began to emanate from within. Crack. Chapter 37. Genesis crack. With a soft sound, the runes on the black coffin began to show signs of collapse. Flickering erratically as time flowed slowly, the runes transformed into twinkling starlight, detaching from the coffin and merging into the bodies of Etienne within. Once the starlight completely vanished, the once empty room was restored to tranquility in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, within the perceptions of Xian Kong and Momo, a surge of energy within the black coffin was steadily intensifying as time marched on. This energy grew ever more formidable, as if something was on the verge of breaking free from the coffin. A sense of trepidation gripped Xian Kong and Momo. They understood that this could only signify Etienne's awakening. Suddenly, the entire room began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the black coffin, multiplying in number. Xian Kong and Momo exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting disbelief. Crack. With a thunderous sound, the black coffin shattered completely, and a figure began to rise slowly, silent yet undeniable. This figure gradually solidified into the form of a strikingly handsome man clad in a black robe. His long hair cascading over his shoulders, his gaze was profound, as if he could see through all of existence. Upon beholding his visage, Xian Kong was taken aback. How is it possible that he has become younger? Just then, the man turned his attention to Xian Kong and Momo, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. I am Etienne. Xian Kong. Momo. It has been a long time. Sensing the latent energy emanating from Etienne, Xian Kong felt a flicker of surprise, while Momo gazed at Etienne with a look of curiosity. Etienne regarded them with a gentle smile. There is no need for concern. I am no longer the Etienne of old. I am now simply an ordinary man. This. Xian Kong stared incredulously at Etienne, his expression seemingly questioning. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Well, in truth, I have reached the pinnacle of demigod status. Etienne replied, meeting Xian Kong's gaze with a faint smile. The pinnacle of demigod status? Xian Kong pondered, perplexed. Was there not merely a distinction between newly ascended demigods and peak demigods? Who knows? Perhaps it is due to the absence of a promoted path to godhood for humanity. Etienne mused, letting out a wistful sigh. The human race has no path to divinity. Is this truly an insurmountable shackle? Xian Kong, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. If effort could not lead to an elevation in power, then the days ahead would seem all too predictable. Etienne, perceiving Xian Kong's unease, drifted closer, gently resting a finger on Xian Kong's brow. A peculiar wave of energy radiated from Etienne's fingertip, transforming into rippling waves that fused into Xian Kong's mind. What is this? Xian Kong exclaimed, momentarily disregarding the pain in his mind, urgency lacing his voice. It is my experience. However, my path was not fully realized, serving as a cautionary example. Etienne replied with a slight smile. Xian Kong nodded, reflecting on the newfound insights in his mind. This it feels reminiscent of the process of severing corpses to attain enlightenment. Xian Kong's pupils contracted in disbelief as he regarded Etienne. The white-robed figure corresponds to the righteous corpse, the enigmatic figure to the malevolent corpse. Yet there is no self-corpse. Steeling himself, Xian Kong shook his head. Etienne, may I pose a question to you? Are you now the foremost individual beneath the realm of divinity? I do not know. That can only be determined through battle, Etienne replied with a gentle shake of his head. Goodness, Xian Kong exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled the Etienne of yore, who had been proud and unyielding. Where had that figure gone? Ah, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Xian Kong suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling his original intent in seeking out Etienne. He had aimed to play a prank on him, pretending to be the same young Xian Kong to see how long it would take Etienne to discover the ruse. However, with the current turn of events, that plan had gone awry. Fortunately, there was still another matter at hand, allowing him to avoid returning empty-handed. Oh, what is it? Etienne inquired. Xian Kong eagerly pulled Momo closer. A triumphant expression on his face. Momo, my fiancé. Allow me to introduce you to him. Etienne calmly nodded, harboring reasons to suspect that Xian Kong viewed him through the lens of a child's perspective. After all, Etienne was an old man of 8 or 9 decades. Though he appeared youthful now, he was still, at heart, a venerable elder. Etienne, are you not surprised? Xian Kong stammered, taken aback by Etienne's nonchalant reaction. Why should I be surprised? Etienne responded, bewildered. Xian Kong faltered, unable to articulate a response. It was a well-posed question, indeed. You claim my revelation is shocking, yet you casually return with an even more astonishing announcement. Etienne quipped with a gentle smile, fully aware of Xian Kong's underlying intentions. The three of them then exited the tower, and as Etienne gazed up at the unusual sky, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After a moment's hesitation, Etienne raised his hand, manipulating the space around him. The tower behind him vanished, the sky returned to normal, and the central plaza of the city collapsed with a resounding crash. With a whoosh, the sky tore open once more, revealing an abyss of darkness. Xian Kong and Momo felt a jolt of alarm, and the next instant, Etienne exerted his power again, threads of ethereal blue energy emanating from the void, stabilizing this world as the energies intermingled. This process continued for an extended period, as if he was resolute in his determination to succeed. Under the deliberate control of Etienne, the void fissure gradually diminished. As the fissure closed completely, Etienne let out a long sigh of relief. However, his expression soon turned grave again as the excess cerulean energy slowly coalesced into a swirling vortex of the same hue. Etienne's body also underwent a transformation. Specks of starlight rose and coalesced into a luminous orb, upon which celestial bodies seemed to revolve. Core of the stars, go! Etienne bellowed, and the orb surged toward the cerulean vortex. The moment they made contact, the core began to devour the cerulean energy. In mere seconds, the two entities fused, silently hovering in midair. With a gentle wave of his hand, Etienne summoned the core back. Now adorned with 9 intricate cerulean patterns, each more complex than the last. Should any cultivator have been present, they would surely exclaim in astonishment, by heavens, Tao patterns! With a flicker of thought, a black coffin materialized out of thin air. Dissipate, Etienne commanded, and the coffin complied, transforming into pure energy that flowed back into the earth. In the next instant, a black tower adorned with crimson patterns emerged, steadily rising until it reached the heavens. The star core in Etienne's hand shot forth, aiming directly at the tower's pinnacle. A resonant hum reverberated through the cosmos as the world's consciousness acknowledged the birth of this realm, beginning to nurture Etienne in return. Chapter 38. Chaos Pearl Day. Xuan Kong's mind gradually emptied, his consciousness slowly blurring, and he fell into a drowsy slumber. Xian Kong, have you awakened? Why did you suddenly drift off? Xian Kong opened his eyes to see Etienne's figure, one resembling his own stature. Xuan Kong's thoughts muddled as he glanced around, sensing an overwhelming familiarity. Etienne, where is this place? Upon hearing this, Etienne placed a hand on Xuan Kong's forehead, noting he did not have a fever. What are you saying so incoherently? Xian Kong felt increasingly dazed, his mind clouding over. Etienne. Yes? Etienne responded, his gaze fixed on Xian Kong, brimming with confusion. Never mind, I just feel a bit dizzy and wish to sleep, Xian Kong murmured softly. All right, sleep then. I shan't disturb you. As he spoke, Etienne slowly exited the room. Xian Kong stared at the empty room. Feeling disoriented, he recalled that it seemed he had witnessed the birth of a world. The thought surfaced, and Xian Kong smiled, a self-deprecating smile. How could that be? A mere mortal like me witnessing the birth of a new world. He pressed his forehead. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a deep rumble, and the sky turned a dark crimson. As if the apocalypse had arrived, Xian Kong sat up, slowly descending from the bed, and approached the window, Gazing at the blood-red sky, he sensed something was poised to break free from the earth, yet something intangible seemed to hinder this rejuvenation. Shinkong, weren't you going to marry me? At that moment, a fiery red figure appeared outside the window, materializing without warning. Momo? Shinkong called tentatively. Shinkong, what is the matter? Momo inquired, her crimson eyes filled with confusion, her brow slightly furrowed. An adorable expression etched upon her features. "Doh, it's nothing, Momo. Would you allow me to marry you?" Shinkong asked, dazed. Yes. Momo initially froze, but upon regaining her senses, she nodded vigorously, a radiant smile illuminating her face. With a leap, Momo gathered strength, and the surroundings transformed into an endless grassland. Shinkong felt a wave of disorientation, as if he had always been here, hadn't he? Just as Momo was about to leap into his embrace, Shinkong opened his arms, welcoming a gust of fresh wind. Momo dissipated like flowing sand. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in a vast desert, where a persistent rustling seemed to emanate from the ground. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst forth from the sand, its jaws lined with fangs as it veered towards Shinkong, plummeting downwards. With a whoosh, a black flame ignited spontaneously, and along its trail, a pitch-black scythe emerged. At its tip, a striking dark red hue stood out. The black scythe cleaved toward the massive figure, and Shinkong perceived a flash of darkness before a sharp sound echoed, the sound of flesh being sliced. Contrary to expectations, blood did not rain from the skies to the severed point of the massive figure. Black flames blazed fiercely, hurtling toward Shinkong. He crossed his arms before his head, tightly shutting his eyes, bracing for the inevitable pressure. Yet, he underestimated the power of the black flames. Before the figure could crash down, it had already been reduced to ashes. Feeling the pressure linger, Shinkong cautiously opened his eyes, only to behold a statue resembling an open book. "Master," a voice resounded, and Shinkong turned to see a pink quadruped creature gazing up at him. "Master," another voice, nearly identical, echoed from behind him. Instinctively, Shinkong turned to find a humanoid sprite standing there. Her attire a blend of pink hues and white stripes, knee-high socks adorning her legs. She bore a cute visage, with golden hair adding to her liveliness. In her hand was a staff primarily pink, topped with a heart-shaped gem, clearly of considerable value. Shinkong gazed at her, then turned back, only to find she had vanished. "Hey, how dare you return here?" This time, Shinkong had no time to react before a piercing voice echoed. As consciousness faded, he glimpsed the newcomer, a sprite clad in red and blue. A hum resonated in his ears, and a towering spire loomed, with a normal sky above, and two familiar figures seemingly nearby. Beep. Host detected in danger. Absolute defense activated. In the next moment, the humming ceased, and darkness engulfed him. A crystal ball adorned with mysterious dark patterns appeared. For reasons unknown, Shinkong felt an odd sense of familiarity. Have we met before?" Shinkong questioned. "Of course. I am your system. I was the one who brought you to this world," the crystal ball replied. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Shinkong seemed to recall, his expression shifting to one of realization. "Once you leave this place, you will naturally forget my appearance. Do not attempt to remember," the crystal ball remarked. "Very well," Shinkong replied, still somewhat bewildered. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Shinkong was unaware of how long he had lingered in this space, where everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The crystal ball dissipated rapidly, and a torrent of memories surged forth. When he came to, he found himself back at the original location, surrounded by Momo and Etienne, everything seemingly unchanged. Be why your great ancestor. Don't be rash. Hold on. Don't act impulsively. I'll charge at your ancestor. Let me explain. Hiss. Huh. You better satisfy me. Well, actually, it's not my fault. It was Etienne who insisted on creating a derivative realm. If I hadn't recognized it in time, that world would have collapsed rapidly, and he was inside as well. So, I can offer you an item. Just look. 1. No. 2.2.2. How about that you name a number? 10.10. That's outrageous. Although this is quite serious, it shouldn't warrant that many .my items are condensed from the world's essence. Huh. How about 6? Guess again. 0.7. Just 7. I truly cannot give more. I am already quite weak, and offering so much essence might lead to my collapse. Fine, 7 it is, but this shall be the last time. Congratulations, host, for participating in the creation process. Reward. 12 Chaos Pearls, Chaos Pearls. 12 of them? Xian Kong gazed at the system interface, his heart a whirlwind of shock and curiosity. Check the functionality of the Chaos Pearls. Chaos Pearl stores energy, replenishing oneself. Note: 1 Chaos Pearl stores energy equivalent to one's full capacity. But after reviewing the functionality, what more can I say? Isn't this akin to having 12 power banks? With these 12 Chaos Pearls, Xuankong's endurance would be maximized. Moreover, these pearls could grow stronger alongside Xian Kong, no matter which realm he achieved in the future. It would be as if he possessed 13 times the energy of his own realm, that if he could release it all at once, the sensation would be. Alas, regrettably, that is the only downside. Just as Xian Kong basked in silent joy, the system could only weep as it consumed the remaining 6 items. I am truly gentle. Really, I could cry. The crystal ball, adorned with strange dark patterns, silently wept while consuming various items formed from the world's essence. Chapter 39. A New Adventure. After the creation was completed, Etienne's aura surged once more, his true spirit entrusted to the heavens. Everything here seemed to lie within his grasp. With but a thought, he could obliterate all existence. In an instant, Momo's aura also reached the threshold of evolution. Upon returning to the place of inheritance, she would undergo a transformation. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in the minds of Etienne and Momo. Etienne, due to your contribution to creation, you are entitled to ascend to the position of this world's sovereign. Please do not abuse your power. Momo, having aided in creation, the great forces of heaven and earth shall now descend to assist your growth. Xian Kong stared in astonishment at Momo and Etienne, his heart brimming with disbelief. How had they both grown stronger? After a moment of adjustment, Etienne's true spirit returned. With a casual gesture, a luminous portal appeared, resembling the one they had entered. Though its aura differed, the entrance they had come through had exuded chaotic energy, appearing somewhat unstable. Yet, the current portal emitted no energy leakage whatsoever. It was, in a word, remarkably stable. Let us go. It's time to leave. Etienne spoke leisurely. Xian Kong and Momo nodded in agreement, as they, along with Etienne, stepped into the luminous portal. With a mere shift of their gaze, the trio found themselves in a familiar setting, a park. With a magnificent edifice looming behind them, that moment, the stone doors of the structure swung open wide, revealing a colossal portal embedded within. The portal emanated a gentle white glow, intricately adorned with enigmatic patterns and runes. Etienne casually gestured, causing the stone doors to gradually close. A resounding boom echoed as the doors sealed completely, unleashing a wave of dust and debris. Etienne, what is your current realm? Xian Kong inquired. Demigod, Etienne replied. Although he had ascended to the status of a realm master within a small world, he had not yet transcended into the divine realm. In other words, his position as the realm master tethered him to that small world, signifying a shared fate. If he flourished, so too would the world. Conversely, if he faltered, the world would suffer. As Etienne grew stronger, the small world would likewise become more stable, as the celestial forces within the small world intensified. Etienne would also become more formidable. Demigod, indeed. Upon hearing Etienne's response, Xian Kong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Do not be too disheartened. You are still young, with endless possibilities ahead. Etienne chuckled warmly. You should make haste. The world's consciousness beckons you. What? Xian Kong exclaimed in surprise. Oh, farewell. Etienne nodded gently. Xian Kong and Momo approached the spatial teleportation array, stepping onto it. A brilliant white light enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished. Etienne observed their departing figures, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with a white luminescence. Well done, a voice echoed from the void. Laced with an air of resignation, Etienne nodded slightly, turning to step forward, his form appearing within the small world. Though it had begun to take shape, a multitude of disarray awaited his attention. In essence, it resembled the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, where everything was devoid of order. Etienne sighed deeply, commencing the arduous task of maneuvering the chains of order, anchoring them to designated positions. This monumental endeavor promised substantial rewards upon the establishment of order, yet that was a matter for another time. After Xian Kong and Momo exited the apex of the Heroes' Hall, they were not teleported to the ground level of the hall. When Xian Kong and Momo regained their bearings, they discovered themselves in an unfamiliar locale that resembled an abandoned factory. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became apparent that the factory had lain in ruin for many years, although some machines still whirred to life. "What is this place?" Mo inquired. "I am uncertain. But the energy fluctuations here are quite intense. We should exercise caution," Xian Kong responded. They pressed onward, deducing that the factory served as a research facility, housing an array of peculiar devices and experimental tables. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching. Turning to look, they spotted a group of individuals clad in white lab coats approaching them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" One of them questioned. "That we merely passed through and noticed some unusual energy fluctuations. So we came to investigate," Xian Kong answered. "This is a confidential facility. You cannot enter freely. You must leave immediately," another individual asserted. With no choice but to comply, Xian Kong and Mo departed, their minds swirling with questions about the nature of this place and the source of such potent energy fluctuations. As they exited the dilapidated factory and glanced back at its indistinct outline, their perplexities loomed like a shroud. They resolved to follow the white-clad individuals, hoping to uncover some clues from them. Cautiously trailing behind the white-clad figures, Xian Kong and Mo observed them enter a concealed entrance hidden within the woods. Clearly, this entrance had been meticulously crafted to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it nearly imperceptible. Exchanging a knowing glance, the duo silently followed. Navigating through a dimly lit corridor, they arrived at what appeared to be a control room. The white-clad individuals busily operated various instruments, evidently monitoring something within the factory. Xian Kong and Mo concealed themselves outside the door, attempting to glean information from their conversation. "This experiment is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any mistakes." One voice stated. "We have already achieved success with several test subjects. This time should be no different," another replied. "But what about the consequences for those test subjects? Do you truly believe we are acting justly?" A hesitant voice inquired. "We have no choice. This is for the greater good," the earlier voice replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong and Mo exchanged concerned glances, beginning to realize that the factory might be engaged in unethical and potentially perilous experiments. Determined to uncover the truth behind their intentions, they resolved to investigate further. With newfound resolve, Xian Kong and Mo quietly retreated, planning to rest and regain their strength before returning to the factory to delve deeper into the mystery. However, they were acutely aware that the secrets concealed within the abandoned factory might only represent the tip of the iceberg. Swiftly leaving that location, Xian Kong and Mo arrived at a quaint town. Seeking refuge in a modest inn, within the confines of their room, they began to organize their thoughts. They understood that the secrets lurking behind the abandoned factory could signify a vast conspiracy. At dawn the following day, Xian Kong and Mo set out towards the vicinity of the factory, deliberately evading any potential surveillance measures. They journeyed towards the abandoned factory. Their minds were consumed with speculations about the purpose of the secret laboratory. Upon reaching the factory, they discovered it was now heavily guarded. Clearly, the personnel from the secret laboratory had been alerted to their movements and had enacted corresponding precautions. Faced with this predicament, Xian Kong and Mo leveraged their knowledge of the factory's internal layout and Xian Kong's mastery over spatial energies to stealthily infiltrate the premises. Within the control room, they uncovered further clues regarding the nature of the experiments, including experimental data and incomplete research reports. These documents indicated that the laboratory was conducting experiments on energy manipulation, aiming to create a novel energy source and establish a more powerful energy system. However, this energy source was exceedingly unstable, posing irreversible harm to the test subjects. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xian Kong and Mo felt a sense of helplessness. With the information they possessed, they could not deduce anything conclusive. Chapter 40. The extraterrestrial battlefield. Since they could find no useful leads within the factory, they reasoned that, according to the law of conservation, all energy cannot be generated from nothing. Those individuals clad in white lab coats must be sourcing the materials required for their energy supply from elsewhere. Thus, they remained vigilant for several consecutive days, until finally witnessing one individual change attire and stealthily approach a desolate area. Though this land was barren, it was not devoid of moisture. Rather, a chill pervaded the air. As if sunlight had been obstructed, they ventured deeper. An eerie tree stood prominently, surrounded by tendrils of dark mist that obscured its true form. The individual reached out and snapped off a branch. As they made contact, a wisp of darkness silently surged into their being. After breaking the branch, the individual swiftly departed, and Xian Kong and Mo felt no inclination to approach the ominous tree themselves. Shortly thereafter, they too retreated. At this juncture, Mo had acclimated to the saturated energy within her, signaling that it was time for her to undergo a metamorphosis. Throughout their journey, Xian Kong continued to refine the embryonic realm of Xiao Xian Kong. Admittedly, Xiao Xian Kong was truly a prodigy. Though it might seem self-congratulatory, Xian Kong was unreserved in his praise for Xiao Xian Kong, but on their return journey, they noticed that the Dark Knight's servants had become increasingly rampant, occasionally even operating freely during daylight, prompting Xian Kong to question whether something had gone awry in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Upon returning to XX Village, everything appeared serene, with no indication that it was a war preparation zone. Xian Kong harbored doubts. Would they truly be able to rise to the occasion? Without facing significant trials, how could they defend their homeland? Had they been overly sheltered? Shaking his head vehemently, Xian Kong decided to dismiss such thoughts. Recognizing that it was not his place to meddle in others' affairs, Mo dove into the Red Lotus sacred land, commencing her transformation. Meanwhile, Xian Kong sought out Di Shirtian for a conversation. Uncle Di Shirtian, the Dark Knight's servants on the continent have increased in number and become more rampant, Xian Kong remarked. Yes, I am aware, Di Shirtian replied, his expression grave, after a moment's hesitation. He continued, this was anticipated. The power of the Dark Knight's servants is steadily growing, yet we have yet to find a definitive method to eradicate them. Furrowing his brow, Xian Kong countered, but now they can operate freely even during the day. What can we do? Moreover, I sense that something has shifted in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The dark forces that were once sealed seem to be gradually awakening. Di Shirtian nodded. Your instincts are correct. I too sense that dark power's presence. This may indeed represent our greatest threat. However, there is no need for excessive concern. We still have time as long as we can discover a way to counter the Dark Knight's servants. We can certainly turn the tide. Taking a deep breath, Xian Kong replied, I understand. I will continue to strive forward. However, I remain worried about the villagers. They seem entirely oblivious to the impending crisis. Di Shirtian smiled gently. That is where your responsibility lies. Protect them, shielding them from the ravages of war. I have faith in your capabilities. Xian Kong nodded, determination swelling within him. He recognized that this battle was not solely theirs. It was a struggle for the entire continent. They must unite and confront this dark menace together. Departing from Di Shirtian's presence, Xian Kong sought a secluded spot to commence his training. Sensing that he was on the cusp of breaking through to the demigod realm, with a perplexed expression, Emperor Shirtian reflected on his recent conversation with Xian Kong, feeling a profound shock within. How did that young man become aware of the extraterrestrial battlefield? Could it be that Xian Kong divulged this information to him? Emperor Shirtian pondered endlessly, ultimately resigning himself to this explanation. Extraterrestrial, he sighed deeply, recalling the scenes of yesteryears. Suddenly, the sky was rent asunder, and a meteor plummeted, giving rise to the desolate stone trace wasteland. Tendrils of dark energy incessantly eroded the world's barriers, and the living beings on the ground beheld a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, sending chills through their hearts. The various races, once home to true deities, united like never before to construct XX Village, employing arcane methods to isolate that segment of the sky, thus creating the present extraterrestrial battlefield. Yet, despite their meticulous planning, they overlooked a crucial detail. Countless night servants emerged on the continent. Although they had made every effort to eradicate them, these entities were immortal, re-emerging shortly after being vanquished. At that time, Emperor Shirtian was merely a child. And now, in the blink of an eye, he too had children of his own. While the other adults in XX Village had thrown themselves into the extraterrestrial battlefield, Emperor Shirtian remained behind, not out of fear, but because the children required care. Ultimately, it was decided by lot that he would stay. He was well aware of Momo's circumstances. Her progress was astonishing, leaving him in awe. Could it be that I was wrong? Emperor Shirtian began to doubt his decision. Should I allow the little ones to venture out on their own? He found himself at a crossroads, yet ultimately dismissed the thought, fearing for their safety. After all, with their bloodline power, as long as they proceeded steadily, Becoming deities in the future was certain. Resolute once more, Emperor Shirtian understood he could neither gamble nor afford to take risks that he slowly rose. Walking into a concealed area of the treehouse, where glimmers of radiant light emerged, stepping onto the magic circle, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished, reappearing in a small room filled with several individuals. Either his peers or his elders. Xiao Tian, why aren't you looking after the children? What brings you here? Asked a golden humanoid spirit, its presence adorned with a golden halo featuring 6 protruding spearheads. Emanating a sacred aura at that moment, its brow furrowed slightly, seemingly reproaching Emperor Shirtian. The continent that is in trouble, Emperor Shirtian replied, his tone betraying an undeniable sense of disappointment. What trouble? A flurry of individuals gathered around, their expressions tense with concern. The night's servants have grown stronger, and the effects of light have weakened. They can now move freely during the day, Emperor Shirtian elaborated. Initially, I thought the issue lay here. But it appears that there is indeed a problem with the continent. He let out a long breath, attempting to suppress the grievances within. Thank you for your hard work. That a spirit resembling Emperor Shirtian reached out to ruffle his hair in a comforting gesture. TSK, how old are you now to still need comfort? Remarked the golden humanoid spirit. Hey, if I don't comfort him, who will? Emperor Shirtian retorted. Enough, you're spoiling him, said the golden spirit with a chuckle. Xiao Tian. That's just how your Uncle Nua is, don't mind him. The spirit laughed heartily, continuing to touzle Emperor Shirtian's hair. Chapter 41. Momo's third form, Xinkong. Crisis. With a sigh of relief, Emperor Shirtian found himself back in the treehouse. Reclining in a rocking chair while gazing at the ceiling, that we cannot take action to eliminate the night's servants on the continent. The last large-scale purge incited widespread anger, and those old-timers would certainly oppose another one. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to train those little ones. Xiao Tian, you must hold down the fort at XX Village. Those little ones are relying on your protection. Emperor Shirtian, we believe in you. The words of the extraterrestrial battlefield echoed in his ears, leaving him restless. He had heard of the previous purge, organized by his grandfather's generation, but he had been too young to partake. Those old-timers. Can they really live this long? It's no wonder Emperor Shirtian held such thoughts. His grandfather's generation had all returned to the cosmos, and he could scarcely imagine any spirit living for such an extended period. However, life is never absolute, and he did not dwell excessively on this matter. He had already formulated his own plans. Rising resolutely, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he must do something for those little ones. He turned towards the window, gazing at the distant sky as if he could pierce the clouds and witness the war-ravaged continent. Even if he could not leave this place, he would find a way to lend them some assistance. Taking a deep breath, a spark of resolve ignited within him. Since they could not intervene, and he needed to guard XX Village, perhaps this truly was an excellent opportunity to train the little ones. Emperor Shirtian began preparing some simple spatial tokens, designating XX Village as the exit. In case of danger, they would only need to crush the token. Additionally, he crafted some protective trinkets for their cultivation levels. He would allow them to venture out once they reached their third form. That if they could do so in pairs, that would be ideal. Next, they merely needed to adapt to combat and accumulate experience. Naturally, he would not be their sparring partner. He already had a perfect candidate in mind. Xinkong, since you've arrived, then, Emperor Shirtian mused with a grin. No, how could I be so wicked? He shook his head vigorously. Forget it. I'll use Momo to bait Xinkong. I don't believe he won't take the bait. Achoo! Just as Xinkong was deeply immersed in his training, he was abruptly pulled from his meditative state. Someone must be thinking of me, he mused, a smile creeping onto his face. It must be Momo. After a moment of contemplation, he felt resolute, thinking, it must be. Achoo! Xinkong rubbed his nose, exasperated. Really, Momo has thought of me twice in quick succession. After waiting a while, he confirmed that Momo no longer seemed to be thinking of him, or perhaps she had been thinking of him all along. Regardless, she had stopped sneezing, so he closed his eyes and resumed his meditation, drawing in the energy that floated through the cosmos with each breath. That if one were to sense it carefully, it seemed he was inhaling more than exhaling. This energy represented untamed power, and he chuckled to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Momo's transformation had indeed been completed, and her first task was to seek out Xinkong. Momo scanned her surroundings, spotting her brother, Xiao Tian, and Xiao Nuo, but there was no sign of Xiankong. Unwilling to believe it, she double-checked that no, still no. Humph, bad guy, big bad guy, she pouted. But perhaps Xiankong had his own matters to attend to. Momo thought to herself, yet her cheeks involuntarily puffed up, the flames on her body flickering, indicating her unfamiliarity with the energy within. Achoo! Achoo! Once again, Xiankong was interrupted from his meditation by the force of a sneeze. Sigh, it seems Momo has thought of me again, twice in a row, but I have a feeling I'm about to break through to demigod status. When I go out, I must spar with Emperor Shirtian again. So, Momo, I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Xiankong reassured himself, re-entering a focused state like a tea this moment. He was primarily in a state of influx. Of course. That was only mostly true. In reality, he still released a little energy. This indicated that Xiankong was on the cusp of becoming a demigod, though for spirits, it was referred to as the fourth form. He wondered what the fourth form of a spirit would look like. For humans, a demigod meant reaching a state of perfection. In simple terms, complete influx without outflow. Brother, do you know where Xiankong has gone? Momo asked, regaining her composure as she looked at the crowd before her. No idea, Xiao Yin replied, shaking his head. He was not surprised by Momo's reaction. After all, a girl of her age shouldn't be left unattended. Especially since they had not truly come together yet. In the future. What future? That kid Xiankong can only be a son-in-law. Momo obediently nodded, thanking everyone for their concern, before adding, I have something to attend to. You can find my brother. With that, she winked at Xiao Yin, who responded with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Seeing this, Momo hurried to the treehouse where Emperor Shirtian resided. Bang! Uncle Emperor Shirtian, I've completed my form transformation. Momo exclaimed as she burst through the door of the treehouse. Cough, cough. Emperor Shirtian, sipping tea, was suddenly choked. Good, he managed to say, regaining his composure. Uncle Emperor Shirtian, do you know where Xiankong has gone? Momo inquired. No idea. Emperor Shirtian replied awkwardly. He had intended to find Xiankong to serve as a sparring partner for the little ones, yet he felt surprisingly calm, wondering what had given him such confidence. His gaze fell on Momo. And he thought, yes, it's Momo. Momo visibly drooped, feeling despondent. If the other little friends were unaware, it suggested they didn't care, but if Uncle Emperor Shirtian didn't know, it meant Xiankong might truly have vanished. Uncle Emperor Shirtian, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave, Momo said, feeling dejected as she exited the treehouse. Momo wandered around XX village, attempting to track Xiankong's whereabouts. She was unsure whether Xiankong was hiding too well or if he had truly left. After several days of searching, she found no trace of him at all. In truth, there exists yet another conjecture, one that Momo finds utterly implausible, even if it were true, as long as Momo has not witnessed it with her own eyes. It remains impossible. Xiankong, why have you vanished again? Must I await your return once more? Mo murmured to herself. How long will this take this time? Xiankong, I am truly angry now, the kind of anger that cannot be easily appeased. Wu Xiankong, come out. This is not amusing. Not at all. For the past few days, nearly the entire village has joined the search, yet we remain utterly empty-handed. TSK. Damn Xiankong. Disappearing again, Xiao Yin exclaimed in frustration. Logically speaking, the Emperor Shirtian's grasp over XX village is absolute. There should not be a single soul unaccounted for. Yet, no matter how persistently Emperor Shirtian invoked the laws of space, Xiankong remained elusive, without a trace. Could it be? Has Xiankong? No, that cannot be. Mo is far too good. Xiankong does not strike me as someone ungrateful. Regardless, he has not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation. He is still under 20 at chapter 42, breaking through to semi-god. Xiankong bows down. Huff, huff. Xiankong's body was engulfed in black flames. His dark cloak billowing ominously, the ghostly scythe plunged into the ground, standing solemnly beside him. On this day, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xiankong, as if the chains binding him were poised to shatter. Crack, whoosh, black flames surged skyward. The ghostly scythe emitted a resonant hum, and 12 chaotic orbs materialized out of thin air, encircling Xiankong. The chaotic orbs inhaled and exhaled, drawing from the heavens and bestowing upon Xiankong. An unending stream of pure energy surged into his very soul. After several moments, all commotion gradually subsided. No leakage. Success. Semi-god. Breakthrough. I was still a step ahead of Momo. I am here to protect her. Xian Kong was filled with exhilaration, entirely oblivious to the impending danger that was inescapable. Alas, though humanity is inherently fragile, their speed of cultivation, is there anyone among the myriad races who can rival this? How delightful! Ha, Momo, I am coming. With a leap, Xian Kong rushed toward the center of XX village. The extraordinary phenomenon generated by Xuan Kong's breakthrough was naturally noticed by the villagers, yet none ventured to investigate. TCH. What is there to see? This singular occurrence. Who else could it be but that worthless Xian Kong? As per the usual protocol, let us first consult with Emperor Shitian. This NPC, Xian Kong cheerfully approached the treehouse. Xian Kong bowed deeply. Emperor Shitian. Uncle, Xian Kong seeks an audience. After several seconds, there was no response. Xian Kong adjusted his posture, bowed deeply once more, and called out loudly, Uncle Emperor Shitian, Xian Kong seeks an audience. After several seconds, still no reply. Xian Kong, puzzled, glanced back. Something is amiss. Where have all the other villagers gone? Xian Kong stepped closer and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Crash. Without waiting for a response, Xian Kong forcefully pushed the door open. Emperor Shitian was leisurely sipping tea, while Momo's face was as dark as a bottomless pot. This is bad. Xian Kong slid to his knees, gliding from the doorway directly before Momo. Momo, I was wrong. This is called seizing the initiative. No matter what, admitting fault first is always prudent. Pray tell, where did you go wrong? Emperor Shitian, amused by Xuan Kong's straightforwardness, couldn't help but tease him. Old man. Momo hasn't said anything yet. Why are you butting in? Xian Kong was taken aback. What is he playing at? Xian Kong glanced up at Momo, then quickly lowered his gaze. I was wrong. I should not have secluded myself in silence for my cultivation. I wronged everyone by causing worry. I wronged Momo by making her shed tears. I wronged for Dada. Why has it not stopped yet? It's gone, truly gone. Xuan Kong's mind raced as he pondered everything he had seen upon breaking through to semi-god. It is truly gone. Not a single drop of essence left. All right, I understand. Seeing Xian Kong abruptly halt, Emperor Shitian chuckled inwardly. You understand? But where is Momo, my kind-hearted and charming Momo? Xian Kong stealthily glanced up at Momo, then swiftly lowered his head once more. Momo seems to want to say something, but Emperor Shitian's gaze has stifled her words. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Uncle Emperor Shitian, is it not yet over? Momo inquired with her eyes. It's about time. Emperor Shitian replied with a glance. Upon seeing Emperor Shitian's hesitant expression, Momo appeared to grasp the situation. Kneel, continue kneeling. Thus 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 120 minutes. Momo, what is happening? Emperor Shitian could no longer remain seated, his gaze wildly signaling Momo. Momo nodded, indicating her understanding to him. Momo cleared her throat. Hearing the sound, Xian Kong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Instantly invigorated. Xian Kong, I forgive you, but you must not do it again. These words. Xian Kong finally stood up and gazed intently at Momo for the first time. Wow, Xian Kong gasped in astonishment. What divine beauty is this? Xian Kong suddenly felt it was worth it. Kneeling? That can hardly be called kneeling. It is more akin to bowing before Momo's enchanting presence. Even if Momo is not wearing a pomegranate skirt, the sentiment remains the same. Those who understand will note this moment. Momo appeared to be in the prime of her youth, reminiscent of a human around 20, possessing all the attributes one would expect, and lacking none that ought not to be present. Alas, Xuan Kong's skill level was insufficient, and at this moment he could only, wow, so beautiful. Wow. In short, just wow. There is a saying, lamentably, I am not well versed in culture, yet a single wow traverses the world. Momo, I must trouble you. Observing Xuan Kong's reaction, Emperor Shitian knew his plan was secure, but there was still one matter requiring Xuan Kong's attention. Momo obediently nodded and then departed, facing Emperor Shitian, a figure who was both elder and mentor. Momo felt a degree of respect. Xian Kong, I have already inquired about the outer battlefield. They said there are no issues. Emperor Shitian felt a twinge of unease, yet he could not place the blame on himself. It was Momo who had misinterpreted. Then it must be an issue with the continent. Xian Kong did not dwell on the matter, swiftly adjusting his mindset to speak calmly. It is nonsense. With my current physique, even if I were to bow for a while, it would pose no issue. Indeed, there is a problem with the continent. We simply cannot locate the root cause at present. Emperor Shirtian nodded slightly. During your years of adventuring, did you discover anything unusual? Upon hearing this, Xian Kong recalled the peculiar factory and that strange tree. It seems there is one location. Xian Kong contemplated briefly, decisively ruling out the odd factory. The energy source there evidently stemmed from the eerie tree. If one were to pinpoint something unusual, it could only be the bizarre tree. Can you resolve it? Emperor Shirtian inquired, then reconsidered. Can you thoroughly investigate there? I can give it a try. Xian Kong nodded. Good. Emperor Shirtian, elated, clapped his hands on the chair and rose. This is a little device I made. Shatter it, and you will return directly to the village. Xian Kong accepted the token from Emperor Shirtian. Appearing hesitant, his mouth opening and closing, hesitating for quite a while. Uncle Emperor Shirtian, I would like to bring Mo along. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shirtian was taken aback. He had initially thought it was a matter of great importance, only to find it was this. It was indeed the original intention. That is acceptable. Nevertheless, Emperor Shirtian feigned a moment of hesitation. Why? Naturally, it was to keep the bond tight. A first-rate sparring partner should not be so easily let go. However, after the investigation, make sure to return promptly. Such information is invaluable. Emperor Shirtian instructed him. As soon as the words left his lips, Xian Kong could hardly contain his eagerness to leave the treehouse. With a crash, the moment the treehouse door swung open, Mo was startled, retreating several steps in surprise. Chapter 43. Black energy enters the body. Xian Kong observed Mo's flustered demeanor and immediately understood. Mo had been eavesdropping. Mo lowered her head, her gaze darting nervously to the ground, her hands clasped behind her back, fingers fidgeting incessantly. Mo. Uncle Emperor Shirtian asked us to go out to play. Xian Kong looked at Mo. Hesitatingly speaking. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shirtian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that was not quite how he had phrased it. But what does it matter, as long as Mo is present? Huh? Oh, understood. Mo expressed her surprise. Although she had not fully grasped the situation, it was somewhat absurd. The two bid farewell to Emperor Shirtian and swiftly dashed out of XX village, arriving at the familiar maze forest. Xian Kong and Mo walked in silence, savoring the presence of one another, reminiscing about the myriad of experiences since their first encounter. In a fleeting moment, they found themselves enveloped in this tranquility. Xian Kong turned to glance at Mo, who stood half a head shorter than him, and couldn't help but smile. The shadows of the trees danced in the forest, while the sunlight sprawled endlessly, filtering through the gaps in the leaves and casting ethereal beams upon the earth, creating a remarkably gentle ambience. Thus, Xian Kong and Mo gradually traversed through the maze forest. Perhaps due to the absence of any illusions obstructing their path, they quickly glimpsed the outside world. After a brief respite, Xian Kong and Mo prepared to return to the site of the eerie tree to investigate further. Just then, a ripple of spiritual energy surged forth. A long-lost sensation returned. Xian Kong, that place is dangerous. Do not go. The secondary consciousness urged him within his mind. Fear not. I am now at the semi-god level. I am not so fragile, and besides, I possess the teleportation token granted by Emperor Shira. Should I encounter danger, I can simply shatter it. Sighing, the secondary consciousness, realizing it could not sway Xian Kong, resigned itself to silence. Xian Kong and Mo arrived at the vicinity of the eerie tree, only to be greeted by a thick, swirling black mist that enveloped the area, creating a stark boundary between the mist and the outside world. Compared to their previous visit, the density of the black mist had markedly increased, becoming distinctly visible to the naked eye. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xian Kong plunged headlong into the black mist, and without a second thought, Mo followed suit. As they traversed this desolate land shrouded in darkness, the exposed rocks and the somber sky served as ominous reminders of the black mist's peril. Both Xian Kong and Mo felt an unsettling agitation within their minds. This place does not bode well. Xian Kong mused internally. During their last visit, they had not experienced such symptoms, which was evidently linked to the heightened concentration of the black mist. At a sidelong glance at Mo revealed that she too was struggling to contain her inner turmoil. Be cautious. The black mist here seems capable of affecting our minds, Xian Kong warned. Mo nodded in understanding. They pressed on, but their pace noticeably slowed. Navigating carefully through this barren wasteland, they finally reached the location of the eerie tree. A towering, pitch-black tree stood before them, its branches gnarled and sprawling, devoid of foliage. Faces resembling human visages appeared to emerge from the trunk, creating an unsettling sight. Xian Kong cautiously approached, when suddenly, a wisp of black mist, akin to a phantom, surged forward. Mo quickly interposed herself in front of him, and the mist swiftly infiltrated her body. That a chilling sensation coursed through Mo, and after a few agonizing seconds, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Xian Kong felt a wave of despair wash over him, and in the next instant, the ghost scythe manifested in his hand. The moment the scythe appeared, the black mist began to writhe violently, as if it had encountered its nemesis or recognized a kindred spirit. With a fierce swing, Xian Kong unleashed the scythe, and a flash of black light surged forth, causing the surrounding mist to churn and coalesce into a barrier that stood between him and the eerie tree. With a sharp hiss, the black light cleaved through the mist barrier, carving a deep gash into the tree, though it did not sever it entirely. Just as Xian Kong was about to strike again, a sudden wave of drowsiness enveloped him, striking swiftly and with great intensity. Clang! The ghost scythe slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground and dissipating into swirling black flames. Struggling to maintain his composure, Xian Kong cradled Mo in his arms as the spatial token spontaneously shattered. That a beam of white light swiftly enveloped both Xian Kong and Mo, and in the next moment, their figures vanished. The coalescing black mist, deprived of its target, dissipated in the blink of an eye. Uncle Di Shirtian, help! Xian Kong expended his last ounce of strength to cry out, but ultimately succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. Sensing the urgency, Di Shirtian broke through the void, transporting Xian Kong and Mo to the treehouse. He anxiously examined their conditions, relieved to find that they were merely unconscious and in no mortal danger. What on earth happened? Di Shirtian furrowed his brow. Contemplating the situation, he decided to place the two in the treehouse and wait for them to awaken before inquiring further. Time passed slowly, and eventually, Xian Kong and Mo regained consciousness. They found themselves lying in the bed of the treehouse, covered with a soft blanket. You're finally awake, Di Shirtian said, sitting nearby with a concerned expression. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Xian Kong shook his head, indicating that he was fine, then recalled the events leading up to their current predicament. Mo, how are you? How did we return? I am all right, Mo replied softly, her complexion still pale from the ordeal. Di Shirtian then recounted the sequence of events in a concise manner, eliciting expressions of surprise from both Xian Kong and Mo. So, it was the spatial token that saved us, Xian Kong exclaimed, uncertainty clouding his mind. He could only remember feeling dizzy as the black mist attacked, but the details beyond that were a blur. Di Shirtian nodded thoughtfully. But how did you find yourselves in such a perilous situation? Xian Kong and Mo exchanged glances before recounting their experiences in detail, from their entry into the mysterious forest to their discovery of the eerie tree's anomalies, and culminating in the encounter with the black mist and the subsequent strike that cleaved the tree. They downplayed the danger, yet the journey had indeed been fraught with peril. Di Shirtian listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. When he learned that they had encountered the black mist, shock flickered across his features. The black mist, could it truly be that substance? Di Shirtian murmured to himself. What substance? Xian Kong inquired. Intrigued, Di Shirtian fixed him with a serious gaze and replied, if my conjecture is correct, the black mist you encountered is likely Yin Ming Qi, the essence of the night servants. That cannot be. The black mist produced after the night servants are slain. Xian Kong's voice faltered, as he realized he was indeed unaware of the nature of the black mist that emerged upon their demise. Even so, why does the black mist lack the same ferocity? He pressed at. These two cannot be equated. Di Shirtian chuckled softly. Yin Ming Qi is a form of living essence, capable of generating night servants, while the black mist resulting from their death is merely a manifestation of death energy. Without the means of transformation, it is nothing more than a cloud of waste. This, Xian Kong was taken aback. He had no idea that Yin Ming Qi was categorized into living and dead forms. All of this will become clear in time. Di Shitian intended to elaborate, but ultimately refrained. You both should rest well. With that, Di Shitian rose and departed. The world.is on the cusp of change, with a swift motion. Di Shitian vanished into the void, leaving behind a shimmering, azure tetrahedron that floated silently, adorned with twinkling star patterns, intertwining the laws of time and space, though the law of time had nearly faded away. Di Shitian found himself straining under the challenge of comprehending two laws simultaneously. Chapter 44. The blessing of the entire village. Xian Kong and Mo gradually regained their strength. Everything appeared to return to normal, while the black, Yin Ming Qi that had invaded Mo's body was temporarily set aside. The primary issue was their lack of knowledge on how to extricate the Yin Ming Qi. Xian Kong had inquired about it with Di Shitian, who similarly shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Naturally, when Xian Kong asked, he did not mention names. Di Shitian might have assumed that Xian Kong himself was afflicted by the Yin Ming Qi. But what did it matter? Xian Kong did not believe Di Shitian would abandon them in their time of need. Thus he did not press the issue further. Moreover, as Mo exhibited no unusual symptoms, the matter was naturally overlooked. Once Xian Kong and Mo had sufficiently recovered, Di Shitian hesitated for a few days before seeking out Xian Kong. Xian Kong, never mind. Wait a moment, I need to consult first. Di Shitian said, shaking his hand in resignation before departing hastily. He promptly transported himself to the outer battlefield, seeking out Mo's parents to discuss Xian Kong's situation. Midway through his explanation, Mo's grandfather approached with a grave expression, fixating an intense glare upon Mo's parents, then shooting a disapproving look at Di Shitian. What? Do you think this old man is unworthy to hear? Mo's grandfather huffed, his face contorted with indignation. No, not at all. Di Shitian and the others quickly waved their hands in protest. Subsequently, Di Shitian spoke with extreme caution, even reiterating certain points at the insistence of Mo's grandfather. So, it is that lad who is pursuing Mo. Mo's grandfather exclaimed in realization, chuckling. Ah, no wonder she is my precious granddaughter. This. Di Shitian was taken aback. Uncle, why is our focus so peculiar? Of course, he only voiced this internally, out of respect for his elders and for other reasons. He dared not speak it aloud. What are Mo's feelings on this matter? Mo's mother interjected. It seems Mo has some affection for that lad. Di Shitian hesitated to speak too definitively. But given the interactions between the two, it seemed highly probable. Upon hearing this, Mo's parents exchanged glances, then turned to Mo's grandfather. Hey, why are you looking at me? As long as Mo is willing, and that lad does not mistreat her, I am fine with it. Mo's grandfather replied nonchalantly. Mo's grandfather's views were shaped by his own childhood experiences, having spent much of his youth in a village where intermarriage among different races was commonplace. Well, we share the same sentiment. Mo's parents nodded in agreement, directing their gaze towards Di Shitian. I understand, Di Shitian replied. Then they engaged in small talk about family matters and his future plans. Refraining from mentioning the eerie tree, not out of intent to conceal, but simply due to its lack of necessity, Di Shitian stepped onto the teleportation platform, and with a flash of white light, he returned to the treehouse. Huh, is it already night? Di Shitian remarked in surprise as he observed the encroaching darkness outside. The outer battlefield was devoid of a day-night cycle. It remained perpetually dim, with the only means of tracking time being the glow of the teleportation platform. Di Shitian then set up the mysterious illusion array and activated the protective barrier of the village, summoning the azure tetrahedron to step into the purified land and begin his cultivation. The following morning, to avoid appearing too conspicuous, Di Shitian did not seek out Xian Kong immediately. He spent an entire day cultivating in the purified land, only emerging in the evening to dismantle the mysterious illusion array and prepare for a conversation with Xian Kong. He exited the treehouse and approached Xian Kong's room, finding him seated in meditation, and quietly stood by, waiting. After a considerable time, Xian Kong sensed Di Shitian's presence and slowly opened his eyes, inquiring with curiosity, Uncle Di Shitian, why have you come to see me so late? Is there something on your mind? Di Shitian smiled gently and replied, Xian Kong, I would like to discuss matters pertaining to Mo. Xian Kong's eyes lit up with anticipation as he anxiously asked, Uncle, do you know how to separate the Yin Ming Qi? Di Shirtan shook his head and said, I have yet to discover a solution regarding the matter of the nether Qi. However, I have located Momo's family, and they are already aware of your situation. Xian Kong, astonished, inquired, Momo's family. What is their stance? With a smile, Di Shirtan replied, they hold you in high regard. Momo's grandfather speaks of you in glowing terms. They believe that as long as Momo is willing, and you treat her well, they will not oppose. Xian Kong sighed in relief and gratefully said, Thank you, Uncle. I will treat Momo well. Di Shirtan nodded and remarked, Well, it is getting late. You should rest. I will continue to seek a way to address the issue of the nether Qi. Xian Kong looked at Di Shirtan with gratitude and said, Thank you, Uncle, for your efforts. Di Shirtan smiled and left the room, leaving Xian Kong alone to ponder quietly. Once he confirmed that Di Shirtan had completely departed, Xian Kong flopped onto the bed, growing increasingly excited, unable to resist twisting and turning under the covers. Haha, if that's the case, then I shall settle here. I am but a solitary soul, and I need not worry about the director or Etienne. He thought to himself, yes, it is settled. Next, I must cultivate relationships with the villagers. When the time is ripe, we shall be together. That I must earn the villagers' blessings. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xian Kong's eyes. How delightful. In the days that followed, Xian Kong began to actively engage with the villagers, striving to integrate into this newfound family. Through his sincerity and kindness, he earned the villagers' recognition and affection. Upon learning of Xian Kong's circumstances, Di Shirtan felt a sense of joy and seized an opportunity to discuss training together. Naturally, Xian Kong did not refuse, viewing it as an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. Thus, the bond between Xian Kong and the villagers grew stronger with each friendly competition, even leading to Xiao Yan abandoning his prejudices against Xian Kong. Meanwhile, Di Shirtan persistently sought solutions to the nether Qi dilemma. He pored over extensive materials and consulted veterans from the outer battlefield. Yet a viable solution remained elusive. Nevertheless, Xian Kong did not relinquish hope. That he believed that through diligence, he could uncover a remedy for the nether Qi. That he intensified his training, yearning to resolve the issue at the earliest opportunity. As time passed, the bond between Xian Kong and Momo deepened. They trained together, played together, and faced life's trials and tribulations side by side. Gradually, the villagers accepted Xian Kong's presence. They witnessed his sincerity and efforts, as well as his care and affection for Momo. They believed that Xian Kong was a person worthy of their trust. Ultimately, with the villagers' blessings, Xian Kong and Momo united. Together, they confronted life's myriad challenges. Hand in hand, overcoming obstacle after obstacle, their love garnered recognition and blessings from all. Although the issue of the nether Qi remained unresolved, Xian Kong did not abandon hope. That he firmly believed that with relentless effort, a solution would eventually reveal itself. That he would continue to forge ahead for the sake of his and Momo's future. Chapter 45. I'd have a third life on this day. The sun shone brightly. Lifeless trees blossomed anew, and the remnants of ice and snow had vanished. With all things radiating the vitality of rebirth, the villagers continued their daily lives. Xian Kong awoke, slowly opening his drowsy eyes, and gazed at Momo, who lay beside him, feeling a surge of sweetness in his heart. That in truth, cultivation could entirely replace sleep, but that was in the past. Now how could one call it living without sleep? Could cultivation ever compare to the sweetness of slumber? Clearly, it could not. After admiring Momo's sleeping visage for a while, Xian Kong quietly slipped out of bed and gradually stepped outside. That he spread his arms wide, greedily inhaling the air, which carried the essence of nature, filling him with a refreshing sensation. But this little life holds such promise, he thought. But life would never be smooth sailing. Within him, an ominous force began to stir. Suddenly, Xian Kong felt a jolt of anxiety, accompanied by a sharp pain in his mind, causing him to gasp in shock. It was still early spring. The chill in the air had not fully dissipated. Particularly in the morning, Xian Kong felt the coldness mercilessly wash over his teeth, and in an instant, a wave of icy pain coursed through him. It was a heart-wrenching agony. Xian Kong collapsed to the ground, the pain in his mind persisting, crashing against his very soul. Wait, this sensation that strikes at my essence. Xian Kong realized, understanding that all of this was the result of a curse. he had previously failed to recall the existence of the curse. Perhaps influenced by the nature of his past self, or perhaps because he was unwilling to remember this curse of dying at 20. In any case, now that he understood, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. He truly did not know what to do. Reflecting on his death in the previous life, although it had been devoid of suffering, he had indeed died for 60 whole years. Moreover, Xian Kong now had many more attachments. Even if he could reincarnate, he would not wish to abandon everything he had now. Furthermore, whether there would be a next life remained uncertain. Xian Kong would never assume that if there was a second life, there would assuredly be a third. Yes, the system. I still possess the system. Xian Kong suddenly recalled the system, whose presence had been nearly non-existent, akin to grasping at a lifeline. System, are you there? He silently called out, yet received no response. System, come forth, please come forth. Xian Kong nearly succumbed to madness. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for life, he found it maddening that there was no reply. Xian Kong, Momo's voice thundered in his ears, jolting him awake. Immediately, he felt a powerful force supporting him gently, lifting him up. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he suddenly sensed a warm aura enveloping him, coursing through his body. This aura was so gentle and comforting that it instilled a sense of tranquility within his heart. Xian Kong turned to look at the face so close to him, and the soul-piercing pain in his mind began to fade, his near-crumbling emotions slowly calming. Xian Kong swiftly regained his composure. He understood he could not remain passive. Countless memories regarding the curse rushed through his mind. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Xian Kong's consciousness. Xian Kong, this is my gift to you. You bear the curse, and I shall empower you with the strength of the stars, which can weaken the curse's intensity. However, the deadlock is already set, and I am powerless now. Xian Kong trembled with excitement. It appeared that Xingyan was his sole hope. He cast a grateful glance at Momo, wanting to say something, yet lingered in the warmth of her embrace, reluctant to let go. Momo was not offended. She stood quietly, allowing Xian Kong to hold her. After a long while, the sun gradually revealed itself, and as the first rays of sunlight fell, life returned to the village. Only then did Xian Kong reluctantly release the warmth he held. Momo. Xian Kong stammered, unsure of how to express himself, ultimately choosing to fall silent. In truth, even without his words, Momo had already guessed much, primarily related to the curse. However, as Xian Kong did not speak, she felt it inappropriate to bring it up and merely gazed at him quietly. Hiss! Ha! Xian Kong took a deep breath and, adopting the most casual tone possible, began, Momo, I need to step out for a bit. Will you wait for me? Yes, I can wait, even for a lifetime. Momo smiled brightly, misunderstanding Xian Kong's intentions, believing he wished to leave quietly. Okay. Xian Kong felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, reaching out to ruffle Momo's hair that he noticed. He had already grown a head taller than her. Time flies so quickly, Xian Kong lamented inwardly, a sense of profound melancholy quietly enveloping him. Momo, I must go today. As the words left his lips, Xian Kong stepped away, each step seemingly landing on Momo's heart. Despite being prepared, seeing Xian Kong's retreating figure, Momo felt as though all her courage had vanished, and tears flowed unbidden. Droplets of tears fell, quickly absorbed by the earth, leaving behind only a faint, unnoticed wet mark. Xian Kong sought Di Shitian's permission and successfully ventured out, arriving at the stone-marked wasteland. After a deliberate search, though it hardly required effort, Xian Kong had lost count of how many times he had visited. The location of the Xingyan was now ingrained in his memory. Within a day, Xian Kong stood before the Xingyan. Had he not been absolutely certain of its presence, he might have doubted his memories. At this moment, the Xingyan exuded an aura of sanctity, imparting an impression of the inviolable. Xian Kong approached the stone with a request, demonstrating his sincerity by offering 10 superstar crystals to the Xingyan. As the 10 crystals were consumed, a wave of dizziness washed over Xian Kong, and when he opened his eyes again, his soul had been drawn into a boundless realm, the sea of stars. There stood the familiar, genderless figure, several star rings quietly hovering behind the Xingyan, accentuating its nobility, mystery, and solemnity, rendering it untouchable. This star ring had not been present last time, evidently formed during this interval. I've understood your intentions. Before Xian Kong could speak, the Xingyan's voice, filled with solemnity, resonated. To be honest, I am also powerless at this moment. With those words, Xian Kong's flickering hopes were extinguished. I end this life. Had it ultimately reached its conclusion? Xian Kong, in a state of disarray, murmured softly to himself, However, that you must believe in yourself and the essence within you. Though Xing Yin did not articulate it explicitly, the implication of his words was unmistakably clear. Thank you, Xian Kong replied with a bittersweet smile. In the next moment, his consciousness returned to his body, and he promptly produced several superstar crystals to feed to Xing Yin. I don't have a third life, Xian Kong called out as he walked away. Tears streaming down his face, having breached the defenses of his heart, that a gentle breeze swept by, carrying dry grains of sand that caressed Xian Kong's visage, drying the traces of his tears, which mingled with the sand to form faint smudges upon his cheeks. Chapter 46. Preparations for the third life. Xian Kong stumbled along, his mind incessantly repeating a single phrase. I'd have a third life. Though he should have felt elated, why did his heart ache so? Unable to relinquish his current life, his cherished friends and family, and all that he held dear, Xian Kong felt trapped. While Mo might fare better, what of Etian and the others? They were merely human. With a fleeting lifespan, 50 years hence, they might find themselves utterly alone. Xian Kong, in a daze, returned to the village. Overwhelmed with confusion and anguish, he seated himself beneath the old tree at the village entrance. Gazing into the distant sky, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What should I do? He whispered to himself, the pain in his heart rendering him nearly breathless. Just then, a warm hand gently rested upon his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was Mo Xian Kong. What troubles you? Why are you so sorrowful? Her voice was tender and filled with concern. Mo felt a mix of emotions upon Xian Kong's return. An initial joy swiftly followed by the impending sorrow of separation. Looking into her eyes, Xian Kong felt a slight alleviation of his distress. He recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Mo smiled and said, I see now. You need not worry. Though humans have short lifespans, they possess rich emotions and wisdom. They cherish every relationship, and even if their time is brief, you will leave an indelible mark on their hearts. Isn't that enough? As Xian Kong absorbed Mo's words, clarity began to dawn upon him. Indeed, his reluctance stemmed from the fact that he would still experience a third life, while they, in this life, had his participation. That alone was sufficient. Their essay saying, there, life passes swiftly, and if there is anything worth pursuing, it is but warmth and remembrance. Each step forward brings joy, while taking a step back offers solace. Only by enduring life's desolation can one reach the prosperity of the heart. Thank you, Mo. Xian Kong expressed gratefully. Mo smiled and shook her head. No need for thanks. We are husband and wife. Are we not? Xian Kong smiled in return, the shadows in his heart dissipating. That he understood now. No matter what the future holds, cherishing the present and living each remaining day to the fullest is what truly matters. With a renewed spirit, Xian Kong began to prepare for his third life. In this life, Xian Kong brought along the ghost scythe and the black cloak. Recalling the reasons behind his choices, the ghost scythe had formed a soul contract with him through the system's operations, while the black cloak was a reward from the system, a complementary gear for the ghost scythe. Additionally, he possessed various items typically deemed unnecessary, such as million experience fruits and superstar crystals. Rewards from the system. In summary, to transport items into the next life, they must either be rewards from the system or items bound by a soul contract. System rewards are not something one can demand. And as for forming soul contracts, Xian Kong was at a loss. This seemed to leave him with no viable options. Feeling overwhelmed, he struggled with the notion, which was quite distressing. Calming himself, Xian Kong sought to expand his thoughts. Was it truly the case that only items bound by a soul contract could accompany him to the next life? Perhaps not entirely. What if that just hypothetically, if a soul contract merely imbued an item with the essence of his soul, allowing that essence to persist? Therein lay a glimmer of possibility, yet time was of the essence, leaving him no room for leisurely experimentation. His only course of action was to swiftly implement this idea. Relinquishing external items while ensuring that the internal essence remained intact, success would be ideal. Failure, however, would be a bitter loss. How could it not be? Little Xian Kong had worked diligently, only to find himself empty-handed after a single reincarnation. The realms of juvenile life, spatial laws, the flying scythe in the sky, Xian Kong was reluctant to let go in the following hours. Xian Kong endeavored to actualize his thoughts. The juvenile realm, under Xian Kong's control, gradually sank into his soul. As the realm delved deeper, a wave of agonizing pain surged through him, an unavoidable torment akin to having every bone in his body forcibly shattered in an instant. He lost consciousness. Fortunately, he had anticipated this outcome and had Momo stand vigil by his side. As soon as he fainted, she roused him with urgency, feeling the realm embedded within his soul. Xian Kong's spirit surged. He had a premonition that if he forced the realm to penetrate, this signifies that you will no longer be confined to conventional spaces. You may traverse freely among various realms, even creating a space of your own. Emperor Shirtian elucidated, inadvertently gesturing toward the realm they inhabited. Is that truly possible? A glimmer of yearning flickered in Xuan Kong's eyes. Certainly, but the prerequisite is that you must grasp the essence of the laws of space. Emperor Shirtian explained. First, you must comprehend the nature of space, understanding its origins and evolution. What is the essence of space? Xian Kong continued to inquire. The essence of space is energy, one of the most fundamental elements in the universe. Emperor Shirtian responded. Energy? Xian Kong asked. Yes, you need to feel it with your heart, master it, and touch it with your soul, Emperor Shirtian advised. When you genuinely sense the energy of space, you will have succeeded halfway. To feel it with your heart and touch it with your soul? Xian Kong silently echoed these words, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Indeed, only when you truly understand and master the essence of the laws of space can you integrate it into your soul. Emperor Shirtian affirmed. I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Shirtian. Xian Kong expressed his gratitude. Go forth. I believe you will surely succeed, Emperor Shirtian encouraged. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong immediately bowed and departed from the Pure Land. In the days that followed, Xian Kong diligently endeavored to perceive the energy of space, attempting to touch it with his soul. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Xian Kong found his thoughts in disarray, and his understanding of the laws of space began to deviate gradually. He mistakenly believed that space was merely a form of energy, exerting all efforts to feel it, trying to capture the shadow of space from nature. Thus, Xian Kong progressively sealed off his original path. Charging recklessly down a false avenue. As death loomed near, Xian Kong sensed his body gradually fading, his soul growing increasingly frail. He felt a disconcerting sense of detachment, as if he were about to succumb to a deep slumber, never to awaken. Only 3 days remained. Xian Kong pondered why this curse was so ferocious, when he had felt nothing in his previous life, witnessing the impotence of the laws of space to carry over into the next life. Xian Kong could not help but feel remorse for the efforts of the little Xian Kong. Although he too had once comprehended the laws of space, the little Xian Kong had laid the foundation. He merely ascended within the framework established by the little Xian Kong. Without that foundation, he would have to start anew in the next life. Xian Kong, you have strayed from your path. Emperor Shirtian gazed sorrowfully at the bedridden Xian Kong, his heart heavy with regret. The current appearance of Xian Kong bore no resemblance to the might of a demigod, resembling instead a frail old man. Alas, alas, Xian Kong, heed my words. This course of action may yield side effects, but it is the only option at present. With that, Emperor Shirtian placed his palm upon Xuan Kong's forehead, and an understanding of the laws of space surged into Xuan Kong's mind. Xuan Kong's vision faded to black, and upon awakening, he found it was night. Emperor Shirtian had vanished, leaving only Momo, who was already fast asleep, at his bedside, enlightened as if doused in ambrosia. Xian Kong instantly grasped his previous predicament, yet he discovered that his comprehension of the laws of space had nearly solidified, making it exceedingly difficult to extend into other realms. Is this the side effect Emperor Shirtian spoke of? Xian Kong pondered, uncertain. The most pressing matter now was to anchor the laws of space to his soul. Xian Kong resolved to first stabilize his soul before attempting to integrate the laws of space within it. He closed his eyes, feeling the connection between his soul and body, gradually entering a meditative state. Within the meditation, Xian Kong sensed the depths of his soul, where an abyss of darkness and solitude lay. Yet amidst the darkness and solitude, glimmers of azure light intertwined, bestowing upon it a unique beauty. He understood he must find a balance here to allow the laws of space to merge with his soul. In the realm of meditation, a moment could stretch into millennia, and millennia could collapse into a moment. Time slipped away second by second, and Xian Kong spent what felt like an eternity in meditation. He continuously adjusted his state, striving to discover the optimal point of fusion. At last, in the depths of his contemplation, Xian Kong felt the energy of space. It surged like a bolt of lightning through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Xian Kong recognized this as the fusion point he had been seeking. He cautiously guided the energy of space, coaxing it to merge with his soul. This process was excruciating, yet Xian Kong felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Ultimately, with Emperor Shitian's assistance and his own perseverance, Xian Kong successfully fused the laws of space with his soul. He sensed himself growing stronger, more liberated. Assured, Xian Kong fell into a deep slumber, one that would require 50 years to complete. At the moment he chose to sleep, his form began to dissipate into twinkling starlight, gently brushing against Momo's cheek before vanishing into the cosmos. In her dreams, Momo seemed to sense something, as two silent tears traced down her face, soaking the pillow. Not in vain, not in vain. I managed to delay the onset of death by over 10 days through sheer willpower. Momo, everyone, until the next life. I hoped may our reunion be as profound. In a fleeting moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Xian Kong's ears, followed by an engulfing darkness as his soul plunged into chaos. Chapter 48. The Third Life. A genius? Abnormal state detected in the soul, forcibly entering slumber. Binding artifact detected, ghost scythe, black cloak. Acquisition in progress. Acquisition successful. In the new game, these will be designated as initial equipment. Detection of the laws of space. Currently merging. Detection of domain fragments. Juvenile. Currently merging. Fusion successful. In the new game, the character will possess a complete understanding of the laws of space and a full awakening of the juvenile domain. The mechanical voice of the system rang incessantly, and Xian Kong smiled, knowing he had made the right gamble. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and his soul sank into chaos. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. A crystal orb adorned with intricate dark patterns cradled two slumbering souls, reshaping their corporeal forms. A newborn quietly emerged within a human city-state, named Xian Kong. Sleep duration, 7 years. During slumber, the new consciousness assumed control of the body. 50 years later, humanity had risen to become a renowned race upon the continent. Though they lacked a heritage, the previous hero king, Etienne, possessed strength akin to that of a demigod, a top-tier demigod. 20 years prior, he had passed away at the age of 120. The eerie locale was named by humanity, the Black Demon Sea, for the surging black mist resembled crashing waves. It was thus named a sea. Within the shrouded black mist, not a blade of grass could survive, akin to a realm of demons, hence the monikered. Uncle, I have returned. A youthful voice rang out, laced with an inescapable weariness. Go prepare dinner. A middle-aged man, not lifting his gaze, spoke with an undertone of vague disdain. Yes, the small child replied, placing the opaque bag upon the dilapidated cabinet by the door, and trudging heavily toward the kitchen. Everywhere his eyes fell was shrouded in greasy darkness, exuding an unpleasant odor. Within the open water tank lay some indiscernible floating debris. Glub glub. The child took a large wooden ladle to scoop water from the tank, and the unknown debris bobbed with his motions, like a leaf adrift upon tumultuous waves. Splash. The sound of water echoed, sending ripples splashing against the already tarnished pot. The middle-aged man, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, slowly rose and approached the cabinet by the door, reaching for the opaque bag. With a rough tug, he emptied its contents onto the table. Tisk. Why is there so little? The middle-aged man clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, casting a disdainful glance toward the kitchen. It's that old fool's fault for bringing home such a burden, claiming he is some kind of genius who will elevate us to greatness in the future. The middle-aged man huffed in discontent, lamenting that even such a trivial matter was mishandled, questioning what future could await them. Though he felt discontent, the middle-aged man pocketed the coins and returned to his spot, squinting his eyes, indulging in the usual idleness. After a while, a waft of aroma drifted from the kitchen, persistently invading the middle-aged man's nostrils, evoking unpleasant memories. His brow furrowed, a look of discontent swiftly spread across his face. As the clattering sounds from the kitchen intensified his irritation, brewing a sense of agitation within him. Xian Kong, are you done yet? The middle-aged man seemed to have reached his breaking point, his voice booming. A asserting his absolute authority within the household. Uncle, uncle, it will be ready soon. Xiankong stuttered, fear evident in his trembling voice. Startled, the small Xiankong's hands became a flurry of chaotic movements, the clattering sounds ringing incessantly. And he lost the earlier grace in his actions. After a considerable time, small Xiankong placed the prepared dishes upon the dining table, which, in truth, was merely a sturdy wooden board haphazardly propped upon 4 square wooden legs. Dampness wafted from it, yet the middle-aged man disregarded it, casually pulling a chair to sit at the table, wielding his chopsticks to be the first to scoop the scant meat into his bowl. Xiankong observed silently, merely picking up his chopsticks to begin eating the meager fare in his bowl. Though the meal was simple, he savored it with great delight, as if it were the most delectable food in the world. The middle-aged man stole a glance at him, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he continued to relish his meal. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something, halting his actions and casting a glance at Xiao Xiankong. "Hey, kid, why are you so quiet today? Aren't there usually a plethora of rules?" The middle-aged man's tone bore a hint of mockery. Xiao Xiankong lifted his head and smiled faintly. "Uncle, I merely believe you are correct. Once the food gets cold, it loses its appeal." The middle-aged man was taken aback, evidently not anticipating such a response from Xiao Xiankong. After a brief silence, he nodded. You do have a point, kid. But don't think this means you can evade your responsibilities." With that, he resumed his focused endeavor with the meal before him. Xiao Xiankong continued to eat, his expression remaining devoid of sorrow or joy. Within this modest abode, the middle-aged man always considered himself the authority, prone to loud outbursts and even physical reprimands at the slightest provocation. Only the old man provided Xiao Xiankong with a semblance of comfort, yet the old man often seemed preoccupied, invariably missing mealtime. Halfway through the meal, a stooped elder pushed the door open, the aged wooden door creaking noisily. Xiao Xiankong furtively glanced at the elder before quickly averting his gaze, continuing to push around the dwindling food on his plate. The elder, empty-handed, approached the dining table, his gaze flitting between the two individuals before settling on Xiao Xiankong. He sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Xiao Kong, once again, you have been wronged." Xiao Xiankong looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. "Grandfather, I am fine." The elder shot a glance at the middle-aged man, who was engrossed in his meal. Seemingly oblivious to the conversation, shaking his head, the elder retrieved some silver coins from his pocket and placed them into Xiao Xiankong's hands. "This is your pocket money. Make sure to keep it safe." Xiao Xiankong gazed at the coins, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes that he understood that each coin represented the fruits of his grandfather's labor, hard-earned and precious. "Thank you, grandfather," he murmured, clutching the coins tightly. The elder smiled gently, ruffling Xiao Xiankong's hair. "All right, finish your meal quickly, then get some proper rest." Xiao Xiankong nodded, hastening to consume the remainder of his meal, just as he intended to rise and clear the dishes. The elder interjected, "You go rest. I will handle the cleanup." The middle-aged man lifted his gaze to glance at them, remaining silent as he continued to eat. Xiao Xiankong exhaled quietly, knowing that as long as his grandfather was present, he could temporarily avoid his uncle's reprimands. He followed the elder out of the kitchen into a dilapidated room. The room contained only a bed and a table, the latter cluttered with various stones, each emanating a soft luminescence. "Xiao Kong, only by possessing strength can we live the life we desire," the elder often imparted. Xiao Xiankong nodded earnestly. "Grandfather, I will strive to ensure a better life for you and uncle in the future." The elder smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Good child, as long as you have that intention. Now, go rest." Xiao Xiankong lay in bed, his heart brimming with anticipation and resolve for the future. Chapter 49. The invitation from the Heroes' Hall. Xiao Xiankong lay in bed, filled with hope and determination for what lay ahead. He closed his eyes, striving to relax. Although life was arduous, he believed that with diligent effort, he could one day alter his circumstances. The elder finished tidying the dining table, gently shutting the door to allow Xiao Xiankong to rest undisturbed. He approached the middle-aged man, his tone tinged with seriousness. "Is it truly right to treat Xiao Kong this way?" The middle-aged man glanced up, dismissively replying, "That kid simply needs discipline. Do you think that by showing him a bit of kindness, he will improve?" The elder shook his head. "Your attitude will only drive him further away. He is your kin. You should treat him with more kindness." The middle-aged man scoffed. Qin, you were the one who insisted on taking him in. How was I to know I had such a relative? He emphasized the word relative with disdain, but now that he's here, he better work hard. Otherwise, why should I support him? The elder sighed. You still don't understand. Shao Kong is a good child. He merely needs time to adjust. Why can't you be a bit more patient with him? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, ultimately offering no response. Moreover, that boy awakened the Wuxiang realm at the age of 3. If he remembers our kindness, he will surely lead us to prosperity one day, the elder whispered conspiratorially, devoid of any affection for Shao Xiankong. Ha! The middle-aged man chuckled derisively, his eyes filled with scorn. Let us hope so. In the following days, Shao Xiankong continued to juggle household chores and farm work, often venturing out to earn a little extra to support the family. The elder remained cheerful, his every word and action reflecting his affection for Shao Xiankong. Though lacking in substantial deeds, the elder's verbal concern was sufficient to provide Shao Xiankong with a measure of solace in a world devoid of light. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man maintained his indifferent demeanor, yet occasionally showed a flicker of concern for Shao Xiankong. He would inquire about Shao Xuankong's progress in training and would offer him a bowl of hot soup during his illness. Although these gestures were infrequent and often executed with visible impatience, they warmed Shao Xuankong's heart. Time passed quietly, and Shao Xiankong soon turned 5 that year. Aside from the Wuxiang realm, he awakened an additional infant realm. Possessing an undeniable advantage in comprehending the laws of space, Shao Xiankong discovered a myriad of peculiar techniques that seemed to manifest out of thin air, and he grasped them as though he had employed them countless times before. This sensation was wondrous. Shao Xiankong could not quite articulate why, but one day, a young man clad in fine attire knocked on the dilapidated wooden door. Who is it? The middle-aged man's voice echoed from within, followed by the door creaking open. You are. The middle-aged man gazed at the young man before him, perplexed. Greetings, sir. I am from the Heroes' Hall. May I come in to discuss matters in detail? The young man's tone was earnest. The middle-aged man, sensing no ill intent, scrutinized the young man before stepping back to allow him entry. The young man stepped through the creaking door, his gaze lingering on the middle-aged man for a moment before shifting to Shao Xiankong. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. This child is. The young man seemed intrigued by Shao Xiankong. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, a note of caution in his voice. He is my son. What business do you have with him? The middle-aged man's words were tinged with disbelief even to himself. The young man gently shook his head, smiling as he explained, Oh, I mean no harm to your son. I am from the Heroes' Hall, and we have been searching for talented children to nurture that we previously detected a significant energy fluctuation, and upon observation, it appears your son possesses extraordinary talent. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, turning to regard Shao Xiankong as though contemplating the veracity of the young man's claims. Shao Xiankong, on the other hand, appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend the meaning behind the stranger's words. Are you sure you're not joking? The middle-aged man's tone was laced with skepticism. The young man smiled subtly, producing a badge from his coat and presenting it to the middle-aged man. This is the badge of the Heroes' Hall. You may inquire about our reputation if you are willing to allow your son to join us. I am confident he will receive the finest training. The middle-aged man accepted the badge, scrutinizing it carefully before lifting his gaze back to the young man. That I need to consider this. The young man nodded with a smile. Of course, that is only proper. Please take your time to think it over. If you decide to allow your son to join us, feel free to visit the Heroes' Hall to find me. With that, he produced a business card from his coat, handing it to the middle-aged man before turning to leave. The middle-aged man gazed at the card and the badge in his hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Shao Xiankong observed the unfolding scene with curiosity. Perplexed by the sudden appearance of this stranger and the significance his uncle seemed to place on the stranger's words, yet, he sensed that this matter could potentially alter his fate. In the evening, the elder returned, and the middle-aged man swiftly pulled him into the inner room, slamming the door shut. What is it? The elder regarded the middle-aged man with displeasure. What is it? Old man, it seems our opportunity for prosperity has arrived. Though the middle-aged man was excited, he made an effort to lower his voice. What? The elder's excitement mirrored his own. Today, a person claiming to be from the Heroes' Hall came looking for that boy, saying he possesses extraordinary talent. The middle-aged man succinctly recounted the events to the elder. As he finished speaking, he produced the badge and business card once more, Upon seeing them, the elder trembled with excitement. "We must go. We absolutely must." The elder could no longer contain his enthusiasm. The Heroes' Hall was established by the previous Hero King. To be chosen by them would guarantee at least a future as a candidate for Hero King. "Well, all right." The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Xiankong, his free labor. "What are you hesitating for? We can simply accompany him. After all, he is our child. The Heroes' Hall would never mistreat us." The elder appeared resolute and unfazed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened, and he burst into a joyful smile that in the days that followed, the middle-aged man began to take special care of Xiao Xiankong, inquiring daily about his cultivation progress and even personally guiding him in various combat techniques. Although Xiao Xiankong felt perplexed by this attention, he could sense his uncle's concern for him, which brought him warmth. Finally, on a night illuminated by a full moon, the middle-aged man, accompanied by Xiao Xiankong and the elder, embarked on a journey to the Hall of Heroes. They traversed mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships, until they finally arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. Nestled in the heart of a bustling metropolis, the hall resembled a towering spire that pierced the clouds. Exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur, the middle-aged man gazed upon this magnificent sight. He could not help but feel a profound sense of wonder. He understood that their lives were on the brink of a monumental transformation. Chapter 50, Thunderfire Domain. The execution of the infants. Upon entering the Hall of Heroes, Xiao Xiankong was subjected to a series of evaluations. His extraordinary talent left everyone astonished, particularly his comprehension of spatial laws, which garnered admiration from the elders of the hall. Ultimately, Xiao Xiankong was recognized as the next Hero King of the hall and received the finest training. The middle-aged man and the elder were also well accommodated by the hall, becoming Xiao Xiankong's guardians, tasked with overseeing his daily life. As days passed, the elder and the middle-aged man prospered under Xiao Xiankong's shelter. The elders who valued Xiao Xiankong's gifts turned a blind eye, while those dissatisfied with his lineage kept a watchful eye on the elder and the middle-aged man, waiting for the moment their misdeeds would accumulate to ensnare Xiao Xiankong. The public soon learned that the elder and the middle-aged man were sheltered by Xiao Xiankong, inciting widespread outrage. The future identity of Xiao Xiankong as the Hero King was already contentious, and the actions of the elder and the middle-aged man further jeopardized his prospects. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiankong, engrossed in his cultivation, paid no heed to the opinions of the outside world. Eventually, the elder and the middle-aged man were escorted to the Hall of Heroes court by the enraged populace. "You too. Do you acknowledge your crimes?" The elder and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. Realizing that this was the consequence of their long-standing arrogance, they attempted to explain, but faced with the fury of the crowd and the pressure from the hall, their justifications fell flat. We merely, the middle-aged man stammered, struggling to find the right words. The elder appeared more composed, lifting his gaze to meet the eyes of the elders in the court. "We acknowledge that our actions may have been inappropriate, but everything we have done is for Xiankong, for his future." The elder bowed his head, concealing the dark thoughts within, secretly relishing the notion that his grandson was destined to be the future Hero King, and that they would not be held accountable. The elders exchanged glances, and one of them spoke slowly. "Your actions have incited public wrath. Even if it is for Xiankong, you cannot disregard the rules. Xiankong is the future of the Hall of Heroes, but he must also grow in an environment of fairness and justice." Upon hearing this, the elder felt a surge of alarm, his eyes darting around. "This is... everything will be fine." The elder caught sight of Xiao Xiankong's figure and felt a surge of amusement. "That we are willing to accept punishment, so long as it does not affect Xiankong's future," the elder declared resolutely, showing no signs of deceit. "Your actions have already impacted his future," replied the elder, his words striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of both men. "Damn it." The elder silently gritted his teeth, believing that Xiao Xiankong would step forward to take responsibility upon hearing their words. Just as the elders were preparing to pass judgment, Xiao Xiankong slowly emerged from the shadows. Having overheard the conversation, his heart filled with shock. He had not anticipated that his grandfather and uncle's actions would cause such trouble for others, nor that his own future was at risk due to these trivial matters. His grandfather had always taught him that strength and status could grant one everything. Taking a deep breath, he approached the elder and the middle-aged man, facing all present. "This is my responsibility," and I am willing to bear all consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, some elders on the judgment seat scoffed, while the elder wore a smug expression. The remaining elders exchanged glances, not unaware of Xiao Xiankong's arrival. They had thought he would see through the true nature of the elder and the middle-aged man and choose to abandon them. However, ultimately, the elders reached a decision. "Xiankong, your growth and cultivation are of utmost importance. We will grant you some time, but you must understand that every choice you make will affect those around you and yourself." The elders' intentions were clear. They wished for Xiao Xiankong to consider his choices carefully, and the elder and the middle-aged man could not remain. Xiao Xiankong nodded, first taking the elder and the middle-aged man home, and then voluntarily going to the court to accept his punishment. Thunderfire Domain. 15 days of confinement. Where this at the entrance of the Thunderfire Domain, a guard handed Xiao Xiankong a bracelet. This bracelet could seal a person's power, rendering them an utterly ordinary individual. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiankong donned the bracelet, feeling a strange energy surge through his meridians, instantly freezing the magical energy within. Another wave of energy rushed to his brain, obstructing the release of his domain. As Xiao Xiankong stepped into the Thunderfire Domain, bolts of lightning struck him with ferocity, tearing at his flesh. A black cloak materialized, enveloping him, sustaining his breath. The ghostly scythe transformed into a streak of black light soaring skyward, resulting in a violent collision between thunder and darkness. "Heh, Xiankong, this is your own doing. You cannot blame me." One elder, with a shadowy expression and a smile curling at his lips, proclaimed, "My grandson is the future hero king. Your demise will spare him from suffering." Indeed, the Thunderfire Domain was a place of exile for death row inmates. There was no notion of confinement. All of this was orchestrated by that very elder. Xiao Xiankong fainted repeatedly, regaining consciousness only to summon the ghostly scythe and black cloak again, only to be struck down once more. Xiao Xiankong, stubborn as he was, believed that he could not escape the punishment he deserved, leading to this cycle of fainting that continued throughout the day. Were it not for the black cloak's slight restorative properties, he would have been left riddled with wounds. Thus, one day turned to 2, then 3. Meanwhile, the elder and the middle-aged man continued their lives as before, albeit with greater secrecy. The middle-aged man downed a cup of liquor. His face flushed. "Old man, you were absolutely right." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. As long as you understand, that's all that matters," the elder mused, satisfied with his past decisions. "Cheers to the elite." The middle-aged man raised his cup, spilling some liquid onto the ground, where it splashed brilliantly. 4 days, 5 days, 6 days passed. Xiao Xiankong, enduring the might of the thunder, bent his back, forcing himself to crawl forward. Perhaps due to the unusual intensity of the thunder recently, some condemned inmates who relied on external means for survival began to take notice. Hiske, a mere child, yet a death row inmate. What deeds of wrath must he have committed to end up here? Stop. Ouch. Don't hit me. I'll be quiet. I'm all right. Old man, you do meddle too much, lifting my wooden ruler lightly. Hey. No. I was wrong. He quickly raised his palm to shield his head. Let's observe first. His weapon. Is familiar. His weapon? Remarkable. But unfortunately, he doesn't know how to utilize it. Chapter 51. The release of the death row inmate on the 7th day within the Thunderfire Domain. Xiao Xiankong had become extraordinarily weak. His body was charred from the relentless strikes of lightning, and the black cloak and ghostly scythe appeared somewhat dim. Yet, his eyes remained resolute, showing no sign of surrender. I cannot die here. I have yet to become the hero king. And I have yet to atone for my grandfather and uncle. Xiao Xiankong silently recited in his heart, struggling to maintain his footing as he staggered forward. That moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair slowly approached from the depths of the Thunderfire Domain. Observing Xiao Xiankong's precarious state, a glimmer of compassion flickered in his eyes. "Child, what suffering you endure." The elder sighed softly, producing a verdant bamboo flute. He placed it to his lips and blew gently, causing a melodious tune to resonate throughout the Thunderfire Domain. As the notes filled the air, the previously ferocious lightning began to soften. Though they still struck Xiao Xiankong, they no longer bore the same ferocity. Instead, delivering a gentle caress, Xiao Xiankong blinked in surprise, quickly realizing that this was the elder's assistance. A warm current surged within him, and he looked gratefully at the elder. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Xiao Xiankong said weakly. The elder smiled faintly, remaining silent as he continued to play the flute. With his help, Xiao Xiankong gradually began to recover. Meanwhile, the condemned inmates observing from the sidelines were astonished beyond words. How did this possible? The lightning of the Thunderfire domain is being controlled. They gazed at the elder in disbelief, their hearts filled with reverence. In recent days, Xiao Xiankong's gaze had grown dim, though he was still young. He understood much. Death row inmates. Every person possesses the instinct to survive, and having learned the truth from those around him, Xiao Xiankong ceased to suppress the ghostly scythe and the black cloak. Before long, 15 days had passed, but Xiao Xiankong understood that if he were to leave, he would undoubtedly be killed by those pulling the strings behind the scenes, though he was unafraid. He could not disregard the possibility of unforeseen events, and Xiao Xiankong did not wish to meet a hasty demise in this realm of thunder and fire, sheltered by the ghostly scythe and the dark cloak. Xiao Xiankong finds himself quite at ease. More importantly, his weapon here seems to possess a commendable grade. The powers of the condemned are sealed, and the ability to withstand or evade the raging lightning is paramount. Thus, it is only natural that he receives numerous invitations from others. Unfamiliar with the intricate dynamics of the Thunderfire domain, Xiao Xiankong remains indifferent, granting favor only to the elder who once saved him with his flute. Moreover, he has acquired a title here, aptly named after his weapon, Death Scythe. The inhabitants of this place are wont to bequeath names based on weaponry. For instance, the flute-playing elder is known as Thunder Flute, while the meddlesome old man wielding a wooden ruler is called Celestial Measuring Rod. And so forth. Some names are self-assigned, while others are conferred upon them after they gain renown. Regardless, those monikers that resonate throughout the Thunderfire domain undoubtedly belong to the elite. The realm is broadly categorized into 5 factions, the largest of which is the Wanderers, who act with a carefree spirit, wholly unconcerned with the opinions of others. In their own words, we're all condemned criminals here. Why should we care what you think? The faction that initially invited Xiao Xiankong is one that harbors a pronounced animosity towards the outside world. They presume that his youthful entry signals an innate wickedness. A perfect fit. Yet, to this day, Xiao Xiankong remains a wanderer, unwilling to be shackled by anyone, regardless of who they may be. During his time in the Thunderfire domain, Xiao Xiankong remains steadfast in his obsession with cultivation. Since he cannot refine laws and mana, he devotes himself to honing his physical prowess, occasionally drawing down bolts of lightning to temper his body. As days pass, he senses a consciousness awakening in his mind. As time flows, fragments of memories from his past lives begin to surface, initially consisting solely of recollections from this world, revealing to him that he is in his third life. Beyond that, the subsequent memories appear somewhat perplexing, seemingly belonging to another realm. With the melding of souls, these memories gradually become coherent, granting Xiao Xiankong profound insights. When the integration is complete, Xiankong awakens. Xiao Xiankong feels an overwhelming sense of loss, realizing that he is once again subject to the will of others. Sleep duration, 0. Newborn consciousness has merged. The primary consciousness will inherit all from the newborn. Power restoration in progress. In mere seconds, Xiankong not only regains his previous strength, but Xiao Xiankong's power is also seamlessly assimilated by him. Power restoration successful. Enjoy your experience. The skies thunder ominously as a dark light surges from the lightning, seemingly sensing something, and descends with precision, slicing through the earth beside Xiankong. The chaotic beginning of this life is truly a mess. However, has Etienne truly perished? Xiankong ponders, for Etienne, being the creator deity of a small world, should not have succumbed at merely 120 years of age. Never mind. It is time to depart from this cursed place. Those who wish to linger may do so at their own discretion. Xiankong gazes at the bracelet on his wrist, activating the otherworldly space granted by the system that he thrusts his entire arm within. Then stealthily punctures a hole, unleashing the power of void strangulation that swiftly shatters the bracelet. External forces are incapable of breach. Hardly a challenge. Feeling the surge of power, a smile graces his lips as he steps through the void. Arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. What are you doing? My grandson is destined to be the future Hero King. He's merely in seclusion for a short while. Once he emerges, you shall regret your actions. An elderly man bellows before the Hall of Heroes, yet his cries fall upon deaf ears. Sir, please return. We lack the authority to grant passage. Oh, you not understand, my grandson. The old man is on the verge of fury when the grand doors of the hall swing open, revealing an elder whose imposing aura directly targets him. The old man's already stooped figure now resembles a shrimp. Teetering on the brink of collapse, rodents in the mire, be wise and depart. The elder's light reprimand, laced with magical force, sends the old man sprawling to the ground. With a pained exclamation, the elder squints in agony. Suddenly noticing something that causes his eyes to widen in shock, after a moment's stupor, he scrambles to his feet, clutching a small child with tears streaming down his face. Little Kong, your uncle, that he's dead. This rabble has killed him. Old man, you've wielded power for so long. It's time for you to settle down. Furthermore, I am not the little Kong you speak of, Shin Kong replies coolly, unwilling to act foolishly out of a need for affection. Little Kong, I have suffered greatly. The elder seems genuinely aggrieved, breaking off into sobs once again. Enough? Shin Kong interjects, his impatience evident as he shakes off the elder's grasp and strides toward the Hall of Heroes. You ungrateful wretch, after raising you for so many years, this is how you repay me. The old man shouts in desperation that in response, Shin Kong turns back to face him. Though not particularly tall, his demeanor compels the elder to swallow hard. That is enough. It has gone on long enough, Shin Kong states calmly, reiterating his earlier sentiment. Old man, you've wielded power for so long. It's time for you to settle down. Additionally, I am not the little Kong you speak of. This time, he emphasizes the name Little Kong with such weight that the elder's breath catches, unable to comprehend what Shin Kong has truly endured. Chapter 52. Xuan Kong's Revenge? Thud. The elder appears to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. Shin Kong instinctively considers reaching out to support him, but ultimately withdraws his hand, regarding the old man with inscrutable eyes. Farewell, Shin Kong murmurs softly, turning away without a backward glance as he heads toward the Hall of Heroes. He initially intended to leave the human city-state for village, but he knows that some elders still harbor hopes for him, and departing now would betray their expectations. Moreover, he does not wish to allow the elder who wronged Xiao Shin Kong to have an easy time. Though he is unaware of the elder's identity, he resolves that when he stands before the assembly of elders, the one who reacts most vehemently is likely the perpetrator. Shin Kong steps into the Hall of Heroes. He navigates to the elder's council chamber, using the memories of his third life. With a resounding rumble, the stone doors of the chamber swing open, dim and expansive. It is a void that seems to stretch endlessly. Such is Xuan Kong's immediate impression. Observing the empty council chamber, he issues an urgent summoning command before exiting. Minutes later, Shin Kong re-enters the Hall of Heroes to find a weighty atmosphere awaiting him. The elders are gathered around a circular marble table, deliberating on who initiated the emergency summon. Upon noticing Xuan Kong's arrival, their collective gaze fixes upon him, some elders wearing peculiar expressions, while others cast him glances filled with resentment. Ignoring their stares, Shin Kong strides directly to an empty seat and clears his throat gently. Capturing everyone's attention, seeing Shin Kong move with such nonchalance, the elders quickly grasp who initiated the emergency summon and remain silent, waiting for him to speak. That I have come to resolve some personal grievances. Xuan Kong's voice is calm and resolute. That I have been unjustly treated by someone, and I wish to identify that individual and bestow upon them the punishment they deserve. The elders exchange glances before whispering amongst themselves. Shin Kong patiently awaits, confident that the elder who wronged him will inevitably reveal themselves. Though he has already narrowed down the suspects based on their reactions, he remains cautious, aware that the schemer may be adept at maintaining composure. This tactic, known as shaking the mountain to scare the tiger, may place him in a precarious position, but Shin Kong is pressed for time and retains confidence in his strength, unafraid of any underhanded tactics. After a prolonged silence, Shin Kong continues to observe the elders' expressions. Yet, he finds nothing revealing. Those seated in positions of power are not easily fooled. Ahem, Shin Kong, let us set this matter aside for now. Where have you been all these years? Everyone has been quite anxious. Rest assured, the position of future Hero King remains yours. No one dares to contest it. Of course, all this is contingent upon your talent and your strength, which far surpasses that of your peers. Shin Kong realizes that the assembly is merely testing him, feigning concern while seeking to bind him with their words. The final remark serves both as flattery and a veiled threat, should Shin Kong fail to demonstrate the prowess they claim he possesses. All their assurances would amount to naught. Xiankong, unwilling to reveal his true strength before identifying the culprit, chooses instead to feign an ability that barely exceeds that of his contemporaries. Nevertheless, the aura he exudes manages to command the attention of the entire assembly. Uncertain of the comparative strength of his peers in this era, Xiankong relies on the memories of his third life to adjust his demeanor. Unfortunately, the third incarnation of Xiao Xiankong had limited interactions. Thus he opts to present himself as formidable. Well, the elders fall silent that I ask for where I have been. I trust some among you are aware. Xiankong speaks again. Xiankong, if any of us were to wish you harm, we would certainly not confess to it. One elder interjects. You might as well state it outright, so we may be informed. The Thunderfire domain. Xiankong states calmly. What? Several elders rise in astonishment, while the remaining ones also gasp in shock. Realizing their lapse in decorum, the elders hastily settle down, attempting to feign calmness. Yet, their hearts race uncontrollably. The Thunderfire domain, a place designated for the exile of condemned criminals. Once the elders had calmed down, they began to react, their hearts filled with disbelief. The Thunderfire domain, since its inception, had never allowed anyone to emerge from its depths. How could it be that this young man had done so? Indeed, the companions of the Thunderfire domain were equally perplexed. How had the grim scythe managed to escape? Was it not preferable to remain here as a revered figure? Disbelief? Xiankong let out a cold laugh. A flicker of white light swirling around his finger. With a snap of his fingers, the fabric of space shattered, unleashing a torrent of annihilation energy that surged forth. Impudent, an elder rebuked Xiankong. Do you think you are in a place where you can act as you please? Your position here is merely at our discretion. We may grant it or withdraw it as we wish. TSK, although Xiankong was far from pleased, he maintained his composure, internally lamenting the current state of the heroic hall established by Etion, now shrouded in such chaos. With a subtle motion of his hand, he mended the rift in space, yet the unleashed force of annihilation continued to rampage through the council hall. That ha ha ha. Heroes emerge in youth. Splendid, splendid. One elder laughed heartily, clapping his hands together. With each clap, the destructive power within the council chamber diminished, and after 9 claps, it vanished entirely. Xiankong understood that this elder was deliberately controlling it. With a mere clap, the annihilation force could be completely dispersed. Indeed, with each clap, an immense destructive force intertwined with the annihilation energy, subsequently wreaking havoc. The threat? Unlikely. Xiankong's expression grew serious. The information provided by the third incarnation of himself was woefully insufficient, leaving him nearly ignorant of the current state of humanity's development. It felt more like an invitation. Xiankong fell into contemplative silence. Xiankong, if you suspect someone, speak their name, and I shall seek justice for you, the elder said with a smile, his words causing the other elders to tense and watch Xiankong intently. Xiankong hesitated. He had already discerned that this elder was extending an invitation to him. Yet what if there was a connection to the forces behind the scenes? No, if there were such ties, this elder would not be acting in this manner. Perhaps. Great elder, you must not be so hasty. This young man. Before the speaker could finish, a streak of blood appeared on his cheek. Call him the future hero king. The great elder remained unfazed, still wearing a smile. The elder who had spoken previously was aghast, reaching up to touch the blood on his cheek, which was now stained a vivid red. The other elders panicked. Realizing that the great elder was serious, whoever Xiankong pointed to would surely face dire consequences, especially those elders who had previously clashed with Xiankong. Had the great elder not been present, they would likely have sought to eliminate him swiftly. Xiankong, speak. Who are they? The great elder inquired once more. At his words, Xiankong scanned the room, eventually settling his gaze on the most suspicious elders among them. The chosen few immediately turned pale, and the great elder regarded them with keen interest. Under the great elder's scrutiny, these elders found no courage to dispute. None, Xiankong ultimately replied, shaking his head slightly. As of now, I have no suspects. The great elder was taken aback, as were the other elders. Do you hear what you are saying? Is it necessary to be so provocative? Hitting the brakes so suddenly can be quite alarming. Chapter 53. Trial Forest, playing House. Xiankong, are you mocking us? The great elder's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. No, I am merely stating facts, Xiankong explained. Though I harbor suspicions, without concrete evidence, I refuse to accuse others lightly. Then your purpose in coming here today was merely to convey this? The Great Elder asked, somewhat impatiently. I simply wish to remind you all that if anyone treats me unjustly, I shall not let it slide. Xian Kong stated, his voice laced with a hint of chill. That I hope you all understand this and refrain from making unwise moves. Humph, such audacity. One elder scoffed. Who do you think you are to speak to us in such a manner? Who I am is irrelevant, Xian Kong replied coolly. What matters is that I possess sufficient strength to protect myself and those around me. That a wave of disdain washed over Xian Kong internally. Who am I? Surely, you must be out of your mind. With that, Xian Kong stood up and turned toward the door. Wait, the Great Elder suddenly called out. You just said you possess sufficient strength to protect yourself and those around you. Indeed, Xian Kong halted but did not turn back. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity, the Great Elder continued. If you can prove your strength, I will assist you in uncovering the identity of the one who has wronged you. And how shall I prove this? Xian Kong slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze at the Great Elder. Simple. The Great Elder smiled slightly. Outside the heroic hall lies a trial forest, teeming with formidable magical beasts and intricate traps. If you can navigate this forest alone, locate and defeat the guardian beast within, that will suffice as proof of your strength. Magical beasts? Xian Kong mused. When did such creatures reappear on the continent? Are you unaware? An elder interjected. Magical beasts are those elves tainted by the black magic sea. They mostly lack intelligence and are filled with aggression. Very well, I accept, Xian Kong replied without hesitation. He had come to save time. And this way, he wouldn't have to investigate on his own. Hold on. This is no trivial task, the Great Elder cautioned. The trial forest is fraught with danger. Even the elite disciples of the heroic hall struggle to pass through safely. Are you certain you wish to accept this challenge? Absolutely, Xian Kong asserted firmly. Since I have dared to come, I am confident in my ability to complete this challenge. Good. Confidence is commendable, the Great Elder nodded. However, to ensure fairness, you must wear a monitoring device for the entirety of your endeavors. Agreed. Xian Kong readily accepted. Excellent. Then I wish you good fortune. The Great Elder smiled slightly, tossing a map toward Xian Kong as he stood up. Elders, it is time for us to depart. With that, he led the way out of the council hall, followed closely by the other elders. Xian Kong observed their retreating figures, determination flickering in his eyes. He understood that the challenge ahead would be formidable, yet he felt assured of his impending success. The trial forest lay beyond the heroic hall, a vast expanse filled with various powerful magical beasts and traps, serving as a prime location for the disciples of the heroic hall to hone their skills. Currently, Xian Kong stood at the entrance of the trial forest, his gaze resolutely fixed on the dense woods ahead. Humph, I shall see what capabilities you possess to navigate the trial forest, an elder scoffed, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Do not underestimate him. He possesses considerable strength, the Great Elder remarked, shaking his head slightly. A hint of appreciation in his gaze. Let us await the outcome, another elder added, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xian Kong paid no heed to their discussions, simply standing quietly at the entrance, awaiting the commencement of his challenge. He knew that if he could successfully traverse the trial forest, he would earn the respect of these elders and ultimately achieve his goals. Finally, amidst the eager gazes of the onlookers, Xian Kong took a step forward. Entering the trial forest, the interior of the trial forest was dark and damp, with an abundance of lush vegetation that obscured the sky. As soon as Xian Kong stepped into the forest, he was met with a surge of magical energy that enveloped him. He treaded cautiously forward, keenly alert to his surroundings, aware that danger could strike at any moment. True to his expectations, not long after Xian Kong advanced, a massive magical beast suddenly burst forth from the thicket, blocking his path. This beast was enormous, its body covered in tough scales, and its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Xian Kong. Unfazed, Xian Kong sidestepped the creature's attack with ease, his body shifting slightly as he delivered a powerful punch to the beast's head. With a resounding crash, Xian Kong's fist shattered the beast's skull, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Xian Kong paid no mind to the carcass and continued onward. As he progressed, he faced numerous formidable magical beasts and intricate traps. Yet, utilizing his immense strength and next, just wait, the puppet master. At this moment, at the entrance of the trial forest, the elders are observing Xian Kong's performance through the magical crystal ball. they witness Xian Kong successfully defeating the guardian beast. And a flicker of surprise and admiration flashes in their eyes. It seems we have underestimated his strength. The Grand Elder slightly shakes his head, a hint of emotion crossing his gaze. This young man's future is boundless. Perhaps he truly has the potential to alter the fate of the human race. The other elders nod in agreement, acknowledging that Xian Kong has proven his capabilities, and now it remains to be seen what choice he will make. Chapter 54. The Duel, re-entering the Thunderfire Domain. Third Elder. Tidy up and go plead for forgiveness. Days after Xian Kong traversed the Trial Forest, the Grand Elder personally arrived at the Third Elder's residence. His tone leaving no room for dissent. Grand Elder, it's not me. The Third Elder, upon realizing the situation, immediately panicked and began to speak indiscriminately. Is that so? The Grand Elder squinted his eyes, emanating an aura of danger. The Third Elder's heart trembled, as if falling into an icy abyss. What did I just say? Grand Elder, he is merely a mud-legged commoner. A hero king should not be bestowed upon him. The Third Elder desperately defended himself. Oh, so. The Grand Elder casually replied. So. The Third Elder was elated, but before he could finish his thought, he felt a sudden searing pain in his chest and looked down to see blood gushing forth. This is merely a warning. Third Elder, tidy up and go plead for forgiveness. The Grand Elder remained as calm as a still pond. Yes. The Third Elder's heart sank. He knew there was no escaping this. In the days that followed, Xian Kong enjoyed his leisure, diligently searching for traces of Etion. Xian Kong had visited the pinnacle of the heroic hall, but it had since changed beyond recognition. The remnants of the past completely obscured, and most importantly, the light gate had vanished. Ultimately, Xian Kong abandoned his search for Etion. After all, Etion was a creator deity, and if he did not wish to meet me, it would be impossible to find him. Moreover, Xian Kong encountered some familiar faces, but they had all aged and either did not recognize him or dared not acknowledge him. Xian Kong felt there was no need to deepen his attachments. So he feigned ignorance and silently altered the course of fate. The Third Elder, having made up his mind, arranged for his family before bringing his grandson to Xian Kong's abode, ready to confess. Upon seeing the Third Elder arrive with his grandson, Xian Kong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. He gestured for the Third Elder to enter the room and gently closed the door. The Grand Elder had already warned me, and I know I have committed a grave offense. The Third Elder spoke heavily, his eyes filled with remorse and reluctance. Xian Kong remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. Third Elder, it is good that you understand your mistakes, but please remember, confessing is not merely to quell the Grand Elder's wrath, but rather for your own inner liberation. That I truly do not mind. If I were to perish in the Thunderfire Domain, your scheme would succeed, and you would bear no blame. But now that I have emerged alive, I trust that the Third Elder would not be so petty. As he spoke, Xian Kong extended a hand, his gaze sweeping over every possible hiding place on the Third Elder. The Third Elder was bewildered. What does this mean? Am I not here to confess? A chill surged within the Third Elder, reaching a new peak of disdain for Xian Kong. That a mud-legged commoner is still a mud-legged commoner. No matter how resplendent the exterior, the essence remains deplorable. The Third Elder inwardly cursed. Meanwhile, the Third Elder detached his spatial bag, preparing to retrieve a token of apology, but unexpectedly, Xian Kong seized it abruptly. Third Elder, you are quite generous. Thank you, Xian Kong chuckled, his smile somewhat mischievous. They say one should not strike those who bear a smile, though my current grin may indeed provoke a desire to strike. You. The Third Elder was so furious he nearly gasped for breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at Xian Kong, unable to articulate a response for a long while. Enough, enough. The Third Elder finally waved his sleeve, shaking his head with a sigh. Thankfully, apart from that spatial bag, which holds some value, the contents are nearly depleted wastes. The Third Elder mused privately. Indeed, the Grand Elder still cares for me, reminding me to tidy up before coming. All this talk of quelling the Grand Elder's anger, for my own inner liberation, what nonsense. In that moment, the Third Elder's aversion towards Xian Kong escalated once more. Third Elder, please sit. Standing is quite uncomfortable, Xian Kong remarked upon noticing the Third Elder still rooted in place. Humph. The Third Elder waved his sleeve, striding with indifference to plop down on the sofa. That a child of about 10 years trailing behind the Third Elder mimicked his actions. Third Elder, who is he? Xian Kong inquired, glancing at the child. My grandson. The third elder beamed with pride. Though, you brought him here to witness your decision. Xian Kong's gaze deepened as he looked at the third elder's grandson. How ridiculous. I intend for you to duel with my grandson. If you win, I will reluctantly accept your stance. The third elder stated solemnly. Hiss. Ha. Xian Kong took a deep breath. Third elder, there is no need. I must be leaving. The reason I brought this up is that I do not wish to suffer an undeserved grievance. The puppet master must take responsibility. Yes, for now. Xian Kong's gaze intentionally drifted towards the third elder's chest. Pausing momentarily before continuing, it is already sufficient. Hee. Do you think you are someone of importance? You can pursue your inquiries or abandon them as you wish. The third elder huffed, glaring fiercely. But regardless, you must duel with my grandson today. Very well. Xian Kong, with no other choice, acquiesced, but do not hold a grudge after the fight. Indeed, I won't. Before the third elder could respond, his grandson eagerly interjected. Do you trust me? Xian Kong rose, extending a hand towards the third elder's grandson. The child glanced at the third elder, and without hesitation, grasped Xian Kong's hand. Hey, Xian Kong chuckled lightly, his eyes shimmering with a white light as he placed his other hand on the third elder's shoulder. In the next moment, the three of them vanished, reappearing in an expansive area in the blink of an eye. The sky was clear, yet the sun was nowhere to be found, and the air crackled with the sound of thunder. This is the Thunderfire Domain, Xian Kong answered calmly. The Thunderfire Domain. The third elder's expression shifted subtly. Seeing is believing, and here it closely aligns with our family's heritage. Are you certain you wish to fight here? The third elder did not want to gain an unfair advantage over Xian Kong. Since it was a duel, it must be conducted fairly. Indeed, this is where I shall duel with your grandson. Xian Kong's tone was resolute. Since you insist on a duel, let us settle this here. Very well. Then, the child's gaze sharpened, and an aura of power radiated from him, with hints of lightning flickering around him. Wait. Xian Kong suddenly interjected. We can duel, but this is not an ordinary place. A moment's carelessness could endanger our lives. As people of the human race, we should understand the gravity of the situation. Why not establish a pact to limit our powers? The child hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded. All right. I agreed. He understood that although Xian Kong appeared younger, his strength was unfathomable, and he might not gain any advantage. Moreover, this was the Thunderfire Domain, a perilous place as described by his grandfather. If they truly fought with all their might, both could face significant consequences. Seeing the child's agreement, Xian Kong smiled slightly. Very well. I know a friend who can come to supervise. How does that sound? As Xian Kong spoke, his gaze subtly flicked toward the third elder. Good. The child agreed. Time passed second by second. The thunder continued to rumble. Yet no one arrived. Xian Kong, are you not stalling for time? The third elder chided. Hiss. Xian Kong was puzzled. Do you want me to draw my weapon? In that moment, a mass of black flames materialized, and the ghost scythe appeared. Xian Kong did not suppress the aura of the ghost scythe. The moment it emerged, a beam of black light shot skyward. The instant Xian Kong summoned the ghost scythe, the third elder became alert, but seeing that Xian Kong did not take further action, he relaxed slightly. Seconds passed, and the thunder in the sky ceased its ferocity, becoming gentler. It seems somewhat incongruous to describe thunder as gentle. Chapter 55. It's time to leave, little one. You have returned. An elderly man with snow-white hair slowly approached from the depths of the Thunderfire Domain, arriving in an instant. The elder held a green bamboo flute. Wearing a cheerful expression, his aura restrained. Thunder flute, did you miss me? Xian Kong joked lightly. You rascal, lacking respect, call me grandpa. Thunder flute's expression turned serious, as if genuinely angered. So, this is a new friend. Thunder flute noticed the third elder and the child as he stepped closer. How to put it? We're here for a duel, and I wanted you to witness it and also prevent us from fighting too fiercely, Xian Kong explained. All right, but it seems there will be many spectators. Thunder flute remarked, surveying the surroundings. Ha, Thunder Senior, good to see you. A young man stepped forward. I just wanted to admire the ghost scythe, so I came to take a look. Other figures hidden nearby also began to reveal themselves one by one. Wow, there are quite a few people. Xian Kong was secretly astonished. He had anticipated many attendees but did not expect this many. Now there were at least 100 individuals densely packed, not even counting those who remained hidden. Measuring Heaven's ruler, I've seen the ghost scythe youth, an elderly man holding a wooden ruler slightly bowed. Beside him stood a young man, exuding an unruly demeanor. Thunder Peak Tower, I've met the ghost Scythe youth. The young man beside Measuring Heaven's ruler casually remarked. Brother, the celestial measure struck the youth's head with a resounding crack, a sound that immediately indicated the quality of his intellect. Brother, Deathscythe brother. Lei Fengta covered his head, his expression contorting in agony. Despite having heard it before, he couldn't help but feel the urge to retort. Was this Lei Fengta the one I had in mind? Xian Kong's lips twitched. This name that I have reason to suspect your misdeeds involve a certain Bai Nyangzi. Hemph, Elder San, son, exhaled deeply. Deathscythe, shall we commence? Indeed, let us begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian Kong's figure flickered and vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind the child, delivering a palm strike that sliced through the air like a blade, producing a sharp sound of displacement. The child reacted quickly, sidestepping the blow and simultaneously countering with a punch, crackling with threads of lightning, its power astonishing. Xian Kong did not flinch or evade. He retaliated with a punch of his own, the two fists colliding with a thunderous roar, causing both to stagger back several paces. Such formidable strength. The child's face was a mask of disbelief. He had not anticipated Xian Kong's physical prowess to be so terrifying. Able to withstand his assault and gain the upper hand, Xian Kong, too, felt a jolt of surprise. He had exerted 50% of his strength, yet the child had only been pushed back a few steps. This child's abilities were indeed formidable. Again, they both shouted, charging at each other once more. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists collided again, producing ear-splitting sounds. This time, both their powers had escalated significantly, the air around them crackling with energy, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of space. With rapid exchanges of strikes, their figures flickered in the air, each clash resonating like thunder, leaving the onlookers in a daze. Incredible, the spectators marveled, astonished by the sheer power displayed by the two combatants, far exceeding their expectations. This child, truly representative of the current human race's prowess. Ha! Exhilarating. Xian Kong laughed heartily, feeling his blood surge with excitement. Previous battles had either pitted him against weaker foes or those stronger than himself. Such an evenly matched opponent was indeed a rarity. He ceased holding back, unleashing his full might, each punch infused with compressed air. Humph! The child, not to be outdone, felt his own aura intensifying, lightning crackling around him as if it sought to consume him entirely. Each of his punches bore the destructive force of thunder, a frightening sight to behold. The battle escalated, the very space trembling under their combined might. The thunderous roars of the sky seemed to fade into insignificance, not affecting the two warriors in the slightest. The onlookers stepped back, creating ample space for the duel. The confrontation raged on, with the child's heritage proving formidable, continuously absorbing the lightning from above. 12 chaos pearls hidden within Xian Kong's being provided an unceasing source of magical energy. Ultimately, the two were locked in a stalemate. Had the child not exhausted his magical reserves, the duel could have continued indefinitely. In this fierce contest, both Xian Kong and the child displayed astonishing strength and resilience, leaving all witnesses in awe. Finally, the battle reached its conclusion as the child depleted his magical energy. Bravo, truly magnificent, Lei CD exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement as he applauded. Once the applause subsided, he raised his flute to his lips, and a melodious tune filled the air. Glimmering lights danced around Xian Kong and the child, replenishing their spent energy. The spectators soon regained their composure, applauding the remarkable performances of the two fighters. Deathscythe brother, your prowess indeed lives up to its reputation. I, Lei Fengta, am impressed, Lei Fengta stated earnestly. Deathscythe, your strength astonishes even an old man like myself, the celestial measure added, equally impressed. Xian Kong smiled lightly. Choosing silence, he knew well that while the duel appeared evenly matched, he had the advantage. After all, his magical energy remained largely intact, while the child was now drained. Moreover, he had many hidden cards yet to play. If he were to fully unleash his potential, well then, since the duel has concluded, I shall take my leave. Xian Kong addressed the crowd before vanishing from sight. Deathscythe brother, until we meet again. Lei Fengta called out. Deathscythe, let us spar again next time. The celestial measure added. Bah, you shameless old man. Hey, no need for insults. After Xian Kong's departure, the crowd began to disperse. Lei CD gazed at Xian Kong's retreating figure, admiration flickering in his eyes. Ah, the new generation surpasses the old, he mused with a sigh as the crowd scattered. Only Elder San and his grandson remained, standing there in a state of bewilderment. Grandfather, how do we get out? The child asked, staring at the now empty surroundings, his gaze vacant. Damn it, Xian Kong. You rascal. This is no game. Elder Sen finally reacted, exploding in frustration. Upon returning to his chamber, Xian Kong raised his head slightly. Perplexed, had he forgotten something? Ah well, time to depart. Why dwell on such matters, he thought. Feeling a weight lift from his mind, he let his body relax, collapsing onto the soft bed. So comfortable, he murmured, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 56. The Misfortunes of Grandfather and Grandson. Brain in emergency shutdown. Are you both well? A young man approached, a teasing smile dancing on his lips. The sound. Elder Sen immediately tensed, lightning crackling around him as he surveyed the area with vigilance. He would not forget that this was the Thunderfire domain, a place for exiling death penalty convicts. To be honest, Elder San was deeply shocked to see so many people still alive within the Thunderfire domain. The young man chuckled, unconcerned as he approached Elder San and his grandson. Crackle! A bolt of lightning shot forth, aimed at the young man. Boom! The lightning struck the ground, sending debris flying and revealing a scorched patch. Is anyone there? Elder Sen wondered, perplexed, for he had clearly heard the sound of footsteps. Who? The young man had indeed felt a moment of tension as the lightning approached, a frightening experience, but he was relieved it had missed. He glanced back at the charred ground left in the wake of the lightning, a smirk playing on his lips. May I ask your identity outside? The young man inquired, standing before Elder San. What is your purpose? Elder Sen felt a surge of unease at the proximity of the young man's aura. So you admit it, do you? The young man wore an eager expression, though this was invisible to Elder San. You cannot wield magical power, only the capabilities of the weapons in your hands, correct? Elder San countered, indirectly answering the question. So, what is your identity outside? The young man pressed again. I am the current Hero Hall's third elder. Elder Sen deliberately slowed his speech, his mind racing as he sought a way to escape. The Thunderfire domain was rampant with lightning. They could not summon magical energy to resist it or have survived this long. Their weapons must have the ability to withstand or evade the thunder. The person before him could obscure others' perceptions and ignore the lightning's attacks. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say. Elder San was certain that his bolt of lightning had indeed been directed at this individual. Thinking this, he surmised that the opponent could render their body incorporeal, yet this did not explain the footsteps he had heard. Never mind, let's take a gamble. With that thought, Elder San threw a punch, devoid of any energy, relying solely on the power of his physical body. The young man's expression froze, quickly giving way to uncontrollable laughter. Ha! How absurd. You think such a clumsy tactic can touch me? Gritting his teeth, Elder Sen felt a flicker of success. At the moment his fist struck out, he sensed he had made contact with something. But that sensation vanished in an instant, leaving only emptiness. Elder Sen speculated that perhaps the opponent's weapon could obscure vision and switch between immunity to physical attacks and energy attacks. Enough, Elder San. We'll meet again. I hope you're prepared to face our retaliation. The young man seemed to sense Elder San's intentions and swiftly retreated. Grandfather, what should we do? The child stood frozen, lacking the composure of Elder San. Feeling panic in the face of an unseen enemy. It's fine. Elder San comforted as he ruffled his grandson's hair. Elder Sen fell silent. That rascal Xian Kong had brought them here using spatial laws. So how would they leave? Elder Sen sought the exit of the Thunderfire domain, but was lost as to their current position. That if he moved recklessly, they could easily stray further from the exit. Elder Sen inhaled sharply, the situation proving quite troublesome. Damn Xian Kong, still such a naive fool. Elder Sen cursed inwardly. Playing games is one thing, but this was no trivial matter. After venting his frustrations internally, Elder Sen obediently began searching for an exit. Given the omnipresent thunder, he attempted to communicate with the heavenly lightning through his own body. Moments later, he grunted softly, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. Damn it, this is no ordinary thunder. What a monstrous flood. Merely attempting to communicate has resulted in a backlash. As the third elder grumbled, he cast a glance at his grandson beside him, contemplating the scene of his grandson wielding the thunder to his advantage. The third elder found himself in a state of bewilderment. It seemed the child sensed his grandfather's confusion and quietly attempted to give it a try. Alas, as expected, the child immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Grandpa, I tried my best, but this thunder is not the same as before during our duel. If the thunder then was akin to a docile little beast, now it resembles the most primal and ferocious of predators, overbearing and unreasonable." Hearing this, the third elder nodded, his gaze drifting toward the distant sky, observing the ominous rumblings of thunder, plunging once more into deep thought. The reason for his distant gaze was not because the view was more appealing, but rather due to his ailing back, preventing him from tilting his head too much. Could it be that someone is suppressing the thunder? This thought surfaced, causing the third elder to involuntarily gasp. Is such an existence truly capable of being subdued merely by wielding a weapon? The third elder was secretly astonished. With the only method now rendered ineffective, he found himself at a loss. All he could do was take things one step at a time. If fortune favored him, they might escape, but if not— Hiss! Once more, the third elder gasped. He dared not imagine that unseen individual harbored evident hostility towards him. In this vast realm of thunder and fire, he was certain he was not the only one facing hostility from outsiders. Hiss! Again, he inhaled sharply. Hiss! His teeth felt cold. The third elder felt numb. Surely, his set of good teeth would not be lost to this chill. Right? He sensed he had inhaled every bit of cold air in his lifetime. Alas, the third elder found a different way to express his astonishment, exhaling warm breath that slightly warmed his teeth. "Let us go, my dear grandson." The third elder clasped his hands behind his back and beckoned to the child beside him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The third elder, able to draw upon his internal magic to withstand the thunder, did not appear overly distressed. However, his clothing had become extensively charred, with holes appearing in various places. Even a beggar would exclaim in admiration, "Professional, Grandpa, I'm hungry," the child said weakly. "Just hold on a little longer. I have a feeling we shall soon be free." The third elder could only offer such consolation. The child nodded earnestly. "Xian Kong, why have you summoned the emergency meeting?" The grand elder, seated in the foremost position, spoke in a nonchalant manner. His gaze subtly swept across the assembly, noting the absence of the third elder, which stirred a wave of disdain within him directed at Xian Kong. "Grand elder, why isn't the third elder here?" Xian Kong inquired, having also noticed the empty seat belonging to the third elder. TSK. The grand elder's disdain for Xian Kong intensified. Initially, it was due to the latter's ruthless methods, but now it was because of his feigned innocence. The grand elder's voice was not discreet, and nearly all present, including Xian Kong, overheard. Xian Kong's mind engaged in an emergency halt, rapidly reviewing his memories to ensure he had overlooked nothing. Suddenly, he gasped in realization. It seemed the third elder. Chapter 57. Departure. The grand elder's ambition. Apologies. I must excuse myself. As Xian Kong's memory sharpened, he hurriedly invoked spatial laws, vanishing from his seat, in the realm of thunder and fire. Space warped, and a figure materialized out of thin air, though not by shattering the void. "Thundermaster, are you there?" Xian Kong called into the emptiness. In the next moment, a satisfied voice responded, "Very good. You've made progress." Thundermaster appeared before Xian Kong, nodding slightly. "Speak. Are you here to find that grandfather and grandson duo?" Thundermaster wore an expression of understanding. "Yes, you've seen them? Haven't you?" Xian Kong inquired, assuming a matter-of-fact tone. "Indeed, that little fellow has held out remarkably well for 3 days," Thundermaster praised. "Where are they now?" Xian Kong asked impatiently. "Right behind you," Thundermaster replied with a mysterious smile. Xian Kong swiftly turned, and upon glancing back, he felt the space shift. Behind the previously empty backdrop, he indeed saw the grandfather and grandson trudging forward, the child clinging to the third elder's arm. Hoping to alleviate some of his burden, both appeared utterly exhausted. Realizing this, Xian Kong turned back to where Thundermaster had stood, only to find the terrain had indeed transformed, and Thundermaster had vanished without a trace. "Are you all right?" Xian Kong hurriedly approached, awkwardly inquiring. The third elder, perplexed, slowly raised his head. Upon seeing Xian Kong, he stood frozen in place. You finally made it." The third elder gasped after much effort, ultimately managing to utter that single statement. Third elder, the Heroes' Hall is in session. I've come to escort you back." Xian Kong clarified his purpose. Good. Let us hurry." The third elder, now unconcerned with past relations, nodded vigorously. Xian Kong placed a hand on the shoulders of both the third elder and the child. And in the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped them, transporting the trio to the entrance of the Heroes' Hall. "Grandson, you wait over there for a moment. I'll pay after I come out," the third elder explained, pointing to a nearby restaurant, gently nudging the child down. "Goodbye, Grandpa." The child's eyes sparkled upon seeing the restaurant and immediately scurried over. "Let us proceed." The third elder turned, facing the Heroes' Hall. Stepping forward with resolute strides, Xian Kong quietly followed behind, the two entering the hall in succession. The atmosphere inside was solemn. Upon the third elder's return, everyone cast respectful glances his way. The third elder nodded slightly, acknowledging their greetings, and then, accompanied by Xian Kong, slowly walked toward the conference chamber. The elders had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the third elder, they all rose to greet him. The third elder smiled and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to sit down before taking his place at the table. The third elder could not help but feel a wave of relief, having been unable to sit or lie down in the realm of thunder and fire. This feeling was truly a long-lost comfort. "Now that everyone is present, Xian Kong, what do you have to say?" The grand elder, noting that the third elder bore no visible injuries, merely appearing fatigued and somewhat depleted of magic, set aside his disdain for Xian Kong. Eager to conclude the meeting so that the third elder could rest, "I wish to venture out and explore," Xian Kong stated earnestly. "Xian Kong, you are still young." The grand elder cautioned, "I am quite strong." Xian Kong replied nonchalantly. As his words fell, black flames erupted, the scythe of death materialized, and a black cloak enveloped him, instilling fear of death that reverberated throughout the assembly. The most shocking thing to the elders was that Xian Kong emanated an aura that distinctly suggested he had reached the semi-divine realm. Silence, a prolonged silence. "Very well," the grand elder finally spoke. Though he added, "But do not venture into the Black Demon Sea. That place is exceedingly treacherous." Xian Kong nodded in agreement. As the meeting concluded, the elders lingered, quietly seated, their gazes fixed on the spot where Xian Kong had just departed. "What do you all think?" the grand elder slowly inquired, his gaze subtly darting toward the third elder. The remaining elders shared a knowing look, turning their attention toward the third elder. "Why are you all looking at me? I am not involved." The third elder spread his hands, equally bewildered. Just a few days prior, Xian Kong had been engaged in a fierce struggle with his grandson, and now he had already broken through to the semi-divine realm. It was simply inhuman, this. The elders exchanged glances. Chapter 57, Departure, continued. "Perhaps we should re-evaluate Xian Kong's strength," one elder pondered aloud. "Indeed, his rate of progress is astonishing. We must keep pace with him." Another elder concurred. "What should we do next? Shall we continue with our previous plans?" The third elder queried. "The plan remains unchanged, but we must accelerate our progress." The grand elder's eyes glimmered with determination. "Xian Kong has already revealed his potential. We cannot allow him to slip from our grasp, but he has now reached the semi-divine realm. How can we still control him?" The third elder expressed his concerns. "What of the semi-divine realm? As long as we unite our strength, he remains no match for us," the grand elder asserted confidently. "Moreover, we still have our trump cards." "Trump cards? You mean?" The third elder's eyes brightened. "Precisely. That is our ultimate weapon." The grand elder nodded slightly. "Now, what we must do is expedite our plans, and then what?" The third elder pressed. "Then we shall witness the moment of miracles." The grand elder's eyes sparkled with fervor. "We will create a new world. A new world." The elders murmured in unison, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning. Just then, a voice rang out. "What are you discussing? What new world?" The assembly turned to see Xian Kong standing at the entrance of the conference chamber, wearing a puzzled expression. "Nothing, just idle chatter," the grand elder replied with a faint smile, attempting to deflect. However, Xian Kong was not so easily dismissed. "Idle chatter? I believe I just heard something about a new world." "What is that?" "That was merely a jest," another elder interjected, trying to smooth things over. "We were just joking. Do not take it to heart. A jest, you say?" A hint of skepticism flickered in Xian Kong's eyes. But he did not press further. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the elders exchanging bewildered glances. Shortly after his departure, a figure suddenly materialized within the grand hall. "I heard everything you just discussed. What is this new world you speak of? Tell me." The urgency in the figure's tone suggested an insatiable curiosity for this so-called new world. "Not again," Just as Shinkong leaves, another arrives. The elders nearly cursed in frustration. Yet, in an instant, they composed themselves, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the newcomer, their hearts sinking. "Who are you?" the Grand Elder inquired warily, scrutinizing the sudden apparition. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that your previous conversation piqued my interest." The figure slowly approached the elders, each step seemingly imbued with an unexplainable pressure. "What exactly do you intend to do?" the third elder could not help but ask, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "What do I intend to do? I merely wish to see what makes the new world you speak of so extraordinary." The figure finally stood before the elders, revealing a face that was unfamiliar yet inexplicably familiar to them. Chapter 58. The invitation to act. Could it be that you are? The Grand Elder's eyes widened suddenly, as if grasping something dreadful. "Indeed, I am precisely the person you have in mind." The figure smiled faintly, a hint of mockery lacing the words. "It seems my reputation still holds some weight after all these years. Why have you come here?" The third elder struggled to maintain his composure, though his voice trembled involuntarily. "Why am I here? Is that even a question?" "Naturally, I am drawn by your intriguing plans," the figure replied nonchalantly. "However, it appears your scheme is not quite refined enough." What do you want?" Fear tinged the Grand Elder's voice, as he sensed the other's intentions. "What do I want? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm." The figure waved a hand dismissively, signaling for them to relax. "I simply wish to join your endeavor." "Join our endeavor? What do you mean?" the third elder asked, perplexed. "My meaning is quite straightforward. I wish to become part of your plan." The figure elucidated. "I am most intrigued by this new world, and I wish to witness how you intend to create it." "But what is your purpose? Why do you wish to do this?" the Grand Elder queried, ever vigilant. "My purpose? You need not concern yourselves with that." The figure smiled enigmatically. "Just know that my interest in the new world is sufficient." Are you threatening us?" The third elder's voice was laced with indignation. "Threatening? No, I am not threatening you." The figure waved a hand again. "I merely wish to express my sincerity." "Sincerity? Is your sincerity in coercing us to permit your involvement?" The Grand Elder challenged. No, you misunderstand. I am not coercing you. I am merely offering you an opportunity." "An opportunity? What sort of opportunity?" the third elder inquired. "An opportunity for your plan to succeed," the figure replied. "I can assist you in making your endeavor more perfect." "Why would you help us?" the Grand Elder asked, still skeptical. "Because I have my own objectives, and your plans happen to align with my goals," the figure explained. "What are those objectives?" the third elder pressed further. However, the figure remained silent, only offering a mysterious smile. "Well, that is something you need not know. Just be aware that my interest in the new world is enough." Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared resolve in one another's eyes. "Think carefully. I am quite the villain." The figure smiled slightly, a glint of madness in their gaze. "Very well. Shall we swear an oath upon our souls?" The Grand Elder rose, directing his gaze toward the figure. "As you wish." The figure's tone was flippant, seemingly unconcerned with the binding nature of the soul oath. The Grand Elder prepared to draft the soul contract. The figure raised a hand to halt him. "What about them?" The figure pointed at the remaining elders. "They are not worthy yet," the Grand Elder scoffed. "Even insects can impact the plan. They cannot be overlooked." The figure said earnestly, clearly understanding the Grand Elder's intentions. "Fine." The Grand Elder gritted his teeth but had no choice but to acquiesce. The soul contract was established, forging a tenuous connection between the elders and the figure. "May our collaboration be fruitful," the figure exclaimed cheerfully before vanishing, the spatial disturbance dissipating in an instant. "May our collaboration be fruitful, Hall Master." The Grand Elder gazed into the void, his tone filled with displeasure. "Humph." He waved his sleeve and returned to his seat. "Grand Elder, why has he returned?" the third elder asked weakly. "Hasn't he been missing for 27 years? "Not him. The aura is different," the Grand Elder replied. "But that I do not know." Shinkong had already exited the human city, glancing back at the grand and magnificent city gates, which seemed to separate two worlds. The new world, does it aspire to emulate the winged heavens? Shinkong pondered, reflecting on the elder's words. That he shook his head vigorously, banishing such thoughts, and recentered his mind, gazing out at the vast expanse of the world. "Behold me, flying scythe in the heavens." With a thought, Shinkong summoned the ghost scythe, then shouted with fervor, the ghost scythe transformed into a streak of black light, soaring towards the sky. Indeed, it was the sky. With another thought, Xiankong ascended into the air, surveying the surroundings until he spotted a floating island. It was Dream Island. Xiankong hurled the ghost scythe towards the main island as the scythe approached. He concentrated, vanishing from his original spot, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared beside the ghost scythe, firmly grasping it as he descended to the ground. As Xiankong's feet touched the earth, an invisible ripple spread out, swiftly traversing the entire main island and then cascading along the floating stones to the smaller islands. "Who goes there?" a voice echoed. Infused with a magical quality that compelled Xiankong to submit to its will. "Xiankong, do you still remember your superpowered brother?" Xiankong turned towards the source of the voice, though the figure was unseen. He could distinctly sense an aura present that I remember. Upon hearing this, the superpowered individual manifested, and the remaining 4 island masters flew out from their respective islands, evoking a wave of envy within Xiankong. "What brings you here?" Aishin stepped forward, attempting to meet Xiankong's gaze, but, for reasons unknown, lowered her head slightly. "That it has been a long time. I missed you, so I came," Xiankong replied half-jokingly, causing the others to feel a surge of tension. "By the way, how is Dream Island still intact? According to the timeline, it shouldn't be here. There has been an issue on the mainland. A certain area below has been absorbing all types of energy, rendering the stellar dream power unusable. But now, that has changed," Aishin explained. Xiankong pondered deeply. The place Aishin referred to was likely the Black Magic Sea, which, according to rumor, had emerged in recent decades, aligning perfectly with Aishin's account. "Aishin, do you have any contact with Momo?" Xiankong asked. "Yes, because Dream Island cannot vanish. Momo often comes to see me." Aishin nodded. Xiankong was taken aback. "Momo can fly?" Aishin sounded puzzled upon hearing Xiankong's question. "Isn't floating simple for all in the third form?" "Momo is exceptionally gifted, which is why she can fly." Xiankong felt even more envious. Compared to other races, aside from their rapid cultivation speed, the human race was simply indescribable. "Aishin, can you leave Dream Island for a while?" Xiankong asked, regaining his composure. "Probably not for too long. The absorption of dream power requires our energy to drive it." Aishin hesitated for a moment before responding. "That's good. Aishin, I want you to help me put on a show." Xiankong grinned mischievously. "All right." Aishin agreed. Thereafter, the 5 island masters filled their stays with energy, and Aishin temporarily departed from the island. "Superpowered, why aren't you angry anymore?" Arsu joked. "I am magnanimous. Why should I be upset?" Magnanimous. I wonder who was so furious back then that they nearly killed someone. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Chapter 59. Evolution, Reciprocity, and the Pinnacle of Demigods. "Xiankong, how do you intend to perform?" Aishin asked as the two departed Dream Island, her curiosity piqued by Xiankong's plan. "I wish for it to unfold like this." Xiankong whispered his strategy, and Aishin's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Is that feasible?" She expressed concern, unaware of Xiankong's relationship with Momo, fearing that this jest had gone too far. "How can we know without trying?" Xiankong replied confidently, adding, "Besides, we have this." He produced a gem that shimmered with light. A treasure they had previously obtained during an adventure, capable of altering the holder's aura. "All right, let us proceed according to your plan." Aishin ultimately consented. "Thank you, Aishin." Xiankong beamed. After leaving Dream Island, Xiankong and Aishin did not immediately head to XX Village. Instead, they journeyed to the Black Magic Sea. Xiankong navigated towards the Black Magic Sea based on the human-drawn map of the mainland, not because the system's map was lacking, but because there was no record of the Black Magic Sea on it. This road, this scenery, feels somewhat familiar. As Xiankong journeys towards the Black Demon Sea, an inexplicable sense of familiarity envelopes him. Opting to abandon his flight and walk instead, the pace slows, and that feeling intensifies. Given that Xiankong and his companion are already near the Black Demon Sea, it is but a moment before they behold the turbulent black mist ahead. As they approach, the rolling black vapor is silent. A stillness pervading the air, reminiscent of a desolate world at the edge of oblivion. Xiankong unfurls his Wuxiang domain, extending his consciousness into the Black Demon Sea, seeking any signs of life, yet he encounters only an expanse of void. A chill rushes from his feet to the crown of his head, as if this black mist serves as a portal to another realm. Xiankong instinctively takes a step back, yet curiosity compels him to press forward. Tentatively, he extends his hand to touch the enigmatic black mist, only to feel a sharp sting at his fingertips. He retracts his hand abruptly, noting that his fingertips have turned pitch black. Realizing the corrosive nature of this mist, Xian Kong resolves to maintain his distance. He begins to scrutinize the fluctuations of the black mist, attempting to discern its patterns. However, despite his diligent observation, it remains constant, devoid of any discernible rhythm, as if it were an eternal enigma. Confusion and fear begin to creep into Xian Kong's heart, yet an inexplicable excitement stirs within him. He understands he may be on the brink of an unprecedented challenge, one he is willing to embrace. For he knows that only through this will he unveil the secrets of the Black Demon Sea. Taking a deep breath, he prepares himself to confront the unknown. With a thought, a black cloak materializes, enveloping him entirely, while black flames flicker in his hands, slowly coalescing into a massive black scythe. Xian Kong steadily raises the scythe, aiming it towards the black mist before him. With a swift motion, a gaping chasm suddenly appears. Tendrils of black mist silently seeping into the scythe. This should suffice, Xian Kong murmurs to himself, stepping forward to enter the Black Demon Sea. Wait. Aishin halts him, conjuring a staff that floats before her, its heart-shaped gem shimmering faintly. Enveloping Xian Kong in a strange energy, a translucent pink shield gradually constricts until it fits snugly against his form. Observing closely, Xian Kong notices a soft pink glow emanating from his body, instilling a peculiar sensation within him. Xian Kong glances down at himself, perplexed at a purification shield. Perhaps it could be useful. Be cautious, Aishin advises. Xian Kong nods, a warm current swelling within him, but he realizes that Aishin is supporting him in her own way, providing protection. Thank you, Xian Kong says sincerely, then turns to face the Black Demon Sea, ready to proceed. Aishin smiles gently, offering no further words. The ominous black mist fills Aishin with a sense of foreboding. The power of Dream Island requires her energy, and she cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. All she can do is lend her modest strength to help Xian Kong achieve his aspirations. Taking a deep breath, Xian Kong raises the scythe once more, this time without hesitation, stepping boldly into the Black Demon Sea. Upon entering, he feels a potent corrosive force attempting to erode his body, but it is thwarted by Aishin's purification shield. Here, darkness reigns, the ground exuding a mysterious blackness that radiates an ominous aura. Xian Kong treads cautiously through the black mist, striving to uncover any potential clues. Minutes tick by as he ventures deeper into the Black Demon Sea, the desolation around him unyielding, devoid of life. He observes that the black mist seems to possess a form of consciousness, actively assaulting intruders, with its ferocity escalating the further one penetrates. Nevertheless, Xian Kong remains undaunted. His black cloak appears to offer some resistance against the mist's onslaught, albeit subtly, providing a modicum of assurance. At the heart of the sea stands a towering tree, entirely blackened, its branches adorned with dark red leaves, twisting wildly. Faces seem to emerge from the trunk, creating an eerie spectacle. Xian Kong gazes at the grotesque fissures in the trunk, a flicker of realization washing over him. This seems to be his doing. Approaching the strange tree, he notices several fruits hidden among the dark red leaves. Xian Kong steels himself, summoning all the power at his disposal, and with a sweeping strike, he widens the gaping fissures, leaving only a few strands of tissue connecting them. Were it a normal tree, it would have crumbled by now, yet this peculiar tree stands resilient. The fruits appear to be dislodged by the shockwave of his attack. Rolling across the ground, Xian Kong's eyes glimmer with white light, the power of space drawing the fruits closer to him, the black mist swirling around them as if they were tangible objects. Analyzing. Unknown. Xian Kong shakes his head, raising his hand to destroy the fruits, but his secondary consciousness intervenes. Wait, I can eliminate the side effects of the fruits. They are rare treasures. At this, Xian Kong places his trust in his secondary consciousness, silently storing the fruits in a separate dimension. Just then, the black cloak and scythe undergo a transformation, the surging black mist being devoured by both, the once silent space now resonating with a howling sound. Black cloak, evolvable. Scythe, evolvable. With a thought, Xian Kong activates the two icons. Moments later, the system presents another notification. Evolution successful. Black cloak, nether cloak. Scythe, nether scythe. Commencing feedback. Xian Kong feels his strength surging. The energy of a newly ascended demigod intensifying as his power stabilizes. He realizes he has ascended to the ranks of the pinnacle demigods. Feedback successful. Enjoy your experience. Xuankong's gaze lingers on the system panel, eager to understand the reasons behind the evolution of the Black Cloak and Scythe. Evolution reason, nourished by nether energy. Ah, Xiankong suddenly recalls. This is where the Black Mist first invaded him years ago. He ponders why he had forgotten this place. The Black Demon Sea must have some force preventing him from entering. Xiankong reflects on how his secondary consciousness seemed to deter him from coming here before. But why? He is unsure. In his heart, he has always found his secondary consciousness reliable. Be wary of the other you. Xinyan's words echo in his mind, yet Xiankong brushes them aside. He is unwilling to doubt his secondary consciousness based solely on this. Chapter 60. The nether demon body, the enigma of his amnesia, must be set aside for now. This nether energy is formidable. Back then, a trace of it invaded him, and he wonders if Dishi Tian and the others have found a solution. Gradually distancing himself from the strange tree, Xiankong emerges from the Black Demon Sea, gazing at the azure sky, his emotions beyond words that he scans his surroundings, yet Aishin is nowhere to be found, filling him with concern. Upon reflection, he realizes that the location he occupies differs from when he entered. Has he lost his way in the Black Demon Sea? He recalls consistently moving in one direction. Xiankong ponders this while traversing the periphery of the Black Demon Sea in search of her. Minutes turn into tens, and after a while, he finds himself back at the spot he just exited, staring at the familiar scene. Xiankong is bewildered. Wait, where is Aishin? A sense of unease washes over him, and he glances at the roiling nether mist, resolutely re-entering. Clad in the nether cloak and wielding the nether scythe, his form nearly melds with the Black Demon Sea, save for the dark red hue of the scythe. This time, entering the Black Demon Sea feels far less uncomfortable, likely due to the nether cloak, which greatly enhances his visibility compared to the last foray. Xiankong wanders aimlessly, scouring the entire expanse of the Black Demon Sea. Yet Aishin remains elusive. This is bad. Aishin isn't by the strange tree, is she? Panic surges within him, and he suddenly realizes he has not encountered the eerie tree throughout his extensive search. Xiankong vigorously swings the nether scythe, stirring the dispersing nether mist. Over time, the mist begins to gather in a more organized manner, coalescing around Xiankong to form a small vortex. Upon closer inspection, he senses a subtle distinction in a specific direction. The gathering mist encounters a slight resistance. Xiankong quickens his pace, heading towards this sensation, hoping to locate the strange tree. His anxiety deepens, fearing for Aishin's safety. Within the Black Demon Sea, Xiankong weaves through the mist, searching for traces of the strange tree. Suddenly, a powerful surge of nether energy emanates from ahead, prompting him to hasten his steps. At last, Xiankong spots the towering strange tree, standing silently in the heart of the Black Demon Sea. As if awaiting something, a surge of joy fills his heart, and he races towards it. However, upon reaching the tree, the sight before him leaves him astounded. There lies Aishin at the base of the tree, pallid and barely breathing. Aishin, Xiankong exclaims, rushing to her side and cradling her in his arms, that he feels her faint breath, a wave of terror crashing over him. How could this happen? Aishin, hold on. I will save you. I promise. His heart aches painfully, clutching Aishin tightly, tears welling in his eyes. At his call, Aishin slowly opens her eyes, and upon seeing Xiankong, a faint, fragile smile graces her lips. You came to— Don't speak. I will get you out of here. Xiankong whispers, preparing to carry her away. However, just as they are about to leave, a formidable surge of nether energy erupts from the strange tree, blocking their path. Xiankong's expression shifts, realizing they have encountered grave trouble. It seems we must first address this predicament before we can escape. Xiankong spoke in a deep voice, gripping the ghostly scythe tightly in his hand. Several demonic forms gradually coalesced, existing in a state of half-reality, devoid of any trace of sentience in their eyes. With unwavering resolve, Xiankong prepared to engage these manifestations, born from the essence of the netherworld, in a fierce battle to the death. The demonic entities seemed to act without awareness, instinctively launching attacks against Xiankong. Despite enduring numerous assaults, these entities could swiftly regenerate their severed limbs, showing no sign of diminished combat effectiveness. However, Xiankong keenly detected a subtle shift. Their restored fighting capability appeared to have waned. The demonic form seemed to grow increasingly ephemeral, though the change was not overtly apparent, leaving Xian Kong uncertain of its validity. Yet, another discovery filled him with hope. Each time the ghostly scythe accurately struck a demonic form, the nether energy emanating from it was immediately absorbed by the scythe. Additionally, the ghostly cloak he wore could capture the escaping nether energy from the demonic entities. If his initial observation held true, then he could indeed exhaust these beings. As long as he continued to absorb their nether energy, he might weaken them until they were utterly vanquished. As the battle progressed, Xian Kong's strategy began to yield results. After an intense exchange, the final demonic form dissipated into nothingness under the precise strike of the ghostly scythe, its nether energy completely consumed. With the dissolution of these entities, the enigmatic tree also appeared affected. Its power diminished, and the fluctuations of nether energy lessened significantly. The atmosphere on the battlefield transformed. The once dense nether energy enveloping the land became slightly more tenuous, though still discomfortingly potent. We must go. Xian Kong draped the ghostly cloak over Ai Xine and then hoisted her onto his back, ensuring that the cloak barely covered both of them. Seizing the opportunity presented by the weakened enigmatic tree, Xian Kong swiftly departed from the Black Demon Sea. They hurried onward until they reached a relatively safe location, where Xian Kong gently set Ai Xine down to commence her treatment. "How do you feel?" he inquired with concern. Ai Xine managed a feeble smile. "I'm fine, just a bit weak." After a pause, she added, "Thank you, Xian Kong. Don't say such foolish things. You are my partner, and I shall always protect you." Xian Kong replied tenderly to his words. Ai Xine regarded him for a moment, and whether in jest or sincerity, she responded, Understood, Master Ai Xine. Please don't say that. It makes me quite embarrassed," Xian Kong stammered, momentarily taken aback, and then awkwardly turned his head aside. In any case, let us move quickly. Perhaps Di Shirtian has a way to eliminate the nether energy entirely, Xian Kong stated earnestly, realizing that his earlier treatment had merely involved the ghostly scythe consuming the absorbable nether energy, and he remained uncertain about any residual traces. "It's a pity about the scene you had planned, Master," Ai Xine said with a bittersweet smile. "There's no need for regret. It was merely a fleeting whim. Your well-being is what truly matters." Xian Kong gently shook his head. Understood, Ai Xine replied, but then her expression fell, as if lost in thought. "Let us go," Xian Kong said, crouching down to offer his back to Ai Xine. After a moment of hesitation, she attempted to rise but faltered, collapsing to the ground. "How can I feel so weak?" Xian Kong thought, rising to assist her, and he instinctively lifted Ai Xine onto his back. A fragrant aroma wafted into his senses, causing Xian Kong to flinch. He had been so hasty in his earlier flight that he had failed to notice. However, he also realized with discomfort that Ai Xine's feet were nearly brushing the ground. At just over 7 years of age, he found himself much shorter than he wished, and the thought of facing MOMO in the near future made him aware that even utilizing the juvenile domain would not suffice. P.S. Seeking opinions, feel free to critique. Chapter 61. The First Kiss. Xian Kong, bearing Ai Xine upon his back, hurried to XX Village without a moment's hesitation, striding directly to Uncle Di Shirtian's treehouse. Along the way, many onlookers noticed Xian Kong carrying an unfamiliar female figure, their faces often reflecting a sense of regret, while some eager souls promptly relayed the news to MOMO Uncle Di Shirtian. "She has been tainted by the nether energy. I performed a basic expulsion. Please check for any remaining traces." Xian Kong gently nudged the treehouse door open with his shoulder, explaining his purpose to Di Shirtian. Upon hearing this, Di Shirtian lowered Ai Xine from Xian Kong's back, casting a shadowy, inscrutable gaze upon him. He then slowly produced a white orb, employing spatial principles to guide it closer to Ai Xine's form. After encircling her, the orb showed no signs of change. Observing this, Di Shirtian retracted the orb, shaking his head slightly as he rose, speaking deliberately, "Rest assured, she is unharmed." That is a relief, Xian Kong exhaled. Feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, Di Shirtian, noticing this, regarded him with an even more intriguing expression. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door, accompanied by a melodious voice. "Uncle Di Shirtian. Is Xian Kong in there?" Creak. The treehouse door opened softly, revealing a fiery figure at the entrance. MOMO peeked inside, her gaze locking onto Xian Kong, and a captivating smile graced her face as she rushed towards him. Heedless of the others present, midway through her movement, Momo felt an unseen force gently halt her progress. Looking to Di Shirtian, she noticed him subtly shaking his head while retracting his spatial power. With the resistance dissipated, Momo turned to Xian Kong, her confusion apparent as she detected no abnormalities. Xian Kong, equally perplexed, watched Momo, unsure of why she had suddenly stopped. Momo felt bewildered, unable to comprehend why Di Shirtian had intervened. Sighing, Di Shirtian regarded Xian Kong, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Xian Kong, what is your relationship with her? He inquired, gesturing towards Momo husband and wife. Xian Kong replied without hesitation, casting a puzzled glance at Di Shirtian. Unsure of the reason behind his question, while responding, he sought insight from Momo, hoping to discern the cause of the unusual atmosphere. Yet, Momo merely shook her head slightly, equally oblivious to the situation. Sensing that Di Shirtian was acting rather strangely today, Di Shirtian momentarily faltered, unsure how to steer the conversation towards AI Xine, instead exchanging glances between Momo and AI Xine. Following Di Shirtian's gaze, Momo spotted AI Xine slumped in a chair. A pang of concern struck Momo's heart as she quickly approached AI Xine, observing her weakened state. AI Xine, what happened to you? She asked with genuine worry. I'm fine, just a bit tired. AI Xine managed a faint smile, though the energy drained from the nether energy's previous influence still lingered within her. Xian Kong, you must be honest. Momo glared at Xian Kong. We went to the Black Demon Sea together, and then things happened, and now she's like this, Xian Kong confessed, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had he not brought AI Xine down from Dream Island to see the fabled Black Demon, she would not have been tainted by the nether energy. What were you doing there? Momo questioned, her tone laced with reproach. This is not Xian Kong's fault. I was waiting at the periphery when I inadvertently became trapped. AI Xine interjected swiftly, eager to defend Xian Kong and prevent any escalation. Upon hearing AI Xine's words, the reproach in Momo's eyes softened somewhat, though she still regarded Xian Kong with lingering dissatisfaction. She understood that while Xian Kong could not bear the full blame, as AI Xine's close confidant, he must shoulder some responsibility for her current frailty. All right, let us put this matter to rest, Di Shirtian declared, observing the three of them with a hint of resignation. He truly did not understand the relationship between AI Xine and Momo, and witnessing Xian Kong's evident anxiety for a female had led him to certain assumptions. Ultimately, what was done, and pursuing it further held little merit. Momo nodded gently, realizing that the event had transpired, and there was no value in dwelling on it. AI Xine, your condition is quite fragile. You must rest properly. Di Shirtian urged, his tone now imbued with concern, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference. Yes, I understand, AI Xine replied softly, truly lacking the strength to continue, and in need of proper recuperation. Very well, you two should also return to rest. I will notify you when AI Xine has recovered, Di Shirtian said, his voice tinged with fatigue as he regarded Xian Kong and Momo. Exchanging a glance, Xian Kong and Momo exited the treehouse in unison. Thud. Upon returning to Momo's room, she swiftly closed the door, sealing off the outside world. Xian Kong, observing Momo, who stood considerably taller than him, immediately retracted the thought of embracing her from behind. The mere idea felt disjointed in his mind. Momo turned. Her breathtaking visage captured Xian Kong's attention, and he found himself lost in her gaze until she enveloped him in her arms. Stirring him from his reverie. As he felt himself enveloped in softness, a delightful fragrance assailed his senses, and Xian Kong was once again entranced. Momo, you smell wonderful. I wish to savor it, he uttered impulsively. Caught in the moment. As Momo heard these words, her ears involuntarily flushed with crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to have made up her mind, a newfound determination glimmering in her eyes. In the next instant, Xian Kong's heart raced unexpectedly, his pupils dilating as he felt the softness enveloping his lips, compelling him to shut his eyes instinctively. Their lips brushed together gently, sending a jolt akin to electricity coursing through their bodies, causing both to shudder slightly. At that moment, time appeared to stand still, the world around them fading into a blur, leaving only the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. Xian Kong's mind became a blank slate, filled solely with Momo's fragrance and the tender sensation that filled him with indescribable joy and contentment. Finally, they parted, yet their gazes were thick with love and longing. Momo's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. her eyes sparkling with shyness and happiness, while Xian Kong felt his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his chest. Momodati called softly, drawing closer once more. All right, that's enough for today. Momo said, lowering her head bashfully, the blush still lingering on her face. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong felt a twinge of disappointment, his eyes flickering with brightness before dimming, ultimately conceding with a reluctant Tomorrow we'll continue. Momo sensed Xian Kong's dismay and hastily suggested, her voice dwindling to a whisper until it was barely audible. Xian Kong began to look forward to it, wishing he could fast forward to the next day. It's the first time, our first kiss. Xian Kong chuckled to himself, while Momo shared his glee, albeit with less overt enthusiasm. Chapter 62. The Parting Letter of Love Speak. What exactly is the situation? Momo inquired, regaining her composure with a hint of annoyance. Xian Kong, still lost in the reverie of their recent kiss, was momentarily caught off guard. It's like this. He recounted everything that transpired since he left the human city in meticulous detail. In truth, he was unsure which aspect Momo was inquiring about, so he shared all that he thought relevant. So you originally planned to head to the Black Demon Sea first, then come back to play tricks on us? Momo pondered, her head bowed in thought. Yes, more or less, Xian Kong nodded. Momo, have you now reached your fourth form? He seized the opportunity to ask eagerly. Xian Kong noticed that Momo, compared to before, had shed her last traces of youth. Exuding an air of grace and elegance, her waist-length hair fell freely, looking anything but disheveled, and her attire accentuated her poise. Most importantly, the two red lotuses on her forehead had transformed into 3 petals. Oh, yes, Momo replied with a nod. Indeed, you have already entered the ranks of demigods, Xian Kong murmured softly, realizing he needed to strive even harder. What? Momo, perhaps intentionally, leaned in closely, almost brushing her ear against Xian Kong's lips. Gazing at her profile so near, Xian Kong couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, then suddenly acted, gently biting her earlobe with precision. Eek, Momo gasped, instinctively pulling back, only to have her head ensnared by Xian Kong's hands. Drawing her back, he nibbled lightly. Then, after a few seconds, extended his tongue to tease her. Momo trembled, her body responding to the stimulation. Xian Kong encircled her neck with his arms, preventing in essence, divinity is birthed from humanity. And a delicate equilibrium between the two must be achieved. Yet, a mere balance seems insufficient, as such equilibrium is easily disrupted. Thus, there remains but one possibility, the essential fusion of divinity and humanity. After a period of intense contemplation, Xian Kong appeared to have an epiphany, raising his gaze to the ethereal figure of Indra, now adorned with a faint golden glow. He was poised to articulate his newfound understanding when a sudden apprehension struck him. Indra must surely be well aware of these matters, for it is known that spirits ascend to divinity through the legacy of their lineage. Moreover, the venerable ones from the battlefield beyond the realms undoubtedly possess knowledge of this method of merging divinity and humanity to achieve ascendance. A wave of frustration washed over Xian Kong. After so much contemplation, it seemed his insights were already known to others. No. Yin and Yang give rise to one another. The Taiji, suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xian Kong's eyes. Regardless of its feasibility, it was certainly preferable to remaining stagnant. Gritting his teeth and summoning resolve, he conveyed his thoughts to Indra. As Indra listened to Xian Kong's somewhat nebulous theories, he felt a resonance with the teachings of his predecessors. Indra, being a formidable figure himself, allowed the burgeoning divinity to accumulate, ultimately withdrawing his resistance to foster its growth. Boom! As divinity flooded his consciousness, Indra felt an overwhelming tumult, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing at that moment. Fissures appearing seemingly from nowhere, swiftly spreading across the entire Sea of Spirits. For those who may have forgotten, the Sea of Spirits refers to the realm where souls dwell. Threads of delicate, pale blue light, emblematic of humanity, emerged from the crevices, slowly encroaching upon the Sea of Spirits, while the golden glow within resisted, rising to counteract. Success. Indra's heart surged with exhilaration. He recalled that the golden glow representing divinity had emerged in a similar fashion. Yet now the roles had reversed. This time, Indra meticulously observed the situation within the Sea of Spirits, and as the golden and pale blue glows neared parity, he swiftly repaired the fissures, subsequently, adhering to Xian Kong's Taiji philosophy. He gradually facilitated the fusion of humanity and divinity. This process persisted for an extended duration, during which Xian Kong languished in the Pure Land, compelled to devote himself to rigorous training. However, having already reached the pinnacle of semi-divinity, the likelihood of further ascendance appeared bleak, for the human race lacks a divine pathway. One must forge their own path to divinity. On this day, as Xian Kong practiced as usual, he suddenly felt the world tilt. And upon regaining his senses, he found himself within the treehouse. Moments later, a figure emerged, exuding an aura of divine majesty that made Xian Kong instinctively yearn to bow in reverence. Yet, whether it was due to Xian Kong's steadfast will or Indra's intentional leniency, he remained upright until the very end. "Congratulations, Uncle Indra, on embarking upon the path of divinity," he said, offering a slight bow, his eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. "Indeed, I owe you my gratitude for your timely enlightenment. Otherwise, I might have become a mere counterfeit god, devoid of true divinity," Indra remarked, his tone laced with a hint of probing curiosity. Uncle Indra, what exactly is a counterfeit god?" Xian Kong feigned ignorance. "You truly do not know?" Indra questioned, incredulous, for if Xian Kong were unaware of such a concept, how could he comprehend the prerequisites for ascension? "I have a friend who has reached the apex of semi-divinity. It was he who enlightened me about the distinction between divinity and humanity." Xian Kong explained earnestly that I believe humanity is innate, while divinity cannot simply manifest from nothingness. Hence, I arrived at my earlier audacious hypothesis, which I merely wished to test. Whether to act upon it or not rests entirely upon your discretion. Apex of semi-divinity, Indra pondered, for he had never heard of such a state. Yet, perhaps it was plausible, considering the human race. It had seemingly always been this way throughout the ages. All right. If you have something to say, do so directly. I trust you are not here solely to seek my guidance," Indra mused, ultimately relinquishing the topic. "Uncle Indra, I wish to venture into the battlefield beyond the realms," Xian Kong declared resolutely. "What do you intend to do there?" "It is a desolate expanse, devoid of anything," Indra replied, furrowing his brow. "I seek to undergo trials there. I have heard tales of endless dark night servants lurking in the shadows." Xian Kong replied, his face alight with hope, nearly wearing his plea upon his countenance. "Very well, but exercise caution. First, go and bid farewell to Momo, lest you vanish without a trace." Indra ultimately acquiesced, yet reminded Xian Kong not to lose track of time. "Thank you, Uncle Indra," Xian Kong responded, his heart brimming with joy. "Now, return. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall allow you to traverse the battlefield beyond the realms. For today, rest and recuperate." Indra waved his hand, ushering Xian Kong from the treehouse. Momentarily taken aback, Xian Kong quickly regained his composure and hurried to Mo's dwelling. Today, he resolved to make up for the missed opportunity to bond, for he knew not when he would return. And it was prudent to leave some lingering thoughts behind. As the saying goes, beautiful things are worth the wait. Thus, holding on to thoughts of the one he awaited became the most beautiful sentiment of all. With a soft click, Xian Kong gently pushed open the door, intending to surprise Momo, only to find the room devoid of her presence. Panic seized him. In his time in the Pure Land, he had neglected to inform Momo. That foolish girl might have gone out in search of him. His heart raced as he dashed out, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Xian Kong scoured the village, and ultimately, he found Momo in a familiar spot. It was the place where he had first arranged to meet her in his previous life, though time had passed. The village had changed in some ways, yet this place remained untouched by the passage of time. Momo sat there, gazing forlornly at the ground, a small cloud of melancholy seemingly gathering above her head. Xian Kong approached quietly, and before Momo could react, he placed a hand gently on her head. As he softly caressed her, he witnessed the tiny cloud of sorrow dissipate, replaced by the radiant warmth of a small sun, its light capable of dispelling all gloom. "Xian Kong, where have you been these past days?" Momo inquired, her face a mask of displeasure, yet the joy in her eyes was undeniable. "I was with Uncle Indra for a while," Xian Kong replied with a smile. "Come, let us return home." I shall let you off this time, but there must not be a next time. If you ever need to leave, you must inform me in advance to spare me the worry," Momo said, opening her arms to indicate that Xian Kong should carry her. Xian Kong beamed, crouching down in anticipation of her ascent. Suddenly feeling the weight on his back, he instinctively pulled his arms back, securing Momo's legs to prevent her from slipping. "Off we go," Xian Kong signaled, making his way toward Momo's home. Chapter 64. Entering the battlefield beyond the realms. Upon returning home, Xian Kong and Momo nestled closely together. savoring the warmth of each other's presence. Xian Kong, did you gain any insights during your visit with Uncle Indra? Mo inquired with curiosity. Xian Kong smiled faintly, sharing the tale of Indra's successful fusion of divinity and humanity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of envy danced in Mo's eyes. She too longed to become a true deity. Xian Kong, I shall be venturing into the battlefield beyond the realms tomorrow, he stated suddenly. Mo stiffened, fully aware of the implications. The battlefield beyond the realms was a perilous arena, rife with danger from both deities and Dark Knight servants. Yet, she understood that this was Xian Kong's decision. And no amount of persuasion would alter his resolve. You must exercise caution. I will be here, awaiting your return, she murmured softly, her gaze filled with tenderness. Xian Kong embraced Mo tightly, sensing her concern, and offered quiet reassurance as he gently patted her back. When I return, I will be safe. Trust me, he whispered in her ear. Mo smiled softly, confident in Xian Kong's promise. The two held each other close, cherishing this final moment of tranquility. As night fell, Xian Kong and Mo shared a peaceful slumber, refraining from any untoward actions. After all, Xian Kong's physical form was still quite youthful. Such matters were still far too premature. At dawn, as the sun cast its crimson glow across the sky, Xian Kong awoke to find himself locked in a gaze with Mo's radiant eyes. Leaning in slowly, he planted a gentle kiss on her lips, the soft sensation instantly banishing the remnants of sleep and quickening his heartbeat. Xian Kong's mind went blank. He was at a loss for words, despite this not being their first encounter of such nature. The audacity of the moment, so early in the morning, left him flustered. Mo. That was a good morning kiss. Mo remained silent, staring blankly at Xian Kong, seemingly still processing what had just transpired. I love you, Xian Kong added hesitantly, fearing she might be upset. Mo, regaining her composure, quickly leaned in, their lips brushing against each other before separating. Good morning kiss, she replied playfully with a mischievous smile. Xian Kong's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by her newfound boldness. He stammered, grappling with an indescribable sensation. However, he soon reassured himself that as a married couple, this was quite normal, wasn't it? He donned his clothes, uncertain of his own thoughts. In reality, Xian Kong had been single for 19 years, and he was, without a doubt, a straight man. This was his first experience, and he found it difficult to comprehend as the sun traversed the sky. Xian Kong made his way to the treehouse to meet Indra. You have arrived. Is everything settled? Indra inquired, seated at the table where a set of beverage vessels lay. Yes, Uncle Indra, let us depart. Xian Kong nodded. No, you go by yourself. I need to stabilize my realm. Di Shirtan slightly shook his head, then stood up and walked towards a more secluded corner of the treehouse. Follow me. Xian Kong was momentarily dazed when Di Shirtan's voice suddenly echoed, pulling him back to reality. Xian Kong hurriedly followed, and the two ultimately stopped before a spatial teleportation array. Step onto it and activate the space laws. You will be able to reach the battlefield beyond the domain. Di Shirtan regarded Xian Kong, enunciating each word with a serious expression. All right. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong immediately stepped onto the teleportation array and began to channel the space laws, the array beneath his feet illuminated with specks of white light. Just a word of caution. Before Di Shirtan could finish, Xian Kong vanished from the teleportation array. When he opened his eyes again, Xian Kong found himself in a dimly lit small room, where several powerful energy fluctuations were rapidly approaching him. This is not good. Di Shirtan, didn't he mention how perilous this place is? Xian Kong's expression turned grave as the dark flames accompanied by the infernal scythe materialized. Whoosh! A sound of tearing air reached Xian Kong's ears. And the next moment, the door of the small room swung open, revealing several figures who advanced with an imposing aura, yet moved with great caution. Who goes there? A commanding voice resonated. Xian Kong involuntarily bowed in worship, even though there was no one before him. Thud! Xian Kong knelt down, the sound echoing clearly in the silent wooden room, causing those present to breathe a sigh of relief. The mere presence of divine might was insufficient to deter them. It seemed that whatever was here was not particularly formidable. What did I tell you? How could the continent possibly fall? We old-timers are still standing. There's no way we would let it be lost. A casual remark, laced with nonchalance. The others nodded in agreement. If they had unleashed their full power from the beginning, this place would have likely turned into a wasteland, and the survival of the teleportation array would have been questionable. Very well, you have a point. Now, let us get down to business. Another voice chimed in. Casual yet tinged with impatience, it appeared that Xian Kong was indeed overly sensitive, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. There was an aura on the continent that he found exceedingly distasteful. Here he is. This little fellow looks like a human an elf, whose stature closely resembled that of Di Shirtian, held Xian Kong by the nape and presented him to the group. Upon hearing that he was of the human race, three of the figures visibly trembled, as if they had recalled something. Hi there. Xian Kong, still dazed, awkwardly raised his hand in greeting to the suddenly appeared figures. Wait! Just as he was about to retract his neck, Xian Kong felt something grip the back of his neck. Upon further inspection, he realized, what the hell? When did my feet leave the ground? It dawned on him that it was not they who had suddenly appeared before him, but rather he who had unexpectedly manifested before them, and he was being held by the neck. Let us talk this out. It was Uncle Di Shirtian who allowed me in. Xian Kong smiled cheerfully on the surface while cursing inwardly. It was all Di Shirtian's fault for not briefing him on the situation. Even though he could guess that they were defenders of the battlefield beyond the domain, he had no idea who was who. Achoo! Achoo! Di Shirtian suddenly sneezed twice, interrupting his thoughts. Did Xian Kong think of me? Di Shirtian mused, slightly frowning as he adjusted his state and resumed his cultivation. Is it true that Di Shirtian permitted your entry? The crowd fell into contemplation, their gazes occasionally flickering towards Xian Kong, trying to discern some flaw, but evidently, Xian Kong displayed no signs of deceit. During this period, after Xian Kong's explanations, the others finally understood the situation. Although they did not fully believe him, they set aside their hostility and retracted their divine might. Xian Kong, meanwhile, did not remain idle. He observed the group before him and noted that the elves present were at least of divine realm. A realization that made him even more cautious. Yes, that's right. Xian Kong nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, fearful that even a hint of hesitation would lead them to suspect him of lying. All right, you may stay temporarily, but do not take any risks. The battlefield beyond the domain is not as simple as you think. Yes, I will be obedient. Xian Kong feigned compliance, inwardly relieved as his entire being relaxed, the tension in his heart finally easing. 002. At this moment, the god of radiant judgment, the ancestor of Momo, sensed the familiar aura emanating from Xian Kong, his tone laced with a hint of anger. Xian Kong was puzzled as a golden humanoid elf scrutinized him, a golden halo suspended behind him, adorned with 6 spear-like protrusions, exuding a sacred aura. Xian Kong met his gaze, and a wave of fear surged within him. His bones creaked under the pressure of the divine might, and he gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance, unwilling to collapse to the ground. Hiss! This is the oppressive force of the divine realm. How utterly unreasonable. It's a challenge just to stand. Divine punishment. Calamity of heaven. The god of radiant judgment unleashed a powerful strike, causing blood to spill from Xian Kong's mouth and nose. As he gazed up at the rapidly forming array above him, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within. Buzz! The intricate array radiating golden light took shape, its power intensifying as boundless energy brewed within it, preparing for a strike that could annihilate the heavens and earth. Xian Kong foresaw his fate. If no one intervened, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Boom! A torrential beam of energy cascaded down, barreling towards Xian Kong. In the alternate space, several fruits pierced through the fabric of reality, instantly shielding him from the oncoming torrent of energy. As time ticked by, the array gradually became ethereal, and the energy beam shrank until it vanished. The fruits, shrouded in dark energy, quietly hovered above Xian Kong. Their aura nearly extinguished. Xian Kong was furious but dared not express it. As an ant, what good would his anger do? He was but a being that could be easily crushed, gritting his teeth in silent rage. He concealed his emotions, not daring to let the others perceive his feelings. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye, and those present were still reeling from the shock, now that they had regained their senses. They stared at the god of radiant judgment with disbelief. The god of Crimson Lotus reacted most fiercely. Had it not been for the 2 other deities restraining him, he would have lunged at the god of radiant judgment. Witnessing that his attack had failed to eliminate Xian Kong, the god of radiant judgment raised his hand, preparing to unleash another strike. A new array began to form slowly, which Xian Kong perceived as a death sentence. It's over. Xian Kong despaired inwardly. He was certain that no fruits would come to his rescue this time. Unbeknownst to him, if it were not for the curse of death, there might not even be a next life. And thus Xian Kong had no desire to perish. Enough of this nonsense. The god of Crimson Lotus finally could not contain himself, bellowing as he flashed to Xian Kong's side, the flames of the Crimson Lotus swirling around him, radiating a warning that dared anyone to make another move. Calm down. There's no need for anger. The others chimed in, forming two groups around the god of Radiant Judgment and the god of Crimson Lotus. Seeing the situation, the god of Radiant Judgment snorted coldly, and the array that was about to take shape dissipated in an instant. The god of Crimson Lotus waved his sleeve, surrounding Xian Kong with the protective flames of the Crimson Lotus. Xian Kong looked at the god of Crimson Lotus and realized that he might indeed be Mo Mo's grandfather, as Di Shirtian had mentioned that Mo Mo's grandfather spoke highly of him. Besides Mo Mo's grandfather, Xian Kong could think of no one else who would aid him. Kid, why do you carry the aura of 002? The god of Radiant Judgment interrogated sternly. I don't know. Xian Kong replied, his tone resolute and unyielding. What a joke. He had done nothing wrong. Yet they had immediately unleashed a powerful attack. Having survived one strike, they sought to strike again. Who wouldn't be angry? Very well. Take care of yourself. The god of Radiant Judgment, seeing that Xian Kong would not divulge any information, felt a surge of irritation and turned to leave. Xian Kong, if you trust me, follow me. The god of Crimson Lotus sighed, turning to Xian Kong, his words lacking gentleness but not coercion. Without hesitation, Xian Kong followed the god of Crimson Lotus, flanked by two other deities. Xian Kong was now certain that the being before him was indeed Mo Mo's grandfather. And the two behind him were Mo Mo's parents. Oh no. An unconventional meeting with the in-laws, Xian Kong internally exclaimed, feeling a rush of anxiety. Meeting two generations at once, as he thought about it. His nerves heightened. He had seen various videos on the topic in real life, yet he had no experience to draw from. Most of those were mere anecdotes, and if he were to follow their methods, he shuddered at the thought. Before long, a relatively grand wooden house came into view, simple in structure but impressively large. The four entered the house, and the god of Crimson Lotus took the central seat in the living room. With the other two deities on either side, Xian Kong stood awkwardly, not daring to move an inch. Please, take a seat, the god of Crimson Lotus urged, his tone filled with resignation. Xian Kong sat down, and the god of Crimson Lotus continued, don't blame him. He harbors a deep hatred for the night. The aura on you carries the essence of 002. So dum. Xian Kong nodded in agreement, yet deep within, he remained unconvinced. Where did this 002 originate? After fending off an attack, Xian Kong immediately inquired the secondary consciousness, which merely shook its head and replied, I cannot recall. Alas, the god of Red Lotus sighed. Aware that the god of Radiant Judgment had acted excessively, this matter would leave anyone aggrieved, and thus he did not insist that Xian Kong easily forgive the god of Radiant Judgment. As long as it did not escalate into hatred, that would suffice. Why do you carry that aura? The god of Red Lotus shifted the topic, equally curious about the presence of 002 around Xian Kong. I do not know. Xian Kong shook his head, his voice laced with confusion. He truly had no idea what 002 was. Wait. 002, 037. Suddenly, Xian Kong had a revelation. Could there be a connection? He recalled the Dark Knight minion he had encountered in the Misty Forest. The one with self-awareness. If the numbers were identifiers, then 002 indeed shared some commonality. Xian Kong pondered. However, it should not be the case. He remembered the secondary consciousness had once beaten 037. Had it not been for insufficient strength, it would have nearly killed 037. Thus, the secondary consciousness absolutely could not be 002. Yes, definitely not. Not remembering is fine, but it may not suffice. The god of Red Lotus shook his head, filled with regret. What cannot suffice? An unsettling feeling surged within Xian Kong. Never mind. Let's observe first. It's just that it may not be absolute. The god of Red Lotus replied, though. Xian Kong understood. The god of Red Lotus was merely trying to stabilize himself. And a wave of sorrow washed over him. Chapter 66. The monotonous life beyond the domain father. It seems we have yet to ascertain whether he is indeed Mo Mo's husband. A fairy, resembling a more extravagant version of Xiao Yin, transmitted Dada. Upon hearing this, the god of Red Lotus was abruptly awakened. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xian Kong, there is a question I need to confirm with you. The god of Red Lotus reined in his temper. Yes, what question do you have? I shall speak candidly, Xian Kong replied. It's not a significant matter. Just thought, do you know Mo? The god of Red Lotus chuckled. It's coming. It's coming. What do we do now? Shin Kong's expression turned frantic, the grievances he had towards the god of Radiant Judgment instantly forgotten. Simultaneously, he realized that the concern the god of Red Lotus mentioned was probably not what he had imagined. I know her. Shin Kong was at a loss for how to respond, merely aligning himself with the god of Red Lotus's inquiry. What kind of relationship? The god of Red Lotus pressed that. Shin Kong felt even more flustered. After all, he was unsure whether Di Shirtian had informed them about his marriage to Mo husband and wife. Ultimately, Shin Kong answered truthfully, having nothing to hide if they disagreed. He would simply elope with Mo. To what extent have you progressed? The god of Red Lotus continued to inquire. Shin Kong was astonished. Could he even discuss this? Probably not. It should not be permissible. Moreover, he had married Mo in the second life. And now they were in the third. As for their progress, it was merely sharing the same bed, which felt somewhat embarrassing to disclose. Cough, cough. Mo's father suddenly cleared his throat a couple of times. And the god of Red Lotus, hearing the commotion, quickly returned to his seated position, which he had almost forsaken. It's fine. It's fine. You need not answer that question, the god of Red Lotus said with a smile. Shin Kong cast a grateful glance at Mo's father. Meanwhile, others were in the wooden abode of the god of Radiant Judgment, urging him, stating that 002 had already been abandoned by the Dark Knight Emperor and was cursed by that individual. Even if there were ill intentions, it would not stir significant turmoil. Observing the actions of that human, he truly seemed not to be 002. Perhaps he had only had incidental contact. The god of Red Lotus wishes to protect that lad. After all, they have been comrades for many years that we need not fall into discord over this matter. Under their earnest persuasion, the god of Radiant Judgment contemplated laying aside his prejudices to see what Shin Kong truly aimed for. As in his heart, Shin Kong could not possibly be here merely for the sake of training. Thus, the two at the center of the conflict, Shin Kong and the god of Radiant Judgment, found a semblance of stability. Yes, I shall treat Mo well. Shin Kong replied earnestly. Words alone do not count. Should I witness you bullying Mo, or should she come to me with grievances? You understand. The god of Red Lotus feigned seriousness. In truth, he did not believe Shin Kong would mistreat Mo, as thus far, Shin Kong had left a very favorable impression on him. All right, let me reiterate. You must not take risks. The foreign battlefield is not as simple as you might think. The god of Red Lotus urged earnestly. Yes, I understand. Shin Kong had no choice but to accept. Given his grandfather's good intentions, Shin Kong discovered that there was no distinction between day and night here. His schedule was entirely governed by his biological clock. Initially, he could manage to distinguish between the two, but as time passed, his biological clock became erratic, and eventually, he found himself synchronizing with the rhythms of those around him. During these days, Shin Kong incessantly hunted Dark Knight minions outside the borders of the foreign battlefield. They seemed inexhaustible, for no matter how many he dispatched, as soon as he left, a multitude would reappear upon his return. Infinite proliferation? Shin Kong was perplexed. On one occasion, after clearing an area, he remained in hiding, and during that time, not a single Dark Knight minion appeared. What the heck? This is increasingly resembling a game. Shin Kong was astonished. No, perhaps those living specters possessed consciousness, hence they would not willingly seek their demise. Yes, it must be so. Shin Kong discovered more than just that. Several fruits that fell from the eerie trees could absorb these spectral energies. Moreover, as the quantity of absorbed spectral energy increased, these fruits became increasingly plump in this realm devoid of day and night. With seasons indistinguishable, time slipped away, and Shin Kong could not ascertain how long had passed. He only knew that he had grown considerably taller as he hunted more Dark Knight minions. Shin Kong's combat experience also expanded. What once required him considerable effort to handle, he could now dispatch with a mere encounter. His spectral scythe and spectral cloak continued to thrive under the nourishment of spectral energy, although they showed no signs of evolution. Initially, Shin Kong felt uneasy, believing that the spectral energy might sever his connection with the spectral scythe and spectral cloak. Yet recalling what Di Shirtian and his grandfather had said, that the black mist formed from the death of Dark Knight minions was deathly spectral energy, if it could not be transformed and utilized. It would merely be a waste, he reassured himself. Since it was waste, it would undoubtedly have no adverse effects, and coupled with his own perceptions, he felt justified in allowing the spectral scythe and spectral cloak to absorb spectral energy. As Xian Kong delved deeper into understanding the Dark Knight minions, he discovered that they varied in strength. The weaker ones could be dispersed merely by emitting their aura, while the stronger ones possessed the prowess of top-tier demigods. Yet, regardless of their strength, he had never encountered one at the divine level. This may be due to the fact that they had purged the divine-level Dark Knight minions, or perhaps because the Dark Knight minions did not meet this realm's definition of life, thus could not manifest divine beings. Beyond the Dark Knight minions, Xian Kong had also been searching for a Dark Knight minion like 037, but regrettably, none possessed such intelligence. Should I venture deeper? Xian Kong gazed into the depths of the foreign battlefield, a yearning stirring within him. Just a little should be fine. This should not be considered a risk, right, Xian Kong? He attempted to persuade himself, evidently succeeding. Ultimately, gathering his courage, Xian Kong resolutely ventured deeper into the foreign battlefield. Xian Kong's steps were slow. Indeed, as Di Tian had described, it was a desolate expanse, devoid of anything. Regardless of how far he advanced, he remained utterly unaware of his location, with only a cluster of buildings serving as a distance indicator within the foreign battlefield. Observing the swirling spectral energy around him, Xian Kong felt a strange resemblance to a certain place, yet he could not recall which place it was. That a vague impression lingered in his mind. But whenever he attempted to think more deeply about it, that impression would dissipate, leaving him utterly at a loss. This vague impression stemmed from the fruits in his hand. Xian Kong did not delve too deeply. He merely walked forward about 500 or 600 meters before stopping. For some reason, he felt that the further he ventured into the foreign battlefield, the lighter his body became, as if some imperceptible pressure had lifted. Thus, Xian Kong remained there for an indeterminate duration, aware only that his weapon was gradually growing, and the eerie tree fruits in his hand were becoming increasingly round and full, until one day, the secondary consciousness stirred. Chapter 67. The Evolution of the Formless Domain. Spectral Domain. Xian Kong, these fruits have ripened. Do you recall what I told you? The voice of the secondary consciousness echoed in Xian Kong's mind. What? Xian Kong replied, perplexed. Hiss. Think carefully, the secondary consciousness urged, sensing a complication. In the next moment, a memory inexplicably surged into Xian Kong's mind. Wait, I have a way to eliminate the side effects of the fruits. These are rare treasures. Oh, I recall now. You mentioned that these fruits are rare treasures, but they seem to have some side effects, Xian Kong stated. Indeed, these fruits are now ripe. Consuming them will grant immense power. The secondary consciousness affirmed, though Xian Kong felt a hint of persuasion in its tone. Will they help me ascend to the divine level? Xian Kong pondered deeply, recalling the overwhelming power of the God of Light's judgment. A sensation akin to an ant confronting a towering tree. Indeed, the voice of the secondary consciousness remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately responding with resolute conviction. Very well, tell me, what reward do you seek? Xian Kong exclaimed with great excitement. Ha ha. Reward? We share a single body. As you grow stronger, I will naturally gain strength to some extent as well. The secondary consciousness chuckled. All right then, Xian Kong replied. Please wait a moment. I need to keep a contingency plan. Once everything was prepared, the secondary consciousness instructed Xian Kong to swallow the fruit directly, while simultaneously summoning the Netherworld Scythe, the Netherworld Cloak, in the formless domain. Hesitation gripped Xian Kong. After all, the system had marked this fruit as unknown, and he feared potential consequences. Finally, he sought the protection of the Red Lotus deity. Grandfather, I ask that you safeguard me, should anything unusual occur. You may kill me immediately. Xian Kong spoke with utmost seriousness. I bear a curse, and as long as my true spirit remains, I shall come back to life in the future. This was the information Xian Kong had confirmed with the system at the outset. The system had reassured him that he need not die due to the curse in order to resurrect. As long as the soul was intact, he could revive regardless of how the physical body perished. The Red Lotus deity ultimately consented, and once all was in order, Xian Kong proceeded as instructed by the secondary consciousness. He swallowed the fruit of the eerie tree, consuming it along with the netherworld aura it emanated. A jolt surged through Xian Kong's consciousness, plunging his soul into a brief slumber as the netherworld aura began to rampage within his body. Starting from his flesh, the aura traversed unimpeded, saturating his bone marrow, organs, and acupoints. During this process, blood seeped from his mouth and nose, and his breath became chaotic. However, his life force continued to strengthen, devoid of any mortal peril. As the entire body became drenched in the netherworld aura, dark mist began to emanate from Xian Kong, resembling a demon descending from the heavens. The Red Lotus deity certainly took note of this, yet refrained from intervening immediately, choosing to wait a little longer. Preferring not to slay unless absolutely necessary, after Ali comprehended that his feelings for Mimim had transcended his initial expectations, yet he found himself at a loss on how to confront this burgeoning affection. Xian Kong had originally hoped to hold the title of a husband, allowing him to be openly with Mimim, even engaging in actions that surpassed the boundaries of mere friendship. However, just moments ago, he experienced an unexpected sensation. Had he not departed in haste, he might have succumbed to his desires. How vexing! Xian Kong lamented internally. He had never contemplated matters of intimacy, believing that the usual interactions sufficed. Yet what to do? Once there is a first time, there will inevitably be countless more. Must he perpetually suppress his feelings? TSK, what to do with this unbearable yearning? Xian Kong endeavored to cast aside these thoughts, redirecting his focus to locating the Pure Land. After several seconds, a spark of realization illuminated his mind as the laws of space surged forth. Duong, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His spatial laws had been abruptly severed, rendering him incapable of penetrating the Pure Land. It appeared that Emperor Shi Tian had made further advancements. After all, the laws of space belonged to another, making personal progress exceedingly difficult. Xian Kong sighed inwardly. Left with no other option, he retreated to the treehouse, preparing to spend the night there. As he dared not return to Mimim's home, fear gripped him. As night descended, Mimim sat in her room, her face a mask of uncontainable sorrow. Her gaze frequently drifted towards the window, yet the silhouette she longed for remained absent. Meanwhile, Xian Kong was engrossed in training within the treehouse, persistently pursuing the path of physical refinement. Having reached the condensation realm, the next stage awaited him, the divine realm. Although he was uncertain how this compared to the divine realm of other races on the continent, at least the names were identical. However, this path bore significant limitations. The continent lacked the energy known as Nether Chi, which Xian Kong required for his advancement. Over the years, he had contemplated solutions. Nether Chi possessed the trait of assimilation. Yet this transformation could be challenging or straightforward. For instance, assimilating elven energy into Nether Chi proved arduous, while magical energy was relatively easier. As for stellar energy, Xian Kong had no means to harness it, nor could he request others to transfer it to him. The reason was that he lacked companions skilled in cultivating through stellar energy. Nevertheless, a prospect had emerged. Xingyin, who absorbed stellar energy for training, could potentially facilitate the conversion of stellar energy into Nether Chi, allowing him to gauge the difficulty of assimilation. Yes, that settled it. He would seek out Xingyin tomorrow and see if it could assist him in transitioning stellar energy to himself. Xian Kong's gaze was resolute. Knock, knock, knocked out at that moment. A knock echoed through the air. Uncle Emperor Shi Tian, are you there? Mimim's voice followed, laced with urgency. Why is Mimim here? Is she searching for me? Xian Kong pondered silently. Just as he had finally mastered the mimicry of Emperor Shi Tian's voice, before he could showcase it, the door to the treehouse swung open. Hello? Mimim. Why are you up so late? What brings you here? Xian Kong greeted, his heart racing as he anticipated her arrival. Uncle Emperor Shi Tian, have you seen Xian Kong? Mimim inquired. It seems Mimim hasn't recognized me. Could it be my impersonation is too convincing? Xian Kong mused internally. Xian Kong, I haven't seen him. Please return home. I will inform you if I receive any news. Xian Kong replied, imitating Emperor Shi Tian's voice. Uncle Emperor Shi Tian, you seem a bit odd, Mimim remarked, taking slow, deliberate steps towards Xian Kong. As her figure stepped out of the moonlight and into the shadows, the scene before her sharpened into clarity. Suddenly, Mimim halted, her form trembling slightly. Xian Kong, come home with me, she uttered with an air of undeniable authority. Oh no, what should I do? Should I continue to feign? A sense of unease flooded Xian Kong's heart. Ultimately, he acquiesced, feigning nonchalance as he reached for her hand. Hey, Mimim, let us go home. Xian Kong attempted to smooth over the situation, maintaining a cheerful facade. Mimim scoffed, turning sharply towards the door, and Xian Kong hurriedly followed, closing the door behind them. Chapter 69. We are husband and wife, now and forever under the cloak of night. The two strolled under the moonlight, the faint glow enveloping their figures, imparting an ethereal quality to the scene. They walked in single file, the one in front clearly perturbed, while the one behind followed closely. Xian Kong trailed silently behind Mimim, both enveloped in a profound silence, akin to two solitary shadows. They continued walking in this manner, as if the world had fallen silent, save for the echo of their footsteps on the desolate street. Xian Kong observed Mimim's back, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. He suddenly found the moment's silence to be surprisingly beautiful. If only Mimim's current feelings could be overlooked, it would be even more exquisite. They walked all the way to Mimim's doorstep without uttering a single word. Mimim paused, pushed open the wooden door, producing a faint creak. "We're back," she murmured softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. "Yes, let us go inside," Xian Kong replied, his heart fluttering with apprehension. Upon entering the room, Xian Kong's gaze involuntarily landed on the tome titled The Proud Red Lotus Technique, and he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. "Do you truly intend to cultivate this technique?" he inquired, concern evident in his tone. "Well, you said it was something Grandpa wanted me to practice, and besides, it's an advanced version of the Red Lotus Technique." Making it easy to transition, Mimim explained, her eyes clouded with confusion and a hint of resentment directed at Xian Kong. "Very well then. Focus on your cultivation. I will protect you," Xian Kong assured her. Though he felt a sense of helplessness, he recognized that the relationship between him and Mimim had grown increasingly complex, and he could no longer treat her as he once did, yet he remained uncertain on how to navigate these feelings. "Xian Kong, why are you so kind to me?" Mimim suddenly asked, her tone revealing no discernible emotion. "Because you are the most important person to me," Xian Kong replied earnestly. "Then why do you avoid me?" Mimim pressed on, her gaze filled with determination. Xian Kong fell silent, unsure how to respond to such a question. "Just leave. I don't wish to see you again," Mimim stated decisively. "Mimim, please don't say that." Xian Kong's heart tightened. "Leave," Mimim commanded coldly. Xian Kong was rendered speechless, his feet dragging as he approached her. Before she could fully react, he enveloped her in his embrace. "Mimim, I don't understand," he choked out. An indescribable emotion surging within him. Mimim's body stiffened momentarily before she gradually relaxed, leaning into Xian Kong's embrace. Her eyes reflected a myriad of emotions, sadness, confusion, and a touch of heartache. "Xian Kong, I love you," Mimim whispered. "So please don't hide from me, can you?" "Mimim, I love you too," Xian Kong responded softly, "but I fear that. Aren't we husband and wife?" "What is there to fear?" Mimim questioned. "I can give you everything." "So what exactly are you afraid of?" Xian Kong was left speechless. Indeed, what was he truly afraid of? Was it the apprehension that this world was not real, that everything might ultimately amount to nothing? Yet this was also a tangible world. Why should he be so meticulous? Xian Kong pondered deeply. "Mimim, I'm sorry. It's my fault, my obsession." After much contemplation, he finally resolved, "Xian Kong, we are husband and wife. Now and forever, no matter the duration. Xian Kong and Mimim will always be husband and wife," she affirmed. "Yes, thank you, Mimim," Xian Kong replied. "I appreciate your willingness to wait for me." Xian Kong's heart was finally at peace. Mimim cherished him so deeply that she had willingly waited for 2 lifetimes. What more could he possibly worry about? "No need for thanks, Xian Kong." Mimim gently patted his back, her tone tender. "All right, everything has passed now," Mimim declared. "Let us get some sleep, Dung." Xian Kong nodded. The night passed in silence, with Mimim holding Xian Kong tightly as they slept, her arms wrapped around him, yet feeling no discomfort as the sun began to rise. Xian Kong slowly awoke, turning his head slightly to gaze at Mimim. A tear traced down from the corner of her eye to her cheek, her exquisite face contorted in distress, as if she had suffered a nightmare. Xian Kong, stretching the only part of his body that could move, leaned in and placed a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye. A smile blossomed on his face. He felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The events of the previous night had afforded him the first true understanding of his significance in Mimim's heart. 2 lifetimes, indeed, was a considerable span of time even within the elven longevity. Mimim had promised to wait, and those eternal vows felt as though they paled in comparison. Xian Kong reclined, attempting to extricate himself from the covers inch by inch. However, as he stirred, Mimim seemed to sense it and slowly opened her eyes. "Mimim, good morning," Xian Kong greeted, feeling somewhat at a loss. Had he known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have moved. What a blunder. Good morning, Xian Kong," Mimim replied, her voice soft and endearing, instinctively inching closer to him. Mimim exhaled gently, her breath brushing against Xian Kong's shoulder, one leg draped over his waist, and her arms encircling his body. Experiencing all this, Xian Kong felt an irresistible urge, his desires nearly surfacing. Fortunately, he hadn't disrobed the previous night. Otherwise, today would have been quite disastrous. It's time to get up. Ha. Xian Kong forced a few dry laughs. What else could he do? He could only strive to suppress himself. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Xian Kong silently recited these 10 words in his mind. Don't ask why it's 10. It just is. I said so. No one can change that. Time passed, and Mo slowly awakened, gently loosening her hold on Xian Kong, her arms gliding over his body, igniting yet another wave of warmth. Good morning, Xian Kong. Mo's voice was soft and sweet, filling one's heart with warmth. Oh right, a morning kiss. Mo murmured to herself, lifting her head to lean closer to Xian Kong, bestowing a gentle kiss. Xian Kong felt as if his head might explode. What was happening? Was she being this proactive? Yet, he found himself liking it. Hey. Xian Kong savored the lingering softness that had not yet parted, her hair brushing against his face, tickling him. His heart felt equally ticklish. Oh no, I have to get up. Xian Kong's heart raced with panic. At that moment, Mo released him, her eyes brimming with tenderness, her cheeks slightly flushed, presenting herself as a delicate young girl. Mo. I have something to attend to. I'll head out first. Xian Kong quickly slipped out of bed, awkwardly smiling at Mo over his shoulder. With that, he dashed away. Phew. Thank goodness I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been discovered. After running for some time, Xian Kong leaned against a tree, panting heavily. He then looked around and realized he was surrounded by trees, a lush and vibrant scene. Where am I? In the misty forest, Xian Kong was taken aback. In his panic earlier, he had sprinted blindly with his eyes closed. No matter, I was bound to head out anyway. First, I'll find Xing Yin, then go to that fruit-picking place. Xian Kong secretly resolved in his heart and continued walking forward. It's a bit hard. Aside from that, there's no other sensation. Mo sat on the bed with her legs folded, her gaze vacant, evidently lost in thought. Chapter 70, Human Race Crisis, Etian? Where is Xing Yin? Xian Kong arrived at the place from his memory, but he did not see that sacred stone, with no other choice. He had to leave, wandering aimlessly while inquiring about the fruit-picking location. Days passed, and Xian Kong remained empty-handed. However, he did hear another piece of news. Numerous races were preparing to unite to attack a certain race, piquing Xian Kong's interest, as he wanted to know which race could enrage so many others at once. In truth, Xian Kong already had a slight suspicion. Most of the united races revolved around human city-states. So the race they aimed to attack was likely the human race. This matter was no longer a secret. With a bit of inquiry, Xian Kong confirmed his conjecture. The reason those races sought to attack the humans was that they deemed humans to be an aberration, unworthy of existence. This reasoning truly amused Xian Kong. Regardless of whether or not humans were aberrations, their survival should not be dictated by foreign races. Moreover, existence itself is justification enough. These races probably believe that humans threaten their habitat, hence their desire to eradicate them swiftly. Knowing all of this, Xian Kong quietly returned to the human city-state, where he found a fervent war spirit erupting among the humans. Whether they were combatants or ordinary citizens, they stood united against the impending foreign threat. Upon returning to the human city-state, Xian Kong noticed an exceptionally tense atmosphere within the Hall of Heroes. The elders were gathered, seemingly conspiring about something. He activated the spatial laws, stealthily approaching, and overheard their conversation. This joint attack by the foreign races against us is evidently premeditated. We must prepare ourselves to defend the survival of the human race. One elder stated sternly that my concern is that there may be deeper conspiracies behind this war, that we must uncover their true intentions. Another elder replied anxiously. Xian Kong's heart stirred, realizing that this war might not solely target the survival of the human race. It could involve other, more intricate factors. He gazed at the elders in the Hall of Heroes, suddenly sensing something and turning his gaze towards the Grand Elder seated at the head of the table. The aura of the Grand Elder seemed peculiar, and Xian Kong detected a hint of dark energy. In the next moment, the space shattered, and Xian Kong revealed himself, appearing directly behind the Grand Elder. With a phantom grip, black flames surged forth, and the dark scythe was positioned threateningly against the Grand Elder's neck. Who are you? Xian Kong asked coldly. The other elders recognized the somewhat familiar weapon and immediately reacted, angrily rebuking him. What nonsense! What do you intend to do? Traitor! Do you want the human race to perish? Xian Kong, put away your weapon. This is no time for foolishness. The human race is in peril. The Grand Elder is our backbone. He must not come to harm. The already tense atmosphere grew even more charged. But Shin Kong remained undeterred, asking coldly once more, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in usurping the Grand Elder?" Upon hearing this, the elders erupted in shock, their expressions frozen. Ha ha, just a young pup, daring to be so insolent. The Grand Elder chuckled, an invisible force striking Shin Kong and sending him flying. Shin Kong steadied himself, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that this Grand Elder would possess such formidable power, and that this power contained dark energy, clearly not a simple absorption or activation. "Who exactly are you? Why do you possess dark energy?" Shin Kong questioned coldly. The Grand Elder slowly turned around, his gaze shimmering with profound light, as if peering into one's soul. "Dark energy? Heh, you certainly possess some knowledge. However, I am not a wielder of dark energy. I am merely a humble elder," the Grand Elder replied with a smile. Shin Kong furrowed his brows tightly, unconvinced by the Grand Elder's words. Those who wield dark energy are surely not ordinary individuals. Moreover, facing the unmasked Grand Elder now, Shin Kong felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if confronting a primordial beast, regardless of who you are. "I must warn you, do not set your sights on the human city-state. Otherwise, even if you are a wielder of dark energy, I will not spare you," Shin Kong declared coldly. After all, he was of the human race. This was both a responsibility in his heart and for his future. The Grand Elder burst into laughter, as if he had heard an amusing joke. "Spare you? Heh, you indeed possess some confidence. I am not someone you can contend with. However, I find you somewhat intriguing. The aura surrounding you seems rather extraordinary," the Grand Elder remarked with a smile. Shin Kong felt a chill run through him. He hadn't expected that the Grand Elder could see through his aura. Nevertheless, he would not give up easily. He summoned the power within him, ready to strike at any moment. "Humph, you best not underestimate me. While I do not know your intentions, I will absolutely not allow you to act recklessly," Shin Kong stated coldly. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his gaze. "Good, very good. Young individuals like you are indeed the hope of our human race. However, you will require more honing. For now, you should prepare to confront the foreign invasion." The Grand Elder smiled as he spoke. Shin Kong was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the Grand Elder to say such words. However, he understood that now was not the time for infighting. He nodded and turned to leave the Hall of Heroes. This young man is rather interesting. Yet, what exactly is that aura surrounding him? Why does it feel so familiar? The Grand Elder mused, watching Shin Kong's retreating figure. Grand Elder, are you just letting that young man go?" An elder quivered, the collective aura from the earlier confrontation having left them somewhat drained. "What else can we do?" The Grand Elder's eyes glimmered with an eerie light as he coldly snorted and departed. "It seems we are drawing closer to the new world, Shin Kong. Let me see what contributions you can make to my new world." The Grand Elder walked along the path woven through the void, a look of rapture on his face. "Those insects are utterly useless. Wouldn't you agree, Grand Elder?" he commented. "You shall face retribution." A voice echoed in his mind. "Retribution? I have already erased their memories of me. Now, I am the so-called Grand Elder, and besides, I am doing good deeds. Hasn't the new world always been what you desired?" the Grand Elder replied with a mocking tone. Enough, let it be. You simply do not understand." The Grand Elder's gaze turned towards the void, as if he could see beyond to another realm. "Heh, Etion, just wait that I will eventually surpass you and take your place before the masses." The Grand Elder's expression darkened as his hand moved slightly, tearing open a rift in space. He stepped forward, his form arriving in a desolate land. At this moment, the Grand Elder's appearance had already transformed. "This was my unique new world. Creator God, I shall surely reach this level as well. With war imminent, as long as their souls are drawn here by me, they can be transformed into the vitality of the world." Shin Kong. "Oh Shin Kong, you must not disappoint me." A middle-aged man laughed heartily, his visage bearing an uncanny resemblance to Etion. If one overlooked the aggressively hostile expression, he could easily be mistaken for another Etion. Chapter 71. Shin Kong's thunderous tactics regarding the Grand Elder. Shin Kong did not wish to meddle further. He also had his own plans and did not want to waste too much time within the human city-state. Normal warfare would undoubtedly consume vast amounts of time. So Shin Kong opted for the most straightforward and brutal approach, standing at the forefront of the city walls of the human city-state. Shin Kong exuded a powerful and profound aura, akin to a revered war deity. The dark scythe in his hand shimmered with an ominous glow and draped in a cloak of dark energy. It whistled menacingly in the howling wind, the aura of death swirling around him, making it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at him. The warriors of the Alliance, upon perceiving the formidable aura emanating from Xian Kong, could not help but feel a surge of dread, their resolve wavering. They had initially believed the human race to be a mere assemblage of weak beings, devoid of any capable fighters save for the now-deceased demigod Etienne. To their astonishment, a warrior of such immense power had suddenly emerged from the ether. You foreign tribes dare to encroach upon the territory of humanity. Today, let me demonstrate the might of our kind. Xian Kong's voice thundered like a storm, reverberating within the hearts of all present, channeling the unparalleled power of a supreme demigod. An overwhelming presence erupted from his being, sweeping towards the allied forces. This force was so potent that it instilled a profound sense of terror within the warriors of the Alliance. That moment, they seemed to foresee their own demise, gazing at Xian Kong as if they were confronted by the Grim Reaper himself. Yet, this was merely the essence of his aura. He had not yet engaged them in battle, leaving them to ponder just how formidable his true strength must be. Silence descended upon the once boisterous battlefield, rendering it eerily quiet, as if one had been transported to a desolate wasteland. In the next instant, someone let out a piercing scream, a cry of terror that swiftly spread across the battlefield like an avalanche. The battlefield seemed to awaken, returning from silence to chaos. This human is far too powerful. We cannot match him. Run. This being of humanity is a monster. We concede. Please spare us. In an instant, the so-called alliance crumbled, as Xian Kong's ethereal cloak evoked an innate fear of death within their hearts, compounded by his relentless slaughter on the outer battlefield. This moment, merely his aura was enough to chill the souls of the allied warriors, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. They pleaded for mercy, unwilling to face Xian Kong any longer. His power had transcended their wildest imaginations, and they knew that to continue the fight would only lead to their annihilation. Witnessing the Alliance's utter collapse, Xian Kong could not help but emit a cold laugh. He recognized that these foreign tribes were nothing more than a disorganized mob, hardly worthy of his efforts. "Begone, do not let me see you again," Xian Kong declared with a frigid tone. The Alliance felt as if they had received a reprieve and fled in disarray, eager to relay this information back to their respective races. "We must hurry. We must hurry. That human is not of this world." They retreated their reserves. While surrendering without a fight was disgraceful, foolishly advancing would lead to certain death. Under Xian Kong's intimidation, the previously restless factions among the various races temporarily ceased their provocations against humanity. The elders of the Hall of Heroes, upon learning of this situation, seized the opportunity to engage in negotiations with the major races. They understood well that while Xian Kong had demonstrated unparalleled strength, true peace for humanity would require diplomatic efforts to balance the various powers. Thus, they employed wisdom and strategy to initiate discussions with the major races. Throughout the negotiations, the elders showcased the might of humanity while also expressing a desire for peace. They proposed a series of mutually beneficial plans aimed at resolving misunderstandings and conflicts among the races, collectively maintaining peace across the continent. Faced with humanity's sincerity, many races expressed a willingness to lay down arms and establish amicable relations with the human city-states. Those factions that had previously harbored covetous intentions towards humanity also reconsidered their aggressive ambitions upon learning of Xian Kong's existence, opting instead to seek peaceful coexistence with the human city-states. Thanks to the elders' efforts, relations between humanity and the major races vastly improved. However, Xian Kong did not allow himself to relax, for he understood that the peace currently maintained was solely due to his martial intimidation. Ultimately, he would have to depart. He could not remain in the human city-states indefinitely, as there were many matters still requiring his attention. Consequently, Xian Kong began to traverse the human realm, seeking out promising young talents to impart his skills. As the saying goes, a master can only lead one to the door. The actual cultivation lies within oneself. Once Xian Kong had imparted all he could teach, he ceased to oversee these young talents. In time, as these young prodigies matured, they heeded Xian Kong's teachings, gathering their own disciples, thus ushering in an era of flourishing talent. The overall strength of humanity continued to rise, gradually establishing itself as an undeniable force upon the continent, its reputation far surpassing that of the era of Etienne. Of course, these developments were but future tales. At this moment, Xian Kong had already departed from the human city-states, clutching a map as he set out to locate the Black Demon Sea. How curious. Why are there no wandering souls being drawn in? Could it be that the summoning formation has malfunctioned? Minutes turned into tens of minutes. Hiss, there shouldn't be any issues. I constructed this formation based on the soul well. It should possess the ability to attract souls. Days passed, and the Grand Elder, unable to contain his impatience, stepped forth to breach the void and arrived in the main world, gazing down upon the human city-states from above. He observed a scene of tranquility, where joy permeated the very earth. TSK, at a time when humanity's existence hung in the balance, there is not a hint of anxiety. Without me, humanity is indeed in peril. Redirecting his gaze, the Grand Elder sought to ascertain the situation at the front lines, though he held little hope. Internally, all remained well. Externally, to wait. What? I appear to have come to the wrong place. The Grand Elder surveyed the seemingly normal scenery. Disbelief etched across his face. No, I must have been too hasty. The Grand Elder returned to the pathway woven from void, entering the so-called desolate new world. Hiss. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. With a single step, space shattered, and a rift in the void unfurled. He closed his eyes and arrived at the front lines, suddenly opening them wide. Am I still dreaming? Where have all my warriors gone? The Grand Elder's disbelief was palpable. How utterly absurd. What on earth are those elders doing? He attributed all these events to the inaction of the elders, convinced they must have signed some humiliating treaty that led to the retreat of the allied forces from other races. The Grand Elder made his way directly to the Hall of Heroes conference chamber, summoning an urgent meeting. Moments later, the various elders arrived, their faces grim upon seeing the Grand Elder seated in the main position. Once all the elders were gathered, the Grand Elder scanned the room, but found no sign of Xian Kong. Elders, has anyone seen Xian Kong? Why has he not appeared? He demanded sternly. Grand Elder, Xian Kong has already departed. So one elder cautiously responded, risking his position. Who permitted his departure? Furthermore, why have our frontline warriors retreated? Grand Elder, it was Xian Kong alone who frightened off the allied forces of other races. There is no longer any external threat. Which is why. Nonsense. The Grand Elder rebuked. He has left. What if the alliance returns with renewed vigor? We have already engaged in negotiations, and they have all agreed to establish friendly relations. Moreover, no one is aware of Xian Kong's departure. The Grand Elder fell silent, realizing that Xian Kong had inadvertently thwarted his plans. Very well. I shall await the emergence of that entity from the Black Demon Sea. For now, this new world is beyond our reliance. The Grand Elder, feeling helpless, knew he could not instigate war without jeopardizing his position and making his duties more difficult. You may disperse. You have all done well. With your presence, humanity is fortunate. The Grand Elder waved his hand, stepping forth into his desolate new world, sighing alone. Chapter 72. The subconscious, untrustworthy returning to Xian Kong. Since departing from the human city-states, he had made a beeline for the Black Demon Sea. The reason was clear. He had heard descriptions of the Black Demon Sea within the human city-states that bore a resemblance to the vague impressions stored in his memory. Xian Kong pinpointed the location of the Black Demon Sea, directly tearing through the void until he swiftly arrived at its periphery. Observing the surging, tangible black mist, Xian Kong felt little more than indifference, merely summoning his ethereal cloak and ghostly scythe before boldly preparing to enter. As Xian Kong's form submerged into the Black Demon Sea, the spectral mist seemingly parted to make way for him. Once fully enveloped, the opening slowly sealed shut as Xian Kong traversed the Black Demon Sea. He noted that it increasingly resembled the place from his memories. Suddenly, he sensed an eerie presence and followed the sensation, ultimately discovering the peculiar tree. A towering, pitch-black tree stood before him, its branches adorned with dark crimson leaves, its twisting limbs extending wildly in every direction. Faces appeared grotesquely upon the trunk, rendering it exceedingly uncanny. Gazing at the gaping, sinister mouths on the tree's trunk, Xian Kong felt a surge of inspiration and immediately hurled the ghostly scythe toward the eerie tree. Yet, the tree appeared unconcerned, merely swaying its branches to deflect the scythe. Xian Kong was astonished. He realized this tree was extraordinary. Prompting him to observe more closely, he discovered that the trunk was etched with various strange patterns. seemingly forming a mysterious design to AT that moment. The fruit of the eerie tree in the other dimensional space suddenly stirred, breaking through the void and flying directly toward the peculiar tree. With a thought, Xian Kong summoned the ghostly scythe to intercept the fruit's trajectory. Just then, an excruciating headache struck Xian Kong, causing the scythe to veer off course. The subconscious, disregarding all else, began to wrestle for control of his body, causing Xian Kong to tremble violently, anguish evident on his face. The ghostly scythe traced an arc through the void before vanishing into the darkness. Upon the trunk of the eerie tree, the mysterious patterns began to emit a soft glow, coalescing into a complex and enigmatic design that in the realm of the uncanny. The fruit of the eerie tree drew near, emanating a gentle glow as if beckoning something. Xian Kong's body gradually settled into stillness. A flicker of resoluteness flashing in his eyes, he understood that he must thwart the fusion of the eerie fruit with the uncanny tree, lest the consequences be dire. At this moment, the council of Xing Yan echoed incessantly in Xian Kong's ears. And suddenly, clarity washed over him. Beware of the other you. The other you referred to the secondary consciousness, and beware implied untrustworthiness. Taking a deep breath, Xian Kong's consciousness began to descend, arriving at the realm of spiritual seas. Observing the madness of the secondary consciousness, a surge of fury welled up within him. His consciousness engaged in a fierce struggle with the secondary consciousness, striving to reclaim control over his body. Yet, the secondary consciousness appeared unwilling to yield, launching a more ferocious assault. That a splitting headache assailed Xian Kong, his awareness becoming increasingly hazy. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, a voice reached his ears, a woman's voice, tender yet unwavering. Xian Kong, do not give up. You can do this. This voice enveloped him in warmth, gradually restoring his awareness. It truly works. I did not expect you to be such a host. A crystal ball, adorned with intricate and cryptic patterns, excitedly bounced about. I shall not relent, Xian Kong murmured, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. His body began to emit a subtle radiance, and his aura steadily intensified, gazing at the eerie tree and its fruit. A glint of resolve crossed his gaze. Regardless of your intentions, I shall not allow you to succeed, Xian Kong asserted softly, charging towards the eerie tree and its fruit. However, Xian Kong soon realized he had gravely underestimated the determination of the secondary consciousness. As he took but a single step, the agonizing pain surged back. Stumbling, he fell to the ground, his consciousness once more succumbing to a fog. The eerie tree and its fruit fused entirely, and an ominous voice, seemingly from beyond the heavens, infiltrated his mind without warning. The jade core serves as the elixir, flesh and skin entwined, condense this form. With the utterance of that voice, the cracked trunk of the eerie tree gradually healed, its branches and leaves burgeoning wildly, while the surrounding dark energy surged towards the tree like a torrent from the abyss. Xian Kong watched in helpless awe as the eerie tree expanded, until its crown was no longer visible. Finally, a large hole gaped in the trunk, within which curled a child of 4 or 5 years. The child slowly opened their eyes. Dark red leaves drifted from the sky, cascading gently from high to low. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, save for the faint rustling of the crimson leaves, reminiscent of a rain of blood. In a fleeting moment, the earth appeared soaked in blood, turning a deep crimson hue. Xian Kong remained motionless, allowing the dark red leaves to envelop him. His vision gradually obscured. For reasons unknown, he felt an illusion akin to a coffin lid slowly closing, as if the darkening world would sever his ties to this realm. A faint sound of shattering reached his ears, fluctuating in proximity. Xian Kong rummaged through his memories, but found no match for this sound. Papa. A youthful figure dispelled the shattering noise, a delicate hand parting the leaves before Xian Kong's eyes. Here, Xian Kong replied, his voice barely a whisper. Yet, this speaker was no longer the original Xian Kong. The secondary consciousness had successfully taken over. Gazing at the 4 or 5-year-old child, a weary smile broke upon his fatigued visage. Not you, the child shouted, their countenance morphing into a terrifying visage, as wisps of ghostly energy surged forth like a tumultuous sea. It seemed that a moment's inattention could lead to complete consumption and disappearance from the mortal realm. Be ye gone. Another furious shout followed, imbued with a peculiar energy that forcefully expelled the secondary consciousness. Xian Kong returned, reclaiming control of his body, but he was now exceedingly weak. His consciousness dimmed, and his eyes slowly closed. Looking at the child before him, despite knowing the danger, he succumbed to unconsciousness just before slipping away. He heard a faint voice, "Papa, what's wrong?" This voice was tinged with urgency and helplessness, vividly portraying the panic of the moment. Xian Kong recognized this as the child's voice, a portrayal of innocence. As if they were a child unversed in the world. Chapter 73. The Final Descent, Combined. Xian Kong felt ensconced in a realm of darkness, surrounded by profound silence, save for the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. His body felt heavy, as if weighed down by some unseen force, rendering him immobile. Within this abyss, he sensed his consciousness sinking deeper, becoming increasingly obscure, as if to be devoured by the endless darkness. Amidst this void, a voice echoed, a deep and mysterious tone, as if recounting a tale. Xian Kong endeavored to focus his mind, striving to decipher the words, yet his awareness continued to fade, ultimately succumbing to a profound slumber. When he awoke again, he found himself back in the realm of reality. He lay upon his bed, sunlight streaming through the window and gracing his face, everything appearing so serene and beautiful, stretching languidly. Xian Kong felt invigorated. He glanced outside. The sun shone brightly, and birds chirped joyfully in the trees. Resolving to rise and embrace a new day, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. He relished breakfast, for it was the most important meal of the day, providing ample energy and nourishment. He boiled eggs, toasted bread, and brewed a rich cup of coffee. Sitting at the dining table, he savored the delectable food in the warm sunlight, feeling life brimming with joy and hope. After breakfast, Xian Kong decided to take a stroll. As he walked down the street, he encountered numerous familiar faces, who greeted him, and he responded with a smile. He noticed a small garden, filled with a variety of flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air, uplifting his spirits. The little cat frolicked in the grass, scampering over to him and gently nudging his leg with its tiny paw, as if to say hello. After his walk, Xian Kong returned home. He powered on his computer and commenced his daily grind. He was a struggling author, initially drawn to this realm with simple intent. He loved dreaming, and his dreams were vivid, prompting him to share them. Yet he found himself ill-suited for this pursuit. Dreams, enigmatic and profound, ultimately lead to emptiness. As night fell, Xian Kong resolved to prepare a delightful dinner. He simmered a bowl of hot soup, stir-fried a platter of vegetables, and roasted some chicken wings. Seated at the dining table, he relished the meal and the tranquil night, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. Gazing out at the starry sky, the indispensable stars twinkled, and in a moment of reverie, the constellations coalesced into the visage of a girl. With a snap, the lights extinguished, leaving the night sky clear and star-studded. The moon cast its gentle glow upon the restless, illuminating Xian Kong's gaze, which sparkled like a black gemstone. "Momo, farewell." A subtle smile graced Xian Kong's lips as his eyes gradually closed. In the next instant, he felt as if enveloped by water, a sensation of drowning. A coolness surged within, clearing his mind, washing away the heaviness. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found the surroundings shrouded in darkness, realizing he lay within the hollow of the eerie tree. "Papa, you're awake," the child exclaimed joyfully. Hearing the voice, Xian Kong's heart raced, yet he masked his astonishment. "What is your name?" he inquired, attempting to prop himself up, only to find himself drained of all strength. Unable to move. "What is your name, Papa?" the child pondered, fingers pressed to their chin, frowning in thought before shifting their gaze to Xian Kong's eyes. Xian Kong, knowing resistance was futile, he conceded to the child's whim. "Then I shall be called Xian Shao Kong," the child exclaimed, clapping their hands in delight. Giggling. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong intended to object, but watched as the child joyously darted around the eerie tree. "I have a name now. I am Xian Shao Kong. Haha." Xian Kong realized he could not alter the child's resolve, and so he silently questioned the secondary consciousness within. "Who exactly are you?" "As you see, I am 002. This time, the secondary consciousness revealed itself without pretense. Is your memory something you intentionally concealed?" "Yes." The secondary consciousness spoke matter-of-factly, as if recounting a trivial matter. "What is your purpose?" "Apologies, but that is classified information." The secondary consciousness replied with a tone of finality. Xian Kong chose not to delve further into this, shifting the conversation instead. "What precisely is this child?" "Their existence is rather peculiar. He is Evernight, the end of all things. As for the nature of his existence, it is as you imagine. The tone of the secondary consciousness shifted to one of inexplicable respect, even hinting at admiration. Xian Kong fell silent. The explanation swirling in his mind, laden with significance that it was likely connected to the Dark Knight Emperor, who had never revealed himself. Attempting to comprehend the secondary consciousness's words, Xian Kong felt his thoughts become increasingly muddled. He gazed at the joyfully frolicking Xian Xiaokong. His heart filled with questions and unease. He remained oblivious to the child's origins and the implications of the Evernight and the end of all things as articulated by the secondary consciousness. Xian Kong found himself ensnared in an immense enigma, utterly perplexed as to how to unravel it, a turmoil of unease gnawing at his heart. He now felt compelled to return to the battlefield beyond the realm to verify certain matters. As he prepared to depart, Xian Xiaokong did not accompany him, merely requesting that Xian Kong frequently come to check on him. This only served to corroborate Xian Kong's suspicions. The little figure born from the treacherous tree lacked a corporeal form. In simpler terms, its essence remained that of the treacherous tree, while the little figure was merely a manifest soul. Newly birthed, it could not stray far from the treacherous tree, which accounted for its absence. Upon exiting the shadow of the Black Demon Sea, Xian Kong took a decisive step into the void, focusing his energy on the target, Village XX. With another step, he crossed the threshold, Duong. A wave of dizziness washed over him. His spatial laws had been abruptly severed, rendering him incapable of teleportation. Once again, he faced this obstacle, previously thwarted in his attempt to enter the Pure Land, demonstrating how cautious Emperor Sakya truly was. Shaking his head to dispel the wooziness, he was left with no choice but to seek an alternative. He began to lock onto a new target, Stone Trace Wilderness. With another step, the space before him shattered, and a figure emerged, tearing through the void, alighting upon the Stone Trace Wilderness, detecting original life form. Danger! Before Xian Kong could regain his composure, the system interface sprang to life, alarmingly shifting to a warning red. Just then, a familiar silhouette materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Xing Yan, whom he had encountered in the boundless Star Sea. Who are you? Xian Kong failed to perceive how the figure had appeared, an indication of their formidable power. Thus he did not entertain thoughts of flight. Xing Yan, the figure spoke with a voice that seemed ethereal, as if it emanated from the heavens. It truly is you. It has been a long time since we last met. A flicker of surprise coursed through Xian Kong's heart. Still the same familiar androgynous figure. Several star rings floated serenely behind Xing Yan's head, accentuating their noble, mysterious, and solemn presence, impervious to violation. With half-closed eyes, a gaze that bore indifference to all, and faint golden star patterns gracing their exposed skin. They resembled a deity, aloof and high above the fray of mortal affairs. Where is the star secret? Xing Yan inquired slowly. Taken aback, Xian Kong quickly realized and retrieved the star secret from the otherworldly space bestowed upon him by the system. Here it is, he said, extending his open palm, where the star secret lay quietly. Xing Yan reached out, intending to take the star secret directly. Isn't this the item you gifted me? Xian Kong furrowed his brow slightly, though he felt no displeasure. Hand it over, and I shall present you with another gift. It is of no use to you. Xing Yan silently withdrew their hand, their emotions inscrutable. First, tell me what it truly is. Xian Kong pressed, filled with curiosity. My essence. Xing Yan replied nonchalantly. Xian Kong gasped in astonishment. Why did you entrust your essence to me back then? Just in case, I divided my essence into 3 parts. One remains with me, one is in your possession, and as for the last, Xing Yan's words trailed off abruptly. Never mind, since it is your essence, I shall return it to you. Xian Kong chose not to pursue the whereabouts of the 3rd portion. Recognizing it was beyond his purview and his heart was unwilling to delve into such matters, his initial intent in coming here was for amusement, although his emotions had deepened over time. His original purpose seemed to have shifted. If possible, he truly wished to avoid entanglements. Thank you, Xing Yan expressed, as a star ring detached and seamlessly integrated into Xian Kong's being. This is your gift. Xian Kong nodded slightly, initially thinking it was merely a casual remark, yet he was surprised to find that Xing Yan had indeed bestowed upon him a gift, albeit one whose purpose remained unclear. At that moment, another star secret materialized in Xing Yan's hand, and the 2 star secrets, now occupying the same space, were instantly drawn to one another. Xing Yin made no attempt to intervene, allowing the two to merge effortlessly. Likely due to their inherent nature as one, the fusion concluded in mere seconds. Gazing at the star's secret in their possession, Xing Yin uttered a perplexing statement. You do not belong here. You are not part of any known or unknown. As their words faded, Xing Yin vanished, disappearing without a trace. The sudden absence of Xing Yin left Xian Kong feeling a profound sense of loss. He could not decipher the meaning of their final words, only sensing a vague unease within. The star rings within him, not yet fully absorbed, continually shattered and disintegrated, stirring an inexplicable emotion within him. It felt as if the oath of certain death that had hung over him had dissipated, granting him a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, until this was validated, he knew he could not afford to let his guard down. Walking back to Village XX, Xian Kong hurriedly arrived at the battlefield beyond the realm, the familiar aura of those present resonating with him, thus avoiding the confusion that had transpired during his first arrival. Everyone, do you know the whereabouts of the Dark Knight Emperor? Xian Kong seized the opportunity to gather the group, voicing his inquiry. A heavy silence ensued. Xian Kong's expression turned grave. He found it perplexing that these individuals, who had ostensibly been the vanguard against the Dark Knight Emperor's incursion, were unaware of his whereabouts. The assembly exchanged glances, revealing their ignorance regarding the Dark Knight Emperor's current status. What is your purpose in holding the line on the battlefield beyond the realm? A hint of anger tinged Xian Kong's tone. That isn't the purpose to prevent the Dark Knight minions from breaching the continent. The crowd remained silent, exchanging bewildered looks. Xian Kong's agitation escalated. He felt as if he had been deceived. Having fought tirelessly for an unknown cause over the years, which ignited a fierce anger within him. You must provide me with an explanation. Xian Kong's voice reverberated through the void, his eyes bloodshot from the intensity of his emotions. Yet, the others remained perplexed, unaware of the Dark Knight Emperor's true identity and intentions, merely following orders. Observing the expressions of those around him, doubt crept into Xian Kong's mind. Had he truly been battling for a non-existent goal all along? The primary narrative of the game clearly outlined the invasion of the Dark Knight Emperor, with the world's foremost powers rallying under the leadership of a mysterious figure to resist it. Initially, Xian Kong's objective aligned with the game's main plotline, yet he now faced the unsettling revelation that everything he had done was in vain. The Vanguard had little to no understanding of the Dark Knight Emperor. Xian Kong, let it be. We shall safeguard our battlefield beyond the realm. The rest shall be handled by that esteemed individual. The god of Red Lotus observed his disappointment and quickly offered words of consolation. Thank you, grandfather, Xian Kong replied, his countenance still clouded with sorrow, a lingering gloom suffusing his spirit. I shall take my leave now. Take care, everyone. Xian Kong stepped onto the spatial transmission array, the white light sweeping away a solitary tear. Not belonging to any known or unknown. Xian Kong's expression grew somber, all motivation crumbling in that instant. This had long since transcended the realm of a game. It was a tangible world, though he had understood this truth for some time. He had previously resisted acknowledging it, yet now he had no choice but to confront its own many mysteries lingered, and Xian Kong yearned to abandon the fray, wishing to extricate himself from the convolutions of this world. They had all said it. Leave everything to that esteemed individual. Ultimately, it was merely my own folly. With a sigh, Xian Kong succumbed to a self-deprecating chuckle, tinged with madness. In the days that followed, Xian Kong indeed became indifferent to the world. Immersing himself in Village XX, resolutely refraining from mentioning adventures or excursions, his demeanor transformed. He no longer inquired about the Dark Knight Emperor or the affairs of the battlefield beyond the realm. It seemed as if he had truly cast aside all concerns, spending his days in laughter and joy. Everything appeared to revert to a state of equilibrium. During this time, Xian Kong feasted and drank without a care, refusing to let any troubles weigh heavy on his heart. Mu observed Xian Kong's current state with mixed emotions. She understood the turmoil and confusion within him, yet she also recognized that some matters were beyond their control. With a gentle sigh, she approached Xian Kong and softly said, Xian Kong, some things are beyond our decision-making. We can only focus on ourselves and the tasks at hand. Momentarily taken aback, Xian Kong turned to Mu and smiled faintly. Mu, you are right. We can only focus on ourselves and the tasks before us. In the ensuing days, Xian Kong appeared to have genuinely surrendered, living each day as tranquil as water, while Mu seemed to follow his lead. quietly accompanying him. Thus, the days passed by. On his 20th birthday, the cursed blade descended without hesitation, and Xian Kong transformed into a cascade of starlight, drifting away. This time, he felt no pain, merely seated in serene silence. Tears slipping away silently, Xian Kong was truly weary. Despite his disinterest in worldly affairs, the internal torment persisted unrelentingly. Now, death did not seem so bad after all. Xian Kong recalled the dream that had ensnared him. The reality of the world pulling at him, a desire to return, yet a reluctance to do so. Mu, I am sorry. Until we meet again in the next life, I shall rest for a while. Just a little while. As the starlight faded completely, a soft weeping emanated from the nearby grass. Chapter 74. Death and Rebirth. Encountering an older sister, combined. Detecting soul in an abnormal state. Forcibly entering slumber. Detecting soulbound items. Netherworld scythe, Netherworld cloak. Retrieving. Retrieval successful. In the new game, these shall be designated as initial equipment. Detected spatial laws, merging in progress. Detected domain fragments, juvenile, merging in progress. Detected domain fragments, Netherworld ghost domain, merging in progress. Merge successful. In the new game, the character will fully comprehend the spatial laws, completely awaken the juvenile domain, and fully awaken the Netherworld ghost domain. Detected star spirit blessing, merging in progress. Detected multiple domain fragments and laws, automatically executing the optimal choice. Evolutionary merging begins. Netherworld ghost domain juvenile domain spatial laws Netherworld. The mechanical voice of the system echoed continuously, and a faint smile graced Xian Kong's lips. An epic enhancement indeed. It seems the system disapproves of my descent. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and his soul plunged into chaos. In the blink of an eye. 50 years had passed. A crystal ball adorned with enigmatic dark patterns reformed 2 slumbering souls, and a baby quietly appeared in the human city-state, named Xian Kong. Sleep countdown, none. Awaken quickly. The system's mechanical voice surprisingly bore an emotional tone. It was genuinely anxious, even resorting to its own essence. A baby emerged in a wasteland, blinking its large eyes, placing its hands before its face, flipping them over and over, while its chubby little legs kicked aimlessly. Am I a baby? Xian Kong gazed at his plump little hands, overwhelmed with astonishment. This is truly a first. He maneuvered his head to look around, the fiery glow of the sunset reflecting in his eyes. Stirring endless thoughts within him. Mo, are you well? Xian Kong whispered softly, yet he could not control his vocal cords accurately, only managing to produce a vague sound. With this thought, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Now, one pressing question loomed. What should he do? He contemplated merely languishing until the age of 20 and then cursing himself to death. He had no desire to seek out Mo again. A mere 20 years felt too fleeting, and in his current state, what could he accomplish? It would only lead to a repetition of his former descent. Mo, though unspoken, surely suffered internally as well. Xian Kong pondered for a moment before finally exhaling deeply. The curse, if not resolved, then truly, it would be futile. Wait. A spark ignited in Xian Kong's eyes, and his previously languid body sat up instantaneously. And I remember Xing Yin mentioning that I do not belong to any known or unknown realm. Does that mean Xing Yin knows all that exists beyond me? My mind, Xian Kong delightedly thought, raising his chubby little hand to pat his head, but alas, his head was too large, and his arms too short. Despite his efforts to stretch, he could only manage to touch the side of his head. At last, he had found a target. Xian Kong smiled. The final descent of his past life had cast a shadow over his heart. And though it was not entirely dispelled, at least light could seep through. Lying in the wasteland, he gazed at the clouds in the sky, feeling a profound tranquility within. He closed his eyes, sensing the merging of his body and soul. Awaiting the system's next directive. System prompt. The soul-binding object has merged. In the new game, the character will acquire the Netherworld Ghost Scythe and the Netherworld Cloak. System prompt. The spatial laws have merged. In the new game, the character will fully comprehend the spatial laws. System prompt. Domain fragments have merged. In the new game, the character will fully awaken the juvenile domain and the Netherworld Ghost domain. System prompt. The star spirit blessing has merged. In the new game, the character will receive special attribute bonuses. System prompt. The netherworld has been generated. You shall embody the lord of the netherworld. Hearing the system's prompts, Xian Kong felt a surge of joy that he sensed the immense power within his body, as if he could tear apart space and command life and death. However, this power bore a barrier that he must gradually shatter to fully obtain it. A new game, a new beginning, Xian Kong murmured softly, his eyes glimmering with determination that he slowly rose, wobbling slightly as he steadied himself, attempting to take a step. Though his form was unsteady, he managed to control himself enough to walk a few steps. Thud! The small figure fell again, making direct contact with the earth, stirring up a cloud of dark dust. Moments later, the little figure lifted its face, its grayish countenance revealing only two glistening eyes, on the verge of tears. Huh. Xian Kong sighed deeply. This is quite difficult. System, oh system, can you truly be so unconcerned with a mere infant? In truth, during the earlier falls, Xian Kong could brush the dust from his face, but as time passed, the more he wiped, the dirtier he became, even swallowing some. Thus, he resigned himself to ignore it. Beep, system prompt. The host can utilize the spatial laws. Xian Kong fell silent, feeling that it must be the brain of this body that was lacking. Certainly not his own issue. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xian Kong huffed in a childish tone, sensing the system's apparent exasperation at his actions. Once again, he wobbled to his feet, extending one hand forward. The spatial laws activated, and the space before him began to fracture with visible cracks. In the next moment, the space shattered. Xian Kong lifted his small foot, intending to step through, but his other foot failed to fully support his body. And the powerful gravitational pull drew him back into a heartfelt embrace with Mother Earth. Woe is me! Is this not bullying? Xian Kong wanted to cry. As the thought formed, tears streamed down his cheeks. He felt the tears flowing. Humph, it must be the body's fault. The child was too small, and the tear ducts were utterly uncontrollable. Host, a gentle reminder, the current body's strength cannot withstand long-distance spatial transmission. The host can utilize the spatial laws to lift oneself. The system panel reappeared, and Xian Kong rejoiced. It seemed that his fall had inadvertently saved his life. Xian Kong's face lit up with joy, and his tears ceased in an instant. Activating the spatial laws to enhance himself, Xian Kong's tiny body floated lightly into the air. I can fly too, Xian Kong exclaimed, his heart swelling with delight. His small form flitted about in the air, moving up and down, left and right, as if floating in zero gravity, and it took him some time to stabilize his body, though slight oscillations remained. No matter the obstacles ahead, I shall never descend again, Xian Kong resolved inwardly, his eyes sparkling like the stars. His figure gradually receded into the distance across the wasteland, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. The stars above shone exceptionally bright, and two moons, one large and one small, hung in the sky, their craters strikingly visible, particularly the dreamy purple-pink large moon, which exuded a unique beauty. A path woven of starlight enveloped Xian Kong. As specks of starlight silently merged into his being, gradually strengthening his soul as the moon waned. The sky brightened with the first light of dawn, and Xian Kong could no longer resist. His form wavered precariously. Thud! The small figure crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dark dust. What is happening to me? Why do I feel so sleepy? Xian Kong lay on the ground, unwilling to move, his eyes barely open. As if on the verge of closing completely. No, I must find Mo. I cannot sleep. Xian Kong shook his head, attempting to dispel his drowsiness. My little universe is exploding. The sounds shifted from fervent to subdued, finally fading into a whisper. Woe is me, I can't hold on. Just a brief nap will suffice, Xian Kong lamented, yet he lacked even the strength to see or wide-eye. In the next moment, his eyelids fell shut, plunging him into slumbered eye. In his dreams, Xian Kong sensed a hand gently wiping over his body, a ticklish sensation, very pleasant and soft. Alas, who could it be, so unkind? Yet I shall have a companion henceforth, From this day forward, I shall be your sister. We are both forsaken children, destined to rely on one another. Time passed, though how long it was. Xian Kong gradually awakened, instinctively rubbing his sleepy eyes, and stretching lazily, emitting a series of contented sighs. That I slept so well, Xian Kong muttered to himself, peering around to assess his surroundings. Brother, you're awake. A voice with a hint of childishness reached him, soft and sweet enough to melt the heart. Xian Kong looked up to see a little girl, significantly larger than him, standing before him, her big eyes filled with concern. "Brother, were you calling me?" Xian Kong pointed to his own nose, inquiring with his indistinct speech. Wow, the little girl seemed startled, stepping back suddenly, only to lose her footing and sit down on the ground. Wow, she burst into tears, her sobs flowing freely. What is happening here? Xian Kong thought, but seeing that it appeared she had brought him back, he reluctantly decided to comfort her. "Sister, please don't cry. It was my fault." Xian Kong bit his lip, summoning his courage to speak. Wow, the little girl cried even louder, her wails growing more intense. This is truly unbelievable. Xian Kong sighed. Feeling a headache coming on, he wobbled over slowly, extending his hand to gently pat the little girl's face. "Don't cry, don't cry." The sound was exceedingly muffled. Even if the mightiest deity were to arrive, one would be unable to discern what Xian Kong was saying. Of course, this was intentional on his part. Gradually, the sobs of the little girl diminished, and she lifted her head, gazing at Xian Kong with tear-filled eyes. Stammering, "Brother, are you comforting me?" Xian Kong nodded, gently withdrawing his small hand from the girl's face, revealing several faint smudges of dirt. Ugh, how absurd. What on earth am I doing, engaging in such childish games as roleplay? It's utterly bewildering. Xian Kong lamented internally. Ha ha ha. The little girl broke into a smile. Pulling Xian Kong's small head into her embrace, a waft of milky fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. It was not particularly pleasant, yet not disagreeable either. Sister, the little girl released Xian Kong, pointing at her own nose, a smile adorning her face. Sister, Xian Kong helplessly complied. What else could he do? The girl was so young. If he inadvertently made her cry again, he would bear the consequences. Wow. Brother, you are so clever, just like your sister in her prime. The little girl's smile widened, her beaming face illuminating Xian Kong's world. Sweeping away the shadows in his heart, gazing at her radiant smile, Xian Kong felt a warmth within. Although he had no knowledge of who this little girl was, her gaze reflected genuine concern for him. "Sister, what is your name?" Xian Kong inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of childishness, sounding adorably innocent of me. The little girl pointed to herself, then revealed a dazzling smile. "I am called Xiaoyu, with you meaning moon, Xiaoyu." Xian Kong echoed, extending his small hand towards her. Then, "Xiaoyu, we shall be one family from now on. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, grasping Xian Kong's little hand. "We shall be one family." Indeed, children are ever so fickle. He had thought she would cry again. Xian Kong mused inwardly, recalling how startled she had been just moments ago when he suddenly spoke. Yet now she had readily accepted him. Gurgle. Suddenly, a rumbling sound from his stomach shattered the warm atmosphere. "Are you hungry? I have food here." The little girl's smile faded as she began rummaging through a box behind her. Xian Kong observed her tattered clothing and the drafty wooden walls surrounding them, and could not help but marvel at the peculiarity of this world. Just after his revival, he encountered this little girl, who appeared to be living alone in such circumstances. "Here, you can have this." The little girl produced a dry piece of bread from the box and offered it to Xian Kong. He accepted the bread, feeling a twinge of emotion. Despite her tender age, this little girl was already capable of taking care of herself and even looking after others. Truly remarkable. "Thank you, sister." Xian Kong expressed his gratitude with a smile, then began to nibble on the bread. Though dry, it was at least palatable for Xian Kong at that moment. "Brother, what is your name?" Xiaoyu asked. Curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Xian Kong pointed to himself and replied, "I'm called Xian Kong." Xian Kong got such a strange name. Xiaoyu wrinkled her brow, clearly unfamiliar with it. "Is that so?" Xian Kong chuckled lightly, refraining from elaborating further. "Brother, why are you here?" Xiaoyu continued her inquiry. Xian Kong hesitated briefly before answering. "I do not know. I woke up here, though." Xiaoyu nodded, not pressing any further. She assumed he had been abandoned by his parents. And for someone so young, it was not unusual to have no memories. Gurgle. Once more, a sound emanated from Xiaoyu's stomach. "Haha, it seems we are both hungry," she said, scratching her head with a smile. Then began to munch on her own piece of bread. The two sat together on the desolate ground, sharing their bread while engaging in light conversation. "Brother, do you have any plans for the future?" Xiaoyu suddenly asked. "Plans?" Xian Kong pondered for a moment before replying. "I want to become strong, stronger than anyone else. I believe you can do it," Xiaoyu affirmed earnestly, then added, "Let me share my dream with you. I aspire to become a magician, capable of casting marvelous spells. A magician. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Xian Kong's eyes. Then let us strive together to realize our dreams. Together, Xiao Yu clenched her fist and shouted in unison with Xian Kong. Their voices echoed across the wilderness, as if they could reach the farthest corners of the world. Chapter 75. The Star God Temple. Once the Hall of Heroes. In truth, Xian Kong remained but a child, susceptible to hunger and fatigue, making it impossible for him to endure long journeys. Thus, he settled down contentedly, living alongside his sister, Xiao Yu. Naturally, Xian Kong did not simply take advantage of her hospitality. He occasionally imparted lessons on magic energy cultivation to her. Although he possessed a limited repertoire of spells, those he did know were executed with remarkable finesse. For instance, spatial magic was essentially an application of spatial principles. Likewise, he had mastered basic elements like water, fire, earth, and wind, skills he had acquired in his third life but had abandoned later, deeming them useless. Yet, Xian Kong was a perfectionist. Despite casting them aside, he had still honed them to a level of mastery. It is worth mentioning that humanity's application of magical energy had become increasingly impressive, gradually moving beyond the era of relying on partners, in the first era, selecting weapons and seeking partners. In the second era, choosing partners upon turning 5. In the third era, awakening magical powers and absorbing magic stones. As for the fourth era, Xian Kong had yet to delve into it. While the third era is not explicitly detailed, it is briefly referenced in the last point of the first chapter of that era, concerning the magic stones on the table, which may be overlooked. Refer to Chapter 48 for details. This does not affect the reading. All skills stem from a solid foundation, and they were merely at the outset. Xiao Yu needed to accumulate her magical energy before she could learn to cast ordinary spells. Time passed, and Xian Kong remained unhurried, as this leisurely existence gradually washed away the gloom in his heart. Before long, spring arrived once more, heralding a season of renewal, and life for Xian Kong and Xiao Yu began to flourish. Xiao Yu's magical energy accumulation deepened, allowing her to cast simple spells, while Xian Kong had fully restored his strength. During this time, Xian Kong became enamored with sleeping outdoors, for he discovered that the so-called blessings of celestial spirits enabled him to absorb the power of the stars for his cultivation. However, this method of cultivation was spontaneous and could not be artificially interrupted, leading Xian Kong to develop an affinity for sleeping beneath the open sky. One day, Xiao Yu joyfully burst in, unceremoniously embracing Xian Kong. "Brother, we have a big house to live in now, and an endless supply of bread," she exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Despite her malnutrition since childhood, causing her bones to feel uncomfortable, Xian Kong genuinely felt delighted. "Sister, please let go. We need to talk properly," Xian Kong protested as he wriggled free. "Ahaha." Xiao Yu released him, grinning. "Brother, today I met an incredibly powerful magician. He said he wants to take me on as his apprentice and promised us a big house and endless bread." "Did you agree?" Xian Kong inquired. Xiao Yu nodded in response. "And where is this magician?" Xian Kong pressed further. He said he needed to purchase some materials from other races and would take us along when he returns." Xiao Yu contemplated. "Very well." Xian Kong reluctantly acquiesced. Regardless of whether the magician's intentions were benevolent or malevolent, he was confident in his ability to protect both himself and his sister. After all, the prowess of a top-tier demigod was not to be taken lightly. Even in this era, such beings occupied a lofty position. In the days that followed, Xian Kong and Xiao Yu began their wait. They did not remain idle. Instead, they continued their training, enhancing their abilities. Xiao Yu grew increasingly adept at magic, while Xian Kong consistently solidified his own cultivation, experimenting with the assimilation of stellar energy into nether energy. Surprisingly, the process of transforming stellar energy into nether energy proved remarkably simple, with no sense of hindrance whatsoever. Had it not been for the limitations on the speed of stellar energy cultivation, Xian Kong was certain his nether energy cultivation would have soared at an astonishing pace. Time flew by, and before long, a month had passed. Yet, the magician had yet to make an appearance, causing Xiao Yu to grow anxious. While Xian Kong remained unconcerned, he understood that top-tier beings had their own matters to attend to and could not always act according to others' wishes. During this time, Xian Kong also discovered that he could utilize superstar essence for cultivation, though the absorption rate was not nearly as rapid as that of star stones. Nevertheless, The speed of cultivation with superstar essence far exceeded that of spontaneous absorption of stellar energy. At last, on a certain day in the second month, the magician appeared. He appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a purple wizard's robe, his hair flecked with gray, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. Upon seeing Xian Kong and Xiao Yu, he nodded slightly and said, "Are you ready?" Xiao Yu nervously nodded, while Xian Kong remained silent. Sensing that the magician's intentions were not pure, the magician smiled faintly and said, "Very well, then let us depart." He waved his hand, and in a flash of light, the three vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place that was a vast city, with towering buildings and bustling crowds, alive with excitement. Xiaoye gazed at the unfolding scene, her eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment. Xian Kong, however, wore a rather impassive expression. He was well acquainted with this place, having been entwined with it in various lifetimes. Observing their expressions, the wizard smiled faintly and remarked, "This is the capital of the Human Alliance, one of the most bustling cities on the entire continent. Here, you shall undergo the most rigorous magical training to become true magicians." Upon hearing this, Xiaoye's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Xian Kong replied calmly, "We understand. Your purpose in bringing us here extends beyond mere training, does it not?" The wizard paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you are astute that I brought you here with an additional purpose, to assist me in accomplishing a task." Xian Kong raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the wizard and awaiting further elaboration. The wizard smiled gently and continued, "I need you to help me find something of great significance to me. Should you succeed, I shall reward you accordingly. Moreover, this will serve as a test. Only upon passing it will I consider recommending you to my mentor." Xiaoye, her eyes now gleaming with determination, declared, "We shall complete your task, rest assured." Xian Kong added nonchalantly, "We accept this mission, but you must guarantee our safety. If we encounter peril, you must come to our aid." His concern primarily lay with Xiaoye's well-being. The wizard laughed heartily. "Do not worry. I shall ensure your safety. Now, let us depart." With a wave of his hand, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, a vast forest, lush with trees and rife with wild beasts. Xian Kong surveyed the forest, a slight frown creasing his brow as he sensed a peculiar power permeating the air, one that felt oddly familiar. This forest seemed reminiscent of the Trial Forest. The wizard, noting their expressions, smiled gently. This was once the Trial Forest, now long abandoned. You are to search for something here, something very important to me. Remember, you have only 3 days to locate it." Xiaoye's eyes sparkled with resolve as she replied to the wizard, "We will certainly find that item. You have my word." Xian Kong couldn't help but facepalm. While Xiaoye's enthusiasm was admirable, her naivety left her vulnerable to deception. As the wizard described the sought-after object in detail, Xian Kong suddenly felt a misalignment in the narrative. Wait, that not the energy core of a guardian beast. He mused internally, recalling that he possessed such an object from his third life, a reward from the elder for vanquishing a guardian beast. This would be straightforward. All he needed was to wander for a few days, evade the wizard's gaze, and retrieve it. A smirk crept onto Xian Kong's lips as he reveled in his cleverness. However, he had no intention of avoiding the guardian beast. Should they cross paths, obtaining another energy core would be fortuitous. Xian Kong began to traverse the Trial Forest, carefully evading the wizard's watchful eyes while seeking traces of the guardian beast. These creatures were the evolved form of ordinary magical beasts and held dominion over this forest. Yet Xian Kong felt little trepidation. With his formidable demigod prowess and an array of skills and domains at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to defeat a guardian beast and procure the energy core. Fortune smiled upon him, as he discovered the tracks of a guardian beast on the very first night. It was a colossal lion, robust and fierce, with piercing eyes that exuded ferocity. A lion? I recall the last one was a massive black bear. Xian Kong thought in surprise, frantically crafting excuses to lead Xiaoye away. Without hesitation, he lunged at the guardian beast, initiating a fierce battle. The ethereal energy and stellar force coursed through him, invigorating his every move. The guardian beast retaliated with thunderous roars, launching a barrage of attacks at Xian Kong. The clash escalated with each passing moment, every strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Xian Kong moved like a shooting star, darting through the guardian beast's onslaught, ever in search of an opening. The beast's formidable presence was undeniable, each of its attacks resonating with an overwhelming force, as if it sought to obliterate any adversary in its path. Yet, Xian Kong, with his agile movements, deftly evaded its strikes while relentlessly probing for weaknesses to at last. Amidst a particularly ferocious assault, he discerned a flaw in the guardian beast's defenses. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a decisive blow. Channeling the ethereal energy into his fist and striking at the beast's vulnerability, the guardian beast let out a heart-wrenching cry, its massive form trembling before it succumbed to the earth. Xian Kong stood beside it, panting heavily, yet his eyes shone with triumph. This battle had illuminated his growth and progress, deepening his understanding of his own strength. It appears I can vanquish a guardian beast solely with physical prowess. Considering the last encounter, the bear had already been wounded. Ultimately, Xian Kong pressed his advantage, and the guardian beast fell, allowing him to successfully extract the energy core. In the subsequent days, he reunited with Xiaoya, and together they continued their search for other clues within the trial forest. They scoured the forest for a full 3 days, encountering numerous dangers, yet Xian Kong's formidable abilities allowed them to avert disaster each time. Sensing that the time was ripe, Xian Kong orchestrated an encounter with the energy core, but on the 4th morning, the wizard reappeared before them. He regarded the energy core in Xian Kong's possession with a flicker of surprise, quickly regaining his composure. "Excellent. You have fulfilled the task," he nodded slightly. "Now, I shall take you to meet my mentor." With another wave of his hand, a bright light enveloped them, and they vanished once more. When they reemerged, they found themselves in a mysterious locale, a grand palace, resplendent and imposing. Xiaoya gazed in awe, her eyes wide with wonder. Wow, such a magnificent place. Xian Kong recognized the palace's aura. It was indeed the Hall of Heroes. Yet its exterior and interior had undergone a dramatic transformation since his last life. The wizard led them through the palace, encountering several members of the Hall of Heroes along the way. They regarded Xian Kong and Xiaoya with surprise, though no one spoke further. Eventually, they arrived at a vast hall. The core area of the Hall of Heroes, at its center stood a colossal crystal orb, emanating a soft glow. "Mentor, I have returned," the wizard said, bowing slightly before the orb. Suddenly, a figure flickered to life within the crystal, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Mentor, they have successfully passed your tests. They are promising candidates," the wizard intoned respectfully. He turned to Xian Kong and Xiaoya, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You two remind me of someone." Xian Kong's heart stirred as he recognized the elder. Recalling that he was one of the disciples he had taken on after resolving the conflict with the allied races. "Would you both care to join the Star God Palace?" the elder inquired. His gaze inquisitive, Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Xian Kong, awaiting his response. Xian Kong frowned slightly. "The Star God Palace? Wasn't he that the Hall of Heroes?" "Ah, the Hall of Heroes has vanished. It has transformed entirely," the elder lamented, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "However, you, young one, possess considerable knowledge to recognize the Hall of Heroes. You may step outside. I wish to speak with him privately." The elder gestured to the wizard, signaling for him to escort Xiaoya away. The wizard bowed slightly, taking Xiaoya's hand as they departed. His body trembled as though facing an abyss. Xiaoya, puzzled, looked back at Xian Kong with wide eyes, remaining silent until the hall's doors closed, her gaze lingering reluctantly. "Now, tell me, who are you?" The elder's tone shifted sharply, his voice laced with intensity. "The heroic king, Xian Kong." Xian Kong replied coolly as his words echoed. The surrounding magical energy surged, teetering on the brink of chaos. "I shall grant you one more chance." The elder stepped forth from the crystal orb, and as he did, the tumultuous magical current fell silent, as if time itself had frozen, rendering all sights and sensations utterly still. Xian Kong remained unfazed, dark flames swirling in his hand as a massive black scythe materialized. The stark color contrast rendered the world vibrantly alive. "Is this time magic?" he remarked casually, a grin on his face, and a touch of spatial magic. The elder conceded, dispelling the enchantment before pausing contemplatively. "Are you truly the mentor?" The elder still wore an expression of disbelief. It was not just him. Even other disciples would doubt such a sight. An infant wielding a scythe nearly as tall as a full-grown adult was indeed a peculiar spectacle. "Well," the weapon is out. Do you still doubt? Xian Kong replied with a hint of pride. Hiss. Huff. The elder inhaled deeply. Wait, master. Allow me to compose myself. The elder gazed at Xian Kong. A grave expression etched upon his face. Master, how have you transformed into this? Chapter 76. The Star Spirit Incarnation. Xianling, do you believe me when I say I have been resurrected? Xian Kong remarked with a teasing tone, deliberately adopting a flippant demeanor that I do. The elder asserted firmly. Master, should I arrange a gathering for our brothers and sisters? No need. That little you is my. Xian Kong replied leisurely. Future mistress. The elder exclaimed in shock. Thud. What nonsense. She is my sister. Xian Kong stepped forward, arriving directly above the elder's head, delivering a playful flick. Yes, master, please temper your anger. The elder chuckled awkwardly, internally lamenting the situation. Please, share your experiences. I am quite curious. Xian Kong calmed himself and began to speak. Master, I thought the elder began, recounting the trials he had faced over the years. Xian Kong listened intently, nodding thoughtfully from time to time, offering little in the way of commentary. Uncle, why is my brother left alone? Xiao Yu inquired, raising her small head with a bright, inquisitive expression. Master has matters to discuss with him, the mage remarked, still somewhat dazed. It had been ages since he had seen that particular glint in his master's eyes. He would never forget, for his master was the architect of the human revolution, who had successfully established himself afterward as the undisputed leader of humanity. Enter. Just then, a voice enveloped the mage, infused with magic. Guiding him forward, Xiao Yu, filled with wonder, observed with wide, curious eyes. The grand doors of the hall swung open and closed, revealing the mage and Xiao Yu within. Xian Kong stood respectfully to one side. Master, the mage greeted with a deep bow, anxious not to offend the elder. Master, Xiao Yu imitated, though her attempt was somewhat clumsy, resulting in a comical impression. What is your name? The elder inquired, a flicker of ungraspable reverence surfacing in his gaze. Xiao Yu, she replied, brimming with excitement. Beware. Come here. I shall personally assess your talents. The elder beckoned, waving his hand. His expression remained calm, though internally he sighed at the fortunate fate of the girl, who had unexpectedly become the elder's superior. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu took tentative steps toward the elder, occasionally glancing at Xian Kong, her demeanor cautious. The elder nodded gently, conjuring a sphere of soft light that enveloped Xiao Yu as the light gently swirled. A look of comfort spread across her face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, soothing yet accompanied by a hint of coolness that refreshed the spirit. The elder attentively observed the shifting light. After a considerable time, he retracted his hand, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Your talent is remarkable, indeed exceptional. If you were to train at the Star God Palace, you would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future, he stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with longing as she glanced at Xian Kong, seemingly awaiting his approval. Xian Kong nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. He understood well that allowing Xiao Yu to join the Star God Palace was an excellent opportunity for her, and it would also grant him peace of mind to leave, knowing his former apprentice would be present. Can I train alongside my brother? Xiao Yu asked eagerly. Oh dear, Xian Kong lamented inwardly, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Although they were not blood relatives, they had relied on each other, and Xiao Yu would surely be reluctant to part from him. The elder glanced at Xiao Yu, then up at Xian Kong, silently seeking his opinion. Xian Kong nodded slightly, indicating his consent. Then you shall remain at the Star God Palace, the elder declared gently. I will arrange for someone to guide you to your lodgings. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder gestured for the mage to escort Xiao Yu away. The mage bowed slightly, acknowledging his understanding, and subsequently led Xiao Yu out of the hall. As they departed, the mage felt a profound unease. His master's behavior was peculiarly unsettling, leading him to suspect that the master had been possessed by another. Within the hall, only Xian Kong and the elder remained. The elder regarded Xian Kong, a complex expression crossing his features. Master, do you have something to say to me? He inquired. Xian Kong shook his head slightly, pausing for a moment before finally speaking. You'd have changed. The elder smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying Xian Kong's assertion, yet he was eager to hear Xian Kong's evaluation of him. Oh, you think this change is unfavorable? The elder asked with a smile. Xian Kong shook his head slightly, indicating that it was not a matter of negativity. He looked at the elder, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Who could have imagined that the Heroes' Hall established by Eteon would one day be toppled? Yet, perhaps it is for the best. Since Eteon's disappearance, the nature of the Heroes' Hall has shifted. The current Star God Palace seems rather promising that I hope you can persist on your own path. Xian Kong spoke slowly. Regardless of what that path entails, I will support you. The elder felt a wave of emotion swell within him. He understood Xian Kong's intentions and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Master, I will. Who could have foreseen that the boy from back then would become the lord of the Star God Palace? Xian Kong marveled with a smile. Now, I am nominally your disciple. I have matters to attend to. But I must ensure that Sister Xiaoyu remains unaware. I shall leave a star spirit incarnation behind, and the rest will be entrusted to you. As he spoke, specks of starlight emerged from within Xian Kong, gradually coalescing into a hazy humanoid form. Still insufficient. Xian Kong realized that the stellar power within him was inadequate to sustain the formation of the star spirit incarnation. While the energy stored in the 12 chaos pearls was comprised of nether energy, which could not be utilized for this purpose, in resignation, a small cube materialized in Xian Kong's hand, and upon pressing a protrusion, the cube unfurled, releasing a sphere of yellow light the size of a human head. Subsequently, under Xian Kong's control, the superstellar essence was gradually absorbed. His body served as a conduit, compressing the stellar energy for continuous enhancement of the star spirit incarnation. This process persisted for a quarter of an hour, the incarnation growing increasingly solid, while Xian Kong's vitality waned significantly. Master, why subject yourself to this? The elder asked with concern. Xian Kong shook his head slightly, signaling that he was fine as he gazed at the star spirit incarnation. A glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a sphere of memory merged into the star spirit's form. This will suffice, Xian Kong remarked slowly. This incarnation possesses memories only of this life. And I have made slight adjustments that as for strength, it will naturally grow with age. In a sense, it can be considered an independent entity. The elder nodded slightly, indicating his understanding that he looked at Xian Kong, a tinge of reluctance filling his heart. Master, please take care. Xian Kong nodded slightly. Acknowledging the sentiment, he regarded the elder, anticipation flickering in his gaze. Press on. I believe in you. The future of humanity rests in your hands. Xian Kong spoke gently. Yes, Master, I will. The elder replied resolutely, understanding that Xian Kong's mention of you referred to his brothers and sisters. Xian Kong smiled faintly, stepping forward and vanishing into the void. The elder watched the spot where Xian Kong had disappeared, reflecting with a tinge of nostalgia. He had never imagined that after all this time, his master would transform into such a youthful figure. With Xian Kong's departure, the star spirit incarnation gradually awakened, its appearance indistinguishable from Xian Kong's. Master, where is Sister Xiaoyu? The star spirit incarnation inquired in a soft, childlike tone, akin to that of a genuine 3-year-old. What is your name? The elder asked. Xian Kong. The star spirit incarnation replied, gazing at the elder with confusion. I shall give you a courtesy name. Xian Ling from now on. You shall refer to yourself as such. You understand? The elder stated earnestly. He had his reasons. One could not allow a 3-year-old child to share the same name as their master, as that would be rather awkward. I am Xian Ling. The incarnation nodded in agreement. Now, let us go. I will take you to find your sister, the elder said, satisfaction blooming within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 77. The Last Legacy of Amo after departing from the human city. Xian Kong did not head directly to the village, as the spatial laws of Emperor Shutian were one factor. He also wished to observe the changes across the continent, for reasons unknown, since leaving the human city. Xian Kong felt as though the entire world was enveloped in a shroud of silence, as if a terrifying presence had emerged across the continent. All races trembled in fear, as if standing on the edge of an abyss. Those races with vested interests in humanity had severed their ties. Even humanity had retreated into their city, despite being known as the NPCs that populated the continent. The current situation seemed exceedingly peculiar. Xian Kong was perplexed, yet he had no desire to delve deeper, as he had already encountered too many enigmas in his previous life, leaving him somewhat psychologically scarred. Outwardly, wherever Xian Kong ventured, the indigenous inhabitants would immediately shut their doors and windows, leaving only a few robust individuals to drive away the foreigner. What has happened to the continent? These races appeared unwilling to welcome outsiders. Unfazed, Xian Kong continued to visit numerous habitats of various races. Yet, without exception, they regarded outsiders with profound fear, even bordering on hatred. In resignation, Xian Kong decided to abandon this endeavor. He had pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to waste time on trivialities. His gaze turned toward the northwest, and with a single step, he arrived at the outskirts of the Mizu forest. The moment the space shattered, an overwhelming surge of scorching heat erupted, causing the already fractured realm to collapse in an instant. Xian Kong, braving the torrid currents, departed from the void, and with a mere flick of his hand, the space was restored in the blink of an eye. What is happening? Xian Kong felt a surge of astonishment. For the epicenter of this searing flow seemed to be none other than XX Village. In an instant, an absurd thought arose, but it was swiftly suppressed by Xian Kong. No, that is impossible. Paying no heed to the oncoming waves of heat, the shadowy cloak of Yomi materialized, shielding Xian Kong and diminishing the intensity of the heat upon him. He trudged step by step towards XX Village, the temperature of the heat growing ever more unbearable as he advanced. Yet, curiously, the misty forest showed no signs of disturbance, remaining as lush and verdant as ever. Xian Kong barely had time to marvel when, suddenly, the heat erupted as if in an explosion, waves of scorching air battering against his form. The Yomi cloak fluttering fiercely as black flames surged forth, resisting the terrifying heat. Momo, you must be safe. Xian Kong forced out a few words from his throat, immobilized by the sudden onslaught of heat. After what felt like an eternity, the heat gradually subsided, yet that extreme warmth still lingered. The dark figure quietly traversed the deserted woods, appearing to stroll leisurely, though the sensation was akin to walking through molten lava. Starkly contrasting with the seemingly tranquil surface, time passed, and at last, Xian Kong reached the edge of the misty forest. Before him lay an empty village, with only the treehouse flickering with a peculiar white light. He yearned to hasten his pace to investigate, but an invisible force continually pressed against him, forcing him to slow down. As for the spatial laws, perhaps due to Xian Kong's insufficient comprehension, he found himself unable to open a rift in space at that moment. Thus, he painstakingly made his way to the treehouse, raising his hand to knock on the door. The door swung open, and a strange white energy enveloped Xian Kong, drawing him inside. Upon stepping into the treehouse, the searing heat vanished in an instant, yet an indescribable might still remained. As his surroundings gradually came into focus, he beheld nearly everyone from the village gathered within. Their leader was none other than Emperor Shutian, and the expressions of those inside were grave, particularly that of Xiaoyan. Xian Kong scanned the area but did not spot Momo, which sent his heart plummeting. He should have deduced it, for Xian Kong could sense that the extreme heat emanated from the holy and sacred land. Accompanied by a terrifying pressure, Uncle Shutian, is Momo? Xian Kong's voice trembled as he inquired. Yes, Emperor Shutian nodded subtly. Just that single gesture was akin to a thunderclap in Xian Kong's heart, confirming his fears. Momo is undergoing the final inheritance, the so-called divine inheritance. In truth, this last inheritance could be taken slowly, much like Emperor Shutian had done in his time. Xian Kong was bewildered as to why Momo was pushing herself so hard. Observing the current situation, it was evident that her divine inheritance had been ongoing for quite some time, a scenario fraught with peril, where the slightest misstep could lead to demise. After all, attaining divinity is no trivial matter. There can be no room for error. A gradual approach is the wisest course. Uncle Shutian, how long has it been? Xian Kong's voice was faint, as if all strength had been sapped from him. 5 years, came the light reply, yet it struck Xian Kong with immense astonishment. Though he had suspected that the duration was lengthy, he had not anticipated it to have stretched to 5 whole years. One could only imagine how arduous this final inheritance must be. 5 years. Do you know how we have endured these 5 years? Xian Kong gazed at the crowd packed within the treehouse. A sudden thought surging forth that a wave of concern washed over him. While he believed in Momo's resilience, belief and worry were two separate matters. He would not wish for Momo to emerge from this ordeal battered and bruised, for that would break his heart. Yet, given the current circumstances, Xian Kong felt powerless, left with no choice but to wait in silence, fervently praying in his heart. Time elapsed in the anxious wait, and Xian Kong paced restlessly within the treehouse, his heart brimming with trepidation. 5 years, which might seem inconsequential to others, could signify a life-and-death trial for Momo, as the path to divinity was riddled with thorns. Emperor Kishirun discerned Xian Kong's anxiety and gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Xian Kong, you need not worry. Momo possesses an extraordinary resilience and determination. Furthermore, the power of the Honglian sacred land will safeguard her, ensuring she does not easily fall. Xian Kong nodded. Though he knew Emperor Shi Tian spoke the truth, he could not quell the worry gnawing at him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Seeking to distract himself through conversation, he found himself at a loss for words. His mouth opened and closed, yet he could not utter a single syllable. Xian Kong, do you know why the misty forest remains unaffected by this heat, still vibrant and teeming with life? Emperor Shi Tian seemed to sense Xian Kong's intent and initiated the conversation. I do not know, Xian Kong replied with a slight shake of his head, his expression forlorn. This forest retains its form because it is, in essence, a place of inheritance. However, its master appears to have long vanished. Which is why we have settled here. Momo is currently receiving the inheritance of the Honglian sacred land, and this power of inheritance is transforming her body, allowing her to gradually adapt to the divine strength until she can fully bear that power. Hearing this, Xian Kong's heart calmed slightly that he gazed in the direction of the Honglian sacred land, silently praying for Momo's safety. Chapter 78. I can protect you. Seeing the effect of their conversation, the two continued to chat, during which Xian Kong learned of a 5 or 6-year-old child appearing on the continent. He called himself Xian Shaokong, capturing living beings and dragging them into the Black Demon Sea with exceedingly vicious methods. To date, none of those captured had managed to escape. Emperor Shi Tian curiously inquired whether Xian Shaokong was related to him, but Xian Kong's gaze dimmed as he shook his head, lost in thought. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from the Honglian sacred land, causing both Xian Kong and Emperor Shi Tian to change countenance. This aura was imbued with a terrifying heat, as if capable of incinerating everything in its path. What is? Xian Kong exclaimed in astonishment, staring towards the Honglian sacred land, unsure of what transpired within. Emperor Shi Tian's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. This is the pivotal moment of attaining divinity. Momo is undergoing the final baptism of power. This aura signifies the awakening of the Honglian sacred land's power. Upon hearing this, Xian Kong's concern deepened. He gazed towards the Honglian sacred land, silently praying for Momo to safely navigate this trial. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the final outcome. Finally, the overwhelming aura gradually receded, the oppressive force that loomed over them dissipating in an instant. The individuals in the treehouse surged forth, flocking to a corner of the village near the Honglian sacred land. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged. It was a woman clad in a crimson robe, her beauty breathtaking, with a natural 3-petal red lotus mark upon her forehead, reminiscent of a fairy stepping forth from a painting. Her eyes shimmered with golden light, a remnant of divinity that had yet to fully fade. As the fiery figure appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers, for it heralded the addition of another being of divine strength among them. Momo, Xian Kong exclaimed joyfully, his heart finally at ease upon seeing her safe and sound. Momo looked at Xian Kong, offering a faint smile, her voice melodious yet tinged with fatigue. Xian Kong, I have succeeded. As soon as her words fell, Momo's form began to sway precariously, and Xian Kong swiftly stepped forward to support her. Xian Kong, I can protect you now, Momo said with a sweet smile. The weariness was evident on her face. Fool, I am the man. It is my duty to protect you, Xian Kong replied gently, his heart sighing at her declaration. If not for the presence of so many people, he might have wept openly at that moment. It turned out that the final descent of his previous life had such a profound impact on Momo, sending shockwaves through Xian Kong's heart, and he found himself resenting his past self. Xian Kong, Momo attempted to say more, but her eyelids grew too heavy to lift, and she succumbed to slumber in Xian Kong's arms. He held her tightly, feeling her exhaustion and frailty radiating from her. Gently stroking her hair, he was filled with guilt and gratitude. Momo had sacrificed so much for him. Emperor Shi Tian approached, observing the scene with a soft sigh. Xian Kong, take Momo to rest. There is no need for self-reproach. At least the outcome is favorable. Xian Kong nodded, carefully lifting Momo into his arms and making his way towards their shared home. His steps were resolute yet slow, each stride laden with responsibility and determination. In that moment, the shadows in Xian Kong's heart were completely dispelled, and a new goal emerged in his world: protection. The Honglian sacred land returned to tranquility. Yet within the hearts of the people, waves of emotions surged. They felt envy, longing, astonishment, and a determination to attain divinity. Xian Kong gazed at Momo, who lay on the bed, his eyes filled with tenderness, while his mind turned to the matter of Xian Shaokong. Irritation flaring within him. But given the present circumstances, Xian Kong only wished to remain by Momo's side, gently pulling the blanket over her and surveying their modest dwelling, warmth surging within him. Xian Kong sat quietly at the bedside, patiently waiting, occasionally replacing the cold towel on Momo's forehead or gently caressing her brow, offering her silent comfort. Time seemed to slow at that moment, and Xian Kong's heart gradually calmed with each of Momo's breaths. He reminisced about the fragments of their acquaintance, from their initial meeting to their deepening bond, culminating in their eventual marriage, each scene etched deeply in his heart. After an indeterminate duration, Momo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, upon seeing Xian Kong seated beside her, his gaze revealing profound exhaustion. She felt a warmth in her heart and softly called out, "Xian Kong." Hearing her voice, Xian Kong immediately raised his head and looked at Mo with concern, asking, "How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Mo shook her head, managing a weak smile. "I am fine, just a bit tired. You need not worry." Gently taking her hand, Xian Kong replied softly, "You are my little fool. How could I not worry about you?" As Mo felt the warmth radiating from his hand, a surge of warmth filled her heart, while memories of Xian Kong's past turmoil flooded her mind. Her eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. "Xian Kong, I want to tell you something." After a moment's hesitation, Mo decided to speak. "Yes, go ahead," Xian Kong encouraged her gently, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I like you. I have now successfully ascended to the divine realm and can protect you, so that you can share anything with me, and we will face it together." Though her voice was feeble, her tone was resolutely firm. Xian Kong was taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile, firmly clasping Mo's hand and soothingly assuring her, "I like you too. Mo, you have always been the most important person in my heart. And for that reason, I cannot allow my suffering to burden you." Upon hearing this, Mo furrowed her brow slightly, but soon relaxed. Since Xian Kong was unwilling, there was no need to force it. In a relationship, a certain distance must be maintained, even between spouses. Rest assured, I have already liberated myself from that dreadful state, and as long as I can be with you, that is enough. Noticing Mo's somber mood, Xian Kong placed a reassuring hand on his chest, promising her. However, as he did so, an eerie silence enveloped them, their gazes locked, and it felt as though the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. In that warm moment, all fatigue and worries dissipated, leaving only the profound love they shared. Xian Kong gazed at Mo's current visage, lost in admiration, but the thought of his own physical age brought a wave of melancholy. Detecting the presence of nether energy, should it be purged? Target for purging. Mo. A mechanical voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts, reminding him of the nether energy that had invaded Mo's body when she had shielded him from the sinister tree's attack. Although he was currently harnessing the nether energy for his cultivation, its presence within Mo posed a potential threat due to the mutual repulsion between the nether energy and spirit power. Moreover, he could not even perceive the slightest trace of nether energy within her, making the system's intervention a timely opportunity. "Purge," he commanded inwardly. Instantly, the system panel before him vanished, and his pupils returned to normal focus. Chapter 79, Purging Nether Energy, Part 1. Xian Kong, what is wrong? Mo noticed the fleeting moment of distraction in Xian Kong's eyes, a hint of panic surfacing within her. "It's nothing." You feel any discomfort?" Xian Kong inquired softly, shaking his head with a gentle smile. "Discomfort? None at all." Mo earnestly assessed her condition, finding nothing amiss. "Beep. Purging will commence." Mo, there's no time to waste. You still have residual nether energy within you. I will find a way to purge it, so prepare yourself mentally, Xian Kong stated with gravity. "Okay." Mo nodded in agreement, and Xian Kong placed his palm gently on her forehead, commencing purge of nether energy. Purge countdown, 10 years. Reason, infection has reached the soul. In the next moment, Xian Kong felt as if his spiritual sea had been emptied, as though something had vanished into thin air. Yet, he soon felt a warm current surging from the depths of his soul, clarity washing over his consciousness, enveloping his entire being in an ethereal sensation akin to an out-of-body experience. Host, a rare opportunity is granted to you. The world consciousness is on the brink of collapse that a crystal ball, adorned with mysterious dark patterns, sighed and dove into Mo's spiritual sea without looking back, that I have sacrificed so much. Please do not let it be in vain. Purging nether energy. Mo awoke to the bright sunlight streaming outside, jumping out of bed. Wait, why was she jumping out of bed? She raised her tiny hands before her eyes and looked closely. They were so small. Not willing to accept this, she closed her eyes tightly and reopened them, yet nothing had changed. In no way. Mo's voice was filled with grievance. It seemed she had truly reverted to her first form. She carefully sensed the energy within her, realizing that her inherited powers were sealed and could not be manifested. All right, I have truly returned to my first form. Mo resigned herself to this reality. Stepping outside the wooden house, everything felt so familiar. Countless little ones frolicked joyfully, and the village was a picture of harmony. Everyone was present, yet where was Xian Kong? Brother, how old am I this year? Mo, stopped a playful Xiaoyan to inquire. Upon hearing her, Xiaoyan placed a hand on Mo's forehead, feeling her temperature. You don't have a fever? He questioned, perplexed. I never said I had a fever. Just tell me how old I am, so I can test you. Mo knew her behavior was strange, but it was a way to confirm her time frame. 15 years old. Thought you could stump me. Xiaoyan boasted proudly. All right, but don't even think about going outside. It's dangerous out there with ghosts. Understood, Mo replied with a smile. I'm off now. How could she possibly stay inside? This year marked her fateful encounter with Xian Kong. Turning with a sly smile, she contemplated how to recreate their first meeting. As for the ghosts, she would not give them a second thought. Back in the wooden house, Mo buried herself in thought, realizing that no matter how she tried, she could not perfectly replicate their first encounter. For the nature of the mysterious forest was ever-changing. Achieving even a single step without error was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, so much time had passed. Back then, she had been filled with frustration and had not remembered how she had traversed the forest. How vexing. Am I truly going to miss this chance? She lamented internally. However, it seemed Xian Kong had come to find her. Although she could not replicate their initial meeting, the subsequent developments should be largely similar. No, without her guidance, the other Xian Kong might not appear, and besides that, without any emotional foundation, how could he possibly propose? This is so frustrating. Fine, I will just wait here. As long as we meet, there will surely be an opportunity. If I rush out, I might miss him. After an intense mental struggle, Mo ultimately decided to bide her time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Why hasn't Xian Kong arrived yet? Could he be lost for this long? Mo felt herself growing restless, boredom gnawing at her. 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. Is Xian Kong really still wandering in the mysterious forest? How foolish. Mo fumed, her irritation palpable. 7 days, 8 days, 9 days. Xian Kong. Why haven't you come yet? Why haven't you come yet? Mo was nearly driven to madness, muttering to herself as her fists pounded against the pillow. 10 days, 11 days, 12 days. How boring. Xian Kong is so foolish. Without my brother to guide him, he's still lost in the mysterious forest. Mo lay despondently on her pillow, her small face scrunched up, her arms listlessly drumming on the bed, appearing utterly dispirited. 13 days, 14 days, 15 days. No, I must go find Uncle D. Shirtian. He surely knows if there is anyone in the mysterious forest. Unable to wait any longer, Mo sprang from the bed, her short legs carrying her swiftly to the treehouse. With a loud bang, she pushed the door open and stood at the entrance, panting as she called into the treehouse, Uncle D. Shirtian, is there anyone in the mysterious forest right now? Upon hearing her, D. Shirtian rose and gestured for Mo to follow him. Together, they made their way to the edge of the mysterious forest. D. Shirtian activated his spatial laws, carefully sensing the situation within the forest. His current comprehension of spatial laws was insufficient to encompass the entire village, so he could only stand at this spot to cover most of the mysterious forest. As for why he did not enter, it was undoubtedly to prevent a certain little one from escaping. No. D. Shirtian meticulously scanned the entire mysterious forest, but found no signs of life. Mo's once eager expression fell instantly, her eyes dimming. Thank you, Uncle D. Shirtian. I am fine now. She turned to leave but suddenly remembered something. her gaze brightening with anticipation as she fixed her eyes on dshitian.uh.momo. If you have something to say, just say it. Dshitian sighed, knowing she would soon make her request. Uncle Dshitian, I want to go out. Momo's tone was earnest and sincere. No, you are still too young. Dshitian resorted to his usual line. I am not young anymore, Uncle Dshitian. You name a condition, and I will fulfill it. Momo declared. This time it seems different. Dshitian could hardly believe his eyes. Previously, Momo would often indulge in a fit of playful affection. Yet now she had learned to negotiate terms. Let me ponder this for a moment. Dshitian feigned deep contemplation, and after a brief interval, he presented his condition. Once you attain the third form, I shall grant you your freedom. How does that sound? Agreed. It's a promise. I will certainly train diligently. Momo eagerly accepted. Achieving the third form would be splendid. By then, she would be able to fly, making her travels significantly more efficient. Dshitian felt an even greater sense of disbelief. These little ones were now quite spirited. It was remarkable enough for them to manage 2 or 3 hours of training in a day, let alone train earnestly. However, Dshitian was not anxious. As he often said, their bloodline power was exceptional, and as long as they progressed steadily, becoming divine in the future was inevitable. Now, with Momo proactively expressing her intent to train earnestly, he couldn't help but question if the individual before him was truly Momo herself. Very well, it's settled. Dshitian chuckled. It is indeed commendable to put forth effort. As for actually reaching the third form, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Chapter 80. The Ethereal Energy, in the Midst of Separation, Part 2. With Dshitian's promise in mind, Momo's eyes gleamed with determination. She turned and returned to her wooden abode. In the days that followed, she devoted herself to rigorous training, striving to enhance her strength. Time flowed like a river, and Momo's efforts bore significant fruit. Upon completing her inheritance, she successfully reached the third form. Eager to share her achievement, Momo emerged from the holy and sacred land and rushed to her treehouse, flinging open the door. Uncle Dshitian, I have attained the third form. Can I go out now? Momo exclaimed excitedly. Eagerly awaiting Dshitian's response, Dshitian blinked in surprise. He had not anticipated that Momo could achieve the third form in such a short span of time. However, upon reflection, he realized she must have pressing matters to attend to, or else she would not have taken her training so seriously. Well, if you've reached the third form, as long as you avoid causing trouble, you should have little to fear in the outside world, Dshitian mused, thus granting Momo's request. Thank you, Uncle Dshitian. Momo bowed in gratitude and dashed out of the treehouse, plunging into the Mizu forest. Embarking on her quest to find Xian Kong. After 3 years of searching tirelessly in vain for Xian Kong's whereabouts, Momo remained undeterred. Ultimately, she ventured to Xian Kong's homeland, the city of humanity. After days of relentless travel, a magnificent city wall came into view, accompanied by a towering spire that pierced the heavens. Upon seeing it, Momo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. That tower was none other than the Hall of Heroes. Previously, while training in XX Village, her perception of time in the outside world had been weak, and now she realized that many years had passed. In other words, Xian Kong was now at least in his second life, though she was uncertain of the exact timeline. Wing Tian, an unknown and immense energy fluctuation has been detected. Please proceed immediately to guard the city gates. On that very day, Wing Tian's dedicated communicator blared to life. As the words faded, a ripple of spatial energy surged, and Wing Tian's figure vanished, reappearing in an instant above the city gates. Upon identifying the source of the unknown energy fluctuations, Wing Tian bellowed, "Who goes there? Please reveal your identity. Otherwise, depart immediately." Momo, taken aback by Wing Tian's sudden appearance, quickly regained her composure and said, "I am here searching for someone. I kindly ask for your assistance." This time, Momo was unfamiliar with Wing Tian, thus opting for a respectful approach, especially since he was more powerful than she. Wing Tian inclined his head slightly, discreetly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Given the current weakness of the human race, it was unwise to make enemies without cause. If it were a matter of another race exhibiting malevolence, they could simply be driven off. However, in a situation like this, caution was paramount. "Whom are you seeking, if I may inquire? Could you share their name so I can assist you in your search?" Wing Tian asked, uncertain of Momo's intentions. "Xian Kong," Momo replied. At the mention of this name, a fleeting ripple of emotion crossed Wing Tian's otherwise impassive gaze, but it was quickly suppressed, and Momo remained unaware of this shift, her expression still brimming with anticipation as she awaited Wing Tian's reply. Apologies, but I do not recall anyone by that name. Could you provide a portrait? I will assist you in your search, Wing Tian offered. That a flicker of joy illuminated Mo's eyes as she nodded eagerly. Retrieving a sketch she had drawn from her pocket and tossing it to Wing Tian. That would be greatly appreciated. Wing Tian caught the image with a nod, then closed his eyes, unleashing a formidable psychic energy that enveloped the entirety of the human city-state. His mental prowess spread like a vast net, swiftly searching through the town. Strange, there is no sign of this individual, yet this portrait feels oddly familiar, Wing Tian mused, furrowing his brow. Are you certain this person exists? Wing Tian questioned, dismissing the thought that the resemblance could merely be coincidental. Absolutely certain, Mo replied, her eyes gleaming with hope, believing Wing Tian had indeed located Xian Kong. Wing Tian frowned, once more closing his eyes. This time focusing his mental energy with greater intensity, meticulously searching the entire human city-state. Yet, the outcome remained the same. Nothing. Opening his eyes, he looked at Mo and said, I still have not found the person you seek. Perhaps you might consider searching elsewhere. Our kind has always enjoyed the thrill of adventure. That a flicker of disappointment washed over Mo's features, but she remained resolute. Nodding, she expressed her gratitude to Wing Tian. Thank you for your assistance. I will continue my search in other locations. With that, she turned and departed. Wing Tian observed her retreating figure, pondering silently, who is this individual at the pinnacle of the mortal realm? She appears quite youthful. One would think a talent of such caliber would not be entirely unknown to me. Shaking his head, he returned to his dwelling, intent on breaking through to the legendary realm. This shouldn't be the case. Even if Xian Kong were unknown across the continent, I should still have heard of him. But Whymo began to doubt whether her time in XX Village had led her to fabricate the existence of Xian Kong. No, that cannot be. Everything in my memories feels so real. It cannot possibly be a figment of my imagination. Mo shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel such thoughts. However, once a notion takes root, if not promptly validated, it can grow like a seed. Mo found herself in a precarious situation, yearning to believe in Xian Kong's existence while lacking any proof. This clash between reality and memory drove her to the brink of madness. After an indeterminate span, Mo suddenly thought of Aixine, feeling as though she had grasped a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolved to head to Dream Island. Wing Tian, an unknown and immense energy fluctuation has been detected. Please proceed immediately to guard the city gates. The call to Wing Tian sounded once more. Just as he was settling into focus, Wing Tian's brow furrowed in irritation. However, the responsibilities of being a hero compelled him to return to the city gates. Upon spotting a familiar crimson figure, Wing Tian's heart raced. Not her again. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Mo veering off course, soaring skyward, completely disregarding him. Oh, she wouldn't dare attempt to breach the city wall. Would she? Wing Tian's heart sank as he followed her ascent. The two figures ascended rapidly into the sky. Upon sensing the energy behind her, Mo instinctively unleashed a burst of red lotus flame. Wing Tian, taken aback, had not anticipated this mysterious woman would strike suddenly. Yet, his reflexes were sharp. Almost instantaneously, a powerful aura erupted from him, slicing through the spatial laws, effectively fragmenting the surging flames into several sections, narrowly avoiding any harm, save for a minor burn on his skin. Inwardly astonished, Wing Tian realized that this seemingly small flame wielded the power to scorch space itself. Had it not been for his profound understanding of spatial laws, he would have suffered greatly. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? Wing Tian inquired, his voice laced with displeasure. Mo did not respond. Continuing her ascent into the sky, she knew that with her current strength, it would be futile to confront Wing Tian. However, she was determined to locate Xian Kong swiftly. Otherwise, her memories would shatter entirely. Wing Tian, perplexed by Mo's silence, once again activated his psychic energy, attempting to suppress her presence. Yet this time, he discovered that she had suddenly vanished from sight. Not good, Wing Tian inwardly exclaimed, shifting rapidly in pursuit of the direction from which Mo had disappeared. At this juncture, Mo found herself hovering above Dream Island. Gazing down at the familiar yet foreign floating isle, a flood of memories surged within her, Yet she was uncertain of their authenticity. Momo urgently needed to find AI Exine to confirm the truth. If these events had not transpired, it would mean that her memories were merely figments of her imagination. Chapter 81. The Ethereal Energy. In the Midst of Separation, Part 3. Near home, feelings grow more timid. A sentiment that resonated with Momo at that moment. As she floated silently above Dream Island, she knew that with just one step, everything could come to fruition. That a rift suddenly tore open beside her, and Wing Tian emerged. "Young lady, what are you doing?" Wing Tian was equally astonished to behold Dream Island. He had not expected such a floating isle to exist above the human city-state, Dream Island. "Wing Tian, do you truly not recognize Xin Kong?" Momo clung to a sliver of hope, as Dream Island was her last sanctuary. If she did not ascertain the truth, then Xin Kong would continue to exist in her mind. "I do not recognize him," Wing Tian replied. Etienne shook his head, yet he was not curious as to how the other party knew his name. After all, he was the current hero king, renowned among the human race. Such recognition was only to be expected. "Thank you." Momo expressed her gratitude, as the crimson flames of the Red Lotus surged around her, painting the clouds a vivid red and obscuring the daylight. The terrifying heat spread instantaneously, and just then, a bluish-green transparent barrier enveloped Momo, simultaneously isolating the Red Lotus fire. "Who dares intrude?" A voice charged with superhuman energy resonated, causing both Etienne and Momo's eardrums to resonate, leaving them momentarily dizzy. Observing this, Etienne attempted to wield the laws of space to sever the sound, but to his astonishment, it seemed to disregard the very fabric of space. In an instant, 5 figures aligned in a row, glaring at Etienne and Momo with united hostility. They are all at the pinnacle of the mortal realm," Etienne voiced his surprise, sensing the aura of the 5 before him. One possessed a third form, while another, the demigod. Superpower was taken aback, yet upon seeing Etienne's aged appearance, he felt a sudden sense of reassurance. "Aishin, I have come to seek you," Momo spoke, her gaze fixed on one of the pink figures. "Me?" Aishin questioned, but Superpower was unyielding, stepping protectively in front of Aishin, for the presence before them wielded a power greater than his own. Clearly, this was not a favorable situation. As the captain of the Dream Team, it was his duty to safeguard the other island lords. "Speak plainly. If we cannot tolerate your words, there is no need for further discussion," Superpower declared, his tone domineering, devoid of any fear. Momo let out a long sigh. "Etienne, we are in trouble." Upon hearing this, Etienne instantly understood, and with a sharp snap of his fingers, the space began to distort, forcibly pulling Aishin and Momo into the same realm. Etienne, meanwhile, stood alongside the other 4 island lords in a shared space. I say, I truly do not know what's happening. Do you believe me?" Etienne awkwardly explained, glancing at the 4 unfriendly gazes directed at him. "What do you think?" Superpower retorted calmly, swiftly appearing above Etienne and delivering a powerful punch downward. Boom! The sound of the explosion was deafening, yet Superpower's fist halted mere inches from Etienne, unable to penetrate any further despite his exertion. "Let us converse. That girl will not harm your companions," Etienne assured, maintaining his belief that Momo was merely an unassuming talent of the human race. Realizing his sneak attack had failed, and acknowledging the disparity between himself and Etienne, Superpower reluctantly agreed. He withdrew his fist and stepped back, maintaining distance. "Who exactly are you, and why have you come to our territory?" Superpower's tone was menacing. "I followed that girl here, believing she intended to soar over the city walls, only to discover there exists a floating island." Etienne recounted in detail. "You best not attempt any tricks. This is our domain," Superpower warned. "Aishin, is what you said true?" Momo's face fell, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. "Momo, truly, I have never ventured to any continent. Nor do I know of this Xin Kong person," Aishin replied, fully aware of Momo's current state, yet unable to utter a falsehood. As the saying goes, one lie begets 100 more, and Aishin wished to avoid such a predicament. "Oh, very well. Thank you, Aishin. I shall take my leave." Momo, disheartened, charged straight into the chaotic space surrounding her. Crack! Something shattered, plunging the world into darkness. "Oh no, someone has collided with the chaotic space. This is bad. This is bad." Etienne sensed something had brushed against the edge of the space. "What?" Superpower echoed Etienne's sentiments, his mood deteriorating. Etienne activated the laws of space, and the chaotic surroundings instantly reverted to normal, scanning the area. He noted all 5 island lords present, yet one crucial figure was missing. The human genius. Hiss. Etienne inhaled sharply, his mastery of the space laws swirling around him as he sought Momo's presence. Damn it. Etienne cursed internally, feeling utterly defeated. In situations like this, there were typically two outcomes. One, being torn apart by the chaotic space, their body fragmented and scattered across the void and the main world. Or two, being randomly teleported to an unknown location, perhaps the void, perhaps the main world, or even into those fragmented minor realms. Why human race's genius? How could you be so foolish? Etienne silently berated, yet the fact remained that no matter how he sensed, he could not capture any trace. Shin Kong, oh Shin Kong, you have caused me great distress. Etienne inwardly loathed the one Momo sought. As Momo crashed into the chaotic space, her mind felt adrift, her body pulled in every direction. An overwhelming sense of unreality flooding her senses. Shin Kong, Momo murmured softly, tears welling up, instantly fragmented into shimmering droplets by the chaotic space. Boom! Red lotus flames erupted forth. Curiously, these flames did not simply emerge from Momo's vicinity, but were scattered across various spaces. The pure white edges of the space were stained a vibrant crimson as Momo opened her eyes, her fiery gaze veiled in mist, drifting in a daze. Unaware of north or south, up or down, the chaotic space remained ever tumultuous, her crumbling emotions persisting. Shin Kong, I finally managed to protect you. And why have you vanished? Was it truly all just a dream? Why, when everything else remains, is the most crucial piece missing? As her consciousness grew increasingly hazy, time slipped away, and eventually, Momo opened her eyes once more, a flicker of determination flashing within. If Shin Kong truly exists, then what does it matter if I linger among the humans? With no one to command, the red lotus flames converged instantaneously, shattering the pure white edges of the chaotic space in the blink of an eye. The sun dipped low, waves lapped against the shore, and the shimmering sea surface was alive with commotion. A fiery figure stood against the setting sun, casting a long shadow behind. Let us embark, Momo whispered softly. Soaring toward the direction where she remembered the human race to be, her heart held but a single thought: to find Shin Kong. Regardless of whether he truly existed, she would seek confirmation for herself.